makes it
I don't
not
care if it's
immoral.
kitchen.
That's what makes it not immoral.
No, it is silly moral. Forcing someone to work against their will is silly.
Okay, great. So punishing. So now what you've made immoral is punishing criminals. You make punishing criminals immoral.
Yeah, but the punishment is not slavery.
The punishment is slavery in this case.
Why is the punishment slavery?
Because that's what we decided as a state.
Yeah,
Yes.
but that part's immoral. Yeah, then
Okay, great. So you've invalidated. You look. You can't. You can keep the baby and throw up. You want to try to throw out the bathwater and keep the baby. No, you got to get rid of all of it. Why? Because the baby's inside the bathwater. If you cannot punish um, criminals, then your whole society just collapses now. And since we don't want to collapse our society, we'll punish criminals, and then this is the way that we'll punish them. Thank you. Have a nice day.
Wait, I just want to be sure of something. So it's
oh
Matt's
my
arguments
god.
against.
I'm waiting.
Wait, is Matt's arguments basically that we shouldn't punish criminals with slavery, but we can do other things?
Capital capital punishment, right? You can kill them. You can keep them in solitary confinement. You can make them fucking be in 20 years walking yard and being subjected to all manners of evil. But slavery, oh no, too much.
I mean, I'm not against punishing certain types of criminals with slavery, but I don't think it should be a general punishment.
Because you.
That's a separate issue. That's a separate issue.
Can I? Yeah. So the thing that is self-imposed slavery, which is by consenting, is considered to be for me like it is self-harm, and I don't agree with self-harming.
What do you mean
It's like
self-imposed slavery? Describe that.
Agreeing to be a slave is like you are being consenting to be a slave is basically self-harming, and it's I treat it the same way as suicide. You are trading your own freedom, you are signing something, and then you agree to trade your own freedom because sometimes it is because of frustration, anxiety of the future, limitation of chances, and there is no equal, opportunities for all. That you find yourself in much less opportunities to be free than your person that you are signing a contract with. Slavery, I understand slavery. I defined it as the opposite of freedom. A free person is not a slave, and a slave is not a free person. And it begins internally. If someone is not internally free, he is going to self-harm himself. He is going to trade his own freedom to others, signing contracts or whatever for their own goal. That is slavery, even though it is self-imposed, right? So it basically a slave, you can understand things by their opposites. I can know what hot is that it is not cold, and cold is the absence of heat. Slavery is the absence of freedom. And a free person
What?
is the
For real?
what slave is.
Really?
Yeah.
What? All this time I thought slavery meant more freedom. It means no freedom? Oh no! Thank you for.
Yes, prison is not a slave.
Can we make space for Ashley? She's been trying to talk for me.
Go ahead, Ashley.
As long as you brush your teeth.
Oh, I was just asking where we were in the
Do I have to
queue.
promise?
There you go. So, like, in your hypothetical, does the person have the ability to forego the $1 million and walk away after the agreement?
Wait, nobody told me this hypothetical.
Samoa,
Tell her
Are
the
you
hypothetical.
available?
Tell her the hypothetical.
the hypothetical is, Samoa's hypothetical is that, somebody gives you $1 million, but you have to be their slave for 72 hours, was it? It was like 3 days.
Can I just ask one question about this hypothetical?
I'm trying to find out myself.
Like,
But I don't think
my
really
question is very simple. Is the somebody male or female?
That would be a Samoa question.
Listen, let's just give us a response to
Okay,
either.
okay,
Only
cool.
two,
So
right?
here's my answer. If the somebody is female, yes, I will be their slave for 72 hours. If the somebody is male, hell no, keep your village up
She's probably
It was
imagining.
about
She's probably
Concrete's
imagining.
original. It was about Concrete's original
Fucking that
about
girl,
whether
why
or
cut
not
me
it can be
off?
moral. You cut me off. It was
No, I didn't. I just responded to Sugar Belly. Samoa's not here. Stop being entitled. Anyway, the whites are out of control today. I'm not gonna lie, you guys. Anyway,
Connie, why are you
Sugar
being
Belly.
racist to her for no reason?
Well,
You
it's
should have
just
been here, Sugar
racism,
Belly.
man.
She gets the joke. The whites have been on a rampage today. We've been
Oh,
talking
no,
about
you're
just so
right.
you. Hold on, Sugar Belly.
Charlie Kirk.
died.
You.
We don't know where they say Charlie Kirk died.
I know, Sugar Belly. Ashley and I have a rapport where she understands the joke.
Yes,
and
I
she's
get it,
been
I
here
get it.
arguing.
I get
Oh,
it.
thank you. I'm glad you realized that. Anyway, Sugar Belly, how have you been? Are you still in the market? What are your thoughts on the economy?
Look, like
That's not
my
the
answer,
subject.
my answer to the hypothetical is very simple. The thing is that if you agree to be a woman's slave for 72 hours, okay, fine. You know, she might ask you to do all sorts of weird stuff or whatever, but you're probably going to be fine. The problem with agreeing to be a man's slave for 72 hours is that it's guaranteed to get sexual. Guaranteed.
Yes, I know you're imagining
So,
Diddy.
thank you.
Yes, I know you're
So
imagining
Sugar
Diddy.
Daddy, hold on. So if you enter into a contract for 3 days for $1 million, that makes you a slave?
I mean, so the contract agreement is like basically for 72 hours, this person can direct anything, and you're not allowed to say no. Like no matter the situation, no matter how uncomfortable it makes you, no matter if it's a day life, you're not allowed to say no. Like by definition of being a slave, right? Those are the conditions. The conditions are that for 72 hours, even if this ends in your own death, you are not allowed to say no.
No, obviously you cannot be killed. Obviously you cannot be killed. That's
Yeah, I
not
mean, you know, or you would hope.
Why do we have the term? Why do we have the term indentured servitude? If everything is a slave.
Okay, Matt, so here's the difference, right? The difference between indentured servitude in terms of like the experience of it versus slavery is that indentured servitude has limits to like what the person can do. By definition, if you are somebody's slave, especially if it's the chattel type of slavery where by definition you are somebody's property, that person can end your life and nothing will happen. Like that is the full range of power that like being the owner of a slave gives you. But you can't just kill your indentured servants without consequences. Like
correct. In this hypothetical, you dying is not part of it either.
Matt,
There's $1 million for 3 days. This is why there's a 3-day clause. I guess you cannot be killed.
Matt, let me just say something. Shirley, I think that, and this is a stupid point because I should agree with the general point, but you realize that even in actual slavery, there used to be laws about how slavery could be conducted. So it is not, you don't need to, like, so even in places where there was slavery, you couldn't just like kill your slave, right? There used to be laws yeah, so I just wanted to add that to say, like, yeah, just because a person is a slave,
so here's the thing, on place of
the person doesn't need to be able to do anything with you in an unlimited way. Often within that institution, there will also be rules. So in every sort of, for example, if you think of Muslim slave was different, right? So for example, you couldn't enslave another Muslim. Or if your Muslim slave converted to Islam, you needed to extend them certain rights, right? But it didn't change the fact that that was slavery. In fact, hence the different types of slavery, right? So you don't need to be able to do an unlimited amount of things to a person for it to be slavery. That's just what I want to add.
So I'm not saying that like you have to be able to do that for it to be slavery. What I'm saying is that by definition, slavery is inclusive of that. Do you get? So what I mean to like you have all around the world different cultures, different histories, different ways of like they did their own slavery. My point is that by definition, slavery is inclusive of all the systems where you can just kill your slave like without questions from anybody. And historically there were such systems. Like within a system, maybe it didn't apply to every single category of slave, but the point is that historically there were systems where within the population of slaves, you also had sub categorizations of slaves that you could kill them or whatever, and like nobody cared. really good example from a country where human sacrifice used to be endemic, right? Everybody who got sacrificed was a type of slave. Nobody had an issue with like sacrificing these people.
Yes. I just wanted to add. I just wanted to add that new dynamic. I just wanted to add to say.
No.
For the base level of slavery, you don't need to have that unlimited.
I get it.
But yes, of course, I agree.
Another example is like slavery in Imperial China, for instance, right? On the surface, were you meant to be going around killing slave nilly? No, you weren't meant to be doing that. But a lot of the royal family, like for very little things, somebody would break a jade teapot and that person would lose their life. Or somebody would have a miscarriage or like have a a stillbirth and they would kill off all the people that assisted with the birth, that kind of thing. And there was no consequence because these are the masters and like these people are the slaves. So my point is not that you have to kill people for it to be slave, but my point is that slavery by definition is inclusive of systems where you're allowed to kill the person with no consequence. It doesn't mean it's going to apply to everybody, but like it includes that. And I say all this stuff to say that I don't want to be a man slave, okay? Because if you're a man slave for 72 hours, it's going to end up with like his dicking your bum or his dicking or something. Okay, I can be a woman 2 hours. I am not going to agree. I'm not going to agree to be a man slave all the time.
Really, what if you added the stipulation that there would be no Diddy-esque encounters and there would be third-party supervision, which had the authority to shoot to kill in case any Diddy-esque.
You underestimate how creative men are.
Oh, no. See, look.
In their pursuit of perversion.
Then that's not
manipulation.
What is condition?
You can manipulate someone to enslave them.
This is what I mean by the watering down of slavery. Like, none of this condition you guys are attaching is making it more slavery. It's actually making it less slavery. Just like we have OSHA, that's making sure you don't abuse your construction worker and provide them with a safe environment. Yeah, in slavery, there's no such thing.
Yeah, that
in the past,
in the past
in Arabia,
down of the term slavery.
Yeah, in the past in Arabia,
I have to agree with Matt, like on this point.
Yeah, in the past in Arabia, the people who will enslave people. So in Arabia, in the past, for the people to actually enslave other people, what they need to do is to control food, to control water, and to take control of these things. So these people will not have any other choice but to go to these people. So manipulation can be a factor on enforcing people to be slaves to a certain person, right?
Yeah, true. So I mean, I didn't want to say this before, but also part of the work I do, right, is like slavery studies, which is focused on slavery.
Wait, Alina, you have to tell us your answer to the hypothetical. Whether or not you'd agree to be a woman's slave or a man's slave.
I wouldn't agree to be anybody's slave. Doesn't matter who, like man or woman. I wouldn't agree to be anybody's slave. That's just my general
answer. For $1 million?
I mean,
it's only
okay, so
hours though.
No, but then that comes back to the question of, is it slavery if I willingly give consent to do stuff to myself for 3 days? This then becomes a question. So that's a different question, because then I would dispute. I would say perhaps that is not slavery if you're giving me $1 million. So, but I wanted to just add that, like, so there is slavery studies, right? And slavery scholars, for example, have talked about these questions that we're actually talking about. So it has actually been debated. There are all these philosophical and theoretical distinctions between free labor and slavery, even from as early as, so for example, if you think of John Locke, right, in the 17th century, John Locke was one of the people, for example, who defined slavery, and he, for example, in his 1690 book, the famous Second Treatise of Government, defined it in legal terms, and it entered into the distinctions between labor and slavery, where he was saying that, slavery is the state of absolute arbitrary power of one man over another, right? Very simple definition. Arbitrary, absolute power of one man over another, right? And in John Locke's definition, for example, and I'm sorry to be boring with the sort of technical slavery scholars, but like his distinction between servitude and contractual labor was three pronged, right? He said, you know, a person can sell their labor but cannot sell their person, right? So it is possible to sell a service but not sell themselves, and if they sell themselves, regardless of whether there was consent in the selling, it is slavery because a person is unable to sell themselves, right? The second prong is that the only time, and this is according to John Locke, which was one of the earliest, if you think of slavery studies, right? He said that slavery is only legitimate as a punishment in a just war. So, which brings me back to the sort of examples you were giving about people being enslaved after a war, right? And for John Locke, slavery is that's the only time slavery is legitimate, where there is punishment and there is a just war, and the war has ended. You know, otherwise, in the view of John Locke, if there is a continued state of war, so for example, Ukraine, Russia, whatever happens between Ukraine and Russia, those prisoners of war, the consequence of that coercion is illegitimate in the view of of John Locke, right? But of course, 200 years later, there was Adam Smith, right, who, in discussing political economy, for him, he saw slavery as sort of economically inefficient, morally wrong, and for him it was also three-pronged, in how labor sort of defined itself. And you can go to Karl Marx, you can go to Patterson in the 20th century, you can go to Weatherman in modern times, Deborah Hellman, and then the feminist debates, for example, where the radical feminists, like McKinnon, think that prostitution, for example, is inherently that you cannot call it anything other than sexual slavery, right? Because of the foundational gender inequality that undermines anything like choice. So they are the ones who came up with the term, we do not believe in choice feminism. You cannot choose to enslave yourself to a man, right? But then they are the sex worker advocates, for example, who say sex work is labor, and calling it slavery undermines agency. Then again, there are feminists who say that some types of sex work are slavery, sometimes are not. Trafficking, for example, forced prostitution, that kind of thing, blah, blah, blah. I'm just going to stop here to say that whatever we're discussing now, there's been at least 400 years of debate, and it might be good as we're debating to sort of like look these things up and see what slavery scholars have debated. Whatever we're saying, there's nothing we're saying is new. We can talk about what we agree on, or I agree with Locke, or I agree with this, or I have a completely different opinion. But there are definite definitions. There are points where philosophers differ. We can decide to be on either side of the argument. Sorry for boring you with the technical.
May I speak next, or is there a queue? Hi.
Hi, go for it.
Hi. So pardon my ignorance. Let me turn my okay. So I was asking in the chat, El Nathan, what type of career do you make with a slavery degree? I mean, would it walk me through it? Maybe I'm ignorant to it.
It's not a degree. I'm in the research of slavery studies. So, for example,
that's your master's. You doing your master's or no?
No, I actually teach.
Oh, okay.
But I also have books around this that I'm working on, essays and so on, like academic work around, but particularly slavery in northern Nigeria. This is my specific area. Slavery in northern Nigeria pre-colonial times. What is now northern Nigeria? So Hausa land, the Kanuri Empire, all of the sort of smaller kingdoms around what is now called northern Nigeria,
if you will. It's conversation.
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay. We can. I'm good. We can move on to someone else. I don't. You did just kind of give it a nice submission. So yeah.
So I wanted to say that and I'm not like I didn't do slavery studies in school, but I will say though that I think that somewhere or something in which like it actually does really important work is getting people to realize that certain systems that they see in the world that they don't realize are strange or they don't realize like are problematic are actually slavery systems. Like a really good example of this is like Chokosi in Benin Republic or Money Wife in like southeastern Nigeria in Cross River and Akwa Ibom. They have this thing called Money Wife, right? And in Benin Republic, they have this thing called Chokosi. These are both two types of slavery that are kind of staring you in the face, but you don't necessarily realize it's slavery. So, like, Money Wife is like when you have somebody, usually a man, because men are like the root of all evil, usually a man, and this man owes somebody else money. It can be any amount of money, but let's just say he owes somebody a lot of money and for some reason he can't pay the money back. So instead of him selling himself into slavery, which is exactly what I think he should do to pay back his money, what he does is that he takes maybe his niece or like some of the little girl in his family without telling anybody, and then goes and gives that girl to the person that he's owing the money, right? To be that person's money wife. And so that girl is then forced to live with the person that he's owing the money, usually another man, and provide sexual services or whatever it is and free labor or like whatever it is for X number of years until the debt is considered paid off, right? Um, Chokosi in Benin Republic is kind of like a variant of this, but the difference is that I think they don't give the child or the girl to the person that they owe the money. They give her to some sort of temple or shrine or something to kind of work the debt off in some way, shape, or form. But the point is that like you literally have people that had nothing to do with the debt getting enslaved in order to expunge or rather absolve the person who's owing the money from like their obligation. It's slavery, but a lot of people don't
Yeah. I was just sitting here listening. I mean, I'm sure there's some form of something here in the United States, but we try not to focus on that slavery thing because it was such a problematic situation for us here. So you have to understand, I don't want to hear nothing about slavery, but when you guys brought it up, I'm like, what the hell? But at any rate, I can dig it. It's
Wait, I don't understand. Like, what is going on? Were we the ones who brought this up? Like,
no, I don't know who brought it up.
Yeah,
it was Andrew.
Somebody writing in the chat.
It was
Andrew. The room and blah blah blah. Like this is not my topic. I didn't bring it up.
It was
Andrew.
Andrew.
Why am I now being blamed for the topic that other people were discussing?
No, you just rebelled demons. You just rebelled demons. That's it.
But I just wanted to add in response to the last speaker who talked about the sort of sensitivity of African Americans to the subject. I often like to remind Americans that whereas, they might have been talking about slavery from a long time ago, there are people who are still slaves now. I mean,
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
I can dig it. You don't have to say that. We know there's slaves over there on another continent. I can dig it.
Yeah, so yeah,
that's fine.
You can dig it, but we can't mention it on Clubhouse.
Yeah, like I'm sorry. So Miss,
Nobody said
I
that,
have to
my
be
friend.
honest.
You did.
Say.
No, I was listening to the audience for a while.
Okay, so I have to be honest. Like, I kind of feel like this conversation took a weird turn.
It did. That's why I'm very disgusted with it because it started with Andrew, who's not even here anymore. That's what I'm saying. People are coming up saying things like, this is what if you think you're a slave, you're going to be. So I'm like, where the hell did this come from? It was Andrew. Andrew said something about he doesn't see anything wrong with slavery. It's something about he would have him sleep in a big house, all that foolishness. So no, when you came in, it took a wrong turn, Sugar Valley. So that's why we're here, and I'm like, what the hell? Thank you. Yeah, this is interesting, Frank.
It was actually a hypothetical by Concrete.
Yeah, I think we
or like
a
a morals discussion. It was a morals discussion, like could it ever
Y'all
be
got a
are
weird,
there any
warped way of having
situations
conversations.
where it
Just
could
let
be
you know that.
more?
Basically, there's nothing wrong with having conversations, especially about slavery, right? It's those things persist for so long because we refuse to talk about it, we refuse to face it head on. And I know you're in the Baltimore area, so I recommend you to go to the African American Museum.
I know
go
exactly
to the basement,
where to go.
right? Go in the
Thank you so
basement,
much. I did.
soak it
I
up.
know.
Right.
I know.
Go in the basement,
I've been
soak
here
it
over
up.
4 decades on this.
I hear you. I hear
I
you.
know about it.
Go. I would have also said, with that nice American passport, go to Guadeloupe, go to the Memorial House.
Yes.
It is probably one of the best slavery museum in the world.
Don't want to
It
do
will change
that.
your life. It will change your life, and you'll have a different perspective.
Don't want
We
nothing to
need
do
to
with that.
teach. We need to teach these children about the past so that we don't
I can dig
repeat it
that.
in the future.
But all of it.
So we need to have the conversation. It's uncomfortable, but those conversations are needed.
When I first started like studying this whole thing, right, in the country that I lived in, I was reading this one of the first papers I sort of stumbled onto was a paper by a very well-known scholar in northern Nigerian history called Lovejoy. And the first paragraph of the paper was that as early as the 1980s, there were people who were openly either talked about, sold, or engaged with as slaves in northern Nigeria in the 1980s. So for me, of course, I knew about slavery just from other things, but I didn't realize how close it was to me. That in the parts of the country where I live in, there are people still being considered slaves, and of course, it's very for us. I remember walking into the palace of an emir, and I'd done some project, blah blah blah. He had invited me to blah blah this big palace to this absolutely sprawling living room. You walk in, you're dizzy just by the size of the room, and he's so far in the distance that you can barely see him, and you have to maintain a certain distance on the red carpet, whatever. But his what I would describe as slaves told me, and they asked me where I was from, and I'm from part of the state that used to be a place where they used to hunt for slaves. And what he told me was, "Oh, you used to be our slaves." This was said to me in my own country as an adult. So the whole idea of slavery is very present and relevant in the minds of many of us. You might say, "Oh, we were slaves 400 years ago," or blah blah blah. For many of us, they call us slaves now, today, 2025.
Yeah, but
You still identify as a slave?
No, that's not what he said. What he said is that he went to an emir's palace. If you don't know what an emir is like a kind of king, and basically they were just having a casual conversation, and he happened to mention where he was from, and the emir was like, "Oh yeah, you guys used to be our slaves." He just said it super casually, because he used to have slaves, he used to own slaves, or at least his family used to own slaves, and he was like, "Oh yeah, you guys used to be our slaves." He didn't realize there was something wrong with what he was saying. It was super casual for him. That's what he's trying to say.
Well, yeah, the Arab people invented slavery.
That's not correct, but anyway. But
I think it is true. If you look it up, you can
but
look it up.
Nathan, I'm kind of not even surprised because don't the Gantatas, don't they get their name from I think it's their great grandmother's slave? That's what they got their name from. So.
Oh yeah, northern Nigerian slavery is so
yeah, it was very endemic.
It's responsible for so much of what is happening today. You can trace it and the British left us in 1960, but also the British only came in 1900. So imagine full blown proper slavery, and the British didn't really end slavery.
Wait, I have a question.
The open markets.
What do you mean? when you say in the chat,
Exactly
see,
what I
this is
said.
their
You just
culture.
said that y'all
They are
had
that
slavery in
way.
Africa. That's what y'all do in Nigeria. Don't
Oh,
get
wait,
mad at
sorry.
me. I'm
No,
still
sorry, I didn't catch that. Can you just repeat that, please?
I said Sugar said Nigeria has parts of Nigeria has slavery, and said exactly what I said. That's what they have over there, and you do.
Yeah, but you said
That's
you
the
said
culture.
see, this is their culture.
It
They are that
is.
way.
Don't get mad at me, sweetie. It is what it is.
I'm not mad at you. I was just
We just
asking
had a
you.
conversation, right?
Yeah, I'm yes,
Okay, what
we are having a conversation, and I'm not mad at you. I was just asking you to like expatiate what you were saying. Yeah, but anyway, I think the slavery conversation is pretty interesting because there's plenty of slavery systems all over the world in 2025 still that need to be ended.
I'm a slave for you.
Very funny. I actually really like that Britney Spears song. Oh, concrete about.
On this argument is almost like it's like if you see a bunch of people fall into a hole, and you see there's no way out of that hole, why would you then volunteer to like also jump in the hole? I don't get it.
What do you mean? The argument part of it ended, I think, a while ago.
Yeah, I know. That's why we're doing the after show, the after party. So we're talking about how Matt saw all these people fall into this hole where they couldn't argue that slavery is inherently immoral. And then after all of them jumped in the hole, he decided to also jump in. And I don't understand it.
When did I jump in?
Because you think it's inherently immoral.
I don't think that's what's really up for debate. Like, I don't think
Not
that's
what I
the issue.
said. I
What was
want
the
to
original
never
debate?
the morality.
No, I get that. I
get
get
it.
how you guys got
But-
here.
My issue was always the strict definition of slave. I do not like the watering down of the word slave. I don't like all this multi-definition that diminish what real slave, if I dare say, went through.
Yeah, so you
I'm
already
going to be honest with you.
I don't think sex work is slave. Sugar belly.
No, sex work
Voluntary
absolutely is slavery.
Yeah,
That's
no, I don't think so.
slavery, and it's slavery because it meets those criteria, which is that you're forced to work, right? You can't stop. You're forced to obey. You can't get out of it without severe consequences to your life and safety. Like by those conditions, that is slavery. It doesn't matter like what people think about it. The point is that it meets the criteria.
So I guess Mac could say that there is.
No, he doesn't. Hold on, real quick. No, he doesn't. A
Okay,
young
I'm
woman who
sorry.
goes on a newspaper or online and put an ad and receiving client in on apartment is
Okay, so
comfortable
Matt,
home.
so
That
again,
is sex work and
so
that is
Matt,
not
you're doing
slavery.
that thing where you're trying to pick the type of sex work that you think is based in freedom, and that you're trying to use that to extend it to like the whole sex work umbrella.
So all we have to do
Wait,
is
let me finish. Then you guys can tell me. Yeah, I know. Let me just say my thing. Then you guys can tell me like what you think is wrong. Okay. So if we take all the sex workers in the world, all of them, including the ones that stand on the streets, the ones in the brothels, the ones on OnlyFans, those who are selling their farts for $1,000 in a bottle. If we take all of them, right, and then we look at okay, how many of these people meet like what's criteria? The vast majority of the sex workers are coerced. The vast majority of the sex workers are doing it against their will. The vast majority of the sex workers face serious consequences if they attempt to stop doing it, or they face serious danger if they attempt to stop doing it. They're not able to stop doing it freely because they have somebody they have to obey, they have somebody they have to give the money, and so on and so forth. This is the typical sex workers situation. Now, at the fringes, the outlier typers are the glamorous ones. ones that you see on OnlyFans. There's like their middle class bedroom or their upper middle class bedroom. All they have to do is take off their clothes on a camera. There's no dirty man coming to stick anything inside any parts of their body. Or the ones that they dress up really nicely. They go to meet those billionaires in Monaco or whatever. And I've noticed that a lot of people, when they want to talk about like sex workers, they talk about those glamorous ones and then they act as if the reality of the glamorous ones applies to the average sex worker, and that's simply not the truth. So for majority of these, you can sign on mute.
Like Sugar Belly, you don't have to use 75 words to repeat yourself and make a fallacious argument. Yes, that means hurry up. Take the social cue. Hurry up. Hurry up. Hurry up.
Did you have something?
Hurry up. You cut me off to make this horrible argument. Hurry up.
Did you have
I'm tired of being cordial with you. Hurry up.
Did you have something?
Yes.
Did you?
Yes, social cue. Get it.
If you didn't unmute your mic,
Look, I let you cut me off, but now I'm tired of it. So hurry up.
So I'm sorry, but like it's really not realistic. Like the experience of the average sex worker is like, yes, it's slavery.
All right, so Sugar Belly is engaged in, because she was speaking for so long and so erroneous in her
I
logic,
hope you
and
took
she
my
knew it.
like
So
that.
I won't. God loves me. Anyway, she was so erroneous in her argument that I had time to come up with the fallacy that she was committing, and we're gonna call it the fallacy of composition, which she admittedly employed, right? All right, so here's the fallacy of composition. This is when you incorrectly assume that a characteristic true of the individual parts must also be true of the whole. So yes, there are individual parts. We'll just split the baby or split the sex worker. There's individual parts of sex working that are coercive and slavery. Then, as Matt described, there's a aspect or characteristic of sex work that is not. We're done. Thank you. Have a nice day. And all you did was use 75,000 words to make a bad argument. And look, I don't want to put belt to ass, Sugar Belly. So you needed it.
Thank you.
Can I?
So you didn't need to explain what I said in additional words. Sorry, only thing.
Yeah, we don't need an additional word.
Shut up, concrete.
So, okay, so like, I mean, again, just back to the whole slavery studies thing, right? So it's interesting that even this conversation is not, even among feminists, it's not a simple conversation. There are like serious feminist scholars on both sides of this argument who have said that sex work is not work, or that sex work is work. And so, for example, the abolitionists among people who do feminist studies around sex work, and they see not just prostitution, but prostitution, pornography, those kinds of things as institutionalized sexual subordination, and that in fact the reason why the consent for them is not real consent is because the consent is produced by inequality. And so the line to sexual slavery sort of is thin, right? So we have Catherine McKinnon, for example, Andrea Dworkin, Sheila Jeffries, Melissa Farley. All of these people say that prostitution is inherently exploitative and degrading, and that even though there is a market exchange, that market exchange does not coerce, does not sort of cleanse this kind of position. Now there are those in the middle road, right? That talk about the limits of market, the limits of coercion, the limits of exploitation. So you think of scholars like Magdalene, Deborah Zatz, that talk about the existence of both proper and noxious markets, right? That some markets are permissible only with strong materials. So, for example, rules around sex work, government protects workers, blah, blah. Otherwise, they will produce these like harmful power asymmetries, right? Then, of course, there are people who talk about contracts in terms of, say, if you have a sex worker and you have a contract, it can actually mask domination, and that prostitution can reproduce kind of hurt within patriarchy that it does within sex, right? So it reproduces that kind of patriarchal authority even when there is consent and all that. Now, there are people who say, well, if there are proper rules, then, for example, we can say that some people are not. So there are abolitionists, there are those in the middle, there are those who are radical on the part of sex work being work, and that is for them it is tied to the agency of women to be able to deal with sex how they see fit. And so if a woman wants to have sex with 100 men a day and she has agency to say no, she has agency to stop, she's not bound by contracts that force her to do it, which is the case, as one might argue, with a few so-called OnlyFans models, right, who are able to sell their services as they deem fit on their terms, and it's starting and ending on their terms. So some of those sort of people who are not on the abolitionist sort of side would argue that that is not slavery. So for me, I think that there are several ways to argue the point, and I think that all of them have some kind of merit. I'm not particularly tied to either one.
Nathan, I have to say.
Can I actually reply to
Come on, I came off first. Come on, man. Y'all gotta listen. Women are
Okay, so I'm
wonderful.
assuming that you're going
Women
to
are
speak,
wonderful.
and then Ashley will go after you, and I'll go after Ashley. Is that okay?
Women are wonderful creatures. There's nothing against y'all, but you have to be more assured. Thank you. Anyway, Nathan, I really like your approach. And maybe I'm interpreting. I want to make sure I'm interpreting it correctly, where you're laying groundwork on the underlying theory or thoughts on a topic in order for the listeners and the people, the enemy combatants such as Matt and Sugar Belly, to then come to the right conclusions based on this information that you're providing. Now I take it that is most useful when you're dealing with people who are operating in good faith and who are entrenched and intransigent with regards to their position, and they are willing to humbly consider the underlying frameworks that support these systems, these beliefs, these understandings. But I think after 3 or 4 rounds of somebody holding on to their position with unmovability, even in light of like damaging defeatedness, then I think that approach is no longer useful. Even though I think it's commendable to continue to try, but I hear what you're saying. I definitely want to give you your flowers on that. Now, again, I'm going to just reiterate the point because I think it's more effective in my approach, or in tandem with his opinion, my approach, which is to say I think Nathan has clearly laid out the position that it's not one or the other, but both, right? Not both, both. BOFF. And stop arguing against both, because we know that is the more reasonable, logical position. Yes, some sex work is slavery, not all. Not all. Hashtag not all. And Sugar Belly, if you argue against it again, that it's all slavery, then we know that you're just being ideological.
I strongly believe that you have a hearing problem.
One second. All right, just correct me when you're done. If you're not making that argument, fine.
It's already been done.
If you're not making that argument, then fine. And Ashley, here you go.
Nathan, I could make the argument that, because of the social structures and because the stigma that comes with it, once you start any kind of sex work, because of that stigma that comes along with it, you kind of can't get out of it. You kind of can't do anything else. So I see the argument where any type of sex work is a form of sex slavery. Like, even if you start it willingly, because later on, when you go to get another job, we've seen teachers fired and all of that. I'm just trying to engage in the conversation and offer different.
Actually, please go on, because I honestly,
You can't tell her to go on and you're interrupting her by telling her to go on.
Okay, Tim, was it you that
My plan was
problem. I'll go after her. I'll just get my mic.
Oh, I landed my plane.
Hold on, Tim. Be nice to Sugar Belly.
Okay, so Tim, so she's done, and I was after her. Are you like not going to mute me, or I don't know? You just been aggressive for no reason.
No, we've been modding good all day, and I come back in, you already interrupted me, but go ahead, you're up next. Stop the plane and fucking go.
Oh, you conveniently didn't come in when everybody else was
You're not
screaming
a
and shouting.
victim, Sugar Belly. You are not a
It's only
victim.
my voice that you heard. The whole time when they were shouting at themselves, you never came in to hear that one. Anyway, what was I even saying? Yeah, so concrete. I think you have a hearing problem because like even my initial statement was based on the fact that sex work is slavery for most of the sex workers, but clearly there's some sex workers who aren't enslaved. So I don't know why you felt that it was like in bad faith. Well, anyway, there's an also like bad faith, whatever. But actually, yeah. So I think like what you're saying is really interesting, and I think I found this to be true as well. That there's this manufactured stigma, you know, against women who have engaged in anything that's considered to be sex work, and the whole point of that stigma is to basically keep them out of polite society and almost like to depend on sex work or to continue depending on sex work. So like even if they want to change or they don't want to do that anymore, they want to stop doing the stigma is to prevent them from accessing like normal means of employment or like just normal means of social integration so that they're forced to be on the fringe and kind of whether they want or they don't want to like keep having to do the sex work. And then I wanted to say that like even in the parts of sex work that people think are kind of free from enslavement, so like OnlyFans for example, a lot of people see OnlyFans as like a sanitized kind of prostitution and sex work because they feel like you're just in your bedroom with your tripod or whatever it is, right? And you know, and there's nobody there coming to force you to do anything. But OnlyFans has a lot of hidden coercion. So, for instance, I've noticed this trend where a lot of the OnlyFans girls they have boyfriends who are either photographers or their boyfriends are like the people producing their videos or something like that. And then it ends up being this weird thing where they have to give the guy a cut of what they're making. And like one of the biggest OnlyFans creators, her name is Amaranth. And she's one of the few OnlyFans that was making like millions and millions of dollars, you know, from doing her hands. And Amaranth like basically broke down crying at some point, saying that like her boyfriend was forcing her to do the OnlyFans and that he was taking her money and you know, and she was being bullied and he was taking like her money and stuff. And people were shocked because she was incredibly successful, you know? So even when it doesn't look like there's coercion, there can be coercion there as well. But to what Ashley said, I think something that is incredibly interesting to me personally, right, is how in a lot of the societies where the people will say things like, oh, you know, prostitution makes a woman dirty, or like they'll turn up their noses towards any kind of hint of sex work, right? In a lot of those same societies, if you look at the way they go about their dating and their marriage and like their normal, quote unquote, normal relationships, a lot of it is basically prostitution, but just sanctioned. So like I hear some women like saying stuff like, oh, you know, after you learn this sex trick, he'll be paying for like your hair and your nails, or he'll be paying for your this or your that, or he'll be paying your bills or whatever. And I'm like, do you not realize that you're describing prostitution? You're basically saying that you're going to learn like advanced sex skills in order to induce a man to start paying some of your bills. It's just roundabout prostitution, like in another weird way.
Someone said
But
prostitution?
you don't see the What do you say?
No, it was just a joke. Shit.
Tell me it.
Yeah. So I was just like interested in what Ashley was saying because like I always thought it was hypocritical. I thought like the women who are basically, you know, they're basically fucking men for money, but the man they're fucking for money is their husband, or the man they're fucking for money is their boyfriend. They'll turn around and be like, oh my god, like, you know, she's dirty because she does whatever it is, OnlyFans, or because, you know, she's like a high-end escort, or she's like a regular prostitute. They're like, oh, she's dirty, but you're also like doing sex for money. Like, what's going on?
Sure, buddy. You buried the lead. So, do you agree that not all sex work is slavery?
Concrete, do hearing from that?
No, maybe I have an attention problem. I was like looking at something else. Can you just tell me succinctly?
Concrete, that is what I
Oh,
said.
is that what it was? It's
Okay.
That is what I said from the beginning, concrete.
Alright, sorry, Sugar Bro, sorry. Anyway, how you doing, Sugar Bro? You still in the market? What do you think about that?
What do you want? Do you want to marry me? Like,
Yo, Sugar Belly.
you have
Sugar Belly.
question 4 different times.
Sugar Belly. You know we talk about stocks and your crypto. Don't act like this is like some.
Do you want to be like right price?
Don't
Like,
act-
that's it.
Don't act like this is. Don't act like this is some flirtation device. You get it? Flirtation device. Anyway,
My bride price is 250K. Is that what you want?
It's like $2 grand in America.
No, $260,000, like US dollars. No.
Look, Chris Carter is Sugar Belly.
yo, Sugar Belly.
You know you buying that hand.
Right.
250K. Now you buying a hand for 250K.
Now you're out of
You
your
know what
mind.
kind of problem you're gonna have? You know what kind
Now
of
you're
problem
out of
you're
your
gonna have
mind.
with Sugar Belly? You know what kind of problem you're gonna have with Sugar Belly?
And on top of that, 50,000 in gold. So, 24 carats.
What's my price? What's my
She's talking
price?
about the gold
How
chocolate.
much per ounce?
Yeah, that's gotta be
carats
about
minimum.
the chocolate.
24 carats.
Anyway, so.
She said 24
that was, yo,
Oh yeah, and she just blew us out of there. She said she wants 24.
Sugar Belly, my price would be the best investment I've ever made in my life.
So,
How tall
you
are you,
asked
Sugar Belly?
me the same
Yeah,
question. So, I want to know
How tall are you, Sugar
like,
Belly?
if that's your plan.
How tall are you? How tall are you?
I'm 6 feet tall.
Stop lying.
Okay, you know what? Wait, hang on. So I'm just going to say one thing. El Nathan, I know El Nathan in real life, so ask El Nathan how tall I
Oh
am.
my
Okay,
God.
like, is she being honest?
Wait, I didn't know y'all had.
Yeah, she is tall.
Oh my God.
Now, Sugar Belly, you know you're being irresponsible.
Hey, y'all gotta stop saying that.
Belly, you are being irresponsible. You should have
Y'all-
had a billion babies. All of them would be NBA players.
Real shit, he ain't lying.
Y'all gotta stop talking to my queen. I don't like the way y'all speaking to my queen. Anyway,
My bad,
Sugar Belly.
concrete. My bad.
We'll move out the way, Kyrie. We'll move out the way. Go ahead.
Thank you. So, do you take? Anyway, let's move.
If any of you want to get to Sugar Belly, I'm the official broker. You have to account for me.
Not El Nathan trying to get cut of my bride price.
Yeah, I need like 8%. I'm not even gonna take that. Just take
These
8%.
are Nigerians for real.
See, what we gonna do is we turn into goats.
No, I'm sorry, I'm not accepting goats. Like I'm only accepting cows, like full, unhealthy cows, like not those
What the fuck is this? What the fucky?
Oh, she hating. Look at her
Back
hating.
to the
Oh, she hating. Oh, she hating. Stop
You
hating.
should learn how to shut the fuck up.
Look at them.
Fucking incel, you just fucking talk.
Oh, shit.
Like, you know what? If I was a guy country, I swear to God, if I had a fucking dick, I'll fucking answer me to my bitch. You're so fucking
You know what?
annoying.
That's that same guava spirit.
Who is that?
Guava, don't you have that same spirit?
Who is that?
Some
Sound like
players.
a little sister.
A new Alox player.
You're a fem cell, and like, I mean, you're
See what you done did to me,
I
Sugar
meant
Belly?
incel, I meant incel.
Sugar Belly, see what happened?
Incel, and you're just so
Now you
weird.
finna get married.
You just talk. Are you married? Nobody could have married your bitch ass. And anyone did, you want to beat her up and rape children because you're a fucking weirdo. I feel bad for any woman that married him. I'm scared of him, actually. He wants to beat me up. I'm scared. I'm scared of him. I don't have a dick, so you should be.
Concrete, don't say anything else. This is kind of weird.
Wait, what's going on? Do you endorse
Y'all
her
can go
beef?
to
Like,
the
what's
back
going on?
channel,
Just
go
got
to a
here.
private,
Just got
we
here.
move
This is her
on.
first day here.
You guys can go
I do not
into
know
a
her.
private,
Look
you
at
guys
Carolyn
can go
hating.
into a back
Sugar Belly,
channel.
you see what happened now that they know
But
we finna get
we
married?
move on from the conversation, cause I don't wanna hear that. And I'm
We know. Stop being Tally. You're not a good Tally. You like Tally.
hear about a gorilla climbing a tree. Can we move on?
Motherfucking D.
She also said you're
Trigger belly, but I'm 6 feet tall too. What are your thoughts?
That's fine.
You don't want to hear
I'm in the house. Yeah.
Sorry.
By the way, Concrete, I appreciate you wiring that 100K last week.
No problem, buddy.
I appreciate that 14.
Appreciate it.
This
No problem,
hype,
fellas.
this hype thing, right?
And that order for that king size blanket for 2,000, that really helped me out.
Something that has surprised me, like, I will say like something that I really found very surprising is how obsessed American women are with men's height. I found it incredibly surprising. Like they talk about men being tall so much, and I don't understand the obsession because a lot of American women are very short. They're like 5'5" or something like that. They're quite short. So I don't understand. Like why
Not too much on short people. I'm a bad one.
Yeah, but I mean, so I think what I'm trying to say, like, it makes sense for like tall people to date other tall, and for short people to date their fellow short people. But the people, in fact, the shorter they are, the more obsessed they are with tall men.
And that's a
It
fact.
confuses me so much.
Well, that's because tallness represents masculinity, and it also represents dominance. When you're tall and you are, and that is more masculine. That's why when we see tall women, they think they're trainees. But
Yeah, I've
we
heard that.
gotta check the anatomy.
I've heard this kind of idea from Americans as well. So like that's like the flip side of it, right? So I've seen Americans calling tall women masculine, and that also confused me as well because I don't know, height has never figured into masculinity for me. And I don't. It's not a very big deal like in Nigeria. But in America, height apparently is a very big deal. So I was like, people are, I'm even seeing like men going to get surgery to break their legs and like make their legs longer to look taller.
Yeah, that's just the internet, baby girl. That ain't everywhere.
Sugar Belly, there is finally something we agree on. I dated one tall guy. Not my entire dating career, which was very short. I dated one tall guy. Every time we went out, I thought he. I'm only 5'4".
Dating career? Did you say dating career?
Yeah, dating career.
I got married young.
I love it.
I got married young. Okay. But I dated one guy that was over 6 feet, and I always felt like he was taking me on a walk. I was like, I didn't like it. I didn't like it. No, my husband's only 5'10".
Yeah, so like, in terms of like height.
Yeah, she does hate, bro. I'm like 5'10", bro.
For me, like the only preference I have when it comes to height is just
Point is actually the guy that you married is taller than you, not that he's over 6 foot.
Yeah, but he's not that much taller.
Yeah, but she's
Like, I mean,
short.
if there's too much of a height difference, it's like, dude, how do I even kiss this dude?
Exactly.
Do I get a step ladder?
Your nigga ain't in the he's 6'5".
I mean, so for example, like my dad is 6'8",
He can't jump, though.
right? My dad
Right
is
there.
6'8".
Yeah, he's
My
6'5",
mom is-
and
my mom is
shut up.
5'8".
You're so annoying.
Your mom is 5'8".
Yeah, my mom's 5'8", my dad is 6'3", and I'm 6'8". So I'm kind of like in between them. I'm taller than my mom, but I'm shorter than my dad.
Interesting.
But with the whole height thing, I feel like the only limitation I have on height is just practicality, as Ashley said. If you're gonna get a neck problem trying to kiss this person in either direction, then it doesn't make any sense. But if the guy is the same height as me, that's fine. If he's slightly shorter than me, that's fine. If he's slightly taller than me, that's fine.
To be
But
fair,
I don't understand it.
Sugar Belly, with Nigerians, the average Nigerian man is a confident man, right? There are other things that make up for not having maybe the ideal physical stats
Yeah,
in
it's
Nigerian
quite common to see Nigerian men short, and their wives are towering above them, and that's like very normal.
Look, King of Sugar Belly, the shorter the Nigerian man, the bigger ego.
The more he likes tall women.
Yeah, the shorter the Nigerian man, the bigger his ego. Like,
Yeah, I
you see
agree,
a short
I
Nigerian
agree.
man, be afraid. Be
Sugar
afraid.
belly, do you resemble Yemi Alade?
Do I? Sorry, what do you say?
resemble Yemi?
No, I don't.
Oh.
Ask him if
What about
he
T-Will Savage?
resembles
What about T-Will Savage?
I don't know. I don't think so. I don't know.
Sugar Belly asked Concrete if he resembles Cedric the Entertainer.
Concrete, do you resemble Cedric the Entertainer?
No, I'm taller than him.
Okay, so and Carolyn, what like features are you trying to like compare?
Oh, I was
He's just trying to be shady because we're getting married.
I'm not.
No, me and you, Sugar Belly. She's mad that we're getting married.
Wait, excuse me, wait, 1 second. How are we getting married? Did I accept bride price from you? Did you give me any gold?
It's
You
on the
haven't
way.
given me any gold, and you're telling me we're getting married. Concrete, go on Mene right now and buy me something.
Oh God.
Go on Mene.
Girl, listen, you can have him.
She's open-minded, and you gotta
You can
open
have
minded.
him. You can have Concrete because
say open wallet, open ass.
Yeah, open wallet, open practice.
Omicron. Y'all are wild, man.
you can feed him some food,
How can you be going around
and some mussels.
Foo.
Wait, what? Like, number one, I hate fufu and I hate egusi. Number two, yes. But number two, how can you be going around telling people that we're getting married? You haven't bought me anything from Mene. You haven't bought me anything from Over, right? And you have the guts to be telling people that we're getting married. Go on Mene.com or go on
He can buy you a Starbucks drink.
and buy
Sugar Belly, you want a hand crocheted, king size blanket.
No. Actually, no. Actually, I don't play that way. So what I want is on Mene right now. They have a fishbone necklace. I think it's like 16 to 18 inches of pure 24 karat gold. That's what I want to start.
Man, blocking my pocket, Sugar Belly. You're blocking my
Just like
pocket.
an Igbo woman. Just like it.
You're blocking my pockets, okay? I'm trying to get my business going.
Hey, all right, God, we're gonna have to make this work while we're
Nigga, I never wanted you. I never wanted you.
Yo, chill, guys. Don't do that.
He can buy you a Starbucks. You understand?
I don't want you.
I don't know why this person want to focus on her.
Before you get
I don't know why she want to focus on me. I'm talking to Sugar.
Y'all niggas.
I'm moving on, bro. Like,
check that into like try to check me.
get your life together.
No,
don't worry about me.
get your car together.
Cars?
Wait, is this like a lover's spot?
No.
No, it's some woman with some weird ass obsession.
Hey, you big stupid dummy, stop going around here and pretending that you're me. Tell everybody that you're a supermodel when you're really not a supermodel.
Talk to your Sugar Belly.
Shut the fuck up!
I'll shut the fuck up.
Thank you, appreciate you.
Yeah, I mean, if you're going to date an Igbo woman, you need to be ready to spend money. This is very
mentioned, it really is an interesting and odd thing to me that it's not being clearly identified, is that Charlie Kirk was not being targeted in the Kimmel comments. What happened is that Kimmel opportunistically, or his writers, who knows, I mean, guys, who knows if Kimmel really did the research here, right? Was opportunistically applying what Charlie Kirk did to the Republican/MAGA group, and it was just completely false. I mean, it's like blatantly false. It's actually hilariously false. I mean, this was a guy who was anti-Charlie Kirk, someone clearly conservative, Republican MAGA, and was very pro-trans, anti-Trump, and anti-conservative movement, and clearly pro-trans is the kind of the focal point. I mean, so whoever, unfortunately for Kimmel, he didn't do his due diligence, because I think he's a smarter guy than that, and likely his writer just kind of fucked everyone, essentially, by being lazy and not actually realizing that Charlie Kirk was on the other side of things. So that's literally what happened. It's unfortunate for everyone, because I do think, ultimately, that the government is putting the pressure in the FCC. People don't like this, and you know I'm onto something when that's the case, right? The FCC and the administration clearly put at least indirect pressure in this direction. The Nexstar acquirer of a lot of the assets out of ABC, a big deal for them, also seemingly put pressure on it, and we don't know what backdoor conversations were had. So what happened, it seems, in summary, is that this distribution pressure on down the chain could also be Nextars, I don't know, maybe they're owned by Republicans and they just were boiled their blood and they're like, if we're gonna take this guy out, if we're gonna do this deal. We don't know all the details, but clearly a pressured move, and also one that is really incited by the political climate in the United States and the MAGA team and the Trump administration having the opportunity here to highlight a blatant, what looks like liberal media propaganda, right? Because unfortunately for, again, Kimmel, it was clearly incorrect to the point of libel, I believe. And he said it anyway, and I think they jumped on it and made a martyr out of him. And I agree with that too. I heard someone else say that. It was brilliant. I totally agree. This could be the best thing for Kimmel's career since, his career. Like, he could make a killing off of this financially by, getting this turmoil on his name and taking the right side of things, or the side of things that are most profitable to him. So, sorry, Marshall, I see you want to say something. And I kind of closed there too, so perfect timing.
Marshall, do you want to go? Jim, kind of work.
I don't know, it kind of sounds like we're saying, well, something shitty happened to Jimmy Kimmel, but there's going to be something real good on the other side of that. I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I'm sure you would agree with me. Government, FCC, those folks getting involved, saying they're going to censor people, probably not the best thing in the world for free viewpoints. But if the government's getting involved in viewpoint discrimination, essentially saying there's one right method of behavior, and that's not to mock Charlie Kirk, I'm worried that verges, to say politely, into government censorship, and I'm not so sure that's the thing we want to do in our country.
Thank you, Marshall. Now, guys, I was walking, so I have Les next in the queue. Is that correct, everybody?
Yes.
All right, Les, my main man. It's your turn, my friend.
Well, I looked at what Jimmy Kimmel said, and he did not say anything bad about the assassinated guy. He merely said that the assassin, he didn't think he left-wing guy, and that this was being used to paint all the left-wing guys, and he thought he might be a right-wing guy. And it's very likely that this joke was written at the time where all that was known was that he had Republican parents, and he was a guy that went hunting with a hunting rifle, and that's not necessarily a left-wing guy. I don't know how much of this him having being insulted by trans, which I think is, and I don't know this person, but I'm assuming that's what motivated this. So I don't see what Kimmel did. He was incorrect, but frankly, 70% of the people on Clubhouse would be not able to speak if they got something wrong about breaking news, because people make assumptions, and which I would never want to see. And I believe the question is not just free speech, but we don't want to suppress and make people afraid to speak, and to have different viewpoints. And what else is important? One other thing. Also kind of wondering, I would love to see this talked about in the chat if someone's interested. We had experiences like with the Red Scare, And, we were worried about Stalin and stuff, and he was a horrible guy. And we had suppression, especially in Hollywood and stuff, and the TV industry. And what people felt about that, you have the right of association, and on the other hand, you don't want to see talented people not being able to work and all the harm that was done there. And finally, in terms of talent, I think Colbert and Kimmel are very, very talented. And to compare them with Carson was living in an era where there are only three choices at most. ABC, the three major networks. Now there are a million choices, really a billion choices, any website, all these streaming services. And to compare their numbers doesn't have to do with their talent. However, it does say that the business model that worked before doesn't work now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Les. As always, great to see you here in other rooms. And let's go from the mighty, mighty Midwest. Meryl, welcome.
Hey, Scott, can you do me a favor?
Yeah, sure.
As you continue to moderate, could you do it in the Trump voice? That'd be great.
We're gonna go to Meryl. She's a very nasty woman. Okay, very nasty. She's very nasty. She's like worse than Rosie, if you can believe that. Go ahead.
Thank you, Howard. First of all, my son used to work for Disney corporate finance, production finance. I tried to get hold of him all day because I wanted to know what's his take on the cost of nightline and nighttime and all of that stuff. But he probably was avoiding this conversation, so he didn't call me back. I would like to look at what Kimmel said in a broader sense. We're hearing what he said is it's really half of what was actually happening. He said that that the right was that MAGA people were hoping that this guy wasn't one of them, the killer wasn't one of them. But you have to remember that the president immediately announced that this fellow was, whoever it was the far left, radical, evil left. The evil left. So he was actually kind of making fun of that. Regardless, he also made a mistake because to talk about that at that particular time was like talking about Jesus, because Trump had built this man up. This man, Charlie Kirk, has been built up more in death than he was in life. And it is abhorrent to begin with that he was assassinated. That is abhorrent. There's no question about it. But you have to take it also and consider your president was talking about it. Your president was blaming people, and your president put it in a political climate, put it in a political sense, and that is what Jimmy Kimmel does. I'm not going to worry about his contract because it's apparent they didn't fire him. There is some concern about what's in the contract, what's not in the contract, so they have suspended him indefinitely. So, I've worked on contracts, I know about these things, so I'm not going to be too concerned. They went to their lawyers, the lawyer said, right now, just suspend him. So that's where I sit on that. Should he have been? I think we are not being honest with ourselves if we say that there isn't some political pressure, something from higher up. We're not talking about executives, we're talking about Trump. And regarding deals and people that were going to not carry the show anymore, that also while it's a business decision, it may have been based on a political decision as well. He is somebody who has made political commentary part of his humor, whether you like it or not, don't watch. But I do believe that this is political overtones, and it is about free speech. Just free speech about the wrong person. Thank you.
Thank you, Meryl. I don't know if I can do it all in the Trump voice because it takes. I gotta write material.
I prefer no Trump voice.
Yeah, okay, David, absolutely. Perfect.
Am I next on your
You
list?
are next, David. Thank you very much. What do you have to say?
I think we see a trend here. ABC backed down on a lawsuit that they had with Trump that they knew was very winnable. That started a bad precedent. Maybe they had no choice, maybe in their minds, and they did have, this pending business deal coming. Sinclair, I guess, is involved with the newest one. They are basically MAGA. I guess they're a third of the deal. If you watch their stations nationwide, I don't know if I should say this. I'll wait for maybe Gary to come back, but I'm glad for him to use the word gay as in happy and reclaim it. So I found that refreshing. The Trump administration just filed a $15 billion lawsuit against the New York Times. I mean, you can't tell me that there isn't intimidation. I know Abby is in the audience, and I've got it right here. I'm sorry. There's a Supreme Court.
Which decision? I'm on stage.
Oh, good. Number 22842. It was May 30, 2024. The NRA against Maria Buello. I'll read the short part here. Sotomayor found that government, she wrote the majority, government officials cannot attempt to coerce private parties in order to punish or suppress views the government disfavors. So there's that precedent. And Kimmel was blatantly anti-Trump. I think he crossed the line many other times. I like him as a person. I don't think he's funny. Liked him better in some of his previous shows. But we're seeing a trend of suppression here now. I can't hear what you said.
You guys he opened up by accident. He's talking something about communion, Steve.
Hey guys, sorry. Yeah, can you mute yourself? Sorry about that.
So that's the gist of my thoughts, and I've enjoyed the conversation.
Thank you so much, David. Let's go to Odion Ware. Odion Ware, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, everyone. I wanted Gary to be as I'm speaking because what is happening right now, things I told he and Marshall, but it's not that I was being an alarmist. Again, this is something that I studied in University of Brisbane, Queensland, the fall of democracies. I spoke about one on the Rwandan genocide and how it started. And what Trump is doing, what the FCC is doing, interfering, cajoling, is what led to these things. I mean, these things have been done. I mean, books, articles, studies have been done on the behavior of authority. Today, Trump said that because he won the election on Air Force One, nobody has the right to mock him. And the FCC is now going to go after TV stations. So, well, Americans voted for Trump. They should be able to live with the consequences. But for me, my job is to come up every day and remind, when things like this happen, and remind Gary, I told you so. Thank you very much. I yield.
Thank you very much, Odion Ware. Appreciate it. And we come now to Linda. Linda, welcome to the stage. What do you have to say?
Hi everyone, good evening. I just want to say, I know it sounds kind of dumb, but when I was growing up, my dad came to the country in the 80s, and he lived in a totally different country. So he used to watch with my mom, Johnny Carson, and then and then went on to Jay Leno and Dave Letterman, that whole thing. But then there was the one guy, I forget what his name was, and he had a big lawsuit with one of them. I forget I don't know if it was Conan. He made a bunch of money off of that lawsuit. I think it was Conan. I don't remember. But anyway, so yeah, I remember this Johnny Carson was making jokes about the president one time, my dad freaked out. He's like, oh my God, he can't say those kind of things. He's going to be arrested. He's going to be shot. You know, the government's going to come after him. He's going to be in trouble. And my mom said, calm down. This is America. People have freedom. You know, we have First Amendment. We have freedom of speech. You can make jokes. You can make fun of the president. You can make fun of things. And so my dad, he was like, oh, that's right. So yeah, I feel like my dad, his paranoia, I feel like I'm starting to feel that way now. It's like, you can't even have, an opinion. I don't think anything that Jimmy Kimmel said was really that offensive. He didn't he didn't make fun of Charlie Kirk. He didn't directly attack Charlie Kirk's family. I don't think anything he said was very that distasteful or inappropriate. I mean, he just said, his opinion and on who the killer and the shooter was and where they were from. I think because Trump has sued various media outlets, he's now suing the New York Times. He's sue happy. I think that's what ABC is afraid of. I think they're definitely scared of, there could be a lawsuit. I think they're money, and it's what they can do for a money grab. And then I do think that these broadcasting companies, there's political MAGA and various conservatives or whatever, different political views, and I think they're on I think people right now are on a political witch hunt. If you say anything about Charlie Kirk that people don't agree with, they're on a political witch hunt about it, and it's pretty ridiculous. I read the article by Sinclair Broadcasting, what they're demanding. They're demanding that Jimmy Kimmel issue a formal apology to Charlie Kirk. They're also demanding that he give Charlie Kirk's family money. I mean, it's crazy. This is America. I feel like people should be able to state their opinions. And I'll say this last thing. I mean, things that Charlie Kirk said weren't always, the nicest things about certain groups of people. He said some things that I was like, wow, that's really kind of evil. But I had to sit and listen to it and grin and bear it, and I had the option to change the channel, change YouTube, listen or watch something else. So I just feel like, how can he sit there and he's allowed to say all these things, but then another person wants to make a commentary and they can't? And the last thing I want to say is, I don't know if you guys are aware of this, but there's currently a petition going on. It's a growing petition to punish South Park because they made an episode about Charlie Kirk before he died. And South Park already pulled the episode from their reruns. Comedy Central has pulled the episode out of their reruns, but the episode aired August 6th. This is before he died. He watched the episode himself and said it was funny, because I watched that commentary Charlie Kirk made. And it's still streaming on the Paramount Plus platform, but there's nothing South Park I don't think can really do about that, or either could Comedy Central if it's still streaming on a platform. That would be up to Paramount Plus to remove it. But yeah, there's people that want South Park canceled. I just think people are going way too far with this, and I definitely think Trump's influence is just going way too far. People should be able to have an opinion. This is America, and they're just, it's kind of like a fascist dictatorship, and that's all I want to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Linda. I really appreciate your contribution. And let's go to Ben. Ben, welcome to the stage. How are you? What do you have to say?
Hey, real quick, Scott, did I make it back in enough time? I thought Gary was leaving. I didn't want to lose my spot. I thought he had control of the world.
Yeah, you're good. You're good, Chris. We'll put you in the queue. All right, because you were here before. No problem, buddy. Go ahead, Ben.
So if anything, the person, whatever Kimmel said, the person that should be offended should not really be the Kirk's family, but rather Trump himself. I think that whole, if you watch the video, the whole context of this so-called offending speech, I think he was ridiculing Trump's reaction or response when reporters were asking him, how do you feel, after, this Kirk happened, he was shot. And then he just briefly just saying, oh, I'm doing good. We're building this wonderful ballroom, blah, 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 blah. It's a great chandelier. I think Kimmel was really ridiculing mostly the response by Trump being seemingly a bit of a cavalier and drifting away from the really the topic that he was asked, basically his response and emotions after Charlie Kirk was murdered. So I think that was the gist of it. And if I look at the actual words of what maybe the FCC Brandon Carr was referring to, that he said something offensive to Kirk, he or his family or disrespect. He was basically saying, I'm reading this really short paragraph. We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them, and doing everything they can to score political points from it. So if this were in a court of law, and one side was arguing that he was denigrating Kirk, or saying that the alleged murder was one of the MAGA gang, this could be a really interpretation, because honestly, if you were to really accuse Kimmel of smearing the MAGA gang, if you will, I think he's not really saying that this alleged shooter is a MAGA, but rather he's saying that the MAGA crowd is trying to push this person away from their crowd, if you will. I think that's what he's accusing, if you will. So there's very little in my mind that the FCC should find this as disrespectful of Kirk's family, or insightful, or anything to that. So anything basically in the public interest that Brandon Carr mentioned. So I think there's a very, very weak argument to say that the FCC needs to step in if the stations, the networks don't do anything about Kimmel, because Kimmel had said something drastically evil that would hurt public interest. The thing that I wanted to, I mean, a lot of people have mentioned a lot of good points. I think the First Amendment angle, I still think it's important, because we really do believe, not even for comedians, even from newscasters, they have a large, fairly higher threshold of being held as against the law for things that they say, because we do want to set a relatively high, high bar rather, or at least give them leeway to express themselves as journalists, free of constraints, if other than violating laws that are strictly prohibiting like incitement violence, yelling fire in the crowded theater, etc., etc. And then in the case of comedians, I think they should be entitled to even more. They really should be able to ridicule, make fun of the political figures and political phenomena or movements, without the fear that they can be pulled off air or punished. But other than that, I think there's one other angle that I wanted to add to this conversation, which is that, remember, this is before FCC issued any rulings taking away licenses, which they probably can't really do, or any court order NBC to stop Kimmel. It's before any of that happened. It's actually the companies, the employers, preemptively doing this. In fact, the word preemptive was used in the news report for putting Kimmel indefinitely in suspension. So I think, to me, this is even more concerning, because if there was a court challenge of FCC's action, that's one thing that a federal judge could issue based on constitutional First Amendment right, that the FCC had done something wrong. But this is before that. The companies themselves, ostensibly for the purpose of their business dealings, as in trying to gain favor from FCC to allow them to buy stations or to make exceptions to the whatever the 39% rule of ownership, and they themselves are doing this. So they're sort of doing the bidding of the government in terms of restricting speech. And I think nowadays, with technology being such an integral part of our lives, we should be more aware that First Amendment doctrine or previous case laws, maybe they need to be updated in modern days to understand the power of these private companies regulating speech themselves, ostensibly for private purposes, but in fact it's impacting the everyday citizens' way of life and freedom of speech via the comedians or news broadcasters. So I think that's even more concerning to me. And if this trend continues under the current administration, where law firms are capitulating, stations are paying up, 15, $60 million settlement, even though they may have a fairly decent chance of winning in court of law if this will come before a federal judge for final resolution. I think that will impact our way of life much further than any particular comedian or even administration. I would think that this is a platform that we should be, all of us, voters or not, should make it known that we want to defend our right to freedom of speech and be aware of the power of private companies, sort of in cahoot with the small, not small government. To me, what this administration has done is really not stereotypical of philosophy of small government, but rather they're pretty looming large in our lives with their actions, direct or indirect. Thank you, Scott.
Thank you so much, Ben. Appreciate your contribution to the conversation. And let's go to my dear friend Abby. Abby, welcome to the stage.
Thank you. So first of all, to just clear up a couple things Ben said, which I wasn't even going to talk about. You absolutely can yell fire in a theater as long as it's not an untruth. Scott. If there happens to be a fire in a theater, you better yell it. It's only when it's an untruth that it is not protected. With respect to his other comment, which is the prior restraint that he's claiming for the preemptive act, these are private companies. It's already been litigated in front of the Supreme Court with respect to how much government regulation is going to attach to these companies. We had the case, what was it, last year or the year before with Twitter. So, I mean, I would argue not for more government and more government involvement, especially in the private sector. I actually was coming up to talk about one of the companies involved because I know them extremely well. I've had many contractual deals with them, and I know the senior management of the company. And I also understand how the market share works with ratings and with sponsors. And you really have to look at, first of all, Sinclair and Nexstar. First of all, Sinclair actually had the deal to buy Tribune as they spun off the actual newspaper, and Tribune was going to sell those stations. That was during the Trump administration in 2018, and the FCC didn't come to their side. Sinclair ended up not doing the deal, and lost a lot of money in the transaction. Shareholders took a bite with that. And now Nexstar picks up the same deal basically to come in and saturate the market and own and go over the monopoly number of ownerships of these affiliate stations. These I can speak to Sinclair, which is a conservative company. David Smith is conservative, although on his board he has Democrats and outspoken Democrats. He has a mix on his board. Also in his senior management, there's a mix. But it is a conservative leaning company. And it's their choice if they want to air different syndications or different TV shows or not. And, I really think you have to look at the business decisions that they made and also what Nexstar made. And it also has to do with viewership. I said this in another room. Steve was in the room with me. It was a big stage, and I asked how many people on the stage actually watch regular network TV, because most of these late night shows were a result of people that were tuning in for the 11 o'clock local news in their cities, and then they naturally would go on to the late show. And the viewership on the evening news is, they're winning with a 2 to a 3 point share in ratings when it used to be 12 to 15 points. It's just dropped substantially. And sponsors have dropped. These stations make their money during the election cycles. It's considerable money, especially with PAC money, which is so much more than when the candidate themselves is buying the airtime. So I think those are all their business factors, and that coupled with these companies not making their choice. And yes, could it be that they want to gain favor with the FCC? Perhaps that's the reason Nexstar made that choice. However, that's a business choice of a company, of a private company. So that's what I wanted to say.
Thank you so much, Abby. Always great to see you. And let's go to Chris. Chris, welcome to the stage. What do you have to say?
Hey, what's going on, Howard and Alan? For the recorded page in this room, please send my wishes to Gary directly when she's recording. Let's get to the topic. Should Kimmel have been suspended? Well, obviously not. Again, another overreach from our administration. The sensitive bunch.
Window, I sure hope you're looking down, because we ain't going quiet, we go screaming.
The people who told us that the liberals were crying liberal tears. Very crazy to witness people try to make sense of it as if they had any sense of what type of rating it should
Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now.
Prior to yesterday, actually. Yesterday. Like, this wasn't a topic, so with everybody digging and plowing for research and analysis and ways to conform the vision for what they believe.
Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if heaven has a window.
I will say it in my words, idiotic.
Charlie.
Impressive. And the reason I say it's idiotic because we don't have to reach that far to make this shit make sense. The man stated that Charlie Kirk's death was bad. We all agree. Nobody needs to be assassinated, shot, whatever. We can go the whole route. We all know the spiel that we're all supposed to say here. But that wasn't what was funny about that show. What was funny about that show was that he told the American people that Donald Trump reacted to Tony Kirk's death like a 4-year-old who just
This guy's whack. Your show sucks, dude, because you
that
suck.
is a quality show. At the highest level. The video that you showed prior to that was exactly that. Of a child, no disrespect to the president, excuse me, of a man who obviously seems to not care or give a fuck about what happened yesterday. Hey, listen.
Dude,
I'm alright. Hey, how are you feeling about the president knowing that he's before the president? I'm good. However, look at all them trucks over there. See that stuff I told y'all was built in the backyard? That's going up right now. You asked me about that.
Jesus rebukes you.
Got all that cement in them, man. We're about to put that ballroom together like we planned. Now, yes, I'm paraphrasing a lot of that. I made a lot of that up for the entertainment of this conversation. But that is exactly what that man did on national TV after being asked about a tragic death that just happened days ago. So what Jimmy Kimmel stated was probably the closest fact of truth that we've gotten out of anybody in the last few days. The man actually did not give a damn anymore about the conversation about Charlie Kirk. Basically the same amount of not give a fucks that he have about the Epstein file, if we're being honest. So yeah, witnessing him use the FCC as his battering ram to people attacking or making him feel less than who he is. It's sad because we shouldn't be able, again, this is just another instance of the administration overreaching in categories that should be bipartisan. And the people that are supposed to be bipartisan in those categories actually just said, nah, I'll bend the knee. For whatever reason, if that's just loyalty or you have something over it, we don't know. We don't know why he keeps winning lawsuits against television networks for basically nothing. Why they're paying out specifically for basically nothing. I've used basically to hold a lot of weight here because I don't want to go into details of what they've been sued for. But the same goes for the Jimmy Kimmel, hey, you need to accept an apology and you need to donate to the charity. That sounds like a shakedown in my eyes because he never said anything that disrespects Charlie Kirk's death. But we watched the shakedown now for going on 10 months. Since the president took office, we've literally watched the shakedown of America. Companies, organizations, hell, our museums are being shut down now. Next will be the American people. Maybe we were the first because he told us that he would get the prices down, and we completely forgot about that, or at least the they did, while he threw everything out at us and told us we were all supposed to pay attention to the other issues. So back to the topic. Should Kimmel have been suspended? No. It would be foolish to keep trying to make reasons around network TV dying. Hey, somebody's watching. I Googled it. They said the highest rating is between 7 and 11 on all national television. That still leads into Kimmel still having some baseline or base of the TV slot. And realistically, yeah, nobody watches TV, but everybody sees clips. So yeah, TV may have a loss leader, but TV also shouldn't be all for profit. Because if it's all for profit, they basically just tells us they can do whatever they want to make sure it's making money for them, but it does not have to be quality entertainment for the American people. And that's what the FCC should be fighting for. Not one left wing or right wing joke going a little bit too far. It should be making sure that the quality of the information is good. And if you're telling me that the joke about Donald Trump wasn't quality information, well, maybe you guys shouldn't be in charge of entertainment. Air quotes there. I hope y'all caught that. Air quotes, entertainment. Or the ability to affect our entertainment. Because he never got out of body, he never said anything rude. Only thing he might have said rude was directed to the president, and that's who affected his job. Very crazy to witness. I wish we would stop trying to politicize and overanalyze everything for the sake of being the person in the room that may seem like the biggest brain. But let's just start speaking from our troops, our heart. Well, if we would have seen this on any demographic, any other base, any other political party, even if it was an independent political party, we would all be up in order. We should not allow our First Amendment rights to be taken away under the pretenses of a situation that none of us have anything to do with. They're working real hard to convince us that our First Amendment rights shouldn't be this open and free. I don't care what Charlie Kirk said about me. I'm a black man in America. It wouldn't be the first time a white man went on stage somewhere and tried to discourage people from believing black people can, will, and do. We survived it this far, guys. So now let's not have air quotes, and I don't want to be disrespectful, but people, like Kimmel said, like the Utah governor said, people start being sad, depressed, hurt, and ass hurt behind words that 2 days ago, 3 days ago, 4 weeks ago, you didn't care about. They're using you, they're confusing you. They got you fighting for something you don't care about when your prices are still high. And I'm gonna land here. Because I appreciate the time, and I know Gary left, so we probably got a little time, but I don't want to use much. I've said a lot.
Thanks so much, Chris.
Hold on, I got you, but let me stay with this, and I got you. Truthfully, I really think we need to come together as a people and start having better conversations in the middle. And if everybody has an analysis take from their left side, or everybody has some deep analysis take from their right side, we'll never get to the middle where we get to have a real polished conversation, a real open and honest conversation about where we all feel we should be there. Because I'm sure this is not what the Republican Party thought. The Republican voters, I promise you, didn't think this was going into law. Same goes for the leftist voters. Same goes for the independent and left center, whatever you want to call it, right center, whatever. We all now need to start having discussions. Is this what we picture for our future? And if that's the case, and we get to the table and we have a real honest, earnest conversation about where we all stand in this America, and we find out that this is the best case scenario, then fuck it, that's the best case scenario. But it's time to start having a real conversation with real feelings, real emotion that don't tie you back to Republican or Democrat, or independent or Republican, or leftist or right. We need to have a real human conversation so we can figure out how to stop some of this before we lose it all fighting each other. All right, thank you, Scott. Thank you, Alan. Thank you, Howard.
Thank you so much, Chris.
What did we even say other than say we need to have a polished conversation? I didn't hear a fucking thing come out of his lips that had anything to do with anything.
All right, Steve, welcome to the stage. What do you have to say, man?
Pleasure to be here, and I hope Gary is okay. I'm going to read an op-ed, an article that I posted on my Facebook this morning. This is by a Los Angeles criminal defense attorney and sometimes ABC commentator Lou Shapiro. Quote, Jimmy Kimmel's suspension from ABC followed remarks he made during his monologue about the killing of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. On September 15th, he said, quote, "We hit some new lows over the weekend with the MAGA gang desperately trying to characterize this kid who murdered Charlie Kirk as anything other than one of them and doing everything they can to score political points from it," close quote. He also criticized the responses by political figures that former President Trump was the fourth stage of grief construction after Trump, when asked if he was holding up, responded by talking about a new ballroom being built at the White House. The reaction was swift and polarizing. President Donald Trump gloated, quote, "Great news for America," close quote. The ratings challenged Jimmy Kimmel's show is canceled. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert, if that's possible, close quote. He later added, Jimmy Kimmel is not a talented person. He had very bad ratings, and they should have fired him a long time ago. On the other side, celebrities and political leaders rallied to Kimmel's defense. Actor Ben Stiller posted simply, "This isn't right." Actress Jean Smart wrote, "I am horrified at the cancellation of Jimmy Kimmel Live. What Jimmy said was free speech, not hate speech. People seem to only want to protect free speech when it suits their agenda. What is happening to our country?" Comedian Wanda Sykes accused the Trump administration of silencing dissent. Rosie O'Donnell, Kathy Griffin, and Sophia Bush all joined in condemning the suspension, warning of rising authoritarianism and chilling effects on free speech. Political figures also weighed in. Former President Barack Obama warned that the administration has taken cancel culture to a dangerous level by threatening regulatory action against media companies. California Governor Gavin Newsom condemned the suspension, accusing decision makers of prioritizing politics over democratic values. Illinois Governor J.B. Pritzker was blunt. A free and democratic society cannot silence comedians because the president doesn't like what they say. This is an attack on free speech and cannot be allowed to stand. ABC's decision appears to be driven by the backlash those remarks provoked. Affiliates, notably Nexstar, condemned Kimmel's statements as offensive and insensitive in a tense political climate. The network also likely saw risk in relationships with advertisers, regulators, and local stations, worried about audience backlash. Added to that, FCC Chairman Brendan Carr criticized the comments as misleading and suggested potential regulatory consequences for ABC and Disney. It's important to differentiate between the constitutional protection of free speech and the rights of a private employer under contract law. The First Amendment restricts government censorship or punishment, not actions by private entities. ABC is a private network. Its contracts with on-air talent customarily include clauses, morals clauses, reputational harm clauses, advertiser relations clauses, etc., that give the networks discretion to discipline or suspend hosts whose public speech could harm the company's reputational or financial interests. In this case, Kimmel's statements accusing a political faction, the MAGA game, of opportunism, implying misinformation or mischaracterization, mocking how a high-profile figure is responding, arguably fall within what ABC might deem risky under such contract provisions. Even accepting that ABC has contractual authority, many see the remedy, an indefinite suspension, as disproportionate. Kimmel's comment, while controversial, was part of his role as satirist, commentator. Punishing a public figure so severely for expressing political commentary may chill others from speaking out, especially in media and comedy, where exaggeration, provocation, and critique are part of the craft. Less punitive options could have achieved accountability without silencing him indefinitely. For example, ABC could have imposed a shorter fixed suspension of 1 week, coupled with an opportunity for Kimmel to issue a public apology. Such remedies would acknowledge the seriousness of the controversy while also respecting the role of satire and commentary in democratic discourse. Instead, the indefinite suspension feels excessive, amplifying concerns about overreaction. In conclusion, though Jimmy Kimmel's suspension generates strong feelings, it does not constitute a constitutional violation of free speech. ABC, as a private employer, retains the legal right to enforce contractual clauses and manage how its talent public speech aligns with its business and regulatory objectives. Still, it's not right to rejoice in someone's misfortune. Whether one agrees with Kimmel or not, celebrating his punishment undermines the values of open dialogue and mutual respect that should guide public debate. In moments like these, it is especially important to remain balanced and measured, recognizing both the rights of private companies and the need to preserve space for honest and open dialogue, even when the message is flawed. Lou Shapiro is a criminal defense attorney, certified specialist, and legal analyst out of Century City. He's occasionally on Facebook and can be reached at louisjshapiro@gmail.com. I land my clubhouse plane.
Thank you, Uncle Steve. And see, Uncle Steve for the critical thinking after party. He usually pops the room open, so he's a great guy to hang out with. And we will go to Steve. Steve, I moved you down just because you're unmuted, so glad you're back, buddy. Glad you got back on the stage. And you will actually close this out. Steve, my man, what do you have to say on the topic of the day?
Well, what Uncle Steve was just articulating, the function of any company is your fiduciary function. If you have a board and you have investors, it's return on your investment. And if you look at a map, and I looked at one the other day where Sinclair had stations all throughout the United States. This was a map where Sinclair, based on the climate, was going to take a hit. And if you're in that boardroom and you don't do something to protect your client, and you don't do something to protect your investment, then you haven't done your fiduciary responsibility. Is it over the top? Possibly. We're in the heated climate. People stowing things back and forth all the time. I had a small company one time, and if one of my employers was out there aggravating my clients all the time and it was costing me money, guess what? I hired you not to be a voice for my company. I do that. That's not your job. So, was there FCC stuff? Possibly. I was looking at where Sinclair and another company is talking about mergers. But these are all business models. And, you can't complete the First Amendment when it comes to someone running a business. If you want to go to work for someone, like Steve was talking about, there's clauses in contracts. A lot of contracts are at will anymore. That's where your right to articulate yourself in a manner that could be detrimental to someone that's put time, sweat, blood, and money in a corporation that you don't have the right to go out on your own and sabotage. If you want to do that, start your own company and then just say whatever you want to. But in that case, I would suggest that if you operate a company like that, you probably go bankrupt. So that's my take on it.
Great point.
Thank you so much, everybody. And that brings the room to a close. Thanks, everybody, for being with us. Thank you, Alan, for being here. And Howard, thank you so much for modding here. And prayers, thoughts and prayers with Gary and his bleeding foot. And we all hope that his foot is heals up nicely. Thank you all, and we will see you all tomorrow for the end of the week show.
What
This
Alright, I'm about to
she
close
gonna know
the
it
room
this
if
time.
nobody's gonna listen. No problem, I'll close the room.
No, Royal.
No, because it's annoying as fuck and I'm trying to
No,
expose
Royal, I
you
just.
guys are not gonna let me get my shit off, I'll just kick you out the room and we're all fucking in the room. I don't give a fuck. Like if this is the whole point, I opened the fucking room. Right? So this guy, he said here, oh well, I wanna get back to my argument. And I said, okay, give your argument. Then he says, yeah, because we were rudely interrupted. Bitch, what? I just entered the room. I said, hey guys, what are you talking about? And you said, oh, hey Royal, you were in Amir's room? What were you talking about over there? Blah, 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 blah. Yeah? No? Yeah, literally is what he said. So I told him what I was saying in the other room and then I came there. Yeah, no problem. So then he goes, oh, we were rudely interrupted. I said, how are you rudely interrupted? When I said, hey guys, what are we talking about?
Hey, I was just playing a clip for somebody. I'm trying to explain to you what happened in the room because you weren't in there.
Trust Qatari government or the people. And there are a lot of slavery going on and a lot of people died in Qatar when there was a war final going on. I don't know what was it.
Only like 300,000 are like actual citizens, right? The rest are like all kinds of like workers and like.
Yeah.
300,000. That's the number of citizens in this country.
Yes, it's
If I remember correctly, correct me if I'm wrong, but this is what I remember.
Yeah, that's correct. But it's even more because some of them they don't have any ID and they get their passports. It's like they basically kidnap them. It's a neo-slavery. It's a very bad country. I mean, it's.
And they were able to host what was it, the soccer, the championship, or like what was the FIFA. And this is like part of this whitewashing them into like as a normal country. I think that yes, and I think the good thing about what the attack that Israel did in Qatar, maybe the timing was questionable, but it was like masks off. Like they're playing as this mediator while also hosting Hamas and also operating Al Jazeera. I just didn't get it from the get-go. What the fuck makes them mediators? They are like participants. They are like the finances and the propaganda. They're not like in a third party. They should be. I don't get it how they're not like how Israel doesn't sue those countries with the same way that South Africa and all those are suing Israel.
Because they say that. Yeah, keep your friends close, but your enemies closer. And since America or USA has the biggest base there, basically Qatar is hard to ignore for Israel. But I think Israel did the right thing. Actually, Iranian and Iranian people are hacking.
Okay, I'm just gonna use this and then I'm gonna go away.
Sorry?
Alright, someone's talking. Normal. Amazon? Everything normal. Hotline. Talking to the Italy guy.
There. Do you remember the Sri Lankan army fighting against the Tamils? I think circa 2006, 2011. I mean, there were reports of tens of thousands of civilians killed. No one gave a shit. Not a single demonstration in Europe. I mean, just think about it.
Listen, you know what?
Boring clown.
The entire world is up in arms about this Israeli attack on Hamas on Qatar territory. 3 months earlier, Iran launched missiles at American targets in Qatar territories. Everybody acknowledged
I mean, you can see what they'll get to the being a Democrat.
And in this case, the world freaks out with condemnation left and right as if we attacked Qatar. It was just 3 months ago. How can people like forget it? It's the same country.
Yeah, I caught a little bit of it. They were talking about the removing Kimmel from the show.
Yeah. Can you all hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
And first off, Moose and JCC, were you able to hear the music and hear me talking? I just couldn't hear you, right? Is that correct?
Yeah, we heard the music.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. Okay, great. JCC, thank you. Appreciate that. We just started because I was just playing a little bit of music. So Let's first go to JCC. JCC, you want to talk, or you want to defer to Moose now?
Moose could say. My 2 cents is
Yeah.
neither Kimmel nor Stephen Colbert should have been fired. However, it is what it is. Maybe bigger things will come for them. So.
You got it. Okay, Moose, go ahead, Deborah.
Yeah, I echo JCC's sentiment. I mean, you just cannot make this stuff up. It's a lot of folks were upset that Kirk was allegedly killed for his. Well, we all know he was killed, but for allegedly exercising his free speech. And yeah, I agree. Nobody should be killed for exercising free speech, and I don't think anybody should be canceled for exercising free speech, particularly comedians. But I guess it's one thing to be doing your bit at a bar, except when your bar is owned by corporate mega corporations. Well, then let's cue the censorship. I think these are concerning days if this is a pattern.
I'm going to say something that's
This is the
totally
Steve Bell in
politically
her
incorrect, but I believe is 100% is true. I totally support cancel culture because, in my humble opinion, I stress opinion, cancel culture is democracy at its heart. You get millions of people that say, I don't want this person on your TV show, or I'm going to stop buying your paper towels. That is pure democracy. And y'all, you are all free to disagree with me, but I totally support, we'll do it in order, and if you want to...
Slandering your political opponents is democracy.
The show earlier at Critical Thinking, they were talking in the title about Jimmy Kimmel, so let's rock and roll. Jerome Powell, I don't think I've spoken with you before, have I?
I think we did.
Oh, well, it's a pleasure to speak to you again. Go ahead.
Yeah. Hi.
Hi.
Hi. To be honest, I just gave you this big eye thing because you said you support the cancel.
Absolutely, 100%. Yes, I do.
Yeah, but the example you gave, that's not really the cancel culture.
Really? What is a better example? Please, educate me.
No. You scared me because you said you were supporting the cancel culture, and then you gave this example, and I thought,
I don't support all the people that are canceled, but I totally support the premise of cancel culture because I believe it is our truest form of democracy. Go ahead,
Yeah, okay. But the example you gave is less worrying than I thought, right? Because I don't support the cancel culture because it's a lot of people it's a small group of people screaming and making a lot of noise, but it's not I'm a little rusty in my English. It's not they're not talking for everybody. You know what I mean? So when you gave the example, I thought, okay, you're still my friend. That's sort of a joke.
I wasn't referring to Charlie Kirk or Kimmel. I was referring to the premise of cancel culture.
Yeah. But the example you gave, I can totally. I can
Millions of people saying that if you don't take that person off the air, we're no longer going to buy your paper towels. That's exactly what I said. Yes.
Okay. What is that a cancel?
Advertisers control the air. If every single advertiser canceled their contract on the Jimmy Kimmel show, his show would have been canceled immediately, and no one would have questioned it. They would have blamed it all on the advertisers. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, but that's still not the cancel culture then, right?
Well, educate me. What is cancel culture?
Yeah, I don't know.
You don't know? Okay.
No. Okay.
Well, if you don't know, how can you argue what I'm saying is wrong?
No, it's not wrong. I think
No.
No, you're fine. It's just you said I support the cancel culture, and
I support the premise of cancel culture because I think it's one of the truest forms of democracy. Yes, I've said it 3 times.
I can hear you. I just came in, so I should I can also listen. Of course.
I love that.
I would like to give you a compliment because it sounds really hard, like cancel culture, but in this case, I totally agree with you because this is the way it works. Who pays? What is the saying about it?
Stephen Pell's a bitch.
Advertising
A big stupid
media,
bitch.
not content.
So is JCC.
Yeah.
So is
If
Marshall.
all the advertisers
This
stood
show
up to
already
ABC
sucks.
and said,
And Moon,
if you take the
Moose
show
is
and
also
Kimmel
a
off
bitch.
the air,
El
we're
Normo.
taking our
I like El
millions of
Normo. Everybody
advertising
else on
dollars
this
off.
stage is
He
a
would not have been taken off the air and the show would not have been suspended. Take my word for it.
Yeah, I do. So thank you, and I totally agree.
Thank you. Appreciate that. I love it when people agree with me. Let's say hello to Normo. Hey, Normo, I know you just got here. Did you want to talk or did you want to hang?
Well, I wanted to say that the expression is, he who pays the piper calls the tune.
Oh yeah,
And there. Oh no, sir, who was that? Was that Jerome? You got to hang. You got to stay on mute. It's also, Norm, you don't bite the hand that feeds. But please continue.
Yeah, I agree with that as well. Now, there's another truth here, and that truth is that these networks are hemorrhaging money these days.
Yep.
So whatever contracts they hold with their late night talk show, however many millions of dollars they're, I have a feeling they're having difficulty getting the kinds of ratings that they had as recently as 10 years ago.
No question about it. I mean, all of late night, the ratings and the advertising revenue have been going downhill steadily. Yes.
That's right. And, you know, the ratings for YouTube are up, and you can watch a million different things on YouTube. So what do you want to sit there and watch television with commercials?
It's not only that, but if you're on YouTube, what is the production value of a YouTube cost? A couple of $100, a couple of $1,000. They pay millions of dollars to produce each show, don't they? I think. Yeah.
Yeah, sure. So the world is changing. This is not only a political decision. I think it is. I think it was horrible taste for Jimmy Kimmel to wade into this matter with the party was not even told. But I also think they had a financial motivation.
Norm, I think they were looking for an excuse. Just my opinion. It's not like everything else was okie dokie until this comment occurred. I think they were looking for an excuse because of the low ratings, because of the loss of revenue, and this was just sort of an excuse, in my humble opinion.
Yeah, pretext.
I don't think he should have gotten fired for what he said, but I do think what he said was incredibly problematic. 4 days after the guy was shot, he was making a claim about political motivations of the shooter being on the right-hand side of the aisle, when the responsible thing is to go, political violence is bad. It's bad when it's done on all sides, period. And Kimmel tried to equivocate in a way that, like, drug him into something he shouldn't have. It took his ability to be funny and made it political in a way that was just not helpful to his overall message.
Sounded to me like he was gravy training a death to get back at MAGA and to use it as he was gravy training a horrible death to stick another sword in MAGA's chest. That's what I think.
Yeah, I mean, he was being rather explicit about his views. The people on the right were trying desperately to turn him into something, to turn him into anything other than, quote, one of them. I think it's incredibly unwise for Kimmel to have made such a remark. I just feel like there needs to be a bit of clarification from my view. Shouldn't have gotten fired. I don't think that should have got him off the air, but he shouldn't have said it. He was piling on top.
It was in very bad taste, I'll tell you that.
He was doing the same thing that President Trump did that was so destructive for the country. It was destructive when Trump blamed it all on the left, and it's destructive when Kimmel just blames it all on the right. It doesn't help.
Did I get in here?
Yeah, hold on. We got Necro and then Steve Necro.
Yeah, in general, it's like, I just think with Kimmel, like with cancel culture, I don't like it, and it's not because though I'm a person who is anybody who lost his job recently for celebrating Charlie Kirk's death or anything like that. But it's also not because I'm not it's also not because I'm a person who is conservative, who has ideas that a lot of people just find really unpopular. I just think it's ultimately kind of like essentially.
They were so unpopular, they went to the last presidential win, the largest defect was Richard Nixon.
Yeah, well, I mean, essentially, like, yeah, I just think conservatives, though, like, when they complain about cancel culture, they complain essentially, like, about ideas that they complain about, they speak about the next day, like, abortion, like, when they're anti-abortion, they complain that they're canceled for being against it, and then they go and speak about it the next day. But anyways, I'm against cancel culture mostly because I just see it as a weapon that shows, like, to try to just, create. It's just essentially creating a mob to shut up other people. Now you might say, like,
you would agree Kimmel should have created his own law.
Can I? Okay. So, but it's like I see your point, Steve. Essentially, that it's democracy. Because I mean, essentially, democracy is kind of like everybody saying your ideas suck. Get off the stage,
or I won't buy your product.
Yeah, it's it's everybody giving their honest opinion, and yeah, you can say that it's difficult to stand on, but it's like I mean, so I do see your point, Steve. Definitely.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
But in general, that's my reason I'm against cancel culture, and it's not because I'm a lefty who lost a job recently, but it's also not because
there are plenty of good reasons not to support cancel culture. Not a problem.
Yeah, it's also not because, like I said, that my ideas suck as a conservative.
No, not at all. Thank you. Okay, Steve Weed.
Yeah, I don't mean to reiterate this, but I think it's an important point in a new room. If you take I looked at a map the other day of the location of Sinclair's broadcast facilities across the United States. Now, whether people want to accept this or not, it's really irrelevant because the station managers in those markets know what their audience is. And if you're a corporation and you're in a market where these type of things is going to cause financial damage to you, and you're running a corporation, it's your fiduciary responsibility to try to protect your corporation. And I think that more than anything, that's what Sinclair's saying. They got stations in markets, believe it or not, that doesn't think like certain segments of the United States. And I think they went to ABC and told ABC, hey man, look, you're damaging us. If you don't say something about this, they don't have to carry Kimball. They could, and they did. They threatened to pull him off there and put another guy on his time slot. You know what that's called? That's called responding to your customers and staying in business.
Yes, sir. Let's go to David. Hi, David.
Good afternoon. I want to say to Steve, and I respect you. We have a Sinclair station here in the Northwest, which is as liberal as anything on the West Coast. And our state actually voted more liberally than the previous election, which is hard to do. And Sinclair isn't afraid to publish their ultra-conservative viewpoint on their news broadcasts in our world. So please, they don't change it for where they are. I'm not a Kimmel fan. I don't think he should have been fired. Obviously, this isn't financial, not because of the people broadcasting him, but the people who want to do deals and need to get them done. And I said it in the other room. We have a $15 million suit against the New York Times from this administration. We have ABC backing down from a lawsuit that they knew they could win. We have other places where now the media is being made afraid to comment on what they really want to say.
And ABC, Disney that owns ABC is a $200 billion company. Please continue.
Right. And so many of these shows, the news shows, not the comedy shows, but the news shows were always operating often at a loss because it was more seen as a public good. And some of their licenses um, actually have parts of public good in their license that they have to do certain things.
I would think all of them have.
Right.
Please continue.
Right. So I would love to see what they're going to replace this losing Kimmel show with and see how much money they make off it. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. I want to go to the mods, but before we go to the mods, I want to play a 2-minute clip. So JCC, Marshall, Daryl, get ready. And if you're in the audience, come on up. This is, I think it's on point. It's about halfway through The People versus Larry Flint, and it's the closing argument made in his trial where they were trying to make illegal his Hustler magazine. I think it's on point to this, but check it out.
Well, here we go, another boring ass little buttercup room spreading her propaganda, wasting all her time, talking about nothing. It's pathetic, buttercup. Get a life, do something with yourself. Go to the gym, I don't know, do some yoga. Make a video, do something creative. You're gonna burn out doing this. It's a waste of time what you're doing, little buttercup.
You should like what Larry Flint does. I don't like what Larry Flint does. But what I do like is that I live in a country where you and I can make that decision for ourselves. I like that I live in a country where I can pick up Hustler magazine and read it if I want to, or throw it in the garbage can if that's where I think it belongs. Or better yet, I can exercise my opinion and not buy it. I like that I have that right. I care about it. And you should care about it too. You really should. Because we live in a free country. We say that a lot, but I think sometimes we forget really what that means. So listen to it again. We live in a free country. And that is a powerful idea. That's a magnificent way to live. But there is a price for that freedom, which is that sometimes we have to tolerate things that we don't necessarily like. So go back in that room where you are free to think whatever you want to think about Larry Flint and Hustler magazine. But then ask yourselves if you want to make that decision for the rest of us. Because the freedom that everyone in this room enjoys is in a very real way in your hands. And if we start throwing up walls against what some of us think is obscene, we may very well wake up one morning and realize that walls have been thrown up in all kinds of places that we never expected. And we can't see anything or do anything. And that's not freedom. That is not freedom. So, be careful.
And let's go to our mods. JCC.
Hang on, I can't talk.
Yeah, okay, let's go to Marshall.
I tend to agree with Cliff. We don't want to erect barriers to free speech culture or free speech in that way. It's wrong when the government gets involved in viewpoint discrimination, and Americans have to think about what they say and whether it adds to the national discourse or not. Because, like it or not, the whole national discourse is built of small conversations. And we have to decide whether we're going to stand up for an idea that people should be able to say what they'd like to say, not get fired, and that you can call somebody celebrating in another person's assassination unhelpful at the same time. I think we have to have both of those kinds of thoughts in our head, and I think it's unfortunate we live in a country where our president, instead of shooting the United country when he had the pulpit, decided to blame it on one particular party. That shouldn't have been the message. The message should have been political violence is wrong. It doesn't matter who does it. It's always wrong. Same way we think murder is wrong. Murder's wrong. It's always wrong. It doesn't matter who does it.
Thank you, Marshall. There's no question in my mind, no question at all, black and white, no gray, that the government brought pressure to bear. But is this a free speech First Amendment issue? No, it is not. This is a business decision. Now, did the government violate the Constitution by bringing pressure to bear? I'm not sure. I don't know. Let's go to David. Hi, David.
Hey, I want to comment. This is Daryl.
I'm sorry, Daryl. Sorry about that, Daryl.
No worries. Comedy has always talked about, this quote unquote the right to offend, right? And this goes back to like the Great Depression. So during the Great Depression, the Marx Brothers, Abbott and Costello, Laurel and Hardy, they would make fun of, or at least bring satire to like tough situations. And it's been studied and talked about that comedy was the number one way of escapism through the Great Depression for many people. So there's always been this idea or this philosophy about the right to offend without necessarily causing harm per se, right? And so if we're at the point where people are just so thin-skinned that the right to offend doesn't exist anymore, then what is next? It's what else will people find offensive? And where does this go? Because comedy has really helped this country tackle like some serious issues, even the Vietnam War.
You are boring and pointless.
You would bring comedians out to see the troops, and the comedians would make fun of what the troops were doing in the Vietnam War. So is it that comedy is no longer has the right to offend, or is it just the comedy I want to hear or you want to hear, and any other joke is just tasteless per se? But yeah, I fall back on like leave comedians alone because they've been doing this for 100 years.
Thank you. Scott Jones, would you like to contribute or are you good?
I just think it's so interesting that Trump kind of ran on this being a free speech advocate, and how the woke left was censoring people, and that he was for a free speech guy, and then he's a guy that really tries to use the powers of his off cultural influence to censor people.
More Steve Appel show, an angry old man screaming into his mic.
Which, that's one thing. People.
Dyer got kicked.
Of censorious, and pretty thin-skinned, and it's continuing. Again, I read in the room, but I'll read it again. The Truth, from Truth Social. I love it that they call it Truths, but he says 15 hours ago. He said, "Great news for America. The ratings challenged Jimmy Kimmel show is canceled. Congratulations to ABC for finally having the courage to do what had to be done. Kimmel has zero talent and worse ratings than even Colbert. Okay, if that's possible. That leaves Jimmy and Seth to total losers on fake news NBC. Their ratings are also horrible. Do an NBC President DJ thing. No, that's not the push to censor, right? I hope NBC doesn't have any mergers or anything before them, because if that's not a put in, sir, I don't know what is."
Thank you. Daniel, you're next up. Daniel. Daniel. Hi, Dan.
Which Daniel? I think they're a couple.
I showed Daniel Nero as first in my queue.
Yeah. Oh, well, thank you for that. And I'll be brief. I just wanted to dovetail on the Larry Flynn comment, and I think that, like, if Kimmel spent more time, writing funny jokes, instead of, sticking his nose into places where they don't belong, then you'd probably still have a job. Like the guy just wasn't funny. He probably didn't even write that joke. The Charlie Kirk stuff. But anyway, I wanted to dovetail into Larry Flint stuff, and I think we should focus on what's more important, the big stuff, the big topics. And I do mean big. So I've been a long time subscriber to Junk Magazine, and I think that just like Larry Flint, the man was pushing the boundaries on sides. Wow, these women with tiny breasts are so hot. No. Boom. Get these women with these big.
Come on, Steve. Do we have to listen to that?
Stop interrupting.
Hold on, everybody. Go on mute really quickly. Jane, that's warning one. You may not have been here, but 10 minutes ago, I played a clip from the People Against Larry Flint that was directly on point to freedom of speech and First Amendment. So the answer is yes. He has not stepped over the line and gotten explicit, and I strongly suspect he's going to keep his Larry Flint remarks pertaining to the First Amendment. So the answer is yes. Sir, please continue.
Yeah, if Jimmy Kimmel were anything like Larry Flint, providing the type of service that Larry Flint did, then you should have some outrage. But doesn't Kimmel just suck, though? Honestly, up for the stage. Appreciate it. And also, I think we need more than we need talking heads and bullshit opinions from people like Jimmy Kimmel.
Thank you very much. Next in my queue, it looks like I show Young. Hi, Young.
Hey, big bro.
Yo.
Yeah.
Would you like to contribute or just want to say hello to me?
Yeah, I'd like to contribute, I guess.
Go ahead.
It's about Jimmy Kimmel only, free speech? Or is it just Kirk?
You can say anything you want for a few minutes as long as it's respectful.
Yes, sir. Okay. So I would say what I've observed, everybody who's on I'll try to be a moderate, but everybody on the right wing, it seems like the far right wing, they're blending in with the Confederates. The old Democrats, they joined the Confederates. I mean, they joined the right wing party, and now they're like the far right wing. Nobody can tell that they did that. Most people can't. That's Christian. So I think they need to pay attention, like what's beside them, and that's the reason why our country is going that way, because that far right wing doesn't want us to have.
I'm sorry to interrupt, you mean the Christian religion is going astray by believing in things that just are not true?
No, just white supremacy.
Oh, I'm sorry, I obviously I misheard him. Please
Oh yeah, not Christianity in its but in its extremist forms, the colonization type of form. That is the thing that everybody yells about and doesn't want in their country, or they want that in their family. That's why people leave the faith, because of that type of version. So on the Kirk thing, I've been talking to a lot of our Christian brothers and stuff like that. We've been chatting. We've been having good conversations about. Well, some of them don't have a conversation with me because they're supremacists. It causes supremacy. So dealing with him, his situation. God bless him. Nobody prayed that he went through that. I think that it may be a governmental thing that shot him, because JFK, it was a driver that was supposedly that shot him.
You believe that there was a conspiracy with the.
Yeah. Hello? It broke up. I can't hear you, Steve.
Yeah, you were not audible for the last 25 seconds.
Yeah,
we lost you, Steve. Repeat what you said about conspiracy.
He took off. He'll come back, I guess.
Yeah. Repeat what you said, because I didn't hear what the claim, what's going on.
Oh, okay. So in my theory, I would say based off of Trump's release of the FBI.
How am I now? Damn this clubhouse. Damn this.
Just fine, Steve.
Yeah. Okay, go ahead, sir. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I appreciate you guys for this. So I think so much to say, but I was gonna say I think based off of Trump releasing the papers that the government since killed JFK.
You mean the JFK papers or the Epstein papers?
JFK, yeah, that one.
Go ahead.
So yeah, I think it's an inside job, but yeah, everybody's falling for the same thing. Like that, they're like, hey, there's a liberal, he did it, but they're not learning the lesson that it was the government at first. So there's an inner fight that's going on, some kind of Caesar type of crap. So that's my theory about it. So many things about this man. And then I'll close on this. I believe that Jesus could accept socialism. I believe he could accept any type of governmental structure because it says on his shoulders will be the government. And the first century church was they had all things in common.
Do you believe Jesus is coming back next week during Rosh Hashanah? Someone told me that.
Nobody knows the day or the hour. No.
Gotcha. Okay. All right. Well, listen. Hey, thank you. I appreciate your comments. Thank you very much. Appreciate that. And by the way, if you've never heard the Ask the Atheist show on Sunday, you might want to check it out. Let's go to the Daniel number 2. Hi, Daniel number 2. Daniel. Hello, Daniel. Once, twice. All right. Brian. Hi, Brian. Brian.
Hey, Uncle Steve, during the week. How cool can that be?
This is my 4th day in a row. Can you believe this crap?
Oh, that's great. But I have a question for you. I guess technically if it comes all the way down
Wait, I'm here.
Push into the corner.
Okay, Dan. Oh, when he's on the phone, he'll go next.
I'm right here.
Well, you'll go next.
I'm ready here on bloody knees to get to the phone.
You'll go next. Go ahead, Brian.
But how can you actually say it was a business decision when they really didn't have much choice? Charlie Carr.
Tell me why they didn't have much.
I'm about to tell you that.
Great.
Charlie Carr of the FCC literally told them we could do this the easy way or we could do it the hard way.
And Disney is a $200 billion company, so why didn't Disney say, fuck you, we'll do it the hard way?
Because what if they did pull their license? No matter how rich they are, they're not going to be able to sustain a year or more in the court while the lights are turned off.
You can't turn them off until the case is over.
It's clearly government censorship.
You can't turn the lights on. Hello?
Yes, they can.
Really? Okay, well, go ahead.
I mean, Trump has got the Supreme Court in his pocket. I mean, they could easily put an injunction and pull their license and keep it pulled until the court's over.
And then the injunction could be appealed and overturned and then stayed.
Yeah, and the injunction is only going to be legal in a certain geographical description. Nationwide injunctions are no longer permissible.
Yeah, hey, Marshall, that's right. Now it's only an injunction. It works in only the one district you're in, right?
Correct.
Thank you, Donald Trump and the Supreme Court. Yeah, go ahead, Brian.
I still think it's government,
No, I know you do. It's a big conspiracy. I get it. I understand. It's okay.
How can you say it's conspiracy? I mean, the guy said himself.
I'm being facetious.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just never thought I would see this kind of thing happening in the United States, and compounded on top of everything else that's been happening with covering up the slavery and taking stuff out of the Smithsonian and the parks and canceling research off the government websites. I mean, all of this is just it's plain censorship. And then
don't forget about the aliens. Don't forget about the aliens in Roswell.
Well,
can you tell me what was removed?
I'm trying to at least keep it in. But
what was removed from the Smithsonian?
The stuff about slavery.
What specifically?
Do I have to give you a list?
No, you can just say you don't know. Just say you don't know.
I'm just curious.
Yeah, we'll move on. Just say you don't know.
In general, it's stuff about slavery that Trump didn't want in the Smithsonian.
Right, I understand in general, but specifically you don't know.
I do not have a list of individual items.
Well, okay, that's fine. No problem. All right, Brian, thank you. Thank you very much. Brian, it's a different show than the weekend. Yeah, it's nice to see me we're 4 days in a row, but this is a different show than the weekend. Go on mute, please. Please go on mute, Brian.
Didn't I go on mute?
Brian, please go on mute. Somebody will help you. Let's go to hang on a second. Let's see who's after Brian. I got Kitty. Hi, Kitty.
But wait, you said you're the Daniel guy. That's
Oh, no, I'm sorry. No, that's right. Thank you for reminding me. Daniel, you're up. Hi, Daniel.
I don't know what I did. Just to call in.
It's a weekday show on 4 days in a row. Sorry, go ahead, Dan.
Okay. Oh, I got it. What was I talking about? Oh, yeah. It's just funny. I mean, in my state, you know what they're doing in my state? All the teachers licensing.
What state are you in?
Virginia. Beautiful state of Virginia. If you say something controversial about Charlie Kirk, you could lose your teaching license, which is just fucking funny. I remember.
Yeah, but Daniel. Hello, Daniel. Hello, Daniel.
Cattle killer, evangelical.
Daniel, can you hear me? Daniel.
I can't hear you.
You can't hear me.
I'm gonna filibuster. It's
all right. That's good. You go ahead and filibuster down in the audience. We love that. I was going to say that, and in fact, we're doing this. We're recording tonight on the Workers' Rights Radio Show, which is aired on Southern California Radio. A lot of companies all across the United States are firing employees because of what they say about this situation. This is not just restricted to Virginia. This is happening all over the country. And now, let's see. Is it Young? I show Young next in my queue.
So Young already spoke.
Okay, thank you. Let's go to Kitty next. Thank you, Kitty.
Hey, Uncle Steve and everybody.
Hi, Kitty.
Hi. I was reading on this, and I just saw that. I will just say it. It says the phrase "they will persecute you like they persecuted me" is often attributed to Jesus in the New Testament. It's a warning to his followers that they should expect to face similar challenges and hostility from the world that they face. The concept of persecution is a reoccurring theme in the New Testament, and Jesus was opposed by religious and political authorities, ultimately leading to his crucifixion. The book of Acts and the epistles of Paul show that early Christians also were persecuted, facing imprisonment, beatings, and even death for their beliefs. Historical and non-Christian sources also prove evidence of this persecution. The Roman historian Tacitus wrote about the persecution of Christians under Emperor Nero in the 1st century AD, and it goes on to talk about where it is historically, along with evidence throughout any Christian Bible riddled in the New Testament. I think that the idea that people can openly have, and I think honestly, he was a hero of mine. I don't care what people want to say to me about it, or if they say bad things about him. I think that is a reflection of them, honestly, because the guy talked about what he believed, what his faith, and his political views. Now, you can hate him for his political views, and you can hate the fact that he was a Christian, but for anyone that calls himself a proud American and wants to say that they are rooted in having the ability to have free speech, I think nobody courageously did it better than Charlie Kirk. And the fact that not only was hated throughout all media, especially painted as horrendous. Stephen King said some horrendous things that were just factually untrue. Was something that he was willing to take on because he did have that courage. Because he was abashedly unafraid to say that he believed in the true awesome power of Jesus Christ and loved his country enough to use his ability to have that free speech to do so. Sadly, a deranged, for what young man decided to take his life for his own selfish needs, or thinking that under whatever disillusion, evil, honestly, anybody that can look at somebody, whether you with them or you disagree with them, and can justify taking out their life and their ever existence. is a very scary to me time, if not evidence of what I believe the end of the book talks about and was prophesied in dreams through Daniel. And moreover, I think if we really truly as Christians want to get a hold of this, this would be a time, though now than ever, to pay attention to like Charlie Kirk's idea for unity and for having the kind of America with free speech that we shall have. Does that allow for people to mock and ridicule and delight in someone's murder? I don't think that should be okay. I mean, people have their own private markets. If they're a company and it's going to destroy their
Hey son, I would love to talk to you, but you gotta wait because I'm sure when you're talking, you don't want people interrupting you, but we want to hear from you. So just hang on. I show the order after Kitty. I show Christian, Sir, and then you. So you're third up. Love to hear from you. Just hang on and have patience. Go ahead, Kitty.
Jerome Paul after Christian.
I thought I already spoke to Jerome Paul, but maybe I'm wrong.
Maybe so.
So anyway, I'll land it here. All I can say about all of this is I really hope that every one of us, right or left, red or blue pill, whatever, atheist, Christian alike, that we all, as Americans, can stop for a second and realize that each and every one of us probably has somebody in our life that we love. That guy now has left, shockingly, one not even born, children, a wife, parents, that he is no longer
Great story, Kitty.
alive because of someone's selfish hatred. And for that, I don't think that encompasses anything that has anything to do with free speech. And if you look at it, that shows the steady decline of things. In my opinion, I used to love watching the late night shows, Uncle Steve. I used to love, trying to get both sides of the crazy, news, whether it was fake Fox News or fake CNN. Now it's just so absurd. It's almost comical to even call it news. So if they're plummeting in their ratings, then maybe they need to make a drastic change. If you're teaching children as a teacher, or you're a doctor of a hospital and you have patients and you're pushing your ideologies over your profession, then I think the company needs to use their business brains and make some obvious corrections. And if people get offended by that, again, the guy no longer will have to be in your ear holes. I mean, like they killed him. So I'm shocked sometimes by some of the things that I hear, but it is. I love you, Uncle Steve. I thank you for letting me go on way too long. It's hard for me.
Love you too, Christian. You're next. Then I show Jerome Paul if he hasn't spoken before him, and son, Christian.
Thank you, Stephen. I actually would like, because clearly there's other people who want to speak very, very much, is I will go after the following after me goes, and then I will speak.
You want to go after Jerome Paul if he hasn't spoken yet?
No, I'll go after Son. So
You got it. You got it. Jerome Paul, you're up if you haven't spoken already.
We spoke a bit, but that was in the beginning of the room. I don't know if it counts.
It does count. It does count. We'll come back to you. Thank you for being honest. No.
Forget it.
Okay, forget it. Go on mute, please. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I remember. I recognize your voice. Sir, you're up. Hi, sir. Sir.
No, it's
sir, go.
Yeah, I really think that, like, when it comes to what America's going through right now is really, hurtful. I think that we're all hurting. I'm a Democrat. I've been a Democrat since '93, but I know I'm a Christian. There are people that are atheists. We all have our own different beliefs and like what we do. But what we witnessed in the last week, it is detrimental and impactful to American society. And I would really like to understand, what are we gonna be able to recognize from in a positive way and not be hateful about it? Because Charlie was never a hateful person. Like, he loved life. He loved the life path that God gave him. So I just want to know where we go from here.
Thank you, sir. Oh, I thought you were finished. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Finish up if you wish. Okay. Let's go to Son. Hi, Son. Hello, Son.
Yeah, so like what the girl was saying, Kitty, about oh my God, like people are like making a mockery. Listen, the guy shouldn't have died. You're entitled to freedom of speech. I don't give a fuck what you say. You're entitled to say whatever you want. And
well, unless you're advocating violence, unless you're advocating violence,
and projecting.
Breaking the law. Yeah, go ahead.
So there've been multiple black people that have been killed. Trayvon Martin, like George Zimmerman went on a whole fucking press tour signing fucking autographs and a whole bunch of shit. Like, and this is what I don't understand. Like when people are, I mean, listen, Charlie Kirk died. He shouldn't have died. It's fucking sad as fuck. But let's not pretend like I just don't understand it. Like,
well, maybe this will help put it into perspective. It might not help you on it, but maybe this will put it into just a better perspective. Before Trayvon Martin was killed, nobody knew who he was. Tens of millions of people knew who he was. Please continue.
Yeah, but then George Zimmerman went on fucking press tours, going to autographs.
Yeah, what does George Zimmerman have to do with this?
Everything. Because she's talking about how people are reacting, laughing about him dying or whatever fucking the disgusting videos they're making about his death, right? The same shit happened to multiple black people. So who gives a fuck?
I will answer that. Just the fact that we're having this conversation, just the fact that this is the #1 news story around the world, that's who gives a fuck. Please continue.
Yeah, but once upon a time, all of these other news murders I was talking about was the #1 news story in the fucking America. And it was disgusting.
He's not a news story because of the shit that he said. He's a news story because somebody took a 140-yard shot with a bolt-action rifle and chopped him down at a political event that he was invited to at a university.
I know. It was because of what he represented.
Son. Are you saying, and I'm just asking, are you saying that we should care as much about Trayvon Martin as we do about Kirk? Is that what you're saying?
What I'm saying is, I don't want to hear nobody cry about this guy being killed.
Then why are you? Hold on. Hello. If you don't want to hear about it, A, why are you talking on this show? B, why are you reading the media? C, why are you watching it on YouTube, TV, and the radio if you don't want to hear about it?
This is bias.
But media's always biased. Media's always biased.
Exactly.
Okay.
You don't want to hear people cry about somebody who got assassinated. The problem, this echoes a little bit of Luigi Mangione stuff. We start to equivocate on murder. Murder is wrong. It's always wrong.
Murder is illegal.
Of course it's wrong. I ain't saying
Look at Luigi. They jumped the terrorism charge.
One mic at a time, folks. One mic at a time.
Yeah.
The point I was trying to make was that it seems like you don't recognize that political assassinations are a big, bad, and terrible thing. You think because he may have said some hateful things that people shouldn't care about what happened to him.
No, people.
You rightly, just let me finish. You rightly said you didn't condone the murder, but then you went on this equivocating track of,
Well, but I want to hear people complain about Charlie Kirk because he was a hateful bigot.
I never said that. He did have a lot of hateful things to say. I never said that.
Well, what you did say that
I don't condone murder. But no, so basically, this is the facts. He catered to a lot of racist bigots.
So?
And he got killed, right? So now the whole country is in uproar. But when a racist bigot killed a black guy, nobody gives a fuck about it.
Which is exactly, son, tell you what, go on mute, son. Hey, hang on, Marshall, I'll let you finish up, son. Go on mute. And this is what I suggested earlier. Maybe I didn't phrase it right, but I specifically suggested, since you brought up Trayvon Martin, are you specifically asking that, basically now no one cares about Trayvon Martin, or not enough people did when he died than before? And by the way, that story was in the news for a very long time. A lot of people cared, but now it's out of the news, and Kirk is number one. That's just the way.
No, that's not what I'm saying.
Okay, tell you what, I'll give you 60 seconds to clarify your point uninterrupted, then we'll go to Marshall. Go ahead.
Trayvon Martin thing happened about 2015, right?
Go on.
There were a bunch of fucking people, memes, and a whole bunch of hateful shit on the internet, right?
That's right, yes.
Nobody canceled them. Nobody said, oh my God, oh my God.
That's right.
That's all I'm trying to say.
Well, you made your point, and I agree with your point. Thank you. Let's go to Marshall and then back to Christian. Yeah, Marshall.
Steve, will you check your back channel?
Will I check my what? I'm sorry.
Oh,
check my what?
I sent you a link in the back channel of a song, but yeah.
Yeah, I'll do it after the show. I can't do it during the show. Thank you.
Just to see if it doesn't show. It's called HR.
This is not the weekend. Maybe we'll do it on the weekend. Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, I was just gonna say, like, it sounds like you're excusing what happened. You don't condone the murder, but Charlie Kirk was a hateful bigot, and so, well, he may have gotten what was coming to him, it sounds like. It also
I actually found him very entertaining.
It also sounds to me,
Son, you gotta stay on mute, buddy. Son, you gotta stay on mute.
It also sounds to me like you're judging offense on what happened to other people. It's offensive Trayvon Martin gets murdered. It's offensive when this happens. It's offensive because it happened in the first place. At least in my view, the dispatcher clearly told Zimmerman to stay in the damn car.
Yep.
Clearly.
Yep.
And I think there is a overcharging problem in Florida. They overcharged for the killing. They could have gotten him on a negligent manslaughter, but they went for capital murder or capital 2 and could not get a conviction. And my point is, you seem to be judging offense by that instead of saying any act of violence, no matter who it's visited upon, is wrong, period.
I think that's what he is saying. I think he's not condoning it. However, what he's saying is like the actions are hypocritical. People are crying about people speaking their opinion about what happened to Kirk, but yet when it happened to Trayvon, it was okay for them to, spew these silly memes, and they weren't condemned about it, right?
Yep.
So he's just saying.
JCC, you dropped out, but I agree with what you were saying, JCC. All right, let's go to Christian and then Abby, because Abby hasn't spoken. So let's go to Christian and then Abby.
Hi, Steve. How you doing?
Hi, Christian.
You having a good day? Having a solid day?
I'm doing great, but
that's good to hear. And I wanted to respond to what Kitty said, because I think she did really bring up a very, very interesting point. I think people should tap in a little bit on it more.
Kitty always brings up excellent points.
I agree. I think I haven't personally met Kitty before, but she seems like she has.
I haven't personally met her either. She's promised multiple times to come out to Casa de Papel, but we'll get her here early.
I believe it, but this is what I'll say about Charlie Kirk in response to her, and rest in peace to him, by the way. So, number one, I think one of the things that she stated was that he was a man of faith, and that's correct. And one of the things that he actually put as his number one, and specific to his organization Turning Point and what he did on his campuses, was his faith. He talked about it very highly. I mean, one of the interviews that he had, I don't know how long it was before he died, but the interviewer asked him, "What do you want to be remembered by if you die?" And he said, "If I die, like he didn't believe he was going to die anytime soon, but he said he wanted to be remembered by his faith, and he always put that very highly. I don't agree with everything that he stated. I don't agree with everything he says, but one thing that I do support him on is that he stands on what he says. And do I think that everything that he stands on is the best thing? Not in my opinion. But you don't see a lot of people like him who, one, exercise their rights to the full ability like he does, stand on what they say once they say it, and the third of all, say it in front of thousands and thousands of people, and even millions depending on who sees it after. You don't see that. He led a movement. He turned a mostly liberal generation, flipped the entire script, and now the majority of the people in this generation, in this current one, are now conservative or Republican, however you'd like to frame it as. I think that anyone who wants to justify the killing, anyone who wants to celebrate his death, which unfortunately I have seen on social media, I think that anyone who wants to do that is an absolutely terrible person and should have no absolute say in this talk about him, because it's absolutely terrible that anyone would wish it upon somebody. But we still have more to learn. We're getting a lot more information on it, but still a lot more to learn. We still don't know if Tyler Robinson is going to get the death penalty or not. But I think Erica Kirk and the rest of the family did put that forth as something they would like to do. So we're just learning new information, but again, rest in peace to him, and I hope people can understand that this is a lot more than just political.
Thank you very much. Abby is next, and JCC and Scott and Daryl and Marshall's on the phone. I got to make a couple of phone calls. I may or may not be back. Can you guys run the room as you guys see fit?
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm going to let other people.
That's okay. You mods, take it away. I got to make a few calls.
Someone next. Moose, did you talk?
Moose, yeah, Moose.
I think Abby, you were next.
Yeah, I don't have much to say. I'm commenting to people in the chat, though. It's like whack-a-mole.
Hey, Daryl, I'd like to say something.
Go ahead,
Daryl, did you understand my point in the chat? I don't know Acts. I've never read it, but I don't know the new.
I know you haven't, because then if you had, you wouldn't have made the comment about cleaning the city of David.
No, I'm saying what I was saying, Daryl, is I don't know the New Testament. I'm going to own that I don't, but I do know that they uncovered a pool, a swimming pool, or a pool that they believe Christ cleansed himself in, and I put the chapter from the New Testament that they believe related to the pool, and it's a recent find. It used to be a parking lot, and by accident, literally by accident, when they were cleaning after a flood on the parking lot, the tractor started digging, and it hit something that they realized was ancient and an artifact, and then they uncovered the pool. So they're always uncovering biblical artifacts that track directly back to that time, and that's all I was saying. So no, I've not read Acts. I don't know the New Testament. I'm going to own them.
Thank you, Abby. Thank you for that. I'm going to look it up.
Well,
Very cool what they found.
Scott or Reverend, are you there? He's not. I wanted to come up to my buddy Christian, if he's still going left. Never mind.
No, honey, I'm not Christian. I'm Jewish. I haven't read the New Testament like Daryl has.
Abby.
That was my response. But I do follow archaeology in
I was talking about Christian who was just speaking, not you.
I'm answering someone who wrote something in the chat. That was it.
Okay.
I knew sorry. I just want to say something very short, and like I use the bathroom, so I'm gonna get off here. Very quick. I agree with JCC, just because, and people that's like that, only because like it just makes sense. There's a lot of hypocrisy. Had it been Billy Graham, it would have not been an issue. Had it been somebody white in our lives who we really not just care about, who didn't they were not bigots, private bigots. We would have not did that to any of them. Yeah, including a lot of atheists. They would even do a hats off towards somebody who's an actual upstanding person who helped them in their life. They would have did that. So it's not so much, oh yeah, they just condoning it. And we want to deal with this very quick. I wrote it down. Let me get this out of the way. Civil rights. Let me say this very quick. There are such things as subtle racism. Subtle racism, which is the northern version of racism. The southern version is over, I think. And introvert is not noticeable. But very quick, I want to say this is crazy deep. So okay, the Democrats were where the KKK was created at. They went. Some of them disagreed with the civil rights, just like Kurt did. Any racists would go against the civil rights, and they were against Martin Luther King, as they was back then. So now those people pissed off that they have civil rights. Those same people who was with KKK went to the north or went to the Republican side. So now they're far right wingers. And now, lo and behold, this right winger who's hiding behind Republican, just as they did when they did their little immigration to Republican. Now he's against who? What two things? Diversity and equality.
The big switch has actually been disproven. You should watch it on.
Yeah, okay, I want to hear that.
There's actually only one.
Yeah, I want to hear that.
Democrat, Republican.
All right. Let him finish his point. Let him finish his point, then you can carry on. So go
I
ahead.
thought he was done. Sorry.
Yeah, it's okay. I appreciate that you got that though. So the civil rights. Now all of a sudden, they were always against the civil rights. They were always against Martin Luther King, the KKK, and all the forms of KKK. And now they're in the Republican side, whispering in their ear as John Wilkes Booth, right? And they're sitting there fighting against the civil rights thing because that's what they used to do before they switched over. It's a telltale that who these people are.
So I think you're telling the story in a historically wrong way. Nixon knew, and just let me finish.
You're just making a myth, bro. That's crazy.
No, I haven't even said what I thought, and you're telling me I'm making a myth. So how about you wait until I get done, and then you can call what I'm saying myth. Richard Nixon knew in the 70s that in order to get American votes, he had to go to the South. That was where the American votes went. Yes, you picked up some race in the riffraff of that, but the main thing was to go where votes were. 70s under Nixon, the votes were in the South. There was a party switch in the South in which you got the respectable folks, but you also got the unrespectable folks. It is wrong to portray Nixon's strategy for this as he wanted all the racists. That's not why Atwater and other political theorists wrote the Southern strategy. They wrote it because the most votes for political movements at the time were in the South. The Democrats also competed this way through Dixiecrats. Now, they were a waning interest at the time because Republicans were impeding. The Republicans picked up the racist votes not because they set out to get the racists, but because they set out to get everybody else, and the racists weren't included on top of that.
That was my argument. It wasn't an argument at all. But I'm listening though.
I didn't say it was your argument. I said it was the correct interpretation of the Southern strategy. The Southern strategy was put in place simply to get more votes. Now, the Confederates and the white supremacists came along with that. But and you can see this in the Richard Nixon Presidential Library, when you look through documents, he did not get votes in the South because he wanted racist votes.
he got votes in the South because he wanted to go to the South where most of the votes happened to be. And that's a critical piece that's often underwritten about the Southern strategy and not explained. What's often explained is that they picked up the racist votes, and it's often explained that that's why they did it, despite the fact that was not why Nixon did it in '72.
As I said, I was just saying the switch over. I wouldn't tell you what something about Nixon. I wasn't talking about Nixon, but I'm glad you mentioned it though. So now I got to turn.
You don't realize you're talking about Nixon. That's the problem.
No, that was good. You brought it up, yeah.
Hey, Marshall, do you think people would espouse these dumb fucking ahistorical rhetorics if they actually just open a book and read? Take a look, sit up, reading rainbow.
Is he done? We kind of broke up a little bit. But
If only you studied, young zealous.
I study a lot, by the way. You talk to the right person.
Yeah.
If we talk cordial, you will find your way to the truth. The truth.
I am speaking cordially.
No, I'm just saying that's just a precursor.
I'm just speaking cordially and saying you don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, no, that's cool. I'm saying to you in the future, I know far right wingers that are leading, and they first of all, their highest strategy is to make sure that they talk uncordial.
John, I promise you, Rich is not a far right winger. Rich has differing opinions for differing political stripes. He would be more properly described as slightly irritated but politically homeless.
Yep.
I'm curious about what I heard someone say about Jesus bathing in a pool or a swimming pool got discovered. That what?
Yes.
There was a biblical pool discovered in Israel recently. It has to do.
Oh, biblical pool.
Well, it actually has to do with the paralytic man who Jesus told to go. That he kept going down to the pool. So.
Was the pool installed over?
Yes. So it was a parking lot. I mean, it's this whole area right outside the walls of the old city. And they also uncovered a tunnel that leads from the pool right into where in the old city near where the temple, the holy temple was. So the belief is that that's where he cleansed himself before he made his pilgrimage to the temple. It's very cool. It was recently found, but that whole area was literally old parking lots that they uncovered amazing artifacts. I'll put something in the chat about the city of David because it goes back to the kingdom of David and coins and other archaeological finds that are extraordinary. But the pool is recent, so that's why I mentioned it.
Abby, just like for historical context, the ideal of Pontius Pilate, historians had always claimed, oh, there's no evidence for Pontius Pilate. And atheists always use that. They say, well, why would Pilate not even exist? Yeah, that shows you that this is all just made up. And then, I think it's about a decade ago, they ended up uncovering a stone that they flipped over, and they actually found inscribed on it to Pontius Pilate. And they're like, oh, wow, it's actually real. And then they found a bunch of coins and a bunch of other artifacts.
Right, and then they mentioned Tiberius too. That was crazy.
Yeah, I mean, have you ever taken archaeology in college? It's really wild to go there and see. It's one thing to see the stuff that had been found, but you can go and be part of the digs and actually experience it as they find stuff. And there was a volunteer, like a young girl that volunteered. She found a whole bag of coins in that area. It's one of the days digging. It's really interesting stuff.
But Abby, I heard that the Jews are like a bunch of anti-Semitic, fascistic Nazis, and just treat everybody with disdain and terribly.
Not in the digs. The digs are.
Do they like foreigners in
Israel?
Israel?
Come from all over the world.
Are foreigners allowed to go to Jerusalem or Israel?
The majority of the people that work on the digs, by the way, are not local.
Wow, that's amazing.
Yeah,
so they're really open.
And then also with that situation, I know you're trying to like bring some justice to it, because it's like, but one of the things is that there's different type of Jews, right? There's different types. There's people that are pagan Jews, and then there's
Wait, really?
yeah, then there's like people who are Messianic, then people that's quote unquote Orthodox, Ashkenazi, Russian, and then you got Ethiopia, right? Then you have different type of people in Africa, and some that are lost Jews, right?
They're interesting, there's a whole, because they never had the rest of they only had the 5 books of Moses, the Ethiopians that were rescued, and they're the most beautiful people. Their traditions are just incredible. And one of the past Miss Israels is an Ethiopian woman. You can Google her, Ashju. I think I really am butchering her last name. She's just magnificent. But they had this, practiced the religion, and they practiced it. What we say halachically, they really practiced it, but they only had the first 5 books. So the rest of the Bible, it's just interesting. Just it never made it there.
Yeah, I was saying, on that point, thanks, Abby, for the information. I'll look it up. And I know the Ethiopians are maybe the sex area, but I'm saying is, Solomon and Moses married an Ethiopian woman. That started a long time ago with Moses, whenever they, Miriam, who she was being racist towards them. But then Moses was so humble because he saw the beginning, and then he married one because he was like, okay, well, all right, I'm cool, whatever, because they come from the Middle East first, then they went down to Egypt, and then God, after being pissed off at Miriam for her acting funny because she was Ethiopian, he made it. You know about the story, right, Abby? What happened? Numbers 12, where God turned to white because he kind of mocked her for her being racist towards the Ethiopian woman or whatever, and Moses. And that's the story. And so, as they go into the last part, this last thing said on this topic, what is the situation? Oh, Solomon, Sheba, Bathsheba, yeah, Sheba down below. You have Yemen, and then you have Ethiopia. And so Sheba is known for like the.
So, going
so
back
to. Why was it like
because hold on. I'll mute you down. I can move you down. Going back to upholding Steve's rooms or Steve's rules, it's one person. We try not to do a lot of crosstalk, and it's usually normally 2 minutes, and then we move on. Sanu, I wanted to ask you something about something.
Oh yeah, go
I wanted to ask you something about you just said. It's interesting because you said that no one believed that Pontius Pilate existed until about 10 years ago. And I just want to ask you, did you mean to say that, or that was just
so there wasn't any
paraphrasing?
So I don't know if it's more than 10 years ago, but they uncovered a tablet, or it was like a stone that was flipped over, and they ended up finding Pontius Pilate written on it and inscribed, and then they found other artifacts. But at the time, the way I understand it is, prior to that, there wasn't any like historical evidence or writings about Pontius Pilate.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Because they discovered the Pilate stone in 61.
Okay, maybe it's 61.
Yeah.
I think it was like, maybe I was wrong in my time. I seen the documentary thing like 10 years ago. That's why I was assuming it was like brand new, but maybe it's the 60s. But the point is, like, there was like 1900 years or something, almost 2000 years of people claiming that Pontius Pilate never existed. So maybe it's the 60s. But I've seen it after like 10 years.
I'm only saying, so I did 2 years. I'm not as, I'm no Reverend Scott, but I did do 2 years of theology, and I'm just saying I've never heard anyone say that Pilate didn't exist. So when you said that, that was just a shock to me. So it's just
I can pull the documentary and stuff like that.
I don't have it.
I did want to go to somebody else. Honey badger, larger than we've been talking about. The firing of Lord Jimmy Kimmel. I wanted to call him Stephen Colbert there for a second. The firing of Jimmy Kimmel, I wanted to hear your opinion on the matter. I've seen you express it in text, and since you're on the stage, I feel like we ought to give you the mic.
What was the question?
What's your thoughts on
What
the
do you think
Kimmel?
of the matter? Like,
What's your
what do
thoughts
you
on
think of the matter?
On Kimmel?
Yeah, Jimmy Kimmel
On the
getting.
Kimmel issue, that's largely what the critical thinking forum room was about today. Like, did the government intervene?
Oh, entirely.
Deserve to get
Oh
fired?
yeah, that's pressure from the top. Yeah, that's bullshit.
You want to elaborate or just?
No, I think it's pretty clear. I don't see what the problem is. It's like Jimmy Kimmel says stuff that Trump doesn't like. Trump says lies all the time. So a few months ago when he said that he saved free speech and he's protecting free speech, that's just a setup because later on he's gonna fuck it over. And that's what he's been doing. And this Charlie Kirk thing is part of that.
So I'm of the view Jimmy Kimmel shouldn't have been fired for what he said. But he stuck himself in the middle of that debate in a really unproductive way.
What did he say that was so offensive again? I don't remember.
I didn't take it personally as offensive. I took it as unproductive.
Well, like what?
The statement was something to the effect of.
He just said that the Republican Party
We've had
wanted.
an issue with these MAGA folks who are desperately trying to make the shooter's identity something it is not. Now I'm not repeating the quote exactly.
He wanted him not to be a Republican. Something that.
Yeah, that was very obvious
Yeah.
that that's the agenda. The agenda
Yeah.
is to make sure that it's definitely not a magnet.
And what was really funny was when Trump was asked, "So how you doing with the death?" He goes, "Oh, pretty good. How about the construction of the White House? You know." So obviously Trump was the insensitive one. Why didn't Trump cancel? Insensitive bastard.
Jimmy Kimmel's words injected him into a partisan debate that he probably shouldn't have been a part of.
He wasn't injecting
What I mean,
into
what,
any debate. It was
just,
just a comment.
please just let me finish. What I mean by that specifically was Jimmy Kimmel engaged in some partisan views himself. He implied that the right was trying to make the shooter political affiliation other than what it was.
Oh, which is true. Yeah, it's true. That's going on.
He implied the shooter's affiliation was MAGA.
Yeah, because that's been one of the.
Hey guys, Marshall.
Please just let me.
I was just gonna say one thing to Daryl.
Well, it's really slow.
I was gonna say, Daryl, don't leave because I have an answer for your question.
I'm not even done.
Yeah, what's it?
Please don't talk over me.
Yeah, but this is part of why this is
very
happening.
polite to other people.
It's because of this kind of like slow, plotty, and like doofus attitude about what's going on.
Marshall's a mod and he's not a doofus.
You're a fool. 17 people are gonna jump in. It's gonna take 5
Yeah,
hours.
it's not that hard. Just let me finish what I was going to say. It seemed to me Jimmy Kimmel stuck his nose in a partisan matter and made a partisan quote. I should be clear here. I don't believe this should have gotten him fired. But I do believe Jimmy Kimmel should have thought twice before saying it. He affiliated the political view of the shooter without ever actually knowing whether that's the shooter.
Yeah, that's what Trump did too. You think Trump should be in jail for what he did?
I didn't say that the other person should be in jail, did I?
You didn't even say Jimmy Kimmel should be
Yeah,
on the job.
I know. That's what I'm trying to find out.
All right. Having a problem talking over
trying to
me
figure out what
when I'm a moderator and I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence. Is it because people think I'm nice? Is it because they think they can take advantage of me? Is it because
No, you're fine.
I don't know for what fucking reason you can interrupt.
Marshall, no,
You don't know.
You guys
Don't interrupt other fucking folks. But they do seem to interrupt me in the middle of a conversation.
Well, just drink another
which I was not done with.
I am concerned it sounds like Marshall's
the
driving.
point I was trying, Rich, not being helpful. Point I was trying to make was that Kimmel shouldn't have been fired for what he said, but he stuck his nose in it in a way that was unproductive in the same way the President of the United States stuck his nose in it in a way that was unproductive. The President of the United States decided without any evidence to attribute the shit to the left. And some folks on the left, I haven't seen luminaries,
some folks who call themselves left of center want to make the argument that it was a right of center killing, despite the fact that the problem is the killing to begin with. It doesn't matter their political affiliation, it matters that it happened. So now I am done. If people want
Okay, there you go. Before anybody interrupts, I was just gonna address Daryl and let Daryl know what I looked up. So the Pontius Pilate son was like 60s or something, 61, 63, something. But a lot of historians didn't want to credit it just because there's only one mention that they had found at that time. And then there was also a copper ring that was uncovered in 2018 with a engraving to Pontius Pilate. So that kind of like solidified it. That was a thing that I was reading that, I guess.
Yeah. So and then I would just want to say, like, I mean, I would agree, Marshall. Like, it doesn't matter, but the truth is, it does matter to a lot of people on the right because you had Nancy Mace who literally sided with the Democrats.
It matters to people on the right, and it matters to people on the left in a way that is incredibly unfucking helpful.
But it still matters to people on the right, ultimately.
I'm not saying that it doesn't. I'm also saying it matters to people. I'm saying that it also matters to people on the left, and they have exercised themselves in ways that are not helpful.
Yeah, like
lambasting the shooter as a right-wing nut job by fucking Jimmy Kimmel was not fucking helpful. Again, shouldn't have gotten fired, but it was not a helpful thing to say. It didn't make the
conversation wise
clear.
Statement.
It didn't make the intellectual discussion any
I think it did.
How?
I think it was helpful. I think it was helpful to remind people about what's going on in the current administration and how language actually matters. And so when he brought attention to the fact of something that most of the maggots forgot, that when this guy was killed, Trump was the first person to announce it before like some other kind of professional, and that's a weird
Trump
thing,
had
right?
more information than Jimmy
So hold on, I'm not done. And they forgot that when Trump was asked the question that Jimmy highlighted, that he did passively go, "Oh yeah, I think I'm fine. By the way, I'm building this great thing everybody's wanted for 150 years. I'm the president." Like, he was not moved by Charlie's death, and he didn't care about the question. He wanted to talk about himself and brag. So I think it's important for the discussion so people remember that.
The behavior is the problem. The issue.
Yeah, I don't know. Have you been drinking?
Yes.
We
have drunk Marshall on that.
No, I'm not. I just haven't slept. Like, what do you disagree with in my assertion that this seems to matter in an unacceptable political way to both sides?
Look, do you know who
the right seems to be lambasting the left in an unacceptable fashion, and the left seems to be lambasting the right in an unacceptable fashion in a way that doesn't help solve problems, only makes shit worse.
Yeah.
Like, what is to disagree with?
Well, Honey Badger, I think you should stop like attacking Marshall and like, implying that he's like a conservative, right? On the right, he's a rhino. He's not on the left. He's not on the right. He's a warmonger who supports, Joe Wood.
Honey Badger was not attacking me. Honey Badger had a question.
George Bush.
Which is meant, like, I don't fucking know any of his question.
Oh no, I just wanted him to know that you're not on either side. You're a rhino Republican.
I'm a rhino Republican for what other people think. And rhino
No, good, dude. Good. I look, MAGA is different. MAGA is different from a common conservative republic of 10, 20 years ago, right? That's what I think. And there's a lot going on right now that shifted, and it's wild, man. So I mean, like my dad's a conservative Republican, but it's almost like he looks like a MAGA, even though deep down and knowing what I've known about him for years, he's not. He's just a conservative Republican, and he just kind of got swirled into this fucked up shit. It's crazy.
Why do you think your dad got swirled into fucked up shit?
Well, I just think that when you're older, and you were like a Reaganite and stuff,
made money and
yeah, exactly. People who are Republican and vote Republican, they only do it because of their money. That's the only reason, or they're bigots.
You think those are the only reasons that people vote Republican?
Yes.
How old are you?
Why?
We need
How's
to
that?
meet some
He's
more.
like early 30s.
Can I ask Honey a question?
Yeah, I think the only reason people vote Republican is because they think it's gonna
Honey,
keep them like
honey,
a more
I'm not being
make more.
disparaging. Honey, I'm not being disparaging at
So
all.
right now it's Abby and Honey. Let Abby and Honey dialogue.
Okay, we already got that, JCC. We're all being quiet.
Honey, real sincere question. I'm not being disparaging at all. Do you have a professional career? And you don't have to dox yourself, but
A professional career in what?
do you have,
Politics now.
do you have a business that you own?
Oh yeah.
You pay taxes?
Yeah, all that. Yeah, I've been in business
Do
for
you
a long
care
time.
about, do you care about things like capital gains tax?
Yeah, all
Does
that
affect you?
Yeah.
How you depreciate your
Yeah. Why?
assets?
What's up? Yeah.
Yeah, and do you care how those taxes affect you? You're in a
Yeah.
state that has an income tax as well?
Yeah, all that stuff. Yeah.
All that stuff. So you live in a state with a state income tax?
Yeah, I live in California.
He's old spoke up your ass, Abby.
So what about it?
Yeah.
What's your point?
Yeah, and this business that you have a lot of employees?
Well, look here. I'm not here to talk about me.
He doesn't know
I
his
mean,
business, Abby.
I'm trying to get to people change with respect to.
Well, I'm not a Republican.
You think you'll never enough to vote about those issues?
What are you talking about? What's your point? I'm just not understanding what you're saying.
It's pretty clear.
I guess I'm just not picking up the point, but we'll make the point.
Obviously, you're not tracking.
My point is, ultimately, people changes in their life as they grow older and their responsibilities change and their assets change.
Yes.
And business needs change.
Yes.
So for someone to vote for their congressional representative, whether it's state representative, whether they care what their state income tax is, people in California that have certain income levels are at a 13% stakes on top of the top federal tax rate. Why don't you do the math and tell me how much tax they're paying?
Okay, what? I'm just trying to figure out what.
Well, are you when you get to that point in your life, you may actually vote that way because you may not want to pay 13%.
That's what I just. Isn't that what? Are you agreeing with me?
Right, but Abby, he did say that he thought Republicans vote either for taxes or against, so you're pointing out the taxes part, right?
Yeah, I said for money or bigotry.
And I'm pointing out that there is a logical reason that people make the shift in their life. Okay?
Great. So it sounds like you're supporting my notion that I brought up.
It is not a disparaging comment to people that are Republicans. It's a point of a life cycle and a change that happens in people's
lives. Okay, so where do we disagree?
Did I say I was disagreeing with you?
Oh, I thought so
trying
you're
to get
supporting
you
my
to
point. Okay.
understand.
Well, thank you. Thank you for supporting my point.
I'm trying to explain to you that it's not a negative that it happens.
Did I ever say it was?
You implied it was.
Disparaging.
No, I said my dad's a Republican, and I said the reason is
He
because
said they say it for money.
you're disagreeing with me. You're just supporting my notion.
You said money and bigotry. You
I said
added
either money
you
or
mentioned the two together like they were both a disparaging attribute.
Yeah, so I don't think my dad's necessarily a bigot.
People that are of certain
Like he could be a little bit because he's a white man. You know what I mean? So he's probably a bigot a little bit.
You think
Yeah, a little bit, maybe. I don't know. Like he's like freaking. I'm not here to talk about my family. I'm just saying that like Republican is different than MAGA. It doesn't necessarily be the same thing. That's all I'm saying. I'm not giving that.
Honey, do you own a home? Honey, do you own a home? Do you own a home?
Yes. Why?
And you own it in fee simple, full ownership?
Almost. Yeah.
You mean almost?
Yeah, I'm almost
Own
there.
it or you don't own it?
Yeah, I'm almost there.
So you don't own a home?
Look, I told you, I'm not talking about me. I
It's
don't
a
know why you're
mortgage payment. He's not done yet, so he doesn't completely own it.
That's not,
like,
you absolutely own your home with a
Well, I'm
mortgage.
still paying.
No, you don't.
I'm still paying a bank.
No, you don't.
This is
Yes,
a
you do.
conversation
Yes,
now
you
because
do.
now you're
The
trying
bank-
to just
the bank owns it, Abby.
The bank does not own it. Stop,
And that's
now we're
fine.
gonna have.
We becoming a Republican.
Cannot,
Now we're gonna,
do multiple voices at once.
now we're gonna have a quick lesson in real property.
Thank
you, Marshall. I have enough voices in my head.
When someone transfers a home to you and deeds a home to you, you own it in fee simple. You are the legal owner in fee simple. Have a lien against your home when you have a mortgage. It's interest. But it is not an ownership interest. You are the owner of your home. The mortgage.
And what does this have to do with what we're talking about?
Because I was
With
correcting
Republicans and stuff?
someone. Just asked you where you
Are
are
you
in
just trying
your
to
station.
further my point that people become Republicans for reasons of their own? and they don't have to.
Isn't that a great thing that people get to that point in their
Look,
life
dude,
that they
I
can
don't
make those
understand where we're
decisions?
at. Is there a point you're getting to?
Yes, I was trying to explain that it's not a negative that people have life
That's
changes
great.
and lifestyle
That's
changes.
great.
Right?
It
You
was
posed
Patrick.
it as a negative,
Cool. I don't think it's necessarily a negative either.
but you spoke of it as a negative.
No, I didn't. I came in and I was giving you I said, look, people who are MAGA, who are like this, whatever level of MAGA you want to declare yourself, doesn't necessarily have to follow just because you're a Republican. You are a MAGA. That's all I'm.
Yeah, and that's an incredibly honest framing, right? Like I describe myself as a moderate Republican. I don't describe myself as a MAGA. Like I separate myself from MAGA explicitly by framing of my political beliefs. Like I'm not saying I can't be friends with those folks, or like I don't work with them, or I don't do good stuff with them. More like your point of pointing out the difference in the party, I think, is the complimentary. The typical comment is astute, but I think it was fair-minded of you to try to put Republicans in a category where not all Republicans fit the MAGA brand. So thank you. Appreciate it.
Yeah, that's only fair. I mean, there's all kinds of spectrums, right? Extremism is really the problem, in a sense, right? On either side.
Can a woman speak, please?
Oh my God, get
Hang on a
dude.
second.
Yeah, Honey Badger, aren't you progressive? Let me talk.
Stop.
Let a woman
speak,
please.
Yeah, hang on. We have
God.
speakers on stage that haven't spoken yet. We have Dope and Joe. So, Dope, would you like to say anything?
Yeah. So apparently we're talking. Well, there's a lot that was said. So are we talking about the ideal motivations of the shooter, or just MAGA versus GOP? What's
Well,
going on
actually,
here?
this is a follow-up from the critical thinking room where the question was, should Jimmy Kimmel have been fired or taken off the air kind of thing because of what Jimmy Kimmel said?
Oh, okay, that's a good question. I'm not the type to say we should go around canceling people, but I think it's just a kind of poetic justice, and it's not even get shellacked and getting off of TV. I think it's just really beautiful because the amount of shit he would say to someone in his shoes right now, he'd be just pissing on their grave and laughing. He's made multiple types of ridiculous comments before. I remember him saying that if there's like a vax conspiracy theorist who gets put into a box, just let them die essentially. So I don't know, man. Seeing him get put off the air, I think it's amazing. I think it's vax country's in the right because when people like him talk a lot of shit and then assume that they're not going to be in the position of someone getting canceled, and then they do get canceled, maybe they'll learn a lesson. But I don't want to see this become a pattern necessarily. This is just a case where I see it as something I could just laugh at and go about my day with.
Same. I think we are becoming more and more right, left, or center. I don't care what else you call us. That's kind of where we are coming down. And screw Kimmel, he's an idiot.
All right. Thanks for your opinion, folks. Awesome.
Yeah, I think it's interesting though, essentially, Abby, would you be willing to listen to my experience as a former Republican?
Why wouldn't I always listen to you?
I understand, but
I may always agree with you, but I listen to you. I'll talk to you about being a former Democrat and when I switched,
sure.
the day I switched.
Right, I'd have to Yeah, so as a former Republican, one of the things that made me leave the party were not actually the reasons that some people are typically suspected, which is, people say racism, homophobia. I mostly left the Republican Party mostly because I saw that they weren't really as individualistic as they claim to be. If you think about, and the reason I say that, you think about issues that have to do with on social issues, if you deviate from the norm, they say a lot of times that you can't paint, you can't dye your hair blue, you can't paint your fingernails, but when it comes down to the rhetoric, it's like we believe in the freedom of individuals.
And so, question: is this just leading the sex of the trans person? Or no?
Yeah, I know you're interested.
I knew that's where this was going. He's like, he didn't like me because I had sex with a.
Yeah, well, I know that it's interesting that, are you against drag shows, Rich?
No, I think everybody should be able to do whatever they want. I mean, I think even like a person like yourself that decides to call themselves a necrophiliac, if the person's consenting before they pass away, I guess all things are.
I'm not in favor of that. I think that's.
I mean, Norman, if you told your wife, hey, if I die today at noontime, from this cancer, and I got a, stiffy,
No.
you can ride me afterwards, like
No.
that should be.
It's gross, man.
Yeah, and so just in general, it's like also I just saw essentially the tax proposals. There wasn't a lot of relief looking back that I saw from when I was making less than $30,000. Really.
Like when you say like individualistic, do you mean like the social conservative aspect where you can't really go against the grain?
No, in fact, I actually think that's what makes them go against, the principles of individualism. Like we believe in, freedom of individuals. People be different, and that's just it's like you see things like pray the gay away. I mean, I know not all conservatives are the same, but it's like you see things like the Pokemon scare, McCarthyism. It's like anytime you deviate from the norm, it's like
That was ironic. Norman just left.
if you dye your hair blue, then essentially you've ousted yourself from the tribe.
Necker, do you find?
Great. Yeah, so I got whipped, and now you really does have cancer.
For real, for real.
Yes. Yeah, she got cervical cancer.
What I had. Hey, long live TJ. They ain't gonna do nothing but take that goddamn uterus out.
Oh, I'm glad you said that. Yeah. TJ. Is it another TJ or something? Somebody got HIV. I got that not too long ago.
Hey, long live TJ. That's what your mama just called me. Who got HIV, girl? Hello? You talking about the girl, TJ? No, that was, I said long live TJ. No, I'm talking about the HIV. Oh, I don't know.
Just a boy in this picture.
How you know, Kiki?
I really can't see it.
Is he light skinned?
Just taking that picture.
Anyway, I look at it real good. Man, y'all so fucking good shit. They say they listen, no, we don't care, baby. Y'all come on the door.
Told ya.
And how y'all make a room for mess and then y'all turn around and listen to us? Y'all supposed to have shit popping over there. Damn. When y'all can bring your grown ass right on over here.
Can I cook right quick? Can I just say?
Let her cook. Damn.
You need to worry about what the Pharaoh did on this. And the question me about a motherfucking thing. Yeah, I don't think you need to question me, bitch, about a fuck thing. Yeah, the way you and Tara told each other down on this bitch. Don't question me, ho. You said she got herpes and she said you got AIDS. Bitch, I wish you would question me, ho. About any motherfucking thing. Now, what was said, love?
Yeah, Kiki, I ain't arguing my head no
The
more.
doors of the churches, though.
Yo,
There go one. Come on. It's right here. Dang. I'm just bringing eggs or shit. They want to come on over here, baby. Doors is open. Dog us out, do whatever you got to do. Get your rocks out. They got another Christmas gift box. What is y'all good? Girl, you know, I can't deal with all this.
That girl talking about they go another Christmas gift.
It's a Christmas gift I'm saying, girl. Shit.
What that mean?
I guess the holidays come out, no shit.
I put the picture in Telegram. Yeah, it's like a text message or some shit. Make sure y'all get that where everybody can see it. There's somebody named TJ in there.
Oh, shoot at the bottom. Let's do something out. You the only one got the nut.
No, let Tudo.
I did. She just
No.
I guess.
Tudo, come here, baby. Cause what you was saying when I was asleep?
Okay, this is a good time to eat my real please. Damn. Go.
That's love.
What I be talking about right here. This is what I be
They
talking
think they're gonna get put out. That shit be crazy now. Oh, she real.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello?
Yes.
What was said when I was asleep? About Kiki.
Forrest, wait.
Oh, don't even worry about it. That's what the fuck I thought. That's what I thought. Now, how you doing this evening?
I'm tired. I did ask where you could your mom. They thought
What did I say to my mom? What did I say to my mom?
No, I said, when they said you cooked your
What did I say to her though? Tell me what I said.
I said, Kiki, why you cooked your mom no short?
What the fuck did I say to her, bitch?
I don't know. I went in there.
What's your bitch? Why you worried about it? So why did you say Tira had herpes?
It's already, they say you got her.
Fuck you talking about bitch. You said your daughter got it though.
But everybody said you.
Fuck you talking about. Now I ain't heard nobody say that but you. Clown asshole.
Yeah, you better go out.
Fuck you talking about, bitch. Bitch better stay in your place, stupid asshole. Now look how you all quiet and shit. Fuck, girl. Better sit over there and get run off at your dick suckers. How don't be talking about nothing. Bitch, you better find you somebody to play with. Hey, bitch, I said what I said, though. No, this ain't that, bitch. I'm not. You said I'm all here. I walked your ass out of this place. Now, you know that from the bottom of every bottom of my heart. Let me know you ready for this. Bitch, you ain't never pulled up on me like you played with Cat. No, that you. When you get through. Sean, no, I'm not fuck out of this. Stop playing with me, huh? Stop playing with me, huh? You just be talking. You just be talking, bitch. You just be talking, huh? All you do is sit in my inbox and kiss my ass. Bitch, just stop playing with me, huh? Cause you know how I'ma come. Stop playing. I ain't none of Keno. Ted said Nene and none of them bitch hoes. I ain't none of them.
I ain't seen that.
I ain't none of them. I ain't none of them, though. Bitch, you talking.
But what else happened? They said Toys did. Somebody was talking about you doing.
Now you want to move the toy. I know they're real.
You know about the auto stupid ass. Hold on.
Know they're real. Know they're real. Take a shot to that, bitch.
Look at my food toy up there, bitch.
Fuck yeah, I want Tony to come out tonight, but they feel they never. Oh.
Yeah, boy.
What a fucking soul. Like, that's childish. You gotta say that. Y'all don't like her shit, because she don't come off the mic. But don't like nobody that don't come off the mic. Damn.
Damn!
Okay, I'm back.
Nah, bitch, don't say shit to motherfucking me, hoe.
Bitch, you say
Why y'all over there playing little toy tonight? Because she don't come out no mic.
I said her no neck fat ass wasn't finna sit over there, bitch. I meant what I said.
Girl ain't never said nothing to you.
You took all the fucking 2 minutes.
Sorry, yeah, you're gonna use the whole.
Hello. I'm watching that, and you guys are taking it.
Use up the whole.
All right. You see, this is what I'm talking about. You guys can't just you can't just yeah, it is, but I don't know. They want delegation, so apparently you guys can't get through it. Dominique, you got 30 more seconds to speak. Should barely get a minute.
No, James, go ahead, bro. 30 seconds.
Okay.
Sorry, y'all sound the same.
So, in human history, 80% of women reproduce, but only 40% of the men did, right? It means that dating, while men have always had to earn it, right? But that doesn't necessarily mean that you guys are more valuable in the sense, right? You guys are valuable for different things, right? You guys are not valuable for fucking civilization. You guys are only valuable to get dick down, reproduce, and do what the man tells you to do at the end of the day. So for you to say that men are not valuable, you only have rights because we allow you to have rights. You have a computer that you're able to go on because of a man. You have a house that you live in because of a man.
We're gonna go to Sugar Belly for 1 minute. There we go.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, and the minute starts.
Give her 2 minutes, right?
All right, I'll give her 2 minutes. All right.
Yeah, so I just want to point out gold and like it's almost like you don't realize that you're pleading your case. Like you don't like but you're like please don't interrupt like I was forced to listen to like all of this stuff. Like you don't realize that the reason why you have to run down this litany of like, oh I made the phone that you're talking on, oh I made this, oh I made that, oh blah blah blah. You have to do all this stuff because you can't just show up and be like, oh, I'm a man, I have a dick, and then expect women to care.
So that makes you valuable because you have a pussy?
Sorry, like, you're also eating like 2 minutes, like, what's going on? Yes, actually, we, the pussy havers, like, are intrinsically more valuable. Like, that's the natural order, and, like, all male behavior proves this. And, like, even when you say, oh, like, where cities, where society that women built, it's all around you, it's the same society. It's the same world. Like all of the same things that you claim that only men built, women were there building them alongside with them as well. And I don't understand why men like these fantasy scenarios where they say things like, oh, if all the men disappear, the society is going to collapse. No, it's not. And how you know it's not is because like in third world countries and in poor countries, women already do a lot of these jobs that in Western countries men think are male only jobs. Like, if you think that, oh, men are all the miners, okay, go to Congo, women are in the mines. If you think that men are all the laborers on construction sites, go to India, women are in construction sites carrying stones. Women are stone breakers in quarries. The point is that, like, all of these jobs are unpleasant jobs, and most people, both male and female, actually don't want to do them, right? But in Western countries, because, the higher standard of living, because of higher wealth, women start to opt out of having to do these jobs. But then in poorer countries, everybody has to do this kind of work. And you guys always forget that. So my point is that, even when you say things like, oh, you only have rights because we allow you to, you're creating the danger in society. Like that's not a good thing. This is like a killer comes and
And
hostage, right? Can I finish my sentence? Like
all right, finish your sentence.
So my point is that like you've actually taken us so far from what we're discussing. Just to make sure like everyone who came into the room understands how this conversation started. We were talking about like me saying that I was comparing dating in America to dating in Nigeria, right? And I was saying that something that really surprises me is that in America, the men are always talking about body counts. Like, they'll be like asking women, like, what's your body count? Or they'll talk about women's body counts, high body counts, low body counts. And I said that this idea is very strange in Nigeria, although some Nigerian men are starting to like absorb this idea from listening to American men online. But I was saying that like it's very weird because like it doesn't really matter, and like it's not a barrier to you getting married. It's not a barrier to any of those things. Yeah.
Alrighty, well,
Great.
My favorite thing is having a pussy makes you valuable.
we're on Lion and then
Wait.
Yeah, Samoa's first, guys. Sorry, he called it way before the ISO even started. We're on Samoa, then we're on Lion, and then Concrete.
Yeah, I do appreciate that for the rest of my time in line.
Oh, great. All right, so I know
preference for what color my underwear was.
I didn't ask that.
I wouldn't tell you
You
either.
know what I'm asking. You know
Yeah,
what
my,
I'm
my,
asking, and you know why. Wait.
Because she knows it's wrong.
no, but like my point
Exactly.
though,
She
you're
knows
establishing the
that. Wait a
false
second.
though.
Sugar Belly, you had your moment. Answer, and there's a reason why, and everyone knows why. Because everything that you said about this subject was good. You don't even really believe it. Because if you firmly believe the bullshit, that you just said, you'd say easily, yeah.
No, but that's a false premise.
I've had sex with 50 dudes. Who gives a fuck?
But that is a false. Again, that is a
No.
false premise.
This right here is an excuse.
You are assuming.
Your body count, man.
Shut her up, love.
Marry man.
Hold on.
Yeah, but my
ASB.
Because I'm really invested. Because my husband's a fan, so
Hold on. Quiet. I didn't say anything. I listened to each and every one of your asinine statements. That even though I knew deep down you would never ever answer this, and the reason is because you are also subject to those same social parameters as a woman, just like we are as a man. Everything that young brother said was absolutely correct, and you just want to push against it because you don't want to live in these parameters. But while at the same time you won't free yourself of it.
But I don't have to live in his parameters. I'm a Nigerian woman.
You just said in Nigeria is not the same. That's not true either. Every country has always been the exact
No,
same
that's not
fucking way.
true.
If that is, it is the fucking truth. Why do you think that?
Thank you, Lion.
Why do you suppose these motherfuckers want young girls and not old
So
girls?
again, like this is not true.
Wait. Why do you suppose they always want to make sure that the girl is a virgin before they're married?
But they don't care if you're a virgin. Like that's not true.
That's not true.
Maya, look at it.
Hold on. It's been like that since the beginning.
Let him cook. You talk the whole time. Let him cook.
Yeah. It's
But
been
you're
like
just screaming. It doesn't mean like
all you gotta do is be quiet. It's been like that since the beginning of fucking civilization.
No, that's not
Men
correct.
do not. Hold on. Men do not want to wife. Do not want to give all of his resources to community property.
Again, this
No
is not correct.
man on earth wants to willingly sacrifice his life for community property. No man works his entire life to give all of his shit to some woman. Every fucking nigga around.
Thank you, nigga.
Nobody on no continent wants to live like that.
Again, this is not true.
So this is where your value. This is the border of where your value is. I'll tell you. The more you run your fucking mouth, the more valueless you become. Just get in the fucking kitchen where you're supposed to be and open your legs only to the one nigga that wants to take care of you, and you'll be just fine. That's all you gotta do. We're only giving you women one job. We'll handle the rest.
Wait, is he crying? Why is he crying?
He's laughing.
You only have one job, and you can't even do that shit.
Charlie, I don't know if you can see us now, but if you I sure hope you're looking down.
We're all hungry.
And you're calm, but I swear to God, if we come in, you come. We have giving up, preach what you talk. I don't know if you can see us now.
Just can't reach. Which is the way he wants it. Well, he gets it. Anyway, that's the opening. That's part of a movie called Cool Hand Luke. It is also the opening of a Guns N' Roses song called Civil War. For those of you who are GNR fans, you will recognize it. Now, what we have here, or what we just witnessed, was a shellacking, as the whites would say, from Sugar Belly towards Gold and now Lion. And these two gentlemen, ironically enough, are professed believers of the word of God. This is a Christian, not a lion. He's got an antichrist. But he is an Old Testament abides by the Old Testament. And I'm wondering, does the Old Testament talk about women? Yes, it does. Does the Old Testament talk about a woman's value? Why, yes, it does. Could we perhaps hear what the Old Testament says about women vis-a-vis men, vis-a-vis the Lord? Yes, I think we can. We have the technology. So I'll start with Proverbs 18:22 again, church. Proverbs.
What is this got to do with like Christian?
He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from the Lord. Again, to the Christian men. The Old Testament Bible believers and the Christian men. He who finds a wife finds a good thing and obtains favor from who? The Lord. The Lord. Not your cousins, not your uncles, not your daddy. The Lord himself. I don't think I need to read anything else to see what value women bring to the table for a man. And how that verse alone establishes her as, if not the prize, definitely a prize. I might go as far as to say, behind God.
But I'm also Christian and I don't believe in your Abrahamic.
I am not convincing you of the argument, Sugar Belly. Pay attention. I am in agreement in part with what you say, and I'm refuting what they say. Pay attention, sister. So, another one that we will go is Proverbs 12:4. And, wait, no, not that one. Let me see. Hold on, brother. This is my presentation, not yours. Okay, here we go. Proverbs 19:14. 19:14. House and wealth are inherited from fathers, but a prudent wife is from the Lord. Now, when God gives you something, is that a good thing? I think so. All right, here we go. What else?
Do you even know what that's saying?
Wait, hold on 1 second, brother. 1 second, brother. 1 second, brother. A prudent wife is from the Lord. I think that's it. Let me see what else.
Concrete, is that all women?
Here we go. I got another verse for you. Genesis 2. Hold on. Genesis 2:18. And the Lord God said, "It is not good that men be alone."
Bible study class.
Don't you try to stop the word, brother. Thank you. Good
Why
Christian man.
always comment?
And the Lord, 1 second, brother. 1 second. You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? You see the chain of events you're creating, brother? And the Lord
Let everyone explain and then you can go. Anybody else interrupt, you go into the...
Just read Bible verses,
Be
bro.
quiet, brother. Be quiet.
Yes, sir.
And the Lord God, again, Genesis 2:18. Genesis 2:18. The Lord God said, "It is not good that the man should be alone. I will make him an helpmeet for him." The Lord loves us, and the Lord gave us something to not be alone. And these gentlemen want to argue that the woman is not the prize.
Who did he make first, man or woman, though?
Thank you, brother. Please, brother. I don't want to fight with you, brother. You're a horrible debater. What you did was, and thanks to you for reminding me, right? You talked about what is good for the world, and when we talk about the woman or the man being the prize, that is in relationship to each other, not in relationship to their value to the world. So your entire presentation is about the man's value to the world. But again, the woman has value to the world such that we would not exist. We would not exist, sir. So I take, if I were to were to weigh the value of iPhone 17 versus progeny.
30 seconds, sir.
Thank you. If I were to weigh the value of iPhone 17 PS and fucking, text messaging, I'll take progeny 10 times out of 10. Yeah, all day, every day. Thank you. Have a nice day.
All right, Dominique, we're on you.
Oh, can I some more get back in the queue real quick?
That was fucking hard to listen to.
I'm
Are you
available.
gonna refer your time to Lion?
Yeah, the word should convict your dumbass point.
I'm gonna go.
We're going on Dominique.
I yield my time to Samoa. Go ahead.
All right, go ahead, Samoa. And next we have Oleg.
I'm gonna kick so I thought it was important that Concrete opened up the scripture, and I think God's pretty clear on where the importance of the actual women and men are in the hierarchy, and I think it's God, and then I think it's man, and then in third place it's woman, and then children. So if we're using God's ranking system, which I believe is the objective measure of importance, I would say God, man, and then in bronze, third place, all the way down there is a woman.
Samoa, you're a genius. You're a genius, Samoa. Absolute.
Put me back in the queue. I gotta deal with
Okay,
that
we're
one.
on Oleg. You wanted to.
Yes. I just wanted to remind you guys of a quote Socrates said. By all means marry if you find a good wife, but you could say spouse, you'll be happy. But if you don't, you can become a philosopher. So I just wanted to share that with you guys.
Thank you, Oleg.
All right, we're on Lion. Then we're on Concrete.
Oh wait, I thought you saw that.
Okay. Sugar Belly, Lion, and then Concrete.
Yeah. Okay.
I'll go after Concrete.
Not to like be veered into people reading the Bible. I just want to point out that again, the Bible is your subjective invention, right? It's a religion, and part of the reason why men invented this religion was to control female behavior and to guarantee more access to themselves. But I'm not a fan of arguing things that we can just look up. So this is to what Lion said, and also to what Gold Happy said. At some point in where I think this was before the ISO, Gold Happy had said something about how this is the case in every culture and so on and so forth. And then Lion had kind of said something that was sort of backing that up. And I want to just remind everyone that this is not true. In the original conversation that we're having when we're comparing Nigeria to America, I said that we've got hundreds of different cultures in Nigeria, and in Africa we've got thousands of different cultures, and all of them have different attitudes to the same issue. And I said it's a spectrum. So you have on one end of the spectrum the people who believe that one man, one woman, be faithful to your husband, wife, be a virgin, whatever else you want to do. And on the other end of the spectrum, you have the people who believe you can do whatever you want to do, and there's every position in between. So I'm just going to read something from anthropological reports of the Igbo-speaking people of Nigeria. And I just want to, people who don't know this, I'm an Igbo woman, for instance. I'm an Igbo Nigerian woman. Igbo people are not some tiny, small, obscure tribe. We are the third biggest ethnicity in Nigeria, 33 million people. And at some point, we were the second biggest ethnicity in Nigeria. This is not you're reading the practices of some tiny little tribe that lives in some tiny little place, and it's not representative behavior. And this isn't just also our cultural practice. Many other ethnicities in Nigeria also have similar or the same, right? So if you read, for example, from the Asaba book, you have, for instance, I believe it's page 59, right, where it says here, so up until the time of consummation of the marriage, the girl has a suitor who presents himself, but lacking one, the girl may take the matter into her own hands and choose a lover without her father's knowledge. This is, however, no bar to subsequent marriage, either with the lover or with another suitor. Various reasons appear to exist for this. In most places, this temporary promising is attractive to the girls, not only as a time of unlimited sexual enjoyment, but also because it involves a respite from household work.
Their lovers naturally bring presents, and this is no doubt a further inducement. It is worthy of note that in the Asaba district, as on the other side of the Niger, the prevalence of theft of relationships is to some extent attributed to the existence of these friendships. And then if you go to the Oka custom, so this is Oka law and custom, there's a section called sexual license. It says, in sexual matters, all girls have the most complete freedom of action. After marriage, the degree of freedom varies with the locality. In Oka and the surrounding towns, and for people that don't know, Oka is the Kanabra state, which is where I'm from. In Oka and the surrounding towns, a married woman entertains her lovers with the permission of her husband, who is, as a rule, approached by the lover in the first instance with a gift of palm wine. The husband may stipulate that nothing may be given to his wife which shall prevent her from conceiving, such as the meat of a cow that has hopped of twins, and it will usually be agreed that the woman is not to neglect her husband for her lovers. But with these provisos, the husband seldom seems to raise any objection to a liaison. When such an affair has gone on for some time, the husband may endeavor to find a wife for his wife's lover. If he is successful, the liaison comes to an end. When the wife in question bears a child, the woman and her husband visit in 28 days, and the husband and the ex-lover are adjured never to quarrel. Um, so yeah, like I don't understand this thing of Western men trying to scream and insist that this idea of like monogamy, women shouldn't be having sex with multiple men, once you're a married woman, you can't have sex with anybody else, that this is a universal idea. It's really not. In fact, this idea is endemic in cultures where like there's a lot of resource competition. So you find this idea in like global north cultures, for instance, right? Places where it gets very cold. Europe is a good example. Like when you have a lot of tight resource competition, it makes sense that those societies would have evolved ideas trying to control what women can do sexually and so on and so forth. You also find some places like the Middle East and so on and so forth. But in a lot of Africa, it's really nobody really cares. Like there's many different cultures that have many different attitudes. Are there some cultures in Africa where being a virgin is important? Of course. Are there some cultures in Africa where they don't care what you do? Of course, right? But trying to scream that, oh, that this is an intrinsic desire of men is not actually really true. It's actually more tied to what is it called? A settled agriculture, right? And not just settled agriculture, but like the development.
I'm sorry, Sugar Buddy. I'll give you 30 more seconds.
Yeah, so I just want to say that, like, and the other thing I want to say is because like this is also how we got to this conversation, right? Tied to like this lack of, judging women for like their sexual freedom, is also the reason why in a lot of Nigerian cultures, paternity is not by biology, paternity is by payment. Because the reason why, like in so much of Nigeria, you become the father by paying as opposed to like being the biological father is because it is very common for a woman to be married to a man, but the biological father of the children is a man. But that man doesn't have any rights of paternity. Like the man who paid the ungo is the man who's the father.
Alright, girl. We got Ryan next.
Alright, well that also explains why eight copy and eight no precedent. Let's go to Congressman. He decides he wants to read a scripture about the value of a wife.
Chef it up, Lion.
Amen.
Amen, brother.
Hey, white is good.
Yeah, I had to say it like that. A wife is not a whore. So, the scriptures you are reading is saying that a wife is more valuable than the common whore. So let me show you out of that same book that you were reading. I asked you to go to Proverbs 7. This is a whore. Proverbs 7. Read along with me, class. Proverbs 7.
Yes, Pastor.
10. Now here's the difference between a wife in scripture that you read, concrete, and a whore. This is how a whore behaves, even in ancient times. It says, and there was a woman met him with the attire, meaning clothing, the way she was dressed, the attire of a harlot, and a crafty heart. That means she's real cunning and deceit. She was loud, like some of the women, rebellious. She doesn't like the standards that men set. Her feet would not stay at home. She all out in the street and everybody business. You know women like that? I do.
Is this going to turn into a Christian?
Condemn this demon.
We got concrete off line,
Someone is playing music. Can you stop? Someone is playing music. Please stop.
Hey, it's time. It says at times was outside, at times open square, lurking at every corner. So she caught him and kissed him with an impudent face and said, I have peace offering with me. Today I have paid my vows. So I came out to meet you diligently to seek your, in other words, she says the same bullshit she says to every nigga that passes by. And she goes, and I have found you. I have spread my bed with tapestry, meaning she's got the nicest house ever, and most hoes do. You ever go to a hoe's house? That shit looks good, it smells good. All of the flavors and the six candles and everything.
This nigga is spit.
Colored, it says, I have spread my bed with tapestry, colored coverings of Egyptian linen. Oh, and it's the best. Where you think she got the money? Bitch ass niggas. I have perfumed my bed with myrrh, aloes, and cinnamon. Come on. Let us take our fill of love until morning. Let us delight ourselves with love. For my husband not at home. He has gone on a long journey. He has taken a bag of money with him. She's lying because she knows where she got the money. She said to everybody. And will come home on the appointed day. With her enticing speech, she calls up the yield. With her flattering lips, she loosed him. Immediately, he went after her as an ox goes to the slaughter, or as a fool to the correction of the stocks, meaning once you get caught breaking a crime, you do a crime, you do the time. Till an arrow stuck his liver, talking about the man's penis, got all hard and everything. As a bird hastens to the snare, a bird walks. How these dumbass men go chasing after these whores. That's what he's saying. They keep falling for the same bullshit trap. That's what he's saying right here. This is 7 and 23. He did not know it. It would cost his life. When a man comes home and finds his wife fucking this other man, she don't care about that man. She definitely didn't care about her husband. But that husband is gonna kill that man. That's what it says. Now therefore, listen to me, my children. Pay attention to my words of my mouth. Do not let your heart turn aside to her ways. Don't listen to these hoes, how they try to tell you that it's all right to be a fucking hoe and you should just accept that shit. The reason why her custom is the way that it is, just look around Africa. They have the biggest amount of every beast you've ever seen in the world. And it's probably because of their sexual habits.
So now the racism jumps out.
Do not stray. Do not stray into her net. For he has cast down, she has many. And all who were slain by her were strong men. Her house is the way to hell. Descending to the chambers of death. That's that HIV, that AIDS. That's the reason why them African girls be coughing on you niggas. And y'all catch HIV immediately. They hoes. When they come over here, they pass that shit around. Look around, people. They're walking death. Don't listen. Don't ever take the advice of some whole ass people from a third world country about sexual habits and how you need to be fucking liberated. Care about yourself. Don't be a walking piece of shit. Listen, it is your body, ladies and gentlemen. That's
You getting shut up, nigga.
Alright.
You don't have a point.
Violet, let this nigga land.
This is your penis, ladies and gentlemen. Your vaginas. You don't have to pass around like puppies. Okay? There's a reason why this third world country.
Oh, God.
Because of sick, backward shit like that. That's why they were conquered. Thank you.
Alright, and now we're gonna have praise and worship by Concrete.
Alright. So, Ryan told us about whores, and yes, whores exist, and I would venture to say that, unless you're equipped to deal with whores, don't marry a whore. Right? We're not talking about a whore being the prize or not the prize. she is or is not the prize in this relationship, right? I'm talking about good, clean, normal relationships, not whores, right? So mine is talking about something else. So in the context of a good, clean, normal relationship, my position, which I guess I didn't make it clear in my last submission, even though there is strong argument as to why the woman is a prize and is valuable, I would I would submit that both human beings are equally beneficial to each other. And any other assessment is just like a lack of understanding. And I understand how a lack of understanding works because, not everybody is in the same place in their spiritual journey or in their intellectual journey or their enlightenment journey, right? Because there's one thing to be intellectual, there's one thing to be spiritual, there's another thing to be enlightened. And I take it that you might be intellectual and that you can read the scriptures, but I take it that you are enlightened, that you understand in their full capacity, in their full glory, right? And I just take it that it's okay because you're still on your spiritual journey, and I encourage you to continue. But the idea that a woman is just good for making babies is insane, right? In fact, they've done studies about touch. They've done studies about babies with touch. And I take it that, if you got a wife, you got a woman touching you. So I think we can extrapolate from the baby study the benefits of touch in a relationship with a woman, right? Okay. So from the baby studies, they found that if they were to just give the baby food and not hug it and cuddle it and so on and so forth, that they showed a difference in physical development, right? That the babies who were not, treated with love and affection actually were stunted in their growth, right? You can look into these studies. So we can see the value of a, physical relationship as a man with a woman. And they also talk about the metrics of a man who is married and having sex, which I take it is a normal marriage and not like a weird ass marriage where you're like not having sex and so on and so forth, where you actually love and coitus and all that other good shit. And they talk about how those men are healthier, happier, live longer, so on and so forth, right? So to think that a woman is not a prize is crazy. And I would say vice versa. We all know what men bring to the table: protection, support, on and on and on. Right? So the answer is, as usual, both. It's not one or the other.
It's both.
And anybody who is operating from either side of the pole is just egotistical, selfish, and misguided. And again, I understand it. Different people are on different stages of enlightenment. So I get it. I understand.
Definitely out and I've been waiting for quite a while.
That was
You're part
actually
of the
next.
clue. You're part of the Q. The sign at the wall. You go over your neck and then.
Okay, well, I will say.
Stars to go first, then gold and me.
No, that's it. No, let her get back to you.
I told the Q, like the stars like talking to me. So like maybe because the star was well. Let's do this. Then gold.
Are you
No,
making
we're
the
gonna
decision?
do gold and then Shirley and then the Sarah.
I'd like to just start off by saying a very important Chinese phrase, okay? It goes, 保持阴部清洁. You know what that means? That means don't let your pH balance be off and keep it clean. That's what it means. So that's my entry into this segue, okay? I want to talk about Sugar Belly said. She said, because I have a vagina, I can just exist and get attention, validation, and all these different things, right? You say that, right? I want to tell you that being desired is not the same as being valuable. See, men want sex, right? The same way the world wants Wi-Fi, but that doesn't make either more valuable, right? It makes them more in demand. value is what you create or contribute, not what others want to use, right? A vending machine gets used every day. It doesn't make it priceless. You know what I mean? So your value fades, right? But a man's value can rise forever. You might be born with sexual value, but it's gonna fade, right? Men build value over time. At 18, Sugar Belly, women peak at the sexual market value. At 35 plus, high value men are at their prime. So older wealthy men consistently date younger women, right? And men gain value with money, power, and wisdom. Women lose sexual leverage as they age. No one's really looking for 80-year-old pussy unless it's Martha Stewart, let's be honest, right? A man becomes more desirable with time. A woman becomes more reflective with time, right? Now, let's look at passive value and short-term leverage, right? If all you need to be valuable is to exist, that's not power. That's vulnerability. Your leverage disappears the second a man stops giving it to you, right? Just a reminder to you, men built empires to own land, not to chase women. And what women's sexual value can open doors, but men own the building of those doors that are being opened. So you being valuable just because you have pussy, which is crazy to say as a woman, that your value is in your pussy. That just really goes to show you where your mindset is at, right? You didn't even say your value was in these other things, which, women do have value and a lot of other things, but you put the first value in your pussy, which goes to show you that your body count is probably excessively high because you're thinking with your pussy and not with your head. You being valuable because you have pussy is like saying a key is powerful just because it opens a lock, right? Real power belongs to the person that opens the door. You're confusing sexual access with inherent value. For you, sorry, I'm getting a little bites right now. If existing is enough to be valuable, why are women constantly told to bring more to the table? Why do most desired women still chase the 1% of niggas who built something? Because you even know that that's the truth, right? You know that that's the truth, but I don't think you want to admit it because what Sugar Belly's doing, everybody, is she equates attention or sexual desire from men with inherent value, right? But value isn't about being desired, my friends. It's about being rare, it's about being impactful, and it's about being irreplaceable. There's a lot of girls that I can think of right now that are very replaceable. But when you think of a 6'1" successful millionaire and someone that lives in a very prestigious place and owns a prestigious company, are you going to consider that valuable? Or is the 80-year-old woman with her pussy flag more valuable? What's more valuable, right? Fast food is in high demand, Sugar Belly. Okay? It is, but no one respects it. That's why niggas tell you don't eat fast food. Kobe beef is rare and earned, right? So if being desired equals value, then OnlyFans girls would be treated like queens. They would be respected long term. We would be having a fucking parade for them in the street, but we don't. Right? Because in economics, value is tied to scarcity plus utility, not just demand. So anyone can be desired, but very few people can be irreplaceable. So you're not valuable because men want you. You're valuable if you still matter when they stop wanting you. Right? Your fertility rate peaks from 18 to 24. The male sexual market is tied to income, it's tied to confidence, it's tied to leadership, it's tied to a bunch of different shit from 30 to 50, right? Wealthy niggas in their 40 to 50 still date women in their 20s. Why? Because women find those men valuable. And if you don't think that men are the prize, why do you look for a man to lead in the first place? Why do you say I want a man that's stronger than you? You want a man that's faster than you? You want a man that's smarter than you? You want a man that makes more money than you? Are essentially saying, Sugar Belly, that you want a man that's better than you. When you choose men, do you down or do you date up? Are you dating a guy that's equally as strong as you? Probably not. You're dating a guy that makes equal money with you? Maybe you might, but most likely not. Are you dating a guy older than you or the same height as you? You're probably not. You are using hypergamy, so going above and beyond to find a nigga that's better than you, and you're admitting he's better than you, and that's exactly why you're choosing him to lead you in the place that you can't get by yourself anyway. So you just proved my point more by saying that men are the prize. And hey, A flower is beautiful and needs someone to water it. A man who builds his value is the one with the garden hose. That is us. Women's sexual value is front loaded, right? At the end of the day, men's value is delayed, but it's earned because niggas get better with time. Women don't get better with time. I've never seen a shorty get better with time. There's been a lot of fine chicks. I'm not gonna lie. There's been a lot of fine shorties, and some of them do look good. But the majority of women are not getting better with time. Women rely on their age and their beauty, and that fades. But you know what doesn't fade? Building cities, building civilizations. You got niggas that's 80 years old still in the trenches.
Yeah.
So you're not valuable just because you're a woman. You're marketed that way. She thinks her value is self-evident, but in reality, it's constructed by male desire and social media algorithms.
Okay, wait. Okay, cool. So
Yeah. So with that, I'll let. Wait. Am I done, Violet? Or do I got a couple more seconds?
All right. So can I just say?
Hold on, Violet. Do I have the floor?
What? Weren't you just finished? Did you finish?
Okay.
Yeah.
Alright. Alright, you got like 30 seconds to land your
Another 30 seconds for Chelsea?
Yes, I'll get a 30 seconds.
Oh my god.
Thank you. I'm sorry for shouting at you. I guess it's just a man in me. But I just find it terrible that you used your vagina as a forefront to represent women, which is very shameful to women because women have other things besides their vagina. So putting your vagina at the forefront to determine your value just really says a lot about you as a person and then also what you think of women as well. So with that, I'll digress.
Alright, Ron, sugar
Okay, thank you. So can I just think, I really don't like this thing that some of you guys do, and I'm speaking to Gold, Pappy, and Lion, where you lie about what the person said to make your point. And it's weird because you act as if the entire room is not here listening to the conversation along with you. And I don't know what the point of lying is. I didn't say that women are valuable because we have a pussy. You asked the question, you were like, oh, so are you saying that you just have value because of your pussy? And I said, yes, we the pussy havers have intrinsic value. That was what I said word for word. Now you've given us a whole rant about how I supposedly said that, oh, your value is in your pussy. I never said that, right? But my point though is that women have intrinsic value. So it's not about sexual desirability, like at all. I never even mentioned this. You're the one who kind of manufactured this whole point to argue against it. My entire point is that like as human beings, women have intrinsic default value because of our reproductive capacity, right? And because of the fact that we're actually quite competent and quite capable, and we create community, and we create like all of the things that make being a human being worth it, like in terms of like our socialization and so on and so forth. And so we're quite content by ourselves, you know. You wouldn't find like if you sequestered men and women, you generally don't find women trying to, kill themselves to get into where the men are. But you will find men trying to kill themselves to get into wherever women happen to be. And that's because the women have far more value to the men than the men do to the women, right? So, and the second thing is that I really feel bad for like the women around you, Go Happy, and I feel really bad for the women like in whatever social culture you're part of. And I'm not saying this to say that you're a bad person, like I'm really not, right? What I'm saying is to say that like the ideology that you're parroting is incredibly tedious. It is incredibly exhausting. And when I think that okay, some girl is going to have to marry you, right? Some girl is going to have to listen to this nonsense for the rest of her life. Some girl is going to have to, it's deep. Wow, that's deep. When you say this rubbish, I feel bad. And the reason why I feel bad is because I know for a fact that, in other parts of the world, women don't have to believe this rubbish or listen to this rubbish in order to have partners, like to partner up with men or to get married or whatever. It really doesn't matter. And it's funny that Lion was shouting about third world country and stuff, right? Because what I don't understand is that okay, yes, I'm from a third world country, but you guys are from a first world country where you're supposedly meant to be living better. You're supposedly meant to be having a better time of life. And so, like, why are women in this first world country who are meant to be freer, who are meant to be happier, why do they have to tolerate this nonsense ideas from men? Like, it's confusing to me, right? if you're supposed to be living a better life, why do I have to hear the gold pappies of the world telling me rubbish about how, men get better with age and women go down with age, or whatever nonsensical idea like they distributed in the Incel group meeting? It doesn't make any sense. Like, it's so, like, Lisa, you're after me, so just give me a second. Like, let me finish, right? It doesn't make any sense to me. Meanwhile, in the country where I'm from, which is, like you said, a third world country that has nothing to teach you, first of all, like, the marriage rate is much higher than in your first world country, right? So even you guys from the first world country, you men who keep on shouting about how, oh, marriage is so important to you, marriage is so valuable to you, you're looking for a wife, wife, wife. The way you say that word, wife, right? You guys aren't having that success of having wives. You're not having that much success of having marriages. Like, our marriage rates outstrip yours, like, hands down, right? And we're not tearing ourselves to pieces about body count, tearing ourselves to pieces about how men are supposed to be more valuable and whatnot. Like, it's kind of crazy that you supposedly have more freedom, but you're binding yourselves in these regressive ideologies. And then the other thing that I want to say is that, like, I also don't understand why you guys keep on trying to argue against what I'm saying using the Bible. It's odd. I'm not a Christian. I don't believe in the Abrahamic cinematic universe. And yet, you guys keep pulling out Bible verses to tell me what your imaginary daddy in the sky said. That's very nice for you. And if this whole conversation was about, okay, what do Christian people believe about marriage or what do they believe in relationships, I would agree with you because I've read the Bible too. Like, I've done all the Christian theology as well. Like, I've studied all the Christian stuff there is to study. So I would agree with you that yes, this is what Christians say, this is what believe. This is like, if Christians ran the world or if Christians were making the rules, this is how it was gonna be. I don't have any arguments against that there. But where my argument is that you guys are trying to take what is happening in the Bible and then use it to make a fake history for other cultures in the world who have nothing to do with the Bible. And you want to tell us by force, right, that because your Bible says that you like virginity and your Bible says that women should close their legs until they marry one man, then our culture has to agree with that. Our culture doesn't have to agree with that, and it doesn't. And we have the historical documentation to prove that it does not agree with that. So, I don't know why you guys are like so angry. Like, this was a fun, chill conversation, and I was hoping that it would stay that way. But some people started screaming and calling women whores and calling women hoes, and I just feel like you don't need to have this much aggression. But like I said, the reason why you have this aggression is because this is not a chill conversation for you. You're fighting for your life. Basically, your life depends on women believing this nonsense, and if women don't believe this nonsense, you feel like you're going to die. That's the reason why you guys are so aggressive. It's weird.
No, because
Can I finally defend for once? I mean, can I finally defend for once? Wow, this has been so long.
That's what happens when there's a queue, Sarda. But go ahead.
No, it's been going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth.
No, there's
So,
been a queue this whole time. Just go ahead.
I'd like to add that back to Lion's point, you made a claim about all this HIV and AIDS going on in Africa, but you forget to mention that 35% of the new HIV cases are predominantly black males, even though they make a very, very small percentage of the US population, almost 40%. Now, look, I'm a person, I think men and women need each other, so I don't really have a dog in this fight, but that's kind of where I feel like the facts, whatever you said there, kind of, the facts don't back it up. It doesn't make any sense. I don't know why that was brought in.
Lisa, on the continent,
That's the actual fact. Huh? Say it again. Wait, what did you say, Sugar Belly?
I said on the continent, like in Africa. Oh my God, like I'm just answering the question. So I said that in Africa.
That's your time, Lasara. That's your time.
No, okay. So then
can you guys stop bullying Lasara? Like, what is going on?
No one's bullying her. She wanted time. Alright.
I don't even know how much time we're getting.
But that's what I'm saying. Like, what is this? Did she like interrupt you to like ask a question, or were you done?
She asked me a question, so like stop gold happy for like
she asked you a question and you want her to respond. That's part of your time.
No, I was not saying on her time. I wasn't. Okay,
Belly, if you could just let me moderate the stage and calm down, please.
Can I? Okay.
Alright, did you ask her a question?
No, I didn't.
Alright, so
I'm responding to Lion. So he was going on and Africa and HIV/AIDS. I'm basically making a statement saying the fact you can look it up. 35% of the majority of HIV cases are predominantly from Black males, and they make up only a small percentage of the U.S. population. And then also, it's kind of blasphemous. Everyone's talking about God and Jesus. It's funny because in a lot of spaces, guys will talk about how women are also like they're gossiping, tea-teeing. I mean, shouldn't you guys be like building, working? Why are you guys on Clubhouse? Like, leave the gossiping and the chattiness to the women. I don't understand it. And I don't really know what Black men are building. I mean, you're talking about we built this civilization. What are you building? What was built by you? I mean, it doesn't really add up. So, I mean, the marriage rates are down. Incarceration is up. No, Black men. Okay, the marriage rates are down. What out of wedlock birth rates? I mean, I don't like. What are Black men really building? They're not.
Black women built this whole damn country.
I'm just saying. It just
Crazy statement.
But we're gonna let her finish.
I'm talking about the facts. I mean, that's just what the facts say.
Well, she sound like Charlie Kirk.
Alright, well let her sound like that and let her land her fucking plane.
Why are you guys so angry? I don't have a dog. I don't have a dog in this fight. I think I wouldn't. I'm not necessarily agreeing with Sugar Belly, but I think some of the points that you guys are making are just not really strong enough. You're talking about men, but you're not specifying what men. You're talking about HIV, but you're forgetting the facts. What I just pointed out, it's like I said, I'm a Christian, I'm conservative, but this is
I knew it.
Bad argument. I don't really know what you're talking about. Anyway, go away, take it away. Yeah, so Lisa, like all I wanted to say to what you said about HIV is like, because please, like, can you stop? Like, we're having a chill conversation. It's not a fight. Like, nobody's fighting with you. Yeah, that's fine. But
I go after team.
Yeah, so Sarah, like, so on the console.
I typed it out to the queue earlier.
Yeah, Leon goes before me for sure.
Okay, so
I do think that it's going to be interesting tomorrow because we are going to see a response from the FCC chair based off what John Stewart's going to say, and I guarantee you Ellison is going to be pressured by Trump behind closed doors to probably get rid of Jon Stewart permanently from the Daily Show. Because, hello, they have also had a broadcast license that was just transferred to them and bought by Skydance, right? So, it's going to be some tea that we're going to miss out on. You guys, it would just be something y'all would play tomorrow, but y'all can just play live.
So who's doing this? I thought I read that today. Who's doing the Charlie Kirk special?
It's going to be Sinclair.
In place of
Look, that's not surprising coming from Sinclair. I mean, we know what they're all about. I mean, they literally
weird.
Yeah, man, listen.
It's going to be a special about his life. Like, what the fuck?
This is really fuck Jon Stewart on all cylinders. I don't fucking trust that.
What?
He's always, what do you mean, wait, what? He's never been about shit.
Wait,
see that
hold on.
What are you talking about?
We should. You talking about John Hancock or Jon Stewart? Which one are we talking about?
Stewart. He said Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart.
Jon Stewart is like dedicated to the struggle.
What? About water?
What?
Okay, Water.
I'm so confused.
What are you drinking or smoking right now?
Because you ain't drinking the water. You drinking something else. What's that?
You must be dehydrated, bro.
Wait, explain it to us.
Stewart, he wanted all the progressives. They want all the progressives.
Let me go pull a clip.
What are you talking about?
Pull clips. Hold on.
Jon Stewart is the liberal champion in late night. He's the person everyone always.
You sure you're not talking about Bill? You sure you're not talking about Bill Maher? Because
he's my generation so far. That's a great example. How old are you? He's my generation.
It's basically or something. I don't know.
generation. Your generation, I'm 32. What are you talking about? You're a generation.
Are you maybe he grew up listening to him with Congressman, yeah.
We can't say I'm not listening.
But I tell you this, Jimmy Kimmel was my generation. My mom was and I love motherfucking
Jimmy Kimmel was the truth. And all of
if you're a mom and you got kids, like his little Halloween special where he asks kids questions, like I watch all his fucking movies. Like yes, like
yeah, but like our generation, if you're a millennial, our generation would be like Lily Singer, Amber Ruffin. Like,
oh, I like Lily Singer.
yeah, like
You're 32.
yeah, you're like that's the 30-year-old like generation or whatever.
Salary supremacy.
No, I'm not. You're 36 years old. I'm 32. I'm not.
Hey, Matt, does she still have a show on Slate?
No, her show's back 2 years ago.
Okay, yeah, but her show was great. I liked her.
Yeah, Peacock. And then Amber Ruffin has her. She still maybe has her show. She's like 42, 43.
Yeah, she's Letterman.
Now she's in her 40s. I thought she got no older for it. Like late 30s.
It is younger. I mean, Lily is younger, but like Amber was really good. I didn't know.
Yes.
Person in the hall and fucking Jimmy Fallon. I mean, I like Jimmy Kimmel, don't get me wrong, but Jimmy Fallon way over Jimmy Fallon is funny. Jimmy Fallon is real funny.
I like both too, but Jimmy, the only reason why I like Jimmy Kimmel, that's why I said it's like mom thing, because we watched a lot of those clips with the kids, and I love that.
Conan is top tier. See, Conan to me is the best one.
Because he's a big dog.
I love Brian. That is my nigga.
Irish guy, right? But he just goes with it. He don't give a dick.
That damn right along life.
Which one?
Oh, yeah.
I'll be going off here, especially where it's like, y'all always do this emoji.
Listen to his podcast, Golden Bindings of Friends. Yeah, it's funny.
That's the funny part.
Yeah, he's hilarious.
I like the Letterman did nothing for the insurance.
Letterman did not get along.
And
He's so dry.
Letterman was funny as hell.
Right. You gotta enjoy it, right?
You creep me the fuck out. And his parents creep me the fuck out.
You know, you got me in a Letterman when they did that, what's that movie that they did about Johnny Carson, how he was supposed to take over late night?
Rest in peace, Joan Rivers. Man, I mean, he was like, we should be dragging people left and right.
Yeah, Joan is
The next of the Tonight Show before when she was supposed to get the job. They went to the wedding.
That's my first, the first person who taught me how to read. When I tell you, she doesn't read. Yeah, Joan Rivers was one of them. She was a true. She don't give a fuck.
Fallon too. Yeah, Fallon. Fallon's in it. Jimmy Fallon is, man, look, Jimmy Fallon gets straight credits because he's got the roots as his band. Like Jimmy Fallon.
And he came from SNL, so whenever he get the other SNL people on there, that should be funny. Like when Kristen Wiig come on there, that should be funny. Kristen Wiig came on there as Khaleesi from Game of Thrones, and she wouldn't come out of character. That shit was hilarious. You gotta watch that shit, man.
Which one was it?
It's an episode of Jimmy Fallon and Kristen Wiig came on there, but she was dressed as the Khaleesi from Game of Thrones. She wouldn't come out of character. She had this terrible ass wig on. And she was like, so how you been doing? She was like, just chilling with my dragons. And it was funny.
Yeah, but you know, Kristen Wiig, she's
A little bit older. What is that white woman name that was married to, not married, that was dating 50 Cent?
oh, you're talking about, Chelsea Handler.
Chelsea is funny.
Chelsea Handler.
Really? She's dry, but she's funny.
She got her heart.
Nah, 50 got shot in the face when she did. She left 50 alone.
Yeah, I know she left 50 alone, but I think I remember her telling like she really liked
She asked me, she said she liked him. I think he bought her a matching car. She said somebody bought her a matching car. It's just, it was the total, it was just too much. So she actually stopped fucking with him.
You gotta watch Chelsea Does on Netflix. She got like one is like Chelsea Does Sex, Chelsea Does Drugs, Chelsea Does Church. It's funny as shit. And she can drug. When she does drugs, she goes to like South America somewhere to do ayahuasca. Funny as fuck, bro. She is hilarious. I got her book too. You got to be kidding me.
I got to be kidding me.
That's the name of the book. Now you got to be kidding me.
Was that Chelsea a 40-year-old virgin?
I doubt Chelsea was a virgin.
They need to bring back Chelsea. No, 40-year-old virgin.
Oh, in the movie?
Yeah.
Oh, that shit was.
No, that was, I don't even think about it. That was Judd's wife. She's fucking hilarious. She's a G for me. Yeah,
Kristen Wiig. Nobody will ever drop Kristen Wiig. She's the funniest.
Oh, you're talking about Elizabeth Banks was in 40-year-old virgin. Yeah, Elizabeth Banks. Yeah.
Cindy from Scary Movie. She was funny as fuck too.
No, Jane, I forgot Jane Lynch's in there.
Leslie Mann was, Judd Apatow's wife. His 40-year-old virgin, right? The one that throws up on him and says she wants to get French toast after.
Tall lady.
She ain't talking about that's Jane Lynch.
That's Jane Lynch. Jane Lynch. Jane Lynch.
Nobody funny. I'm sorry. It's Kristen Wiig and Melissa McCarthy. Then everybody else fall under them. And what's the one
Tina Fey.
Oh, Tina Fey's funny too.
Tina Fey's up there, but Andy Pollard. Okay, so it's them three, and then all the other white girls. She's on. No, Rachel.
Who's the one that rides at me? Yeah.
No, Rachel did that together, I think.
Yeah, right. Now the train.
That's what she did.
Rollers of our they said right there.
Man, y'all gotta give what's her name? Put some respect on her name. Maya. She's what's her name?
Maya Rudolph.
Yeah, Maya Rudolph.
Yeah, Maya Rudolph.
Maya Rudolph is funny as hell.
I would like to see Melissa McCarthy and Tiffany Haddish and Maya Rudolph.
Oh shit, yeah, they should be both.
Yeah.
Wait,
It's just noise. I'm like, okay, I'm done. That's all I see. It's just noise.
What's her name? Tiffany has his face. All I see is her doing the day from 2014. She needs to sit down.
I like, what's the girl from Abbott Elementary? Went to be,
Hey, what are you talking about Swalwell? Representative Congressman Swalwell.
California.
He's the one that ran for president and shit and then running for nothing. But yeah, he was just bragging, what's his name? I'm demonstrating today. Where his little kid was having, he was, doing the same like.
Yeah, I just posted it in the chat saying y'all better look the fuck out after the midterm elections because we gonna be right back here. Y'all better get y'all lawyers at some point.
Whoa, he was like this as soon as we went in midterm. And I was like that. So he never said that's one of the things that this time I had it in. It's like, yeah, he said this as soon as we win the motherfucking midterm, the investigation, like I'm so it's us, and y'all need to figure out how to get that.
Oh yeah. Swalwell from California. Swalwell, we got a lot of respect out here. He don't fuck around. Like and I saw that earlier. He was real with it. He's like, yo, don't you worry.
I don't know. That's what I'm talking about.
But people really don't follow elections. Like, and that's true, but you know what?
This is not enough to do anything. They're going to be all this is doing is actually making more people what they're doing in the name of her.
This whole freedom of speech thing can be a good thing because it made like people that did vote, especially in the presidential election, to get out and vote, and people that normally don't vote in midterm elections to get out and vote because this is going to be something that's going to help us get to another place. This is crazy.
I'm not gonna say that like there's nothing to be worried about.
I maybe no.
Yeah, no, I hear you. But I think that like Trump has put himself in a very bad position. Like as much as he's trying to run away from the Epstein transparency and the whole shit that they were really crap. I don't want to that a card. That's the way it's like why are Republicans so mad since they got everything right now and they still mad. But the one thing I want to say is
and here from Congressman is that is genuine love.
The Democrats move the things right because I'm trying to listen to him as far as he has not. I'm honest that he claims fucking better has not. And on top of these have like social issues and he's kind of put people, like he's trying to like press down on people. Like I think that there is going to be a faction of people that are really going to just be like, yo, I voted for this bullshit, and now I need to correct it. That's not to say there's not going to need to be a push to get out, but I don't think that they just got it all in the bag. I think that they know what's coming, and that's why they're putting it in overdrive and trying to suppress votes and trying to take over things. But I think that really it's going to come down to just people getting out of the vote to Patty's point.
And that's the part that I'm worried about is the suppressing of votes. Like, I think that that's going to be hella prevalent for all of the clues that we got. Now, I think that that's something going to go extra hard with the suppression of votes. There's going to be a lot of bullshit.
Where were you? Where was Marcus? He wasn't with Paul Allen. He was at my pain is constant and sharp, and I do not hope for a better world for anyone. In fact, I want my pain to be inflicted on others.
Special data. It's at T plus 12, and historically, literally every single year they did like a 15-year stretch
that's the thing that I work on.
Good morning, Kitover.
We won't be open for another hour. By then, we'll be serving breakfast. You're out here.
Not commercials. No, we must act as our own bartender. Okay, boys. Bug's over. Come on out. All right, folks. Calm down. Jokers will be gone soon. Just do a share. Get the Marshal. All barrels aimed at that one door. Somebody gets more bill on the goddamn street. You just Slim, you got 100 rifles aimed at every way out of that building. You got one chance to get out of this line. Is this the Marshal I have the pleasure of addressing? Yes, it is. Out there. So big of the Coming in. You unarmed? Yes, indeed, we are. Marshal Taylor, may I address you and your deputies? And apparently the entire town of Daughtry as to the incident that just occurred. Go on. The man lying dead in the dirt, who went by the name of Bill Sharp, is actually a wanted outlaw by the name of Willard Peck, with a price on his head of $200. What the hell you say? I'm willing to wager this man was elected sheriff sometime in the past 2 years. I know this because 3 years ago, he was rustling cattle from the BC Corn Cattle Company of Lubbock, Texas. This is a warrant made out by Circuit Court Judge Henry Allen Laudermill of Austin, Texas. You're encouraged to wire. In other words, Marshal, you owe me $200.
Well, that's Atlanta. They had the first recording case here in Atlanta a few days ago.
Yeah, and that was sorry, Cranston, for the ones who didn't know. Yeah, I totally understand that. It's these type of things really make the rounds across the country, especially depending on season change. And so, you know, it's just
Listen, now it's 7 at Grady now, Tony. Because it was like probably 4 or 5 days ago, and it was like they got their first recorded, so they'll be on the lookout. That's when they saying it's 7. That's crazy. That happened to
This couple just dropped the craziest TikTok dance in 2025 as the husband pulls off a move no one. This tool is truly amazing. It can split stones with ease. As the pressure builds, the rock finally gives in and breaks apart. This tool is truly amazing. It can split stones with ease.
That's a good one. I definitely recognize the image and Jimmy.
Last week, I'll tell you, I have no idea who the man was. I have no idea who the man was. Did I ever see him before? Maybe. Maybe. I don't know. That's my downfall. In this country. That I tell you, my voice up top on that. And I feel very bad for his family. Why he left him behind. I I don't know what he's done in this country. I don't know what platform he's learning the whole things. He's on the right wing, so obviously he's a Republican, he's a young kid, whatever. When I do know it, that's what Trump, my neighborhood, that's crazy. She drinks and she sings karaoke by herself. I can't wait to see how you connect this guy, a little
Contradictions arise.
on my Instagram, she was on that grind, like Jerry grind. When it went down, my wife says,
Innocent people impacted, the innocent casualties. When we see all of the damage, the detriment, all of the mental diseases that are coming from this, right?
American Pie People was fucking awesome, dude. That show's so good. I started watching it with my wife, and she's like, nope, gotta go. She can't handle this live. That's a fucking intent, but also probably super accurate. Yes. One of the most accurate representations of what life is probably like in the West back then. Yeah, I learned so much on that, man. I mean, living in Montana, I got to this cowboy friend of mine.
That toll is so astronomically impactful because you have a body of people who are claiming we are for life, we are for the well-being, we're for health, we're for this. But you can clearly see in the region, in the entire space that this war has kind of taken up, just tolls of damage, and there's no accountability along the way. What's even more bothersome is that there's going to be an upcoming generation that are just going to have to take over this entire thing in order for their survival. And what I feel as though it's not being called out, at least on a national scale, is the accountabilities that need to be taken immediately for that next generation to have some sort of sane stability, not just trying to merge through and make their way and make, a life from the ruins of all of this. But I just think those conversations are had, and when we talk about the youth that are impacted here, it doesn't matter what you stand for. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what campaign you're under, it doesn't matter what color or religion or anything. The only thing that matters is life. And neither you or I or anybody with a pistol in their hand or a bomb getting ready to drop has any control over giving or taking one. That is only with the higher power, that's only with God. There's only one God, and we all know this to be a factor. We don't have to have wars to just debate something like this. It's not even debatable. Can I say something? Right now, do men know that? Because when they'll start these. Thank you for letting me conclude.
Alright, so do y'all want to make this a troll room?
That's not trolling. Do men know that?
Let's just see. Alright, so this is that was a well put answer. I think, but I don't allow certain things in politics to dictate my relationships. So the way you answered that question, that was like so much.
Subject to criticism. Friendships have been ended. Public figures have been torn to pieces. People are scared to speak up. And not just on social media. They're scared in the privacy of their homes, too. It's time to unite. You've played everything. It's time for a game that'll challenge you mentally and emotionally. Let's talk about Israel. Navigate your way through the Holy Land. Stopping to pick up neutral talking points along the way. But if those talking points offend anybody, obviously this is all very complicated. Nice one, Dave. And I'm certainly no expert. Beautiful thing. But it just seems like the Israeli response is disproportionate. unfortunate. You'll spend hours navigating this conversational minefield and having no fun doing it.
Well, this conflict goes back a long, long way.
Basically.
But when one force occupies, am I not allowed to say that word?
I don't know. These rules are hard to follow. You might not know what you're talking about, but don't let that stop you from weighing in. I feel bad for anyone, anywhere who's uncomfortable about anything.
That's the host. Oh, you want to give Hamas a pass?
No. That's not what I said.
That is not what you said.
Just like a real conflict, this game may never end. The two-state solution. The violent escalation. Both sides. Let's talk about Israel, not Buffalo.
Long ass clip, but this is the type of pins and needles that people go through, like when they're like, I'll put the link in the chat. The type of pins and needles people go through when they're talking about Israel. You know what I'm saying?
1, 2, 2, 1, 2, check.
Yeah, you fine, Fatima. How you doing?
I'm good. How's everyone doing? Yay!
We are doing.
Yay.
Do you want to chime in on the subject?
I mean, with Jimmy Kimmel, I mean that is like unbelievable. That should have never been. I can't believe that the whole show, like for years, has been, you know, you've got people who are producers, you've got people who are doing the music, you've got people doing all sorts, and actually making fun, you know, jokes, completely destroyed within a second.
Yeah, they weren't that funny.
And the freedom of speech, that is unbelievable. Within a first world country, that is unbelievable. It doesn't matter. He was never partisan like that. And so from somebody from outside of the country, yeah, that is freedom of speech being definitely lynched. And the word lynching is
Can I chime in real quick?
I mean,
Give me a second, guys. Just let the
You know, maybe on the individual person's level, but
thank you, Fatima.
Yeah, man, like, I see the example of Jimmy Kimmel being the example of somebody being, their speech being suppressed because of their comments. And is that the catalyst for the end of free speech in America? I vote no. Listen, when you go onto broadcasting networks, you sign contracts saying you're not going to say certain things on air. Like, if you've ever been on a radio show, it's the same deal on radio.
Okay, so Augustus, first off, how you doing? Good to see you, bro.
Good to see you too.
Let me just say this. Forget you, Fatima. Let me just say this. We have a one mic policy in here. So my speaking, you get a chance to go again. Thank you very much. So Augustus, hold on. Let me move this lady down because she's just gonna keep interrupting. Augustus, I'm not talking about the Jimmy Kimmels, which is broadcast. You know, the whole world knows he was fired, and all these other celebrities that are getting canceled now. I'm talking about just the regular people that go on social media. And I'm not talking the ones that cheer on his death. I'm talking the ones that had an opinion about him who are getting canceled. You don't think that's curtailing free speech in America?
I don't think that it's an assault on free speech now. I think if they were to be put in jail, it would be. Like we see in the UK.
Gotcha. Let me say hello to Sloan, and then I'm going to say hello to Justin. Hey, Sloan, how you doing?
Hey, good. Hey, Judy. Hi, everybody. Thanks for bringing me up.
Thank you for coming up. Do you think free speech is dead? And if so, what amendment are they going after next?
Ooh, good question. I think they're definitely trying to control the narrative, control voices. Yeah, absolutely. Is it dead? No. I mean, he'll be in office 3.5 more years. If it's somebody else comes in, even if he may not interpret how he wants people to criticize others. He's a different beast. So, the next one to go if after freedom of speech. Oh gosh, let's. I'll have to think on that one. Let me think on that one.
Well, let me tell you something. So even though they'll never come out and admit it, um, Donald Trump and the FCC had their fingerprints all over this. So if you guys don't see what's really going on, and I am not a conspiracy lunatic. I don't go down that rabbit holes. I leave that to others. But when the chairman of the FCC comes out and says that he needs to be punished, and the next thing you know, the guy gets fired, that says to me, Donald Trump made that call to the FCC chairman and said, hey, do something about this guy because he's criticizing Charlie Kirk. Let me say, cancel him.
But wait, didn't the Obamas do the same thing to Roseanne some years ago? Didn't the Obamas call the network and have Roseanne fired because she said something about essentially the same thing happened to Obama. The same thing happened to Roseanne because Roseanne said something about one of Obama's, somebody in
Susan Rice.
Woman she
It was Valerie Jarrett who's president.
Yeah, that one. Yeah, it was canceled for her
No.
We're back, baby.
To a monkey or something that was very vulgar. One, and she didn't know that Valerie was the black woman too. No, she didn't. You know what happened? The president of ABC programming, or maybe the president of ABC at the time was a black woman, Kim Richards, Kim somebody.
This shit will go all night long. All right, we're gonna restart the live.
He was able to make that call because she was over the network at that time. But no, that wasn't a White House call. That was the president of ABC call, who probably knew Valerie Jarrett.
I'm gonna have to pull up my Roseanne clip because I could have sworn she said
That was a bad call because that lady was Indian. She was not black at all.
The truth coming forth.
That Roseanne said she looks like a monkey from the Planet of the Apes type shit that came out back in the day. That woman is
she was
not
talking
black.
about Valerie Jarrett, and Valerie Jarrett is black. When she said that, it was about Valerie Jarrett.
When she made that comment, if you go look that woman up, she is not black.
Valerie is black.
Okay, you got it.
Not only that, I have vacationed with her mother in Martha's Vineyard.
Oh.
Okay, just like.
Hold on a second. Let me address a couple of things real quick. Jane, I agree. The next thing to go is probably birthright citizenship. As somebody wrote, next to go will be right to bear arms. They will never mess with guns in America. Americans love their guns too much, and so do the politicians. Because the gun lobby is way with guns, excuse my language. Justin, how you doing, bro?
Good. Yeah, sorry, I just said that she doesn't look black. Anyone who just doesn't know her history or anything like that, her lineage, would assume she's anything but black.
She's black, and she was born in Shiraz, Iran.
Ooh.
Yeah. To me, you're black if you look black.
Thank you.
It's all right.
She's Iranian.
So,
I get a little sensitive being light. You get a little sensitive here. People always say you're not this, you're not that. So I don't mean to yell at you, Kay. I apologize.
Sloan, you can yell anytime you want in my space.
So, JB, I got a question for you.
What's the question?
Do white people have a problem with free speech?
Depends on the white person.
Depends on the speech.
Where's that? What are you basing this question on, Jake?
On Jimmy Kimmel and Charlie Kirk.
I had no problems with what Jimmy Kimmel said, and I know that's going to trigger some people.
I mean, I'm not directing this at you, JP.
No, I'm not taking it that way. I don't take this personal on the subject. I'm just saying for me, you asked me a question, so I can only answer for myself. I have no problems with what he said. I think that we become a hypersensitive society, and we pick and choose what topics mean something to us. Just my opinion.
Okay, I got one more question for you, JP. Do super PACs have a problem with free speech?
Once again, my friend, I think that depends on the super PAC.
You disagree with that? No, I'm just saying, you know what I'm talking about. Every time I discuss super PAC, to be inflicted on others. Hold on, I'm gonna ask one. All right, let me ask one question to the room, right quick. So Kamala Harris had $73 billion back in her. Donald Trump had $53 billion back in her. Do we know the names of the billionaires back in the running for president?
Yes, she was talking about his mom yesterday.
Hey, donation. Wait, hold on a second. No, don't bring Frank up, please. Okay, guys.
Where are you getting your information, first of all?
Well, it's public information.
That's not an answer. I said, where did you get it? Not whether it's public or not.
From the internet.
Shortening his own car. This man was determined to shorten his long car like this.
Well, they have donors, so that's not really information.
Hold on. Hold on. So, you don't know super PACs exist?
I said, where did you get the information that he had 60? Did you say he had 65?
No, he had $53 billion back in him. Kamala had $73 billion back in her.
And what does that mean, backing her?
Sponsoring the campaign.
Well, people have a right to donate money.
So we don't have a right to know who did it?
There are laws of transparency. If you donate to the campaign, that's public information. But if you donate through something else that then gives the money to the campaign, that information is not public. And there are also limits on how much you can donate.
So I want to ask you, bro, so do you think, as Americans, we should know who these billionaires are or not?
So, again, I urge you to check your source on this. Okay. And then go and check out campaign finance law. And then you'll see that people who donate to campaigns are public information. You can get their first and last name.
Okay.
Thank you, Jay.
I'm going to go check them.
Thank you, Jay. I gotta say hello to a few people. I'll come back to you, I promise. I'm gonna say hello to First Lady, and then I'm going to the interpreter and Vesper. First Lady Chi, what an honor to have you in my space. How you doing?
Good evening, sir. It's an honor to be here. How are you, JB?
I'm good. I'm just a little conflicted on, is free speech still a real thing, or is it real if you run with the narrative that they want you to say?
Let's just say I won't comment because I believe that this thing is real, honey. I believe it. Hey, Al Nomo. Hey, KP, Uncle KP.
What's up, First Lady? How you doing?
Good. Yeah, JP, I'm sorry. I don't know. I think this thing is real. It's got wings. You don't think it's real?
I think it's very real. I thought, and I'm going to be honest with you, I thought cancel culture was kind of on its deathbed until now. And now you got all these crying Karens, and I would bet probably 70% of them don't even know who Charlie Kirk is, but they're crying because Charlie Kirk was mad at them. Just my opinion. And I know I'm going to get smoked for the things I say tonight, and I don't care. We love to say about free speech absolutists and all this other shit. That's just bullshit. Most of these amendments are bullshit. I'm just curious to see which ones they go after next. I agree with when Jane said it's going to be birthright citizenship. Norm, you want to jump in and then we'll go to the interpreter.
Oh, yeah, thanks. So this started when people got fired for using the wrong pronoun, and when the FBI began to track people down when they went to school board meetings. And Trump is a counterpuncher. He's known for being vengeful, and I know some personal stories about how he exacts revenge. You can go through all the people he's after now. Everybody who did any wrong to him.
including John Bolton, by the way, who's being punished for his book. Of course, Letitia James, prosecutor in New York. He's going after the people that went after him, the FBI people that went after him. So when you have something like people being canceled for using their own pronouns or whatever indelicate or racist or bad thing that they said, you can now expect there to be a reaction to that. It's blowback.
But no, let me ask you a question, right?
Yeah.
Not just this happened in real life. Is there an expiration date on when we could be when people can actually criticize somebody like Charlie Kirk after after this? I mean, how long do people on their hands lose their jobs, keep their mouth shut? But we live in a freeze country. I'm just curious.
What's the name of the short black comedian? He's really short. He's very funny.
Kevin Hart.
Yeah, Kevin Hart. Thank you. I don't know. At this hour, sometimes I forget some names. Kevin Hart lost his job hosting the Oscars because of some tweet that he made 10 years previously. And he's a comedian. So I don't think there's a time limit on how you can be punished for something that you said at a different time when the rules were different, by the way. Hey, I mean, they went digging through his tweets from 10 years previous.
I get that, Norm, but when Charlie Kirk says things about black pilots, and I know the whole context, I've heard the whole clip, I've watched the video, to me it still came off as racist, right? I understood the context, but I thought how he said it was racist. So people can't criticize that?
Well, that's not what Kimmel was doing. Kimmel screwed up. Now, of course you can criticize somebody's remarks. I would say wait a minute. Wait until the guy's buried, wait until the body is not still warm before you jump in. I have a feeling that the criticism was so immediate and vituperative because people were concerned that he would be sanctified, that he would be made into a saint. And I think what they've done, the same way when they attacked Trump, they pretty much assured his reelection. I think the same thing is true when you attack a man in that moment, right after he's been assassinated publicly. I mean, that was a moment of national horror, in my view, going all the way back to the Kennedy assassination.
Hey, Norm, can I say something real quick?
Yeah.
You know what was a national day of horror for me?
What?
When 3 cops got killed and nobody talks about it. 3 cops got killed yesterday in Pennsylvania. You don't see a single rumor about those cops being assassinated by some lunatic.
Yeah, that's a good point. I think I heard about it on the radio or something, or whatever I was listening to, like Sirius or something. I think I heard about it. Yeah, it's very weird. I don't know enough details about it. So, I mean, the anonymous citizen is never, well, I shouldn't say never, is less likely to get as much attention as somebody like Charlie Kirk, who's a national figure.
Well, let me just say this. Charlie Kirk's funeral was on Sunday at a football stadium in Arizona. They're anticipating a crowd of up to 65,000 people at this man's funeral. 65,000. That's insane to me. You would think he was saving lepers and children and puppies in burned buildings. The interpreter, how you doing, the interpreter?
Do you know anybody like Charlie Kirk anywhere in the conservative movement?
No, I'm not a conservative and I don't follow them. But
that explains why you don't see how big of a deal he is.
Shapiro was a bit like him in his time.
Okay, hold on a second. He's getting all this attention because of the way he was killed, and it was broadcast throughout the world. And Trump jumped on the bandwagon. So let me just say this, Justin. I don't know if you're conservative or not, and that's fine. You're welcome in my space. But when the President of the United States comes on the day after Charlie Kirk gets assassinated, murdered, right? And says, I blame the far left lunatics. Don't you think that's a time where he should just shut up and not throw the gasoline on the fire? Okay.
No.
Justin, I'm going to come back to you because I want to welcome the interpreter. The interpreter, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing? How everybody doing this evening?
Doing fantastic, sir. Did you want to chime in on the conversation?
Yeah. Definitely, most definitely. I had an epiphany last night, so I hope people can follow me because it's quite simple. When it comes to I'm gonna speak on Donald Trump real quick, right? So Donald Trump, right? He's the prime orchestrator for America right now, according to the narrative, right? So when we think about the processes, procedures, and protocol, people are not comprehending their values, their understanding, right? So Donald Trump signed an executive order March 1st that clarified the claim that English is the official language of America, right? So he's making a claim to own English in a sense. With that saying, the value of the words that are being traded are all owned by government. The evidence is in the history. Anybody want to do research? I did it, but I'm not going to expose that. The point is that the understanding
Impresses friends.
will
But I feel that
constantly
what we see
be
and hear
validated,
from Patrick regarding music.
but the comprehension is the evidence which will always be overlooked in discussion as well as written documentation for recording purposes. And the reason being is that when we read and when we write, it is with the English language and not our own language.
I gotta tell you respectfully, I don't know what you're talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about, bro.
Well, look, no, you could look at the executive order and go back in history from there. Anybody can. I already did it. It was simple, but I'm not gonna do that. I'm just gonna speak what I say because I know what I'm saying makes sense. But if it don't make sense, do the research and then you'll bring yourself up to date of what went on in the past and why he signed that executive order March 1st in 2025.
Thank you.
And made English the official language of America today.
Thank you, the interpreter. Vespa, how you doing, Vespa?
That's a fact. That's a fact, interpreter.
Clear. I couldn't figure out what he was saying. It may be a fact, but I have no idea what he was saying.
Right? Neither do I. Go ahead, let's go.
She's just broken me. Vespa, how you doing, bro?
How's it going?
Going all right. You want to chime in?
So the First Amendment is definitely under attack, right? I think the strongest evidence of that is how they're bringing all the different social media platforms to have a congressional hearing, except for X, of course, right? I mean, we see it with Stephen Colbert. We saw it first with him, right? Now they're canceling like streamers. Like Destiny got kicked off of Twitch, and they're gonna go after Hassan Abi and any liberal streamers or whatever, you know. Like the far right owns most of social media as it is. The only real platforms, you know, the left has is like Blue Sky. And after that,
look what they're doing. They just sold TikTok. And look at the businesses that are buying them. That's fine.
Yeah, TikTok is an interesting case. It's a way for people to communicate quick bullet point political points, you know. And a lot of people were getting out progressive messages about giant corporations, like about BlackRock and things like that, which I guess they didn't like, you know. And they come up with conspiracies. Oh, it's a Chinese, you know, spy program and yada yada. But after that, Second Amendment, it's on the chopping block. Fascist dictators have always gone after people's guns. And they've already talked about it. They talked about restricting gun rights from trans people. And then on Newsmax, they said against all Democrats. Like they'll start there and then, you know, have all the crazy supporters have guns, all the MAGA freaks. And then if they get out of control, they'll take them away from them at some point. That's where I see things going.
Thank you, Vince.
There's like nothing to stop it. There's nothing to stop it.
Thank you, Vince. I think Justin wants to push back. Justin, you want to say something?
Yeah, I wasn't sure if you were trolling or not because it sounds like you were giving the Republican argument where, like, so for example, gun rights. In one sense, it's like, okay, well, Democrats don't want guns. They believe that you should have gun control or just take out the Second Amendment, and they say that Charlie Kirk died by the sword or he died by gun violence when he should have been opposing all guns. But our argument is this: if we take away guns from, I guess, citizens, take away the right for citizens to have guns, then only all the crazies will have it. All the ones who don't keep the laws will have guns, and we will be, of course, sitting ducks. Now, you're making the same argument, except for Republicans. You're saying, well, if we took away all the guns from Democrats, because they don't want guns, then it's going to be left up to all the crazy Republicans. So it's like, you don't see how you're making our argument, except you're just making a mirror. It's just, the difference is you're the victim, and you don't see how we see ourselves as also a possible victim of the crazies of the left.
Justin, hold on a second. Best friend, I need you to meet up, please.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, only because I get feedback. I'll get back to you in a second. Justin, let me ask you a question. You think if Charlie Kirk survives that assassination, he gets shot, but he survives, he'd still be such a big proponent of the Second Amendment?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
Because he just got shot in the neck. I don't think he'd be a proponent of the Second Amendment.
Well, okay, that's like saying a person got shot by the police, therefore we should take away all guns from police.
That's not what I'm saying.
That's not at all the same. No.
Well, it's the same logic because
No, it's not.
So the reasoning is that gun violence, there's like a certain amount of people that died because of gun violence, but we also protest police violence and police abuse. They kill us with guns. Should we use the same logic that, hey, if we took away all the police force, or at least took away their weapons, we would save more lives?
No, because you're not attributing police and doing something in the line of duty. You can't equate that to someone that decided to go bonkers and kill somebody. It's not the same argument.
Right, so you can't equate that to a person who has a gun and is not crazy.
You know what I find, and I'm going to be 100%. I'm going to assume you're a conservative from the things you've said, and that's, like I said, that's fine, I don't care. But I find the collection that both parties uses when you bring something up, it's mind-boggling to me. I asked you a very direct question, and you went on some tangent about policing the guns. Apples have nothing to do with pineapples, bro. I just asked you if you got shot, and if you survived the assassination attempt. I'm pretty sure if you get shot in the neck, you're going to change your mind on guns. Because if you don't, then you got a serious mental illness.
Wherever's Marcus.
Well, okay, so then why would that change your mind on police? Like, I guess police officers that they should have weapons.
Have they shot you?
Well, they shot other people.
Okay.
There was a man,
thank you, Justin.
I'm
going to TS. TS, how you doing?
Never.
I want no one to escape.
TS, are you there?
My name,
Craig McDermott. Oh, Adrian, how you doing, Adrian?
what's going on?
How you doing, man?
I'm doing alright. We're watching football.
I feel that the First Amendment is dead. What do you think?
Nope. I don't think it is. I don't think it is at all. I think people are being a little too hyperbolic about it and, hyperventilating about this shit in the heat of the moment. I don't think it's dead. Why do you think it's dead?
Because if you say anything against Charlie Kirk, you're going to be canceled. You can lose your job. You can lose everything. That's why.
That's not true. In a time where both sides are coming to an agreement that we should tone down the violent political rhetoric and stuff like that, which I agree. I mean, why are people out here anti?
Wait, time out, Adrian. When you say both sides, the president just the other day came out and said that the far left lunatics, and he threw gasoline on that fire. He's a leader on that side.
He didn't indict every Democrat. He didn't do that. And as Democrats, there are calling for toning down the rhetoric, which I agree with them. People are coming to the middle and saying, yo, y'all, this shit has gotten way out of control, which I think everyone should agree that this shit has gotten way out of control. But it's a whole other thing when a lot of people are calling for more violence. They've literally got a hit list of people on the right who they want to see dead. Like, I don't hear no one condemning that shit. I don't hear not a single person condemning that shit. And why is that?
I haven't heard the left call for anybody to be killed. I'm not saying what you're saying is not true. I just haven't heard it.
They have a whole website where they're doing it. It's called Blue Sky.
Oh, okay. I gotta tell you, I've heard a lot of crazy shit on Twitter.
And one thing we know about the First Amendment is that it does not cover calling for violence. Inciting violence and calling for the death of people. The First Amendment does not cover that shit. And if you're out here calling for that type of stuff, then absolutely you should not be trying to hide behind the veil of First Amendment rights, because that's not what it's for. You should be punished.
So if I come on this app and I say, which I never would, but I'm just gonna use that as a hypothetical. I wish Joe Schmo from Idaho would get run over by a tractor trailer, and I hope he dies. Should I be canceled?
Oh, hey, freedom of speech does not mean freedom from consequence.
Okay, but the question was, I'm not saying I'm going to do it to him. I'm just saying I hope it happens to him. Is that still freedom of speech?
Still freedom of speech. Yeah, that's still freedom of speech. You're not calling for people to take action on somebody. You're saying just your own personal wish, and that is, yeah.
Right.
That hate speech is also allowed.
Yeah, of course it is. But here's the thing. So when people criticize Charlie Kirk, they get canceled, right?
You can criticize them.
Okay, but they can't because they're losing their jobs because of it.
But he lost his life. What are we talking about? This man lost his life because of his words.
I'm not.
Baby, what are you saying right now? Do you know what stochastic terrorism is?
Do I know what is?
Stochastic terrorism.
No, what is it?
Stochastic terrorism is when people are calling or advocating for the death of someone and calling others to go and do it. But they're not outright saying it, they're just making an insinuation for people to go and do it, for someone to go and do it. It's like...
So wait, let me ask you this. If somebody comes on my stage right now and they just happen to say, hey, I'm glad he got killed because he was a racist. Is that not free speech, or should they lose their jobs?
That's your opinion. Nobody's getting canceled for their opinion. People are getting canceled because they're goddamn out here calling for violence. People are getting canceled from their jobs because they're letting their political bias get in the way of performing a duty at their job. Like the Kitover incident. These people went in there and wanted a Charlie Kirk flyer.
Adrian,
and the worker
there's
said,
so many people.
I gotta make this point.
Adrian, there's so many people losing their livelihoods because of an opinion. And let me tell you something, bro. I'm talking about doctors, nurses, school teachers. Now, teachers shouldn't be talking about this to their students, but they should be just as protected as anybody else. And
nurses should? Nurses should?
If a nurse comes on and says, you know what, I'm glad he got killed. He was a racist. Why should she lose her job?
Hey, what the hell? What if I come in there and I'm a Trump supporter? Am I going to be, I'm worried about my nurse's political bias about who the fuck I voted for. Now she's giving me fucked up ass service? Hell yeah, I think these people, bro, JB, what are we saying right now?
Bro, I'm saying you're a hypocrite. That's what I'm saying.
Wait, I have to interject. I need to interject.
I'm not a hypocrite.
Adrian, just give me 1 second and I'm going to give you the mic right back. I'm so sorry to interrupt, but I just have to say something. because I'm really confused by how this conversation is unfolding. We all, most of everybody on this app, in this room, I'm not going to say everybody on this app, but for the past week, we've been in and out of rooms about Charlie Kirk, where folks have been saying, he said this, that, and the other, he was killed over it, oh well, he was killed over his words. And now we feel some way because folks are getting fired over, a man lost his life over his words, freedom of speech. And we're feeling some way because people are getting fired over words. Hey, at least they're still alive. Are y'all serious? Like, what's happening? We're offended because people are losing their job and a man lost his life. Like, what's going on?
And that's the point. Because if I voted for Donald Trump, I should not have to worry about if my nurse have a fucking political bias against the person that I goddamn voted for. And now she's potentially going to harm me.
Wait, hold on, Adrian. So God forbid, and I'm being serious, God forbid you had to go to the emergency room tonight, right? They take you over to the emergency room. Are you going to, on that gurney, turn around and say to your doctor, hey, wait a second, before you operate on me, are you Republican?
They literally did that shit.
They're professionals, bro.
JB, they literally did that shit during COVID. They denied people services and life-changing goddamn services, right? Just because they wasn't vaccinated.
Wait, that
what
part
are we talking about here, JB? What are we talking about, JB? People were denied surgeries because they weren't vaccinated.
And some people weren't allowed to go to work because they weren't getting vaccinated.
Wake it up.
JB, I think you're being a hypocrite right now. Why you're
That was not personal decisions, that protocol.
A lot of people lost because they didn't want to get vaccinated.
Well, let me talk for a minute, Adrian. Then I'll hand the mic back to you. You can laugh all you want, and you can be the biggest Trump supporter. I really don't care. But here's the deal. You really want to have that public conversation? The buck stops at President Trump, right? He fucked up this country. He shut us down. He put a lot of things into place that fucked a lot of people up. So, instead of pointing at Biden or Kamala or anybody else, let's start at the top. And that was Donald Trump. We couldn't have had a worse leader at a worse time to lead this country. And that's my opinion. I don't give a shit what anybody says. You want to come with stats and this and that. Donald Trump fucked this country up. And you want to talk about debt? Where are we at in debt now because of Donald Trump, because of COVID? So you couldn't have had a worse person at a worse time to be president. But I'm not going to have that COVID conversation. That's for a different room.
All right, let's not have the COVID conversation. But JB, you gotta admit, Donald Trump didn't have COVID his whole entire term.
That's a lie. That's a lie. He had it. Almost killed him.
No, he did
It
not.
almost killed him. What are you guys talking about?
Oh my God. Are y'all?
You want to bet? Wait, you want to make a bet he had COVID?
And how much did y'all?
Wait. Nah, that's not what I'm saying. JB, that's not what I'm saying. Donald Trump had COVID for a year. Biden took over after he gained the presidency. That's what I mean. He had COVID. He physically had the disease. I'm talking about Donald Trump dealt with COVID, the pandemic, for a year. And Biden took over. What are we saying here, y'all?
So let me ask you a question, Adrian. Do you think that COVID no longer exists, and that people aren't dying from it anymore? Like,
I still see people saying they're getting COVID. So there you go.
Perfect. So like, what's the difference besides that Trump opened everything back up?
Hey, that's not the conversation. We're talking about people being politically biased in jobs where they should not be politically biased.
Oh, my fault. I thought we were allowed to ask other questions.
No. Yeah, that's what we're talking about.
I'll stop asking you a question.
So wait, because they're a doctor or a lawyer or a nurse, they're not allowed to have any feelings about what goes on in our country?
They shouldn't let that affect their job.
How is it affecting their job because they made a statement?
I literally just gave you an example, JB. If I'm a Trump supporter and I'm coming in for triage, and your ass is a goddamn nurse or a doctor who voted on the left, guess what? They're letting their political bias. What if their political bias comes into goddamn play?
Well, that's so much. Adrian, respectfully, but Adrian, I like you, man. But there's so much cap in everything you're saying. I don't think a doctor's checking your voter registration card as he's wheeling you into the operating room.
And I literally just said people were denied services because they weren't vaccinated. This is how we got here, JD. Why did I not just say that, Rue?
Why would they be, though? Why wouldn't you delay or deny someone care during a deadly disease in a hospital? Think about that. Get out of here.
I just know they weren't because they refused the vaccine. They were denied life-saving surgeries. How did y'all miss this whole narrative during COVID? How did y'all miss people talking
Because
about?
they cherry picking.
That's crazy, Adrian. What is going on?
They're cherry picking right now, and they hate to be called out on it. They're literally cherry picking the narrative.
Wait, you think somebody should be able to spread a deadly disease throughout a hospital?
That's not what the conversation is about.
You didn't say they had COVID. They're not going to
answer questions unless it supports your narrative.
for not getting the vaccine. It would be like, hey, I need open heart surgery. Did you get the COVID vaccine? No.
Well, they could be.
Wait a second.
They could be asymptomatic carriers.
Everybody mute up.
No, I'm here. I was like,
this is crazy. Because for you to sit, for anybody to sit here and say that a nurse is not going to perform a duty because you're a Democrat or Republican is so asinine. I don't even know what the hell you people are talking about. It's ridiculous. Adrian, hold on. Let me finish, man. Because that is so ridiculous. I'm not going back to COVID and what the rules were then. Who established those rules in the first place? That would be Donald Trump. So let's move. Hold on, please let me finish, Justin. Thank you. But this whole narrative because some Democratic nurse went on Twitter and said she felt Charlie Kirk was a racist and she didn't give a shit that he died. She should lose her job. What are you guys talking about?
Yeah, she should lose her job. I would be scared for my life if I found out, especially people that know me on social media, or let's say she hear in conversation I'm talking to somebody.
She said more than that.
And then I admit or say that I'm a Trump supporter or whatever. She'd be just in my room, know about that, have a conversation with her friends, and just say, you know what, I'm not gonna give him the drug that he needs. You know what, I'm gonna just start to, add more of this.
You know what? Shut the fuck up. Because I don't believe in the Easter Bunny or Santa Claus or any other bullshit. These hypotheticals. Okay? It's all
You
bullshit,
literally
man.
was giving people hypotheticals.
Adrian, hold on a second. But listen. We have a few rules in this room. And there's not many. When I'm not speaking, please mute up. And one my policy. Okay? If she got fired for whatever if she said more than that, Bunny, fine. But what I'm saying here is there's other people that have said less than what you're going to say, and they've lost their livelihoods. I don't understand it. Because we want to play semantics and say, oh, she's a nurse and she's a Democrat, so I'm going to die in a hospital? Come on, we're better than that.
But because it's not what happened. So she worked in a children's ward, and she said that Kirk's kids should have died as well. That's the problem. That becomes the conflict of interest. She openly stated that she thought
Bonnie,
Kirk's children
Bonnie, basically you're saying freedom of speech is subjective. I'm just
so
curious.
we have to no. So here's the thing: employers can decide what they want their employees to do and or say on social media. These people sign contracts. Like even in the finance world, I know at certain levels you're not allowed to have any social media whatsoever. So depending on the contracts that these people sign and what they're allowed to say and or do can affect their jobs directly. I, as an employer, am not required to hire somebody who's going to say things that are disparaging and go against my personal beliefs if it's my company. I don't have to come out of my wallet to pay for somebody that is going to say things that I don't agree with, and I made them sign a contract stating that they wouldn't go on social media or say public opinions in a certain manner. So in this instance, she directly called for death of children, and she worked in a children's ward. If you don't see the conflict of interest in that, I don't know what to tell you.
What I'd like to see is a link in the chat so I can see what you're talking about.
I was looking for it actually right before I came on. I'll try and find it. But here's the thing. So if she had, hold on one second. If she had just gone online and said, I don't care about Charlie Kirk and I don't see what the big fucking deal is, fine. Like I would agree with you, but that line gets crossed when you say that someone's children, the children of a guy who just got killed, should also be dead or should have been killed as well. That's where, for me, definitely that's crossing line. But yeah, I think anybody who just got fired because they're just like, oh, I don't like Charlie Kirk. Oh, I think Charlie Kirk is racist. Fine, that you can have your opinion. That's totally fine, whether it's informed or uninformed or whatever it is. But again, you cross that. It's like you can't yell fire in a movie theater.
Well, let
You
me
know,
ask you a question.
you can't yell bomb in an
Listen,
airport.
if what you're saying is true, and I'm not saying it's not, I'll look at the link when you put it in the chat. If what you're saying is true, basically how I'm interpreting it is that freedom of speech is not free. Hate speech should be covered because we hear the most heinous things on this app. Just fucking go to Pepe's room and you'll hear the most heinous things. But that's okay. But this woman says one thing, she should lose her life. It's just, to me, it's hypocrisy. Not to anybody, not to you, Adrian, not to you, Bunny. To us as a society, it's hypocritical. You're right, Adrian. We are cherry picking.
I'm just.
And JB, a lot of places have what they call morality clauses and ethics clauses. A lot of these people are being fired because they're violating these clauses that they signed when they got hired. What she just said right there is a morality issue. I would not feel comfortable with a nurse like that overseeing my child in a NICU or something when she's calling for the death of innocent children. No, hell no. Get your ass up out of this field. You deserve to have your job taken away from you. I don't trust you.
I don't know if she deserves to have a child taken away, but
I said job.
Oh, job? I'm sorry. That's fine. Okay. Let me see the link and I'll look at it, but let me get to a new speaker. Hanson, how you doing, Hanson? Hanson,
Hey, yeah, hi. Hey, Jamie. How you doing? Good.
All right. Do you want to chime in?
Yeah.
So, cashing your pink ticket, by the way.
Oh, okay. Sure, yeah. I will do. So I don't know why do we say that free speech is under attack? I mean, or ending, and has free speech ended in America? I don't think so. The only thing that's kind of a remotely can be said is Charlie Kirk was assassinated because of his speech. Assassinated by an individual, possibly deranged or whatever. Because of his speech, Charlie Kirk's speech, and he didn't like his speech, and he killed him. But the thing is, the free speech is about government not meddle in people's speeches, not cracking down, forbidding people's speeches, not about something else. So it's about preventing government forbidding speeches and censoring people's speech. It is not about anything else. So I don't see anything in that realm occurring. So I don't see any the endangering free speech happening right now. And as for people having their jobs not losing their jobs, it is up to the employer to make the decision. The employer can terminate his employees at any time and will. And unless you have signed a long-term contract, and then you have that stipulating how long a tenure you will have, and what kind of violation you have to commit in order to terminate the contract. And most contracts are at will. So the employer, even if the employer doesn't like your face, can fire you. So the look of you, can fire you. So it has nothing to do with the freedom of speech.
Thank you, Hanson. I disagree with you 100%. But let me go to Certainty. Oh, hold on, I'll get back to you in a second. Certainty, how you doing? Because I skipped over by accident. Certainty, how you doing, bro?
Great, what's up?
Fantastic. My apologies. The mic is yours.
Sure, I'll be sorry. That's so unfortunate. I admit that free speech is definitely, dead. The reason I say it's dead is, I think it's been on its deathbed from the beginning because of this country. You can only be upheld by what you can prove, right? So there's plenty of folks who lose a court case, right? And not get the short end of the deal because they don't have proper representation, right? So regardless of any amendment, if you can't they are violating moral clauses that a lot of employers have in place for their employees. This is why a lot of these people are being fired. That's nothing to do with cancel culture.
Why did Jimmy Kimmel get fired?
Why did Jimmy Kimmel get fired? All right, a lot of people ain't gonna believe this because they're gonna believe what they want to believe. A lot of people believe that Donald Trump had something to do with it. Wrong. For one, Jimmy Kimmel has been losing money, just like Colbert was doing. It's like Joy Reid's, right? I think Seth Meyers is on his way out the door too, because late night TV talk shows, no one is paying attention to that I hate Donald Trump narrative any longer. That shit's been played out. They've been doing that shit for the last 10 years. People are tired of that shit. They've been losing money. So the network was already going to goddamn get rid of Jimmy Kimmel. It just so happened, hey, by the universe, this shit happened with Charlie Kirk. And instead of Jimmy Kimmel taking the high road, he goes out on his platform and still spouts misinformation about the shooter being MAGA. Even though all of this evidence that came out says otherwise, but he still went out there and did this shit. And the FEC got involved. And therefore, he lost his goddamn job. He was already on thin ice. This just
Wait, let me, now, AJ, hold on, let me get some clarity. What was that, the FTC? FCC. Is that a federal agency by any chance?
Yes, Federal Communications. Yes, that's what FCC says.
And you don't think Donald Trump made a call to that chairman and said, hey, let's make some moves here?
Jimmy Kimmel was already out the door.
You guys,
Already on the
did you
door.
guys forget? Hold on. So ABC, did you guys forget they lost the defamation lawsuit that was brought forth by Trump? So they already have paid out millions of dollars of the debacle of George Stephanopoulos, whatever the fuck his name is. They already are like their shareholders and everything. They've already been penalized for defamation. The last thing they want is another lawsuit. They already lost the first one. I think they lost two actually, but I know definitely one. So yeah, ABC, they are going to scrutinize who says what down to the letter right now because they already lost a lawsuit. That's really what it boils down to. They lost money. They didn't win. So now they're going to make everybody cross their T's and dot their I's appropriately so they don't face another lawsuit. It's really that fucking simple.
Well, that's not the only thing too that's going on. There was also a merger that was supposed to happen between ABC and I think it's called Nexstar. Nexstar Agenda. They're like another like major broadcasting company, and basically they said that when Jimmy Kimmel made the statement after that, they threatened the FCC threatened and said to ABC that if they didn't clear it up, then they could make that contract go away. They could make the merger go away. So basically, Jimmy Kimmel is the sacrificial lamb in order to save that merger. That's really why this is happening, to be honest, in my opinion.
Nothing to do with free speech. It's just a convenient scapegoat for people saying they want to cherry pick. And I don't understand why.
Trump is not involved, though. I can't say that. He is in bed with the head of the FCC, and he's the reason why he pushed this decision in order to basically compromise the blackmail ABC and say, listen, either you get rid of Jimmy Kimmel or this merger is going away, and ABC chose the merger. That's what happened. But to say that Trump is not involved at all is ridiculous. He did play a hand in this, for sure.
Can I ask people why they want to be the person that
Charlie Kirk, that gentleman, Charlie Kirk, I looked him up while y'all was speaking. He has said some vile and horrible stuff, and people who support him, whatever, that's your business or whatever. But at the end of the day, you know, you can't sit here and say things to people. You know, should somebody lose their life? No, I don't think a man should get killed regardless of what they believe, whether that's political, religious, or etc. That's the first thing I would say. I don't condone somebody losing their life, and I don't condone violence and stuff like that, regardless of someone's political beliefs or other beliefs. So that's the first thing, you know, that I would say. And at
there's one coming up this weekend, some more no kings protest, another protest coming up across the country just simply because one, maybe what has happened, but what Donald Trump has done is the president has not helped a lot of people. A lot of Republicans even are lashing out at, their people and lashing out at them and saying, hey, we didn't sign up for this. So these high prices, these tariffs, all these other things, a lot of Republicans are looking back and saying that this isn't it. And a lot of America is looking back and saying this is not it either. We have to find a better way. Donald Trump is not he's leading us into high prices, leading us into an economy that's not working. Yes, sir, yes, ma'am.
See, you are throwing us all off the topic. I love you, but you are.
What is your original point?
I'm sorry.
Why are people defending Jimmy Kimmel?
Told us that the DNI read the U.S. Constitution, why are agencies violating U.S. laws, also shows programs and projects to dramatically cut funding.
You think I'm defending Adrian?
I don't know, are you?
No, I'm defending free speech.
Okay, cool.
Yeah.
But then he do blackface.
We'll do that. I'm not aware of this, but I mean, regardless if you did or not, this is bigger than Jimmy Kimmel. Yeah, so I mean, for me, it's not about him. It's about like our government being able to control what we can and cannot say and having that amount of power with the FCC. We've never seen a president have this amount of power over media. That's the issue.
Oh, that's a lot.
And that is that's it. Guys,
Hold on a second. Slow, you trying to jump. If you keep it up, I get feedback.
Hey, get my mic from me, please.
Gotcha. Slow down, slow.
Yeah, I think it's true. It is bigger than Jamie Kimmel. I want to make one quick point. I did look up who the head of the FCC was, and he was a Trump appointee. And one of the first things he did was to eliminate DEI hiring, which, the whole idea with Biden, whether you like it or not, it was to create a more colorful administration throughout all of the federal government. And so when he was appointed, he's on Wikipedia, you can look up his history, and he has some really good decisions that he made with FCC in his history prior, but he did get rid of that, and he is a Trump supporter for sure. I would also say I hadn't heard about Jimmy Kimmel doing blackface. Okay, I'll look for it. I will say a month ago, maybe 2 months ago, when Jimmy Kimmel went on vacation, for that whole week he gave the desk to Anthony Anderson, who was the actor from the TV show Blackish. And because of all the uproar and all the crazy decisions and executive orders that was coming down from the White House, Anthony Anderson, he may be an actor, but he's a little bit radical. And so he had several civil rights leaders on. He had many people that were political. And Jimmy Kimmel gave up his desk intentionally to help support that voice and to allow that voice to go forward. And I know that from knowing a couple people. I don't know, big people, but I do know people like in production, like production kind of people. And he did that, and he did that for black folks in particular.
Anyone look at my PCR?
I saw your PTR, and I think it happens with both sides, Adrian. Tell me it doesn't stop it, man.
No, that's my point.
Zuckerberg, who basically, excuse my language, ladies, basically gives Trump a hand job every chance he gets. They're all hypocrites. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on, Adrian. Let me get right back to this. Dope and Howard been patiently waiting. Dope, how you doing, Dope?
I'm alright. Good.
You wanna chime in? Yo, Kitty, I don't know drugs. Nice try, though. Yeah, Dope.
Yeah. So this is about Jimmy Kimmel. I think people
or just about the free speech in general. That's honestly nice media. I think the people that have been getting fired over their comments are not victims of, assaults on free speech, because, like Hanson, I think Hanson's not here anymore. Free speech is a right granted, or not even granted, it's protected by the government, so that no government actions are able to stop you from speaking your mind freely and open to the public. You're not going to be going to jail because you said something that your governor doesn't want you to say. Well, that doesn't change the fact that inflammatory speech or inflammatory remarks made in public can get people to, disassociate from you. And that's just a natural result. Like, if the morning after 9/11 someone was making 9/11 jokes and they got fired, no one would be feeling bad for them. Bill Maher actually did that before he had his current night show. I think he had another TV show, and he said something really stupid. He said the people who drove the planes into the World Trade Center had balls and they had courage, essentially, and he got axed because of that. And
incorrect.
What did you say?
Politically incorrect was the name of his show.
Yeah, politically incorrect, yeah. And he made a politically incorrect statement, which was very, it just wasn't a smart thing to say. You don't say that after 3,000 Americans got killed. So, and I don't think anybody felt bad for him, because that was just a dumb thing to say. Likewise here, if you see someone get shot in public, a politically motivated assassination, and then you're celebrating, you have no reason to be shocked when people want nothing to do with you. So that's just the reality of the situation.
Thank you, Bill. Appreciate your show. Howard, how you doing, Howard?
Hey, JB, Sloan, and I. Always good to see you guys. Just a couple of quick comments, and I'm not at all trying to get too technical, but I definitely, and I guess Hanson is gone, but he was, his point I felt was, he was making a point on employment, but the truth is, employment laws vary from state to state, and there are states that's right to work states, and there's other states that are not. There's also protected classes, could be based on age as an example. And then there's also, certain parts of employment are protected by union laws too that have been collectively bargained. So each situation is going to be different. JB, just a minor technicality. Kimmel has not been fired. He's just been pulled off the air. And most likely he's still getting paid. But they made a decision to just not air and support that show anymore. And I think was Alpha Glam, your point is also really well taken, that there is a potential acquisition merger that ABC is involved with, and it's not, and it is quite possible the FCC is putting their thumb on the scale. I'm not questioning that, but my understanding is it was also a group of affiliate stations that had the possibility of jeopardizing that deal, that they are so anti Jimmy Kimmel that they were threatening that that whole deal would fall apart. So you could see there's a lot of different dimensions to this issue, and from my perspective, I could see someone in top brass, certainly like Bob Iger at Disney, make a decision, say, hey,
right? The idea of first protecting free speech is that no government action on whoever's giving that speech should mean that person goes to jail. But we have outlets of that just coming into it. The fact that the FCC came down and threatened the licenses, in fact, that we somewhere on a platform threatened the licenses of ABC. That's a bigger deal than what's happened in past television. There's been instances where if somebody was on a TV show and stations didn't want to broadcast, go back and look at the history of Star Trek. They had that kiss between Captain Kirk and Uhura. There were stations that didn't even want to show that show. In those days, we didn't have such a overlap of power between FCC and a president that's really trying to break protocol in a lot of different areas of our government. That's a big problem. And then on the top of that, you have media where, I'm not blaming one person or the other, or one entity or the other. It's just the fact that if you get blocked or get knocked off of the media platforms, like as large as ABC, so like Disney, that type of thing, that cuts you off from a lot of things. If you don't know what I mean, go look up Elizabeth Warren on YouTube Yahoo Finance. There's a YouTube video where she talks about Skydance not only going after connecting Paramount, but now going after Warner Brothers. So now you have this big media conglomerate that can actually knock somebody off. So I say all this to say, I think the challenge that we have right now is that there's more. We've gone from a handgun to something like a AK-47 in terms of the types of power and types of range that people can experience in terms of trying to where free speech can be questioned. I think we should be worried about that. I think as a nation, we really should be worried about
Let me ask you a question, Pam. Let me ask you a question, Pam.
Go ahead, baby.
Do you feel that this is government overreach?
Yeah. In a lot of ways, yeah. It's something different when we've had comedians, be on the edge. That's in fact, to be honest, that's almost the definition of comedy these days. You are making comments, and what we've never seen is gone from making comments to, and there was a period where people had to apologize for certain things and that type of stuff. But part of that apology came from jokes that were no longer just on maybe limited to a VCR or a location. You now have jokes and stuff that's spread online and people can respond to. And now you have a president where he embodies a lot of these different elements. And I think that makes it very difficult to have these sort of free speech moments where you feel like you can say something without having a response to it. So yeah, I to your question, my short answer is yeah, I think there's overreach here.
Thank you very much, Peter. I appreciate you.
Thanks for letting me speak, JB.
Of course, you always welcome me. Please cash in your big ticket. That's me wanting to jump in.
Yeah, I just wanted to point out, how these free speech absolutists are suddenly in favor of hate speech and cancel culture, the things they've demonized. That's why you can say that they're attacking the First Amendment, which protects, it includes hate, quote-unquote, hate speech. And all I've seen the people say is they don't think he was a good guy. I don't see them inciting violence or anything like that, like the right has done. They're out there saying this is war, all these accounts saying the shooter was trans and everything.
Give me 2 examples of the right call for violence.
That's all over lives in TikTok, they jumped all over that. All these accounts on X and stuff like that. But Trump is out there politicizing it and saying, it's the radical leftists, when we know that he was a Nick Fuentes fan, right? We know that now. No, we don't know that. Because all
Did you not watch the press conference?
Oh, you mean the fake transcript they released?
Oh, that was fake. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
So here's the difference. What the authorities are saying is fake, and what you're saying is real.
It's obviously fake.
Alright. See, this is a prime example of people spinning their own narratives because it plays in their favor. Like,
I mean, you think they're being forthcoming with the Epstein files?
I don't know. Are you being forthcoming?
They're have an honest government with Trump, but it was a historic.
I can't. Hey, why should I trust anything that you say?
I'm talking about the Trump administration, like lying consistently.
And you're not right?
No, I'm not lying.
How am I to know that you're not lying?
I'm telling you, it looks obviously fake.
Did you give me a word? The CIA.
I'm just telling you my impression. You can take it for what it's worth.
Exactly. So, what if I say your word don't mean spit? And what you're saying is
you're taking statements from the Trump administration as
you literally just said he's a
as gospel truth.
What you're saying is gospel truth, right?
No, I'm just saying that there's a reasonable reason to doubt it. Specific reason to doubt it.
People think that words are more valuable than anybody else because they're saying, like, yo, what the hell are we doing right here, y'all?
I'm talking about evidence.
You don't have any evidence.
I don't have evidence that the Trump administration lies repeatedly.
Jamie just asked you for 3 examples and you couldn't even get 3.
It's all over the social media. People calling for Twitter. I mean, calling for violence, calling for war against the civil war.
That the people who was literally cheering that Donald Trump got shot.
Cheering when Trump got shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, they said that not Trump authority.
Investors, though, you're saying that we can't trust the multitudes of evidence that this guy was clearly like, left wing, pro trans, all that stuff off of it.
Being pro-trans doesn't make you left wing.
Okay, so he said Carly.
Yeah, they're literally.
Okay, bro, hold up. He said that Charlie Kirk was spreading hate, and his parents said that he was going in a more left-wing direction in the last year or so. So, why do you think that makes him? You think that makes him perfect?
Because he's pro-LGBT or something, right?
Yeah.
Pro-trans. That's what he said.
He said Charlie Kirk was hateful.
Yeah, towards trans people, particularly.
Okay, so do you think that makes him a groiper?
So Nick Fuentes is a bisexual or gay, and he has trans lovers and stuff.
Man, get out of here, bro. What the fuck are we doing, man? This dude.
You know, he's literally gone to had meals with femme boys or.
Alright, do you think groipers are pro-trans? Yes or no?
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, you don't know what you're talking about, bro. You just don't know what you're talking about.
It's within their group, they're pro-trans.
Okay, alright, well, so do you think groipers would make a meme saying, hey, fascist catch, and then assassinate a right-winger for being a quote-unquote fascist?
Yeah, that's a reference from the game that they play, Helldivers 2.
I think you're just in denial.
They literally use games like that to recruit young people.
So you think groipers are pro-trans and they are opposed to fascism?
Like the Bella Ciao Ciao thing is an anti-fascist song, but they use it ironically in the game.
Okay, so what do you think is more likely a pro-trans person hates Charlie Kirk for spreading hate and has been framed as being more left in the last year and calls Charlie Kirk a fascist and chants an anti-fascist and promotes an anti-fascist chant on a bullet to shoot him? Do you think he's more likely left-wing radical or a groiper?
He's a groiper. Trump calls leftist fascists. That makes no sense.
I think you're delusional. I think
Never heard Trump call the left fascists.
I think you're delusional.
You're gonna find out when I'm right.
Like, what are we saying? What do you think the word Antifa stands for? What do you think that stands for?
He's not Antifa.
What do you think Antifa is?
He's not Antifa. You're saying he called Charlie a fascist, or did he call it? In the transcript, that's fake. In the fake transcript.
Said hate matches casually.
For lots of reasons, like, he's basically incriminating himself. He's saying I left the gun here, and like, they come along the way, you know, with threat matches and how do you know about that? You know, these things. They have the media, like, they remember this capture on that capability. But what a weird cycle this might be being set up.
He had been out of
They're desperate to control the narrative in order to, like, win the midterm elections and stuff.
Do you think he was set up?
Who set up?
The shooter.
No, he did it on his own.
Okay. But do you think this is about a government conspiracy to convict him?
No, I mean, he did the thing, but he thought he was, like, trying to protect Trent.
Alright, listen, I had to move you to. I mean, I'm all about civil discourse, civil dialogue, but I have no idea what you're talking about. A, B, it makes no sense. You see, this is the thing that blows my mind with both sides. You guys dig in your heels, and that's all that matters is your side. You know, and that's to some of you guys on the stage right now. It's like nobody wants to have an objective conversation. It's like, that's it. I'm a Democrat, so this is the way it works. Oh, that's it. I'm MAGA Pierre, and that's it. Get Pierre, you want to chime in?
I just want to say, I sort of get what the gentleman was trying to get at in some ways. There's still pieces of this narrative that what's being done. I don't think conspiracy necessarily. I just think there's things that just aren't making a lot of sense in some ways. If he was radicalized, they're saying that he was radicalized, for example, they're mentioning Discord and Reddit. Don't get me wrong, there are, you know, I'm not a dark web expert necessarily, but those platforms, I'm not sure if those are really the best ones necessarily. And also remember, Trump came out at the very beginning and said, okay, this is, you know, we're going to get, you know, there's language that was publicized that we're going to get these things, these leftists basically. And I think what's happening is that I think instead of looking at pieces of what this young man, Tyler, Tyler, I think there's just more, I'm not going to say they're tangential, they're still important, it's still for his family and his partner, but still, with Tyler also reportedly has been resisting a little bit, and I think there's still pieces to the puzzle components I think that still needs to be worked out. And I think the gentleman who's up here, I think that's really kind of what he was trying to get to.
What I think he was trying to get to Pierre respectfully was that his side couldn't have possibly done it. That's what it sounded like to me.
That's crazy. What is going on?
I'll say this. If this kid was radicalized on Discord, boy, that's not good because you got this racist piece of shit Pepe who has 150,000 followers on Discord. And I can see him being radicalized and do something stupid.
Yeah.
But that's just my opinion.
Yeah, I hear you. I just think the timeline also felt a little short to me. There's something else here, but I'm one of those people that usually I will sit and listen to see what else comes out as well. It's because for me, politics
My name is Congressman
everyone has like, you know,
and I do not hope for
right,
better.
have you, but they're left and right, they're liberal, conservative, or specific, like,
My name is Congressman
area or something of interest. And I'm not quite getting that piece of it from the story, at least not yet. I mean,
So let me ask
Yeah.
She's very patient. She'll look, if you tell her you have evidence that these monies exist, she'll go down that rabbit hole. I, on the other hand, have very little patience. So I'm just being honest with you. I didn't understand anything you were saying, and it just sounded like you're digging in your heels and you don't want to hear the other side. But if I offended you, I apologize.
I mean, if I don't have the evidence off the top of my head, it doesn't mean I don't have, doesn't exist, you know? I don't have memorize everyone who said everything on X. But I got a screenshot of it for sure.
Certainly you can. So hold on, best, but certainly you can.
Jamie, quick question. So, you seem like a real reasonable individual to me for 5 years. We've been discussing things on this app. I hear you say a lot that, you're not into going down the rabbit hole, and you're not into conspiracy theories. So I have a question for you. Have you heard of MK Ultra before?
Yes, and I don't believe it's Sasquatch, but go ahead.
Okay. The reason I asked you if you've heard of MK Ultra, I'm not going to sit here and explain to you what it is. I'm sure if you heard of it, you know what it is. My last question to you is, do you think it's possible that when certain situations occur, our government, which has documented, which it has been documented in multiple operations, to use MK Ultra to neutralize threats of human intelligence and things of that nature, do you think that those events possibly happen right in front of our eyes?
Probably every day we don't even realize it.
I agree. Okay, cool.
That's as far as down the rabbit hole I go. Guys are gonna go popcorn style. This is one of my policies. Let the person finish, and then you can jump in. Yes, sir.
No, I was gonna say same here. Like for me, I feel like in the last decade, people have been throwing out that conspiracy theory stuff, and it really keeps people from really like doing the research. And for me, if I can do the research and connect the dots, like I can literally put together the dots. It's not a theory anymore, But if I can't connect, for instance, Antarctica is a block of ice, right? I have no proof other than a few operations and the Antarctic Treaty, what the government tells us of anything else. So anything else I say about Antarctica is a damn theory. You know what I mean?
Here's the conspiracies I look into. The latest one is, where are those Epstein files? Why don't they release them?
Okay, wake that up, honey.
Well, why don't they release those unredacted in its entirety so we can see what's really going on? But did you notice, since that firestorm of Epstein files, all these other things, Charlie Kirk's been murdered, the young lady in Charlotte was murdered on a deputy was a train. All these deflections of nobody talks about Epstein anymore. Why is that? There's one conspiracy certainty we can talk about. Here's another one. John F. Kennedy was killed by the government. I have no doubt in my mind. I don't have evidence. You know why? Because they don't release the evidence. I'm just going on what I've seen and the little dots I can put together. But here's my two conspiracies.
JFK. When it comes to the Epstein files, a lot of people do not want the victims' names out there. But I can say, I forget his name, Massey or something. But one of them went on what the fuck? They did something yesterday or the day before where they were calling out high profile people that was in the Epstein file. They said it was a magician, a royal prince, it was two businessmen.
Oh, at the Capitol, yeah. There had
Yeah,
conference, yeah. We joked with Patel.
Yeah, he was saying that, and he was out here and he didn't say their names, but he gave you the profile of some high profile people that were or are actively involved in the Epstein shit.
Well, Adrian, all you gotta do is Google Epstein flight logs, and you'll see who's on the Lolita Express, right? You got Clinton, you got Trump, you got got Tom Hanks. We got what's the comedian that retired when he came back? Was it Dave Chappelle?
DK.
No, not Dave Chappelle. Who was in Rush Hour?
Oh, Chris Tucker.
Chris Tucker was on there. Kevin Spacey was on there. Right? So all you gotta do is go right now, Google the flight logs of the Epstein Express, and you'll see all the famous names you want.
You know, Trump is currently at Windsor Palace right now with the king. And, you know, it's very interesting. They were talking about it on MSNBC last night about how there was a protest as soon as he arrived yesterday where somebody had a projector of the letter that he gave Epstein for his birthday, and they put it up on one of the buildings at Windsor while he was there sleeping last night. And then also, like, they were talking about how, you know, Prince Andrew, he's not allowed, I guess, like, their version of a punishment to him for the whole Epstein thing, his involvement was to sit him down from a role that he was already sitting down on. I don't know, like, what that was about, but he also cannot participate in dinners or any type of meeting when they have the royal family meetings at the castle. But they were saying how it's interesting that you won't allow Andrew to be there, and now you won't allow the London, I forget his name, the guy that's like the liaison between the UK and the US.
He got fired.
Yeah, he got fired. But yet you're letting Trump, who Epstein says has been his close friend for 10 years, sit at the table with the king.
Well,
that was wild.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna hold Trump to that standard, all right, cool. How about we hold King Charles to that same standard, and with his close relationship with Jimmy Savile?
That's a fact.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, like, we can't hold one person to a certain set of standards while letting the other on the other side of the table skate. Because if they're gonna throw up that letter of him to Epstein, then let's highlight the unusual relationship or the unsavory relationship of King Charles and Jimmy Savile.
But I think that's the irony that his own brother was involved with Epstein as well. That was the point. Because you literally have isolated your brother as a result of this politically and, you know, familially. And now, but you still have Trump sitting at your table, who has also been involved with Epstein. It's just, that's the thing that people are pointing out. So no one's saying that Trump is alone. We're saying that it's just ironic that it's not what's good for the goose ain't good for the gander, clearly.
Well, I'll say
There's no way we'll ever be able to use elementary vocabulary to attack authority.
I can't hear that anymore tonight, thank you. But I'll say this. Two of the people that were the spearheads of this, right? Jeffrey Epstein hung himself in a jail, which in that prison, that whole facility is nearly impossible, but he did it, right? And Virginia Giuffre, the biggest spokeswoman for victims, who cashed in, I think it was close to $30 million, she wound up suiciding herself too. Coincidence? Now you there, Nye? Nye?
No, I'm here.
I was wondering if you fell asleep on me. We're talking about Epstein.
Did you guys see the stuff from today with Cash Patel going to a hearing and getting grilled?
I think that was yesterday.
Or was it yesterday?
Yeah, it was yesterday, and I remember the other segment with him and Booker going back and forth.
Maybe it's multi-day hearing, I don't know.
Well, Nye, fast enough, please get up there, get up. Nye, you there? It's been another great room. I'm out of here like Batman's underwear.
It's really been terrible though.
I'm sorry that we had disagreements today.
Obviously it's a waste of time.
Social growth. That's what I'm saying is,
street, Shirley down the
Then
street
you look it
told
up
me
and
that
it be a Sam's
her
Club.
son had said that if she turned in her 13,
You be all excited and you go and they be like,
then you
they
can
got
get $1,000. That's what Shirley down the street
Oh,
said.
I didn't know.
Her son said,
Where the fuck did you guys know?
Maybe they looked wrong and it was 110. They missed it, maybe they added a zero.
Shirley said it. Shirley said her son.
Shirley, she's right. Dude, I've got freaking 6, 8, 11, 12, and 14 that I'm returning in. That way I can get a little bit off my next phone. And an iPad air. Yeah, I don't see anything else about it, bro. Must have been a cuckoo. Yeah.
I don't know what Starlink. What is this thing going on with the iPhone 13 Pro Max to be specific? They say iPhone 13 Pro Max is the last iPhone that doesn't have Starlink on it. I don't know what Starlink is. I have an iPhone 13 Pro Max. So when I heard about this, my ears was like, oh, well, 13 Pro Max is the best iPhone out? You don't say. I've been saying to myself that I was going to take this iPhone to the grave with me. I'm like, I'm finna use this phone and have this phone until it don't cut on no more. And when it don't cut on no more, I'm taking it to Apple or whoever and I'm going to tell them to do something to try and fix it to get them to turn it back on. I'm not getting rid of my phone. I only said to myself I wasn't going to get rid of it because it's been paid off for so long. But now, I'm definitely not going to get rid of it. They offering 2 bands. I think they offering like 2 bands for these iPhone 13s. I'm like, yeah. I don't know. My plan was to get another phone, but keep my phone because I want a phone specifically for content and then a phone, for phone calls, emails, and all other stuff and whatnot. Text messages and all that. They really think they slick.
Moses believes that warrior were incorrect, number one. Number two, the Old Testament of the Bible is very clear. Daniel 9, there will be an end to sacrifice. Right? Daniel 9 literally predicts this. Daniel 9.
Did you get to the part where you said the Jews who have a religion are the synagogue of Satan? Can you get to that?
We'll get this. We'll all come back down to this. I'm not deviating from the topic. Daniel 9 tells them that when the Messiah comes and that the Messiah will die before the second temple is destroyed, there will be an end to sacrifice. Mysteriously, there seems to be only one person that fits that characteristic. But even so, let's say Jesus is the Messiah. Well, he had to have come before the year 70 AD, which is before the second temple was destroyed, and there should be an end of sacrifice after that. I still see rabbinic Jews running around trying to do their weird sacrificial rituals to cope. Why? Because like Dr. Responsible said, their religion is over. Once the Messiah comes, their religion is over. Once the second temple is destroyed, there is no more sacrifice. They're trying to cope with the fact that they know who exactly their Messiah is, but they don't want to acknowledge that. Now, what Moses...
Can I add?
No, I'm not done. What Moses... Yeah, I'm not done, dude. What Moses...
Alright, I'm gonna go next.
Okay, that's fine.
Alright, motherfucker, then what the fuck?
What Moses practiced and what the other... What Moses practiced, what the prophets practiced, is what we call Second Temple Judaism. Now, what you don't seem to understand is that there were many strands of Second Temple Judaism. There is only one correct strand of Second Temple Judaism, which acknowledges that, which I said earlier, that the Messiah would die for the sins of all of humankind, Isaiah 53, before the Second Temple is destroyed, and that there would be an end to sacrifice. That strand of Second Temple Judaism, that is the only correct strand, is Christianity. All the other ones are various copes and various heresies that can't wrestle with this idea that the guy that they killed is who their Messiah was.
Can I ask you a question, dog? Like, you said Christianity as though...
I can just quickly finish this. You can ask.
Alright, bro. Alright, my bad. I'm not gonna... Yeah, he don't like that, so
I just need to finish.
He's almost done. And then you guys can ask us if you've ever heard this before.
Exactly. Now, the code that the voice of these strands made, i.e. the Pharisees and the Sadducees, is to create what we call today Second Temple Judaism. Now, what does this have to do with why the synagogue of Satan is in fact all rabbinic Jews and not just the Pharisees and Sadducees of today? God does not judge people based on lineage. God does not judge people just on being born one which way or another. God judges people based on beliefs. Now, God, like you mentioned, called the Pharisees and the Sadducees of his day the synagogue of Satan, those who claim that they are Jews, but they are not, for they do lie. Which people today believes in the exact same things, the exact same ideologies, and in fact takes their entire religion. I like how when we're being academic, people don't like to listen, and takes their whole religious identity and worldview exactly from the Pharisees and Sadducees of the Christian of the rabbinic of the Pharisees and Sadducees in Jesus Christ's day. Those people today are known as rabbinic Jews. Everything that they talk about.
Only, are you done, Pastor? Let's make sure you're done.
I'm not done.
Pastor,
Everything that
done.
rabbinic
Let's make sure that, wait, don't interrupt him. Pastor, how much time did you say this? How much time did you say you need?
Only
Back.
5 seconds.
Wait,
5
you
minutes?
need 5 minutes? No, that's crazy.
I said 5 seconds. You're not listening.
No. So, is it 5 seconds you said?
I said 5 seconds.
Yo, let that nigga.
Okay. No, but like, don't do too much. I hear you, Brad. He's talking, but we want to be fair.
Yeah,
So,
let him finish.
Bro, he's going for a while. Like,
I literally said.
I mean, you've been going for a minute, bro. I know, but like,
Keep packing that nigga.
let him. He's not cooking at all. He's not cooking.
let him go.
He
just saying.
Y'all niggas in a fucking.
It's all good. It's all good. He opened up the conversation.
In the fucking backwood.
No. I need him to say this.
This is what happens when anti.
I need him to say this. It's cool. Luca. Yeah. It's cool. Let him finish off.
Don't let him
It's all right.
Stop from him.
To finish off, everything that the Pharisees and Sadducees believed and codified as religion are found in one religion today, and that religion is called rabbinic Judaism. Thus, the Pharisees and Sadducees are the synagogue of Satan, rabbinic Jews ours.
Mic drop. Yeah,
all right. So
niggas don't got shit to say now. Where you at, Luca? Bitch,
I was about to ask a question, but you started. No. Go ahead. Ask your question, because I wanted to add on to what he was saying. But go ahead. You may have. I was gonna come from a place of criticism. I feel like you may come from a place of like constructive building. Am I wrong, Kendall? Or no? Yeah, you. Well, then let me go. All right.
Big lap. Oh yeah. Free touring. Big one, bitch. Oh yeah.
Put that together. Its origin is not.
Big love. Oh yeah.
Showing that this is a false origin, this Talmud, which a lot of people will label it the synagogue of Satan. And now you can like, skull and all of that stuff like that, and that's cool. But if we look at the scribes of that time, who actually was pushing for the Romans to destroy the second temple, so that they gain power, that's a whole nother thing. Remember, a lot of this stuff was politics too back in the days. And, there were certain people who wanted to see a certain people out of the way so they could gain power and actually use some of these constructs, which Jesus actually preached about how corrupt the temple was, and that corruption only moved. Go ahead. I mean, I guess it sounds like you were about to finish. I'm gonna let you. No, I'll finish. The kind of like properly. I just want to say the properly
kind of assess what people looked at and what the laws looked at the time for like the Israelites. You would go to the people who were preaching before the downfall. So you would look at Peter and the things that he said, and you know the Corinthians that he was talking to.
I wasn't putting the Scofish.
No, but they were. I mean, you can. What you was saying?
Yo, shout out to Corinne.
I was putting the Scofish because I saw what you said.
No, that's all.
The Corinthians. Like, exactly what saying. The city of prostitutes. Sorry, I just want to wrap it up. So in total, and I've never talked to this other gentleman before. I've heard his voice a few times, but we're not like in concert with one another. But what I've learned as coming from someone who used to be a Protestant person that believed that everything I did had to protect the Jews and the state of Israel, what I've learned is that, in particular, modern day Judaism is not the same thing as Moses practiced it or that the Hebrews practiced for all of the time period between on with the Bible. It's not the same thing.
We're all on the board with that.
Okay. So after Jesus came and fulfilled many prophecies, you don't even have to believe that he was the true Messiah, but he did a good enough job to convince us, good enough people that he was, that after that happened, the leadership, not Jewish people, I'm not saying Jewish people are evil or anything like that, but the leadership had to come up with some way in which they could still hold their community together. In fact, in some ways, it might have actually been well-intentioned to hold this community of people together, right? But they had to do something. And what I'm saying is that modern-day Judaism, Talmudic Judaism, rabbinical Judaism, is in effect 100% a coping mechanism for killing the Messiah, Jesus Christ, and a way to keep this group of ethnically similar people together under the leadership of the same people who have always led it, which is the Pharisees and the Sadducees, the upper level intellectual leadership of the Jewish/Hebrew community. And so they came up with what we call Judaism, where they don't sacrifice, they don't practice all of the laws of the covenant that they originally were given under Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. They came up with new ways. They said, you know what? God is being so silly. We don't need to sacrifice with the blood of an animal the way he taught us. We're going to do some like prayer beads. We're going to come up with some other ways. Like instead of that, we're going to give money to poor people. We're going to make some prayer beads. We're going to come up with another book that we're going to go through, like a little diary. And all of it together is a coping mechanism. And I'll shut up.
To add to what Dr. Responsible said, you see, if you read the Torah, and this is the issue a lot of people make, the basis of Christianity is the Old Testament. There's nothing we do in the New Testament, just a fulfillment of that which was revealed in the Old Testament. But if you read the Torah, you'll understand that the center of true Judaism, i.e. what Moses and the other prophets practiced, right, was the temple. Without the temple, there is no Judaism. Now, like I said, the prophet Daniel predicts, he prophesies that there will be an end to sacrifice, right? And this will happen when the Messiah comes. The Romans, as God willed it, were very thorough in their destruction of the temple. What did they do? Not only did they destroy the temple, but they also burned the lineages of the priests, right? Now, why is this relevant? The priests must come from Levites, specifically the Cohenitic Aaronic line, specifically from the line of the Zadokites, right? Who were loyal to David. The Romans made sure to burn all the stems so that the Judeans would have absolutely no idea who could actually be a priest. And they know this till today. All these Jews, I'm the Cohen. Okay, show me the proof. Here's the proof that actually connects you back to these people. They can't show it. Because they had absolutely no idea. Because the Romans, when they destroyed the Second Temple, made sure that they were going to do so in a way that they would never be able to worship again. And that's why they wouldn't burn the lineages down, right? But Jews still, like Dr. Responsible said, they're looking for a way of like, oh no, but we have this thing, we have that thing. So their whole religion to cope. And the biggest thing is being to cope is that you know that phrase, oh, 50 Jews, 51 Americans, right? What doctrine does rabbinic Judaism have? What dogma does it have? What belief does it have? What is the central message of Judaism? No one knows. You can be pro-gay, be pro-communist, you can believe Gentiles are beneath you, you can believe you can scam anyone you want. Hell, you can be a whole freaking atheist and not even believe that God exists.
Well, that was the argument. That was the argument, Pastor, back in the day. That was the age-old argument that you could be all of these things. That's bound by law. So here's the thing. Hold on. Let me just say this. Here's the thing. Well, go ahead, because you know.
You can believe in literally whatever you want and call yourself a Jew, except the one thing. You cannot believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. You can be a whatever Jew as long as you are not a Christian, you will be considered a Jew. The only central doctrine of that religion is to reject Jesus as your Messiah. Judaism weirdly makes Jesus as central of a figure in their religion as Christianity does, except it's the opposite. The Christian says Jesus is God. The Jew says believe in anything but that Jesus is your God. That's Judaism in a nutshell.
And this is why I say it was created solely 100%, actually, I would say 85% for two things. One, as a way to cope with the fact that they killed their own Messiah. And number two, and to a lesser extent, to make sure that the people that were in power, which are the Pharisees and Sadducees and other intellectuals, to keep their ethnic group together, which they've done successfully. But that's the whole religion. This is the only religion where you can be an atheist and be part of it. It's insane. It's insanity.
My pain is constant and sharp, and I do not hope for a better world for anyone. In fact,
And that is why it is the most satanic religion.
Yeah, it actually
I want no one to escape.
was a countermeasure to the way that the beliefs were being transitioned at the time, because you could look at people like Peter, who was telling the Galileans to also live by the code too, because well, not the Galileans, the Gentiles. He was telling the Gentiles, like, hey, you have to abide by the law too. And in this modern day reference, I'm gonna look at it as like, hey, I'm telling Rabbi here, how to use nigga and about the word nigga. Now, as we know, contextually about the word nigga, that is only applied and used by a certain group of people. But if I go and get to telling, white people and all of that shit about the context, the history, and the laws around how to use nigga, hey, don't use the ER, use that, you know what I'm saying? Like, carry the 1, not the 2 over the 3, and shit, get 13 minus all of that. Point is, they looked at these other people like, what the hell are y'all doing? This is where the separation kind of began. So the Talmud was put together to be like, hey, no, those are those set of Jews that are telling these other people how to live like Jews. We're going to actually use our own laws that we learn from the religion and keep this practice in-house now. These other people can't practice that. Y'all can't say nigga. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can't be out here telling these people that they're abiding by a culture rule that they're not a part of. To me, it looks the same thing. Historically,
And it tracks historically, and I'm not trying to bash on the Jewish people, man. I'm really not. It's just once you realize what this is, it's hard to just shut up and go along with the program. But historically, this is all of the things that the Hebrew people have gotten into trouble for in the past. They are a proud people. The Bible describes them as they are very much mixed with a huge amount of hubris, where they think that they can figure it out. They will find a way that's better than God. He sends them up to the mountain to get the Ten Commandments. By the time he comes back, they're making a calf. He tells them not to practice false idols. By the time another 30 years goes by, they're making idols out of Asher poles and giving your children to the Lord Baal. Like, this is it's literature. That's the point. Over again. To teach you. Yeah, so but when you think about what we're saying about rabbinical Judaism, it completely tracks. This is a people, many of whom are incapable of sitting back and saying, yes, Lord, the one who has given us everything, who has defeated our enemies, who has taken us through hunger and famine and removed us from Egypt. We trust what you're going to do. A large portion of those people, for whatever reason, are wholly incapable of doing that. I supplicate. That's why they suffer. I supplicate as you speak. Right.
And that is
Thank you.
Rabbinic Judaism is the most satanic religion of the world from a Christian perspective, and they're called the children of Satan. From a Christian perspective, God is all good. So all things that are of God, including a Jiminist message, are good. What is sin? Sin is anything that goes against God. Who is the author of sin? Satan, which in Hebrew means the adversary. The adversary of whom? The adversary of God. Now, considering all that, what is more satanic or adversarial to God, shall we say, than a religion that says you can do whatever you want, be whatever you want to be, like whatever you like, believe whatever you want, except that your God is your God. There is literally nothing more satanic than that. Do whatever, be whatever, act however, as long as you prostrate to anything for God is. That is the definition of Satanism, and that is what religion claims that. Rabbinic Judaism is that. It says that you can do whatever you want. Yes. So rules are like the Ten Commandments. That doesn't matter. No, doesn't. Yes, you know. So wait. So what are the points of the Ten Commandments? That's the point. In Rabbinic Judaism, the only rule that you actually can't break is that you can't believe in the Lord Jesus Christ. So Rabbinic Judaism. Dude, what do you want? Don DeMarco. So anyways, so you're saying that Rabbinic Judaism says, look, just believe in God and then everything else is all good. No, I'm saying it says the complete opposite. Believe in anyone but Jesus and everything else is all. Believe in anything else. Yeah. But Jesus. Yup.
Yo, who just moved me? What the fuck?
Highlighting why the lack of common sense in the Chicago government is costing you, the taxpayers, millions of dollars. Behind me is 44th Street, a two-way street.
Damn, niggas ain't no fentanyl. That's great.
North. A year ago, I submitted a two-sentence ordinance making this street a one-way, feeding into
The only
that
real
one-way,
Jew is
so that all traffic just follows a
the one who
single
follows the Messiah.
path.
Follow the Jewish Messiah, or a Christian.
Chicago Department of Transportation said that common sense street change.
You would just call them
They
colloquial
haven't been able to
Jews
spend
today.
thousands of
But
dollars
as
on
I'm
traffic
even
studies.
Christian,
Tell
I don't
me
want to do
my
any salt the
residents already
process.
know that
So
this
I call them rabbinic Jew.
we spend $60 million a year.
Bro, this guy's got LED lights all around his desk.
Doing the right thing.
No.
It's time that we all
I have a
say
simple
no.
lamp.
Tell the mayor.
He's got a simple lamp.
Oh, lantern.
especially when you start bringing in the Kabbalah. And so like those Jews, even then, they can, kind of grift between cultures, seemingly. If you understand the Talmud, and the Kabbalah and its esoteric nature, it relates back to, the Old Testament and kind of like the early Christians in its passages.
So I'm looking this up on ChatGPT. It says,
My pain is constant and sharp, and I do not hope for a better world for anyone.
polytheism,
In fact,
idolatry,
I
denial
want
of the Torah's divine origin, denial of God's unity. It's not okay.
Those who call themselves Jews but practice Hinduism.
But you know what it does say? It's an oversimplification. If it's saying it's an oversimplification, that means it's kind of truthful, but just being a little exaggerative. So that's pretty interesting, actually.
The basic truth is that there are those who are Jewish and openly profess Buddhism, they're accepted as Jewish, they're accepted among.
But are those like the cultural ones, or like?
There's no definition of being a Jew that exists outside the Old Testament.
So you're saying that, so you hold a position that there's no such thing as a cultural Jew, they're just Jewish or they're not?
Well, I believe it. No, let me be more clear. I believe it exists, but as a human construct.
Yeah.
Now, the identity of Jew has no real basis beyond the Old Testament of the Bible. This is really where they became a people, or from what they trace their origins to as a people. Now they've defiled that construct by doing basically everything contrary to what God wants, and in their new defiled definition, they've said basically the only thing you can't do with that and maintain yourself as a Jew is to believe in the Lord God Jesus Christ.
And it's a modern view, you're saying?
I would say it's old thing, but it's definitely very explicated modern in a modern sense.
Hey, so if you, or just to everybody in the room, if you could take away from like this last 1 hour of conversation, just the willingness to go look around and check this out for yourself, like that would be I would feel like I've done a great service along with the other gentlemen, because I did not know this. Somebody told this to me and explained the simple part to me, and then I went and looked it up myself. But it is so illuminating to understand what's actually going on here. When you look, I mean, a lot of the people I recognize in this room really try and politics, religion, these issues that we discuss at Clubhouse. If this last hour could do anything, and just have people take a look, dip their toe into the pool of this particular part of this religion. I mean, that would.
You're talking about the claims that the guys just making.
Yes, because I made them as well. You just weren't here, but that the Jews that we look at as Jewish people today are not practicing anything like what Moses, Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob practiced. They're not practicing what Jesus practiced. This is a totally new religion created as a coping mechanism after they killed Jesus.
Let me ask you this then. What are there examples in today's society that you would point to that are acting like the past times? Is there an example that you would point to say this group of people are acting
just I guess the Christians, but even they're not acting totally in the old covenant. There's really nobody left that is doing what the Hebrews that you read in the Bible were doing. No one's sacrificing. No one's.
But is that like? What about religion?
Oh, people are sacrificing. That's not true.
Because there's a guy lying on here that seems to be pretty fucking consistent. I mean, as far as what he verbally expressed.
Maybe the Hebrew Israelites would be the closest thing.
It's just a matter of going through the locals and the gods.
No, that's not true, George. There are 3 examples.
that's a belief though, like upholding the belief. It's like it's a functional practice.
Sometimes work is just cut out for you.
So what I'm saying is that like they like we obviously live different than the past. So what about the people? They don't press buttons on elevators or some shit. Isn't there some shit like that?
No, but those are all public laws. Those have nothing to do with filters. Now, if you want an example
They live perfect lives.
This guy, if you want examples of Christians who are culturally Jewish, i.e., say, okay, I believe in Jesus and all this, I just do things culturally a Jewish way, you'd have to look at the first and second century Christianity that was practiced in Judea. Someone like Paul the Apostle, for instance, used many Jewish cultural rituals, but acknowledged he only did them out of culture because he was a Jew. He did not have to do them if you were Greek, he did not have to do them if you were Persian, he did not have to do them if you were any other type of culture. Right.
What do you do? What do you practice?
I'm Catholic.
Even so you're so Christian. Like under the broad umbrella.
That's right.
I didn't hear you.
That Catholics are Christians.
I know, but I'm beg to differ. I just think where you stand. Okay, so let me ask you this then. Do you practice functionally like more of the pastimes, or like are you part of the group that doesn't do it the right way?
I'd say my church is the truest and most orthodox and traditional in what Christ Jesus was preaching, doing.
So that's like the preaching part, but what about your everyday lifestyle? Like, do you like adhere to like basically if you brought yourself back to the past, you'd be okay, right?
Yes, I would be.
So what do you do differently than like other people? Like if you don't mind in your everyday practice of like living, like that you would say follow like your
I'll get a quick example. When the law is right and the Messiah is established, the Old Testament basically comes from, let's say, the American Constitution. It becomes a cultural framework by which one uses to guide their morale. So things like don't steal, don't murder, don't lie, those are permanent. Now, the specific metrics of, for instance, okay, like, all right, I'll just give a different example. Something like show respect to your elders.
Yeah.
The universal divine law of Christ. Now, what does that look like? That differs in American society to Norwegian society to Brazilian society, blah, 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 blah. Right? So I'm American. My parents are Nigerian. How do I show respect to my mother and my father? I bow to them. I don't expect my next door neighbor to do the same because he comes from a different cultural background than I do. But we're still both following Christ's law, which is to respect thy mother and thy father. We just do it in our own different ways. Both are acceptable.
Do you physically bow to your parents?
Yes, I do. More so my grandparents. My parents are pretty Americanized now. Like,
Is that like a cultural thing or like more of a religious thing?
That's a cultural thing.
Do your parents bow to your grandparents?
Sometimes, but like I said, they became Americanized. I think they used to, but not.
If you were to have kids, would they adopt that practice?
Oh, absolutely not. No. I mean, like, I'm.
Oh shit! Oh, it's all crashed out.
Dude, true culture.
Yeah.
Culture is the most beautiful thing I've ever heard, bro.
Yeah.
Who is that?
I think it's baptism. Yeah.
I don't know. I'm talking about you.
You guys sound like you're in a big cipher right now.
But anyways, like, yeah, I'm in a Jewish cipher right now. This is a cipher. Let them cook. But it's like, I'm the last generation of my family that will have any traces of Nigerian culture in them. Like, I'm pretty Jew.
Talk about nasal.
I love Nigerian culture then.
I doubt you know anything about it.
No, hey, this guy can
I know very little.
Hey, he can speak every language.
Yoruba? Are you Igbo?
Hey, George, speak the language. Talk
Which one?
Tell whatever his language.
Yoruba.
I'm not Yoruba.
What are you?
Igbo.
Go, George.
Are you the Hebrew Hebrew Israelite, no, Niger. Most of us are Catholic. That's what they call. They call the Yoruba the Jews, and they call y'all the Hebrew Israelites. Actually, no, they call us the Jews in Nigeria, but that's because we're known to be greedy and very mercantile. Ironic.
The Hebrew Israelites aren't all crazy. They're not
You
all
don't know
crazy.
how much they done stole the innocence of young boys and girls here. They like the Catholics. Hey, John.
I don't know what's about you're telling me information.
I just know that they know their shit when they argue with people. Oh, no, yeah, like they're. Man, look, I could just say a lot of things. I ain't finna get into that. Cause y'all gonna be like, oh, Kendall, he hate black Hebrew Israelites. Then I'm gonna be arguing with Lion for like 6 hours. I ain't finna do that, bro. That's like a normal day, though. I'm already arguing like a long time ago.
Say what you gotta say. Well, I'm just looking because I've spoken to a lot of them as well, and I don't think that they're 100% crazy. What's that? We're all just living these normal lives.
Oh, actually, I just thought of something. It's like, if you want a group of Christians that culturally is most similar, not in terms of religious belief, like the religious beliefs are constant, but in terms of like cultural practices is most similar to how Second Temple Jews would be. You should actually look up the historians in Iraq and Iran, because they have been, like their churches are a bit separated from others, so they're least culturally influenced by either Western cultures or by like Arab Muslim cultures. Like Nietzsche saying Palestine. Bro, to come to think about it, you sound like a reverse Louis. And I wish he was here so y'all could give a comparison, right? Because y'all can tell by like the Nigerians speak a certain way, bro. That's crazy, bro. All the niggas. My bad. I had to interrupt you. Oh, okay. Cause nigga, hey, bro, you've been talking for a while, bro. I don't know, like you ever chill the fuck out, you know? On occasion. For Fridays, usually.
No.
Look, this the nighttime, man. Look, it's the night king. They modded me tonight, so look, this is what we doing, bro. Man, welcome, Pastor. Of course, you get to talk. We gonna give you unlimited talk, the unlimited talk ticket.
Talk, text it,
for the
babe.
night. Since you've been talking tonight, you've been holding it down and shit like that. You know what I mean?
Welcome to the Chill Tonight Show, where Kendo doesn't say hi back, bitch.
I was about to just say
Yeah,
hi to
bitch.
your little
You
ass.
don't say hi to nobody.
Oh shit! See, look what y'all did. See, look, I'm blaming Rabbi. He got me in trouble with the women. But what up, Mochi? What up, Violet? What up, everybody? What up, my nigga Shay? Shay Mo's in here and shit like that. What did you feel about my comparison with the word nigga and the Talmudic gatekeeping? Pastor, do you feel that that was a fair comparison? That is a very fair comparison. Judaism is neither an ethnicity nor is it a religion. It's a cult. It's a practice. No, it's a cult. No,
It's a practice.
It's a practice. So this is what I found out, right? Because I don't know if you are like me and you ran into Buddha Jews. And Buddha Jews, I discovered a rich tribe of them here. They're all white people who hit was in the park, and they pray to Buddha and meditate, and they're Jews, bro. But that's why they stay in the Jewish community here. But that's why I say it's a cult, because like, I mean, we can show it's not an ethnicity.
Yeah, it's a cult of justice.
Yeah, because, you know, giving 3-year-olds herpes in New York is just...
No, that's not.
intellect. It's about intellect. It's about studying human behavior and being stewards of civilization. Like I don't know why I've been here the past few months. Like it's all clear as day. Like I'm just like too reluctant for a big reveal, but it's just like Judaism is about being adults. It's about being responsible.
Yeah, George,
Thank you very much.
Hold on, wait.
I'll land there.
Don't jump him. He's speaking for the first time tonight. Welcome for this. What's your clear opinion as far as when it comes to representing your point, and can you source some real data, like some real live events that show and support your point?
You should have went to thumbtack.
I paid for all that.
Yeah, I did too. I gotta get packed up and everything.
They wanted $2,500 for my stuff. I'm sorry.
For 3 minutes?
Yeah, that's all the crap that I did.
Oh my God.
I don't move out.
This the military. Ain't gonna move that shit for you.
I've been there for 3 weeks, and I used 2 guys in a truck, and that shit was like maybe $200 an hour.
They quoted 2,500.
Is that for the contract?
Wait a minute. Was that $2,500 for everything? Like, you know, work and oh, okay.
America already has put. They
Yeah, that's fine.
Well, that's not bad. That's not my whole record. 300 for the whole job.
We just
Wait, but she talking about packing up
But they were
her house,
Mexican.
packing up her mother's house, and moving them. And
Before you will reach that, you need to fulfill the basic basis of the pyramid, which is survival modes, like having shelter, having food, having water, and then your family safety, things
I
like
done moved
this.
too many times.
Sense of achievement. When a person can't have a shelter,
John,
let's imagine that there are like regional outfits that can have shelter, water, and food. The next level is safety.
Definitely could have got you 15.
For example, my parents are rich in Iran, but there's no safety, so we cannot move on to the next level. So we cannot have self-awareness. Let's just imagine that we're
Well, we still can't do a housewarming karaoke party.
It's gotta be
People gotta pay the same.
Bonnet, when you
Okay,
when
we
you
said
were
sign.
enticing people to pack your stuff, what resources did you use to get that quote?
I did thumbtack, I did 2 men in a truck, and I did some people that were on like just a Google search.
I mean, it's just one example, like every
When I
fucking.
was
Look at 9/11 attacks. That was all
like if I would pay for packing.
I don't know if it was staged or not, but
Anyway, but I
you
was
know,
like
it's
maybe
fantastic.
I pay for packing too. But not have the same company that's moving me pack me up. I went to a link, like one of the sites that I went to, they had like a partnership or an affiliation with like one of those places. It wasn't like Thumbtack.
Israelis were actually dancing Arabs, and it was
Look, every time that song
I mean, same difference, right?
yeah, she had called it in to say that there were strange brown men dancing.
Yoli, can you hear me?
There's a lot of people there.
Guys, can you hear me?
Like Chester.
But they ended up getting investigated by the FBI for like 2 months.
Did they?
Yeah.
Oh,
They
wow.
were held by in America for a water lab.
I see.
Well, I think my greater point is that, I was trying to make is that it takes an incredible amount of self-awareness to understand, the brain doesn't come with a fucking, like a manual, right? Like a fucking, like how to operate your brain, right? And maybe with fucking AI, maybe we can develop that.
AI is the new thing to usher in the Antichrist thing. That's what we're really doing.
Shut up, Michael.
Guys, can you hear me?
Yes, I heard.
I have a question,
there's something about.
Hold on. Is there real quick? Is there any other Asians that would like to get their word out?
Sorry, Mary's trying to speak, so could you guys?
Okay, I just wanted to find that. Go on, Mary. I do apologize.
I mean, we are technically Asians, West Asians.
No,
We're not
here, I just heard that Seymour is the Antichrist, so we don't have to wait any longer.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just wanted to say that thank you, Matthew, for sharing your perspective. And I wanted to see if anybody else, like Sam or Rick, do you guys want to contribute, like Sam?
Mary, can I leave a comment before the next person?
Yes, after Sam or Rick, because we want to give mic to everybody, so then you can maybe think about what you want to say, and it will be great.
Yeah, I will talk after Sam then.
Yeah. Okay, Sam, do you want to say something?
Sure. I kind of just woke up, but I wanted to say that this isn't a clash of individuals who just have individualistic fear. This is a clash of civilizations, and it's been going on for a long time, since Khaybar, if anybody knows what Khaybar is, and the issue is not. I mean, somebody mentioned earlier the issue of the Palestinians, right? It started out as the conversation between the Jews and the Palestinians, and then Dean changed it from Palestinians to the Muslims and Muslim history. Why? Because the Palestinian history, it cannot be removed from the Muslim history and the beginning of Islamic history, and because that is the civilization. And that's the same with many of the, I guess, Muslim tribes outside of the Persians, of course, because the Persians had a long Persian history before Islam, and they maintain their Persian identity, and that's why you find that Iran has a large atheist population, and that is fighting against the Islamic civilization.
Yeah, but you're back to come to our land.
Do you have anything now to share to prove your receipts, please?
Oh, God. John.
Sorry, I had to move up. I didn't
just
even
became
know.
Muslims.
Yeah.
I said the Persians just became Muslims. They got conquered and had to convert, pay tax and stuff, or get killed or something. It's
Yeah, and the Arabs, they gathered all our teachers and also scientists in a big banquet, and they said we're going to celebrate, and then they murdered them all. And the reason for that, they wanted to completely destroy the Persian language and history. The people who had the knowledge, they were killed there, but not all. So our families kept our books and our teaching in secret, and they taught our children until to this day. So that's how we preserved our history. The other thing is that the Persian Empire was so huge and vast that the Arabs didn't have enough time to eliminate our culture and our language. I mean, they could easily do it to Egypt and other countries they conquered because they were small. Iran and Persia were so huge, they didn't have enough time. And there were Iranians doing riots, gathering up military, and fought the Arabs. So
I wouldn't call it celebrate.
So the thing is that the Arabs, I mean, our capital was Teaspoon, which is a city that was burned down to the ground. It's at 20 kilometers away from Baghdad. Okay, that was our capital. And you see, Iraq is a new country. There's nothing Persian about Iraq anymore, although it was our capital. It was like the New York of the United States, our capital, and it got destroyed.
Yeah,
and nobody
when we
speaks.
go there, we're gonna celebrate. But I wouldn't call it celebrate. I wouldn't do that. We're not there yet. That's the issue.
And the thing is that there's also something that the brother says about Jews and Israel. Every time that some big shit happens in the world, they say it was Israel. They say 9/11, it was the plan of the Jews. They all evacuated this building. There was not one single Jew on that day. Then they say, okay, the
7th of October. It was planned by the Israeli government so they can have excuse to attack Gaza. You know, all of these, every time something like that happens, they say it was the Jews. And Charlie Kirk's, you know, I read it on the X and other platforms that the Jews or I don't know, someone from their side, they offered him $150 million or something like that, which is there. Also, there's no fact check about that. This is just like rumors. You know, they say the Jews killed him because he had like anti-Israeli ideologies or he didn't talk in their favor. You know, every time something happens, they want to stick to the Jews. And I understand it. I mean, these are the Arab buds and these blacks and these Black Lives Matters and the Antifas, you know, they're active. They have like over like 100,000 personnel, you know.
No, call
that
it
they
what to call it. No.
they fool the internet with this information.
Guys,
Misinformation.
I want to say, first of all, thank you for your perspective. And I want to, like, we want to give mic to everybody. So, Rick, AK, and Vayfan, do you guys want to contribute? Rick, you have joined for a long time, so I guess you will be the first.
Me? Oh shit. What's the topic?
It's on top of the room. You can read it. What do you think? What's your perspective?
I don't know. I was in here earlier and there was some dude who was just spewing a bunch of BS. I had to leave.
There were several. Take your pick. You see the type.
He means Dean. The guy's name was Dean.
Yeah. I don't know.
I did. So what do you think, Rick, about the bullshit?
Yeah, I kicked him out.
Wait, who'd you kick out?
Dean?
Oh, you did?
Yes, I did.
Oh, I thought he just left.
Yeah, he's a complete psychopath. No,
Yeah,
no, I don't want to be around.
So, Rick, you said that you heard some bullshit. What do you think about that?
It's just, he seemed like he was doing some tequila. I don't, I'm pretty, I support Israel, but like I don't really get involved in any of the, you know, back and forth fighting online. But yeah, I support Israel.
I want to welcome Wade from one of my friends.
Wait,
He
which
runs
Rick
Saddle.
is this? Saddle?
I don't. Saddle. Sam, I was asking Amir yesterday. I've never heard Sam before.
Is this the Rick that's by me?
Yeah. I'm glad you spoke, bro. I thought you didn't exist to be with Sam.
It's your birthday.
It's your birthday.
Happy birthday. Yeah, double dip.
Yeah, Amir especially hates me.
You're not special if Amir hates you, okay?
I've never
You're special. You're special, but not that reason.
No, Luca's only special in the room right now.
Nargis, by the way, what was wrong with you singing love songs from Elton John to this terrorist supporter?
I was singing from Bart to Amir because they fight with each other 24 hours.
I was thinking to myself, well, what's wrong with her? She's
You would
singing love songs to this terrorist.
and 24 hours they fight. So I
Yok
wrote
ama terörist.
from Bart to Amir.
Oh my God, you sang Elton John like to them?
Yes, honey. It's a very emotional.
What song?
I sang Sorry Seems to Be the Heart. They fight each other 24 hours.
Oh my God.
You're just shocked.
Ella can look after Rick, please.
No, I'm sorry. First AK or Vayfan, then we can have a repeated talker. So AK or Vayfan, which one of you want to talk? Like Vayfan, I think he was very active in the chat. Or AK, if you want, you can go first.
Mary, I like that idea though. We should use that little term. We can call them repeated talkers.
Yeah.
So when you don't like, you just say, sorry, repeated talker. You'll have to like,
Yeah. The repeated talker. Look at dude.
Fifi, come up here. You boy and Fifi.
Weird, strange things like baby carriages with blood on it, all kinds of weird shit. So my question would be, so if you see something like that, how can you say those those people, like specifically speaking of like the ones that are the religious.
I don't know much about that.
You don't know much about that. It was on the news last year.
I'm not gonna make that.
They put
not
it
a
on
lot of
Really
those.
big story.
What, baby carriages? What?
You never seen that with your Jew?
Isn't that suspicious?
Yeah, this is crazy. Well,
Like us.
I heard about that recently. I heard things about that when I was out the door. Carriages.
Yeah.
What, bro? What?
Yeah, you're not speaking. You're not speaking coherently because at one point I thought you was a troll, and now you probably are in the.
He's always drunk. He is always drunk like this. It doesn't matter what time of day, what time of night, but here is one thing: his rhetoric never changes. It's the same rhetoric, even if he's, it doesn't matter all the time. But yeah,
I just love the laws of Moses.
Yeah, he truly believes this fucking.
I just love the laws of Moses. I didn't get much of this life. I got the laws of Moses out of very important. That's what I just love the most.
You love the law of Moses.
Yes, I love the laws of Moses. Is that okay? Can I love the laws of Moses? Is that okay?
I mean, you can, but how do you love something that God ordained, but then say that you care about God, but you don't believe in God? How the fuck do you believe in something you don't care about?
I believe in God, bro.
You do?
I believe in God.
So you're not an atheist.
I'll do anything for God.
So you're saying Kendall.
God of Moses, I'll do anything for the God of Moses, bro.
you just say you love God, but you don't really mean it. So he's an atheist. He said atheist too. So.
Oh, you did? Oh, so you're a liar there, George.
All right.
Man, that's a weird motherfucker.
Bro, can I just love the laws of God? I don't care. Like, am I not allowed to do this?
I mean, you're allowed to
do the laws of God.
Yeah, you're allowed to do and say whatever you want. This is America. I mean, right now we have freedom of speech and, freedom to do whatever the hell we want to do. That doesn't harm others. So you can do what you want to do. It's just that you have to have context to what you believe in. Like if you're real quick to the mod. Somebody has old girl block, man. What's her name? Carolyn Block, aka Guava. Can one of y'all unblock her so she can get back in the room? I don't know if Dizzle.
I don't know if I'm at work. I don't know if it's me from a long time ago, so I'm gonna move myself down and then bring you back up to the audience.
Okay.
All right, I got you, sis.
Cool. Okay, so yeah. Real quick, Guava. So you probably can come back up if you're able to come in. But I mean, everything has to have context. I mean, if you claim something, things have to make sense.
I was just seeing people live with the laws of Moses.
George, let me just establish some regulation, right? Just when it comes to believing something, you don't have to believe in what people believe in, right? But things have to make sense as to why you believe what you believe in. So if you are an atheist, how can you be somebody that loves God?
Because I love his law.
Who the fuck got me blocked?
I think it was Peter.
It was me from a long time ago. I'm finna undo it.
Love his law. Wait, George, you know what you're quoting? You're quoting Alistair Crowley. So you really don't love God.
Read the back channel.
Who am I quoting?
The law is love. You just quoted Alistair Crowley. That's what he says.
Oh, Alistair Crowley.
Okay, you up for next to me. Read your back channel as well.
Isn't that the guy from Satan? Is it?
You did. This motherfucker wrote the book
That makes sense.
777.
Oh my god, did I just call Alistair?
Yeah, you literally said the
Alistair
whole
versus
response.
Ali? Because I said I
You
love
literally
his
quoted
law?
yes.
Oh shit.
I mean, you can love. Listen, you can love God or love Christ, which I don't know if you believe in Christ, but by keeping what they say, by loving the law that they say. But when you make the phrase "law is love," that means that the law is whatever you want to do. It's the Aleister Crowley principle of do what thou will. You know, like the hashtag line from Nike. You know, the Saturnalian fucking quote known as Nike. Just do it. I mean, that's where those phrases come from. That dude was very instrumental in bringing a lot of the ideology into this country, or really all around the world. So, yeah, I mean, George, I think I don't know, man. I don't think you believe in God like you say, like Kendall would say. I think you're.
My bad.
Yeah. I don't know if you're playing games.
I'm just a Saturnalian guy then. Yeah, what can I say?
Yeah, just like
Saturnalian fellow.
The reason why the Jews wear all black, they wear all.
I'm Saturnalian, isn't it?
Saturn. Their god is a warring god.
I'm rather Saturnalian, isn't it?
Yeah, you can joke around all you want to, boy. I know exactly what y'all worship. I'm not even talking about all Jews. I'm talking about the elitist Jews. The elite on that side like them.
Or is it Saturn, the eater of children?
Yeah, the eater of children. like what they do over there is the things that drinking baby's blood. Yeah, you think it's funny? Yeah, you think it's funny. Because you know what the fuck I'm talking about.
Yeah, I'm eating children, bro, right here. I'm over here eating children with
you think it's funny? That's what they do. That's the religion of listen, they don't follow the Torah. They put that at the front. They follow the Talmud. The Talmud is okay with lesbianism.
I want
okay
you
with and all this other shit.
Tomorrow's Shabbos. Tomorrow, I swear to you, bro. I'll Venmo you. I don't know if my EDD is gonna work out, but I'll Venmo you $100.
This be the shit.
Go to the local synagogue tomorrow, bro, and talk to the rabbi. That's it, bro. They're the good people, bro. They're the good guys.
Be Christian, but they're the good
guys.
People who these people in Israel, specifically people that follow that religion.
They put effort
into it. You're talking shit about Christ in the Bible in the country that you live in. But for some stupid reason, you Christians support them. Now, a lot of these right-wing, Bible Belt, retarded ass, fucking inbred motherfuckers down south, because they only read one or two scriptures a day. They think they know something about the scriptures, but then when you sit up here and you start questioning what they believe in, and you're questioning what's going on right now, and questioning the people over there, they want to get good all up on you. Want to cry like bitches. Once again, I don't have issues with Jewish people. I have issues with the elite. And questioning this motherfucker right here is showing you.
I love you. I love you.
This dude's up here talking about do what thou will. The law is love. Hold down Mr. Crowley.
Always love you.
Believe in the Bible.
We are the same. We are the same blood. We are the same spine. We are the same. You and I. We are the same. You and I, we're the same.
No, we're not.
From the same mother. Yes, we are.
No, we're not.
Yes, sir.
Well, technically, I mean, if you want to be technical, you're right.
Technically, yeah.
But we're two entirely different people.
We're the same soul. We're all the same soul. We're all the same soul. It doesn't mean
nigga was separated.
We're all the same soul. Nothing matters. We're all the same soul, and we should act like it.
So, your people's Amalek. The people that God hates.
I've heard this word before.
People that be ruling in the last days, cause all kinds of shit and chaos. That's what
I've heard this word before. Which people is that? That's Amalek.
Syllabic
term.
But one thing I respect about them Jewish folks is that they understand that America is Babylon and it needs to be destroyed. So I'll give them, there is that.
Fire is Babylon.
They'll give you that shit. You know, but, you know, try telling the silly ass Christian that America's Babylon and America is going to be destroyed. They're going to have a heart attack.
I love America.
But see, you know, if cats on my rent and they say that, they can cry.
Well, Babylon, this is what that's why the Talmud exists, because they believe that Babylon was the original land and that the first temple was there, and actually that Jews, okay, so in the Talmud they believe, because we know about the temple of Babylon, right?
The Talmud
and Babel and King Babel, was the grandson of who?
You're talking about Nimrod, right?
Yeah.
Nimrod and
Nimrod the conqueror and the first king.
Where did he come from? He came from Canaan, I think. No, he didn't come from Canaan. He didn't came from Canaan, did he? Regardless, so yeah, I mean, you know,
straight from
Babylon. I mean, America, no, it ain't nothing but Babylon. I mean, if you see how
No, this is my point.
like the
Wait, let me just finish on
like they're good.
Because you got to, because I want to jump back in, and I was gonna let you get a little excerpt, but no, look, this the thing. So Babylon always had a claim to what the Jewish culture was supposed to be, and basically they felt some type of way, and they had their own shit.
Yeah, bro, look, we can apologize now for now we want, or we can be adults. Or we can be adults. Let's keep apologizing. I love it.
The people that they are now are not the people.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Sorry.
Saying anything.
Yeah, George, you might be inebriated. If you know, to have a discussion with you is kind of hard right now, man. But
I'm gonna be on mute.
Yeah, do that. But yeah, Kendall, I mean, but you're speaking of like the Jews of antiquity and the Israelites of antiquity, right? So yeah, those people, which, you know, I would say that they're niggas, they're pretty much niggas like you and me and whatnot, but outside of that, the point is that, you know, like if you're dealing with the Talmud, like you had people of the rabbinical priesthood that ended up writing the Talmud and putting a lot of heresies because they went off the teachings of Babylon. You know, a lot of the Babylonian customs, like the Babylonian mystery school system, you know, that the elites follow, whether it be from Israel or whether it be, you know, the people that run this country or every other country in the world, you know, going to the Vatican, you know, the Roman Catholic Church, you know, they mix that in with some of the Torah teachings, which in essence is a perversion of it. So, you know, as far as like Babylonianism, like we're not supposed to be practicing that shit, because what comes from Babylonianism, Kabbalah, right? Something that these Jews practice. They practice probably the highest form of witchcraft, which goes into numerology, manipulation with gematria, okay, or gematria. I guess that's how you say it. Also, too, blood sacrifices and shit. You know, that's what they do, man. And then you have the Templar Knights. Yeah, and Kendall, you should know this. The Templar Knights were the ones that set up the banks. They're the ones that ended up stumbling upon that during the Crusades, stumbling upon a lot of those artifacts, and they started to practice a lot of the stuff from Babylon, and they got killed for it. And the Jesuits took that shit over, and they continue those practices. And this is where you have your modern day Vatican and, you know, Pope and shit. That's where that shit comes from, as far as the modern day.
If you ever buy kosher chicken heart, it's so salty because they try and get all the blood out.
Yeah, but so Kendall, I mean, so are you pretty much saying that like Babylon had a to Israel or Israel having claimed to Babylon? Is that what you're trying to make mention of, Kendall? Are you just gonna sit up here and ask? You're gonna sit up here and say that and then just run away? Like, come on, Kendall, bro. There's a reason why. There's a reason why around this time this room ends up dead, because all you mods be asleep, man. Damn near. Shit, man. Do you believe Charlie Kirk is a grifter? You damn right he was a grifter. He's a grifter just like all these other personality motherfuckers, man. All these dudes are a bunch of clowns, man. Especially, whether it be the left wing or the right wing, they're all a bunch of clowns to me. But these right wing motherfuckers, they're crashing out like they're bugging the fuck out, man. Yeah, this Brian Candace Owens, man. This bitch is funny, man. But yeah, Charlie Kirk was a propagandist. You know what I'm saying? He said a lot of hateful things to a lot of different demographics. He had some certain things that are pertinent that he did say you can agree with if but that's part of being a propagandist. You mix truth with lies, and a lot of the shit that he brings up as far as numbers when it comes to like black people or other ethnic groups of people, a lot of these numbers have no context. A lot of these stats that he brings up have no context and they're arbitrary. So, it's really just to fit the conservative narrative and shit, man. And it's not to say that the left wing, because the left wing are a bunch of savages too, but when you start seeing a lot of these rhetoric that these motherfuckers be speaking, you then realize that, man, a lot of these dudes are just doing this to get a paycheck. And that's all that motherfucker was about, getting a fucking paycheck, getting paid, whether he believed in that bullshit that he was teaching or not. So, now as far as Israel killing him and all this other shit, I mean, I'm gonna just tell you straight up, that shit was just as real as fucking Trump getting his ears shot and then having the Secret Service jump him and him sitting up here throwing up his fist in the ear. You know what I'm saying? Not worried about getting possibly shot in the head while doing that. It's damn Hollywood stage, man. Got all these motherfuckers crying and, all emotional and shit, man, about this. That motherfucker's probably smoking a blunt somewhere, man. Sitting up here laughing at you idiots, man, crying over his fake death. That's the job of the elites, man. Oh, was it Israel? Was it the left wing? Was it a right wing? Like, you motherfuckers are retarded, man. While that shit's going on, guess what they're doing? 51 and 49. Was it the Senate? It was either the House or the Senate. They voted against fucking Epstein. You know what I'm saying? The Epstein files being released. Even that's a distraction because, all the motherfuckers probably on that island doing God knows what to them kids. You know what I mean? They'll release it when they feel like releasing it. Then, here it is, they're using puppets like Jimmy Kimmel, sitting up here canceling him to show you that, listen, if you talk about anything about this Charlie Kirk thing, we're gonna cancel your ass, man. Like motherfuckers can't wake up and smell the coffee, man. Don't see what time it is, man. They're trying to take your civil rights. Trying to take, what you're supposed to have as a human being away from you because they want to control you. They got billions of dollars, millions of yachts, hundreds of cars, but they can't have enough. They want to have your fucking soul. They want to own you, man. It is bad enough you're a debt slave, paying taxes that you shouldn't be paying and shit. Barely fucking struggling. You can have multiple businesses all you want to. If they want to cut your fucking your line of avenue of revenue, they'll do it in a heartbeat. So I don't know. I just don't get emotional emotional with this shit. I just laugh at these motherfuckers that do. The problem is that you have a lot of people that are out here that are emotionally inclined with people they have no clue who their allegiance is a part of, man. So, anybody's listening, you can smoke that in your fucking pipe, man. You know what I mean? But hey, honestly though, any one of you fucking mods fucking awake, man? I'm telling you, this is the reason why your rooms be dead, because you guys fall asleep on the phone. It's like,
I am, but I'm at work. I'm at work. You gotta wait for me to get into my lunch break.
Oh, okay.
I'm awake,
And I ain't gonna do
motherfucker.
shit but agree with you anyway, though.
Okay, now I'm just, I just had to wake something up, man. I don't want to sit up here and go on a diatribe. I actually want one of these cocksuckers up in the bottom. You know what I'm saying? And don't take it personal. I'm
Who? I don't know. I'm an invite, Buffy. I'm an invite. I mean, if you want to argue, I'll bring L up. L will back you up.
Don't take it fucking personal. I just feel like.
Hey, you ain't never been cooked by a white woman.
Yeah.
So you met L.
I cooked a white.
Bro, she a
white woman.
Bro, all right, bro. Anyway, L, how you doing?
Hey,
my bad. I'm in the back. You hear me?
You know what I mean? Shit.
Your black ass up. Anyway, what up?
Howdy. How are ya?
We good. You ain't gotta do all that Soul Street shit over here. Take your hair down, like. Yeah, I know what's going on. Anyway, you and George, like, done, bro.
Man, I've been done.
We
I'm
can get
talking shit, nigga. Like, I was doing that because nobody was talking.
all right, I passed you. I gave you the alley oop, and you kept the ball ever since. Like, shut your black ass up. Man.
Shut the fuck up.
Egghead ass. Old leg back here. But we said what up to L. How you doing tonight, L?
What's good, everyone?
I just woke up and heard you guys talking, so I thought I'd come.
Kendall.
Shut up. Anyway, Oleg is back.
Don't fuck yourself, nigga.
Alright, what, nigga? What?
I was gonna ask, where's some of your little right-wing buddies at? I told these faggots that this is what was going on a year ago. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they in here right now. They just ain't gonna talk
Like
to
who?
you.
Who? Oh, you talking about Beth? Well, Beth's cool. I ain't got no smoke for Beth, but who else in here is a fucking right wing?
I lean right.
Who leaned? Oh, Mike Allen. Oh yeah. And then he leaked. Oh, never mind, man. Oh, there you go. Hey, Mike, what do you think about Candace Owens?
She's the best. Me?
Well, should anybody?
I don't have a problem with it.
I got a problem with grifters. She's a grifter.
Seems like everybody's being labeled as a grifter lately.
Yeah, just don't listen to it.
No, I mean, I don't.
Every person on the left is a grifter. They're all grifters. Every single person in politics is a grifter. They tell you what you want to hear to get elected. So we can point at one side or the other side. Every fucking person on TV, every person on
white collar,
all the grifters.
I can agree with that.
I will say I give Candace and people like that a little more. Again, I wouldn't use the word leeway, but because I think Candace used to be on the left, right? Like she was. So when there's a person on the left that moves away from it and makes non-popular stances, I mean, you gotta kind of respect him.
Yeah, I'll give Fetterman all the credit in the world. The man, he's a Democrat. He calls up the Republican governor. The Republican governor calls him. They start calling
shows and say we want to come on and talk together. And the first one to say we'll do it was Fox News. And they get on there, and guess who's the biggest voice of saying stop saying Nazi, stop saying fascist, stop saying Hitler. Nobody should be doing it unless you don't know who they are, you don't understand what Nazi is, you don't understand what fascism is if you're saying it. He's saying it's bullshit, but yet he's the most sound person on the freaking left.
Bro, I love Fetterman, bro. No, I mean, I wouldn't say I love him, but like, yeah, he's the one that had the stroke and he's all crazy in the beginning, but now it's like, I was like, guys, what the fuck are we doing right now?
Well, I loved what he said when they were doing the, when they had the appointments coming in, you know, and he was told, do not sit down and talk with him. And he goes, that's not the way it works. I have to vote on him. I'm going to sit down and talk with him. Not once, sometimes twice, and some 3 times. And he got backlash for it. But you know what? We need more people with the balls that he's got to tell the party that they're with, kiss my ass. I'm going to sit down and talk to these people because that's what I got put in office to do. Because in a state like Pennsylvania, you ain't going to stay in a position very long if you just go hardcore. Pennsylvania ain't going to last. Manchin, why did he make it where he did? Because he wasn't a dumbass who's just going to stick to party lines. The man saved us probably $3 trillion in debt. How much in inflation by telling the Democrats, I'm not voting for some $6 trillion stimulus bill. Got them all the way down to $3 trillion. Thank you, Joe Manchin. Thank you for saving all our asses.
Don't you think it's a confederation of both sides, considering their origins, go back to both of them being a part of the same regime, trying to cause the mass hyperinflation that's really been caused since the 1800s, but especially I think since the 80s. You know, that shit's been going, especially, well, really going to the late 70s. I forget which president it was that ended up pretty much cutting away the gold and silver standard completely. Nixon, okay, it was Nixon. So, and don't you think it, regardless of which side, when you read between the lines, because they'll tell you certain things that you want to hear on both sides, but then, you know, when the dust settles and you start to really pull back the curtain and look into the policies that they're bringing in, it's all the same thing. It's just attacked in a certain way.
Yeah, so I've said this for years. It's a good old Boys and Girls Club, and I just had it validated probably a year or 2 ago. Trey Gowdy, been a strong proponent of you serve two terms. That's all anybody should be serving. A senator should serve max 2 terms. He's spoken to why that is. He served a 3rd because Scott came in and said, please, no. And he didn't want to. It was him begging him. He goes, I need somebody there I can trust. And he's done after that. He goes, I'll serve a 3rd. That's it. He left. And they asked him why he left. Because he believes in term limits, number 1. He said, the next, you have to have 2 things. You got to be good at it and you got to like it. I've never seen anybody better in politics. But what he meant is you have to be good at politics. He said, he didn't say that. He was inferring it. And he goes, listen, I could no longer represent the state of South Carolina because I am not going to go behind those doors and give somebody something that I completely disagree with just so I can get my state something. I'm sorry, I can't do that. I'm not good for it. And he left. The guy was probably one of the best we had. And he's telling us without telling us what's going on. They shut those doors. They fight publicly. Let's be real right now. When you see all these guys yelling and screaming in Congress, you're telling people that's how they should act. Leadership. If the principal were screaming and yelling in the hallways, the kids are going to act up, right? If the boss is an asshole, the workers are going to be assholes. It's just the way it's going to work. Now, we have elected leaders acting like 2-year-olds. You ask a guy to come sit in and answer some questions, and you yell and scream at him like he's the biggest criminal in the world. No respect. Why do you think our civilian people don't have respect? But they do this because they get social media likes. They shut the door. They go behind the scenes and give each other all this money. It's freaking this money going everywhere. They get what they want, and they go on with their day, and America's left holding the bill.
How much do you think Trey Gowdy actually compromised himself after the Benghazi joint and then the investigation with the Russiagate? I mean, he didn't really push the action, right, with the Russian collusion joint. and the investigations with the FBI agents and everything?
What do you mean? As far as I'm not sure exactly what you're.
Because he had like subpoena power, but he didn't really push the issue. He kind of had like a spectacle, but he didn't really push the line. That was like a really big thing about Trey guy.
There was a lot of legal reasons. He's talked about that. If you listen to a bunch of his podcasts and some of the other interviews he's done, he's talked about there's certain still things that you have to go through and you have to be able to prove. And he's always said this. The man has never lost a case. And there's a reason. And he's talked about this too. You don't ask a question you do not have the answer to. You do not bring somebody in if you don't know what they're going to say, right?
Well, I think that right there is the actual difference between like a Adam Schiff and a Trey Gotti. Adam Schiff is able to like create an alternate reality of what it is and be super convincing about it, especially with how he ran the impeachment proceedings, right? He's a crafty politician. I thought Trey Gotti was always hindered by his moral compass.
Yeah, because he's very moral. Like, I'll say this, like, Trey Gowdy, and I know this because I've heard Democrats talk about how much they appreciate Trey. Trey Gowdy said, I can call anybody up in D.C. I'm not saying Republicans. He says, any Democrat, and I can talk with them, not about politics, but about their family, their daughter, their kids, where they're going to school, their mothers, everybody. He says, except for one person, I will never waste a breath on. Adam Schiff. It's the only negative thing I've ever heard that man say about somebody was he wouldn't waste a breath on Adam Schiff.
Yeah, but it was like Adam Schiff knows how to dance in the gray, like, well. And then you hear the right with the conservative pundits, they're starting to move, oh, look at this investigation, oh, he leaked this, he leaked that, he leaked this. Like they talked about it all the time about this Adam Schiff guy. Oh, and then they would play the clips about him being on like certain showcases saying that, or implying that he had some sort of smoking gun with the Russia collusion stuff, right? But he's able to dance in the rain without getting wet. And it's crazy like how the right talks about him, but nothing has actually happened to him. I'm like, damn, I just seen this back and forth with Kesh Patel. Like, he's like in his face. And I'm like, damn, you guys gotta get this guy pretty soon.
Yeah, but no one takes him seriously, bro. No one takes the guy seriously.
No, they take him seriously. No, the people have. Yeah, people have listened and believe. There's Democrats that still believe Russiagate was really out. I mean, it was real.
Bro, they listened to him so much that he became a senator.
Yeah, but I mean, Maxine Waters is a senator.
What does that mean?
I'm saying, like, Adam Schiff, I think you're right. I think you're, because, dude, over there in Schiff's in California, isn't he?
Yeah, he lost. He was going to lose his congressional seat.
And they're investigating him. But look, so I get what you're saying. He does operate the gray pretty well, and he is a crafty politician. But at the end of the day, now that all that in the moment, yeah, he's operating the gray. He's doing his thing in the moment. But now, years and years after that, we know he was full of shit or full of Schiff. But
Wait, we know that?
Yeah, he kept saying he
had.
He had this, like you said, it's a smoking gun. He's like, I've seen the evidence. It's indisputable, and he never produced any of it. So like now we know he's all just full of shit. He's just full of shit.
There was something Trey Gowdy was explaining about the way it works on these committees and the Intel committee and stuff, and they, even though they know for a fact that Adam Schiff lied, they heard him go on programs. Nunez and Gowdy were talking on a podcast one time about this, or an interview or something, I can't remember, but they were literally both on the Intelligence Committee. And they called each other afterwards and said, did you hear what he said? Because we both sat in there, and I didn't hear it, like, that never came out. But he was saying that, whatever Schiff went out and said, that he was guaranteed, now we've got it. That didn't come out that day, it was just the opposite. But he was peddling it. Well, he's protected by all of the bullshit of being in these committees and the Intel Committee side. And this is where I think politics needs a severe change. Somebody needs to come to the public and say, look we can literally have somebody lying their ass off as a politician to you about what was said somewhere, and there's no repercussions. There needs to start being repercussions. We, the people, need to start demanding that, because these politicians aren't held to a higher standard. Show me the politicians that get sexual assault charges and pay a dime out of their pocket, but the taxpayers pay the tab. How many of them go to jail? They don't. They settle it before they leave office, because if they stay in office, we, the taxpayers, pay the settlement. That's not being held to a higher standard. That's being held to a lower standard. As you or I would have it, we would lose everything we got or be in jail. These guys lie, cheat, and steal, and there's no accountability. And until we as people can start holding politicians, I'm sorry, but if you say something treasonous, they asked Hakeem Jeffries, they played the audio of a Democrat lawmaker saying that somebody needs to get shot and there needs to be bloodshed. It was on a CNN, or it wasn't CNN, it was like maybe CNBC or MSNBC. And the host said, "What are your thoughts about hearing this?" He glossed right over it and started to say what he wanted to say. You have one of your people. This is the way I would have handled it. If I were in office, I would have said, listen, if I were a leader, minority leader, or I don't care if I wasn't, I would have been, I'm going to get a hold of a minority leader and we're going to get together, because there never should be somebody that would say that. And you get elected doesn't mean you get a hall pass to say whatever the hell you want. We got to have accountability. People got to stop lying. They got to stop acting like 2-year-olds.
Yeah,
that,
it
are mad because
kind of goes both ways, though, right? It's like the protections
100%.
protect both sides. So when you're looking at, like, Trump is a realist, and that's why I kind of like him, because Trump knows how they get dirty. And his criticism about the right is that the right is too self-righteous, right? Like, they're not willing to bend the rules. So when Trump's throwing all these ideas against the wall, and, people are now coming out in their little excerpt saying, "Oh, well, because he's spitballing. He's trying to figure out an actual way, and he's willing to get dirty with it as long as it doesn't cross the actual law or the line."
Play in the gray, like you said. They want to play in the gray, right?
Well, no, but he's saying that his criticism in his first administration, there was a lot of people on the right that he felt railroaded his whole first 2 years, 2.5 years.
Yeah, and that's my one criticism of it. He had the House that those first 2 years. He didn't do much in his last 2 years.
Well, because the House that was Paul Ryan, right?
Yeah, they were infighting in themselves.
Yeah, those first 2 years, Trump was all worried about that. I agree with you guys. Trying to
chief of staff. Yeah, like 5 of them.
Yeah, but who did he let put people in? He let Washington D.C. insiders help put people in their positions, right? He didn't get to pick his own. He was like trusting them. Raw. You need to get people outside of D.C. that aren't in the
that's what he did this time, right? And everybody.
Right, exactly.
Yeah, and then the first term he kind of played the game, and it was appointing people that he thought were good, but in term it kind of goes back to what Ray was saying. It's all the birds, the wings of the same bird and shit. But I will say this: the politicians are kind of playing the same sides. I do agree a little bit on that. But I don't think it's the new age of these politicians. Like, I think that the Chuck Schumers, the Jerry Nadlers, the Nancy Pelosi's, the Adam Schiffs, like those guys
Mitch McConnell
are the exact same as the Mitch McConnells, the Mitt Romneys, the fucking Lindsey Grahams, right? All these lifelong politician guys, whether they're Republican or Democrat, they're the ones playing the same shit. But there's only like 8 of them. Like, if you really think about it, there's like 8 of them left. There's not a lot. Mitt Romney's is gone. McConnell's going to be gone. Lindsey Graham should already be gone, but he's probably going to hang around for a little bit longer. How much more time Schumer got? I mean, the new age politicians like the Jim Jordans and the Hawleys and even a couple on the Democratic side, like I don't think they're going to be like that. I think they're not going to be doing that kind of shit.
Yeah, power consumes everybody. It's just going to be like football. Same exact game, just different players.
Could be right there.
Right.
There's so much influence, there's so much power.
Well, that's what I think what Corey was saying about Trey Gowdy. Trey Gowdy got out of it because he knew inevitably it was going to lead to that.
I mean, but that's the crazy part, right? It's like, that's the constraints of a litigator that joins the arena of politicians, right? And utilizing the same thing, right? Never ask a question that you don't already know the answer for. That is the dumbest thing ever, right? It's like, in court, absolutely, right? Because you can get caught by surprise. But it's a good railroading tactic. Like, hey, if I don't know the answer, this guy probably doesn't know it either. So he'll stall out. I can just pivot, deflect, and then change the subject. Okay, cool. Just like what I think you said Jeffries did when asked the question about the response for a Democrat talking about shooting somebody or something. Right. Never entertain shit like that. You're like, yeah, I didn't hear that question anyways, but back to my agenda. My agenda is
yeah, dude. It's so true, I mean, yeah.
And I think there's some older guys that are in there. What's the guy from Iowa? The one old dude from Iowa's been there forever, but
Grassley.
What's his name?
Grassley.
Yeah, but he's only worth like $2 million. But he's been there forever. It's like, all right, that sounds about right. But what was the Democrat guy? He passed away a couple years ago, the black guy. He had been there forever. He's like the civil rights guy.
Yeah.
Joe Lewis.
Yeah, the Lewis guy. He was a good dude. Like, he was a Democrat, but he was probably like, he cared about the job.
Sheila Lee.
What?
Didn't she pass away?
Oh, I don't know about him. I don't know about her.
Oh, didn't you guys find her, man?
Oh, the one
Sheila
who
Lee
was in
Jackson.
the wheelchair, they're like signing the papers for?
Yes, I believe. Wait, is
Yeah,
that her?
because that's way.
Yeah.
But the Lewis guy, the Lewis dude, and then the guy in Iowa, Grassley, like, yeah, they're older and they lifelong politicians, but they're not there to enrich themselves. I don't think they're playing the games. I mean, guys, come on. Like, Mitch McConnell's worth, like, what's it, a couple, like, 20, 30, 40, 50 million? Pelosi's worth it, like, they only make $125,000 a year.
Yeah, look at her, look at Warren. You know, the irony is, I thought it was so ironic. You know, she dumps in a bunch of money, her husband, however she wants to say it, into Intel, or I'm sorry, NVIDIA. And then they pass a law. And then she gets backlash. And, okay, fine, we'll sell. They sell, and a few days later, it tanks. Well, that was convenient to agree to sell, you know? Like,
yeah, well, they say if you followed Paul Pelosi, it's like 80% correct. He's like, it's up like something nuts.
He crushes Warren Buffett. Yeah.
But then, I guess if you look at that list, I looked at the list though, the top earners that are in either Congress or Senate, and it's like 4 of the top 6 are Republicans. That dude Crenshaw with the eye patch, he's fucking like one of the top 5s. I know McConnell's up there. Pelosi was obviously up there. And then the other dude, I forgot the other dude. He's not there anymore. He was the Republican that was on the, what was that? Not Kinzinger. What was the dude who was a Republican? He's like Cheney. There's Cheney and the other guy. They're on the January 6th committee. They're claiming to be Republicans, even though they weren't. They're like, oh, we had 2 Republicans on the committee. It was Cheney and the other dude. I forget his fucking name. Then they primaried him. They fucking redrew the line and fucking got him out of there.
Well, you know, we gotta be so serious about figuring out what's going on with this auto pin stuff. Only as far as the pardons go, because I'll tell you what.
Kinzinger.
When you bitch for years about preemptive pardons, meaning that we're in a monarch or whatever. Forget what was it that Schumer said, something to that effect, you know. And then wait a minute, you said that about Trump, but then your guy was the one that did the preemptive pardons, you know, and then now you've got, you know, but they're saying that there's some other things that they think the FBI have on him, so that won't be included in a preemptive pardon. So, I mean, I hope it's true. I mean, I don't hope it's true if it's not true. If he's the criminal we think he is, I hope it's true. I don't want an innocent man being slammed behind bars. I don't care if it is Adam Schiff, you know what I mean? But if that man is guilty of some of the things I think he is, yeah, I want to see that guy go. But he's not the only one. I'd love to start seeing him hang all these guys. Let's start following the money. Let's start seeing where it is, Democrat and Republican. Let's see where the money came from and start chasing that down. And it sounds like the FBI is doing that.
You think so?
Yeah, but a lot of these people have their investments. They're all blind trust. These people are smart people with resources and networking. They don't have to do anything nefarious for you to be able to make a massive amount of money. They just happen to be in the know. You know what I'm saying? So,
but that's illegal. It's still insider trading. People go to jail for it, you know?
I don't know about that. So insider trading is, like, if you're trying to add, like, some sort of a criminal, like, hey, this guy's insider trading because he heard through the hallways that this was going to merge here and there. Okay, good luck proving that. What the hell?
Well, I think the Samoa, it's the part that maybe it's not insider trading like textbook, but it's that they're making laws on that. Like, I think Corey kind of alluded to with the NVIDIA thing, but remember the Tesla one? It was like Paul Pelosi and Nancy, they bought like 10,000 shares of Tesla, like the day before they voted that they were going to make Tesla all of the default trucks from the government. It's like all the government trucks or all the government cars and government trucks are
yeah, then they
she bought like 10,000 shares the night before. It's like, come on, like, what are we doing? Like, that's crazy. Yeah. She's making the laws that make it to where the government has to.
Yeah, but I think that there's certain things that we morally might believe is reprehensible, but legally it's absolutely right? So I think that's where we're at now.
But see, what they're guilty of is it would be the material of non-public information, right? So access to something that we, the public, do not have access to. That's illegal. I mean, you can't do it because it's for personal gain, right? So that's illegal.
I guess the question is, so then why is there such a move on the right to pass legislation about stopping congressional whatever of like investing or anything like that?
Because that's what we're talking about, right? Like the stock.
Because it doesn't exist.
Because the Tesla example, right? She buys
No,
Tesla.
I'm talking about the actual law.
She buys Tesla.
Rate doesn't exist.
She buys Tesla.
It exists right now.
She buys Tesla before the laws passed. After the laws passed, the Tesla stock was shooting up, so she didn't buy it. If she wants to buy it after the laws passed, fine. But the thing is that she buys it before the laws passed.
Yeah, but your criticism is about the actual timing, but what is the law?
That's being violated. They're going to replace all the cars with Teslas. It was like they're going to roll in like it was like 20,000 new Tesla things. The same with the Nvidia chip, bro. Like she did the Nvidia thing right before they passed all these crazy bills about the investment in the chip manufacturer.
Here it is. It says using MPI or MNPI for personal gain equals insider trading. Trading of this kind of information before it's public is a textbook definition on insider trading. Even if the politician isn't a company insider, they are using privileged access for personal financial benefit, which violates security laws. So there we got it. But see, this problem though is they're not held to a higher standard. See, a higher standard to me would be you have less benefit than us, the public, has. To be held to a lower standard would then open that up and say, well, you knew you were going to vote for it, but it wasn't law yet, so you're okay. So they're held to a lower standard of the same exact law. Martha Stewart heard some things were going on, sold some shit, went to jail, right?
Don't they only get fined like $600 or some shit or something?
I don't want to gloss over it because if it is that cut and dry, then there should have been an indictment already being, or a grand jury already being pulled. I think that they've already insulated themselves to where they understand how it is. Paul Pelosi goes to a certain firm, does what he does. They sign an affidavit saying that I have no knowledge of any of
Right.
And now they're good.
Right. How do you stop Paul Pelosi from doing it, right? Exactly.
So we can go one step further, and it's like, okay, right now hearing them bitch about why they didn't release the Epstein files. You had 4 years to release it. Why didn't you guys release it? Oh wait, now you're yelling at him why he doesn't have a complete list. Where was the list? Maybe your guy should have had a full list, because I guarantee you, whoever saw the list, there should be a backup file somewhere, right? But no, you got rid of it.
Or it's kind of like an invention from the right? Like
no. Hold on. This is where it gets interesting. The left never denied a list at all. They never said there is no list.
They just avoided the topic.
What's that?
They just avoided the topic.
And they said several times.
Yeah, but if Trump was on that list, they wouldn't have avoided it at all.
Yeah, if Trump were on there, we all know it would have been leaked, right? But here's the thing. This is where it gets really interesting. Talk to a federal judge. If you get the chance, if you know one, I have. There's not going to be anybody going down for it. Go ahead and release the list. You know what you just did? You opened up the United States government, whoever releases that list, to massive. Every single person on that list has massive amounts of money and power, which gives them one hell of a legal team, and every one of them can sue for defamation. Okay? Because guess what? Without Epstein alive, all of the evidence is hearsay, inadmissible. Video evidence can't talk to a federal judge about this. Has done cases like this. Can't prove when it was done, who took the video. Epstein is dead, and now Ghislaine, she's actually a convicted felon now, so her testimony is garbage. Okay, so they have a judge finally would let it in. This is from a federal judge. If he were to allow it, the next problem is a good defense attorney is going to say, okay, great, you're going to let her testify. What did you give her? A plea deal to get this? She'll say whatever she can to list of her deal, and a judge is going to say, I have to agree with you. I'm telling you,
so she has an appeal. I mean, she has an appeal right now that's in front of the Supreme Court. Let's just say that she wins that one. Credibility immediately. But isn't this kind of like double talk, right? So it's like, you guys are saying Jeffrey Epstein, there's no evidence, and this is Cash Patel and these guys, right? There's no evidence that there was anybody being, or any minor being trafficked to anybody. But then you got Maxwell sitting in prison for sex trafficking.
Exactly. You know, I mean, that's the irony, right?
Like, what the hell?
And so, what I was explained is the way all these groups work is they all have to be involved. Like, so they may Epstein was involved in this stuff because um, if you're going to join a crime family, you have to commit a crime to do it because now you're complicit in it, right? And that's how they get you. You're fucked if you turn on us, you're dead, you're done, you're going down, right? And it's the same thing with this. So essentially, what he's saying is they knew by eliminating the one true person and eliminating him quickly before he could give them names and work a deal. The cases are done. He said nobody's going down, and the only way it'll happen is if some other people, some multiple people, can't be necessarily victims either. Can't be just victims, and that's the part that baffles me. He was going into the details of how and why that is, because that pissed me off. I ain't gonna lie when I was talking. I was like, that's bullshit, dude. If you have two victims that are like, that dude did this to me, doesn't matter. They could have a reason for colluding on this, and I'm just like, our system's screwed.
I mean, it's kind of crazy. Like the victims said they're gonna get together, put a whole bunch of names together. If there was video evidence that corroborated the actual statements made by said victim,
won't matter. You have to have the person who took the video, when it was, the date it was done, the time it was done.
I don't agree with that.
Yes,
well, I don't either, dude.
The unfortunate reality is the victims wouldn't stand a chance.
Nope, because the victims.
If trying to prove the victims wouldn't stand a chance. They would just
like it was talking about you have a video with said victim.
It could have been fabricated in the studio. I'm telling you, this is what this judge has said. Defenses have argued this. We can't prove that was not made in a studio, especially now with AI. Can't prove it. And if the defense, if the victim loses, they get sued into oblivion for defamation.
You're saying that there's no expert that can look at the authenticity of a video?
Nope.
Maybe they might be able to find out. I think Corey and I.
You still have to prove. You still have to prove the date it was.
Unfortunately, the victims probably wouldn't stand a chance in court.
No, what I'm saying is the video had to come from the island. So all of this has already been secured when they raided the island and confiscated by federal authorities, which has been within the chain of custody of the FBI. They would run that tape just like they ran the laptop for Hunter Biden for its authenticity. This video was in this camera.
Wait, are we operating on a hypothetical? Are you saying we know?
Obviously. What the hell?
Oh, well, yeah, I mean, okay.
But here's the questions I get asked. Who took the video?
Yeah, the video was wired up like.
No.
How the victim get the video?
I'm just telling you,
this is sort of the security server.
Okay, but the defense attorney has a right to make sure that is 100% without doubt before it gets shown to a jury that you got to prove. Show me. I want to know.
The FBI's affidavit said that we acquired this on this date, this time, chain of custody, and the courts lean on the word of the FBI with chain of custody. That's the affidavit at the time.
Simone, go ask a federal judge if you can find one. Seriously, I'm telling you, just see if you can find one. Just shoot him a message and say, is it true that it would be very difficult with the death of Epstein and the conviction of Ghislaine Maxwell to convict anybody on this list, regardless, because they're going to run through
that question is just super vague. All right, so of what, right?
Who took it?
Asking that question of what on the list. So I understand the problems. Just a list doesn't actually prove that there's actual relations with minors or anything like that. They could have been the plumber, the electrician, they could have been some sort of a business person. Yeah. So I understand that. What I'm talking about is something totally different. They go to the island, they confiscate the security system, the servers, the terabytes, and all the information that's on the cloud. The FBI is holding this within chain of custody. And then the minor, or whoever the hell these people are talking about, they're going to put 20 names together. They come out without knowing anything about the video, but they allege that these 20 people raped them or whatever, right? The video it supports or corroborates their actual statements. Their lawyers can actually subpoena the FBI for the video.
It would help
the
FBI tremendously. I agree with that. It would help their case. But there's no video, and we're just saying it's an uphill.
No, there's video.
They're climbing an uphill battle.
Cash Patel said there's massive amount of videos. What do you mean? They're just all victims being victimized. Porn. Shit like that. And that's the reason why he said in the hearings you wouldn't release them, because it's just going to, right? That's basically revealing the identity of the victims.
have the video or you have to properly authenticate it, and you got to do it with the rights of, because you got to remember, whoever is a defendant has rights too. Absolutely. And if you fail, if the government fails to convict that man, he's got a defamation lawsuit, and that's where the trouble comes in.
No, that's not true.
Yeah, it is true. No, I'm just telling you. I talked to a federal judge.
No. You and I aren't talking about the same thing, Corey. So, what you ask questions about, I totally understand why the judge went where the judge went. If there is a list without any context, and you release that list because of the association near Jeffrey Epstein and the polarizing figure that he was, people would automatically assume that these people happen to be a part of the sex trafficking ring. And for that, the government could be sued for defamation, right? Well, and that's what you're saying, right? All right, anyway.
I'm sorry. I'm reading up on the legal terms of what would be admissible. Sorry.
Corey's saying if they
by the way,
charge them and they end up not proving it, then they're going to be subject to.
No.
So Samoa, here's what you have to understand.
That's what I think Corey's saying.
Samoa, here's what I'm going to tell you. I didn't go in there and say, okay, hey, how about this? How about this? How about this? I didn't. I said, tell me this. What are the odds that there's going to be a conviction on anybody if there's an Epstein list that comes out? Okay? This is the abstract of the law. Who gets
See, we're not talking about the same thing.
No, listen. I just said, what are the odds? He went through verbatim every single reason that he does not believe as a federal judge there's going to be a damn thing done. And he went through it because on cases that he sits in, he's watched these things all get destroyed.
He's listening to me.
What are you trying to say? I'm just telling you that this is what some of these
I think Simone is saying that there's a victim statement.
Hold on, man. Come on. I'm saying that what you're saying makes absolute sense. I offered a alternative scenario on how the videos that we're taking on the island could be used once subpoenaed by victims releasing names, not the government releasing the quote-unquote list, but all these quote-unquote victims that are saying that they're going to put out 20 names and have their own civil lawsuits, right?
Right. So okay, we can do that. They could do that. But again,
right. I just want you to know that you and I aren't talking about the same thing. I agree with what your federal judge said. Right, because you just throwing out names up there of billionaires is reckless.
Right. So, but again, what I'm telling you is, as soon as a victim, why do you think the victims haven't done it to this point? Because I guarantee you that they've said, "I know who raped me. I want to do it." And what do you think that
they just announced? Like they just got legal representation.
It was like 3 or 4 of them, right?
Yeah, they said about 3 days ago.
Yeah. So we'll see where this goes. I mean, I hope. Trust me, there's nobody who wants to see these bastards go down more than I do. And I'm telling you, I was not a happy camper because I would then try to spin it and say, well, what about when they do this? What about when they do that? And he told me all the ways a good defense attorney is going. Look, we've got people on videotape that good defense attorneys get fucking plea bargains on. It doesn't matter. All you got to do is find some way to, proof of video evidence. You got to prove that it has never been tampered with. So it could have been tampered with before the FBI got it. So these are the little things that you got to worry about, And this is when he was telling me, I was pissed, viciously, trying to come at it from all the different angles. And you're just like, these motherfuckers, they knew by killing Epstein and getting Ghislaine Maxwell prosecuted quickly and quietly. Notice that case wasn't really tried in the public at all. Get her out of the way. Now, she's a felon. I hope she wins her appeal.
That's what we got her transcripts from. Like all this stuff about Trump on the plane, the manifest. Like we had all information to all that stuff. That's why it was a little irritating that, when Trump and them said, "Oh, this is the first phase," all they did was release binders of information that we already had access to. There's nothing new. It's pretty stupid. It was like people are that dumb, He's a showman. Trump is a showman. He said, give him whatever it is, feed the narrative, right?
Yeah, he's also a criminal, a guy with 34 felonies, a guy who...
Oh, that's crap.
The largest wealth transfer in human history. He's also a Jesuit. house.
You mean
use
the
a whole bunch of shit.
34 felonies because there were 34 checks that, and you got Democrats on CNN, MSNBC even saying.
What crime did he commit, Ray?
Let's see. He committed a lot.
His name, just what was the crime?
Tax evasion, fucking
No, the 34 felonies you're talking about. What was the crime?
Oh, those are some of the things I was reading. Shit. I mean, I haven't read it in a whole year.
But he's never been convicted of tax evasion.
Ever in a whole year? He got 12 of them just for 12 payments. That was 12 of the felonies because they took one payment, broke up into 12 payments.
And he also has a sexual assault case
that sexual assault case is as much bullshit as I've ever seen because, Ray, let me ask you this. If somebody doesn't remember the year that they were raped, have you ever been into a burger?
She didn't even remember the store.
She didn't remember where. She couldn't tell you anything about the year.
Because it was traumatic. You can't
It is not. People, I talked to a rape victim, one of the girls as a date.
Not all rape victims are the same,
everything about it.
Corey. Have you ever met women that are exactly the same, Corey? That how they
Nah, dude, you give me a break. I don't remember. It was 80, maybe 82, 80. You know where you were living. You know the trauma of it. I can tell you when my good friends have died. You know, good friend of mine blew his freaking head off. It was traumatic, dude. Left, boom, found it. That's traumatic. Guess what? I can tell you what year it happened.
Just because you can do it doesn't mean they can do it.
So you're like believe all women person?
No. But believing all women respond to trauma. Hold on, but believing all women respond to trauma the same way is kind of as asinine as believing that Donald Trump colluded with the Russians.
No, that's not what we're saying. We're saying if you're going to bring a charge as serious as what she was claiming, you would think you'd be able to at least remember some details of it.
Yeah, she did. Like he put her into the dressing room and he fondled her.
She didn't even know what store it was.
And here's the thing.
Details. This is totally consistent with rape victims.
I get that. And if you walk into a Bergdorf Goodman, you aren't walking around that store, walking back to a dressing room, especially pulling somebody else back and them not knowing. Here's what's going to happen. They're like hyenas. If your name is Donald Trump, you can't go anywhere in New York, especially back then. You can't go anywhere in New York without all eyes on you. When they walk into those stores,
that's kind of crazy because I like a person.
Well, Annie wasn't even This was a civil.
I think a person like Donald Trump, if he asked for the floor, they would give it to him.
But this wasn't a criminal conviction. This was a civil thing. He was found
liar. Right.
Well, I know, but saying that he's a convicted sex offender is not.
That's not what he said.
But I thought that's what Ray said.
No, that's not what he said.
I thought he said sexual assault.
I said, what crime did he commit? He said, what did he say, sexual assault? And then he said tax evasion.
No, he was going down a list of things that he was guilty of, and he ended with sexual assault.
He was never found guilty of sexual assault.
I was found liable of it.
It is.
Wait, did you not see what happened in the appellate court about a week ago?
It wasn't a criminal court.
Obviously, that's why we're using the word liable.
But, right, so he wasn't convicted of any crime.
Well, this is so stupid. All right, bro.
Being found liable in a civil case is not the same as being convicted of something in a criminal case.
So it's using the word liable.
So there isn't tax evasion. What it is on here is 34 separate accounts for falsifying business records in the first degree. That's what the charges are, which they changed the rules to be able to do, by the way. And it's under appeal, and a lot of people believe that he's going to win, even Democrats.
Yeah, they upgraded a misdemeanor to a felony to get Trump in a state where they downgrade felonies to misdemeanors to not prosecute people.
Well, because of the tax evasion, allegedly, what was that? The election interference with the money, the bribes. Right. It was a part of the jury. The instruction to the jury. The gross misdemeanor with the second felony part of it boosted the gross misdemeanor to the felony.
What?
Yeah. So the crime that he was allegedly guilty of, it was a misdemeanor. And the statute of limitations expired on it, but because it was in the commission of another crime, it being like the alleged crime tax evasion, they elevated it to a felony.
Well, that makes sense.
Yeah. I mean, but it was bullshit though, right? It was like, you tell the judge, or the judge tells the jury, this first part, you have to be unanimous. But on the said crime that you had to be in commission of doing, you don't have to be unanimous. I was like, what the fuck?
Yeah, that shit made no sense. I remember seeing that too. I was like, wait, what?
I was like, hold on.
I had to read that like 4 times. I was like, what the wait, hold on.
Because it's a state charge, right? So because it's a state charge, you only have to be unanimous on the state charge. But if you believe that the other charge, which was a federal violation of election or whatever it was, right? If you believe that he committed that, you don't have to be unanimous on that. I was like, bro.
So that's how they did it. They were messing with state and federal. So they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah,
That was that Mershon guy, right? The Mershon dude.
Yeah.
That was crazy.
I'm not even a lawyer, but I knew that was some bullshit. I was like, what the hell is that? And even like the pundits that were asked about it, they're like even Judge Judy. Like if you guys go look at Judge now, you know Judge Judy is not a Donald Trump fan. But look at what she says when she's interviewed about it. She was like, they had to stretch it so much. She was like, that's crap. Like what they did in New York was crap.
Wait, what happened, guys? Too long didn't read what happened.
Well,
I'm talking about Judge Judy. When Judge Judy was asked about the 34 felonies.
34, yeah, so Trump had 34 felonies of what? Financial things? Sexual?
It was like, it was like falsifying business records.
Financial
business records.
Well, I thought I was going to do that, the payoff to that chick, he used campaign funds or some shit. And like they got him because he was using, or what was the dude's name, Cohen or some shit?
Yeah, Cohen.
He asked Cohen to do something with the books, to do the payment, and I guess that's how it tampered with or some shit. There's something weird how they try to get him.
Yeah, and the problem that they're going to have, well, the problem they do have, is that he was found guilty previously and unworthy, or his testimony was considered untruth or not trustworthy, and that was in his case. So you're going to say in his case it was untrustworthy, but you trusted him in the case against Donald Trump. And that's where as me as a defense attorney, I'm going to bring that up when I'm battling an appeal. I'm going to be like, wait, we leaned heavily on the guy who wrote the checks, who did this all. But in his case, you guys did the courts.
Oh yeah, but you can't litigate it though.
But you can use it for grounds of appeal.
Absolutely not. So like, I don't know if you ever watched like these court proceedings, right? So like, there's certain things like where they object, they can reserve it for the record, so that it's an appealable like ground, right? Like, for example, if you look at the Derek Chauvin trial, like his lawyer kept on preserving it for appeal, but you have to put it on record for you to be able to have an actual appeal for like grounds, right? So like being pissed off that a judge allowed a uncredible witness to whatever, like that's not an appealable offense. Something like exculpatory evidence not being brought forth, a judge not changing venue, violating constitution, like it has to be a violation of your constitutional rights, right? Like that's the appealable offense. The court has to violate you somehow.
The wild one was when they went after him for the Mar-a-Lago thing, or I guess it was fraud. He was overpricing his properties or whatever. Dude, when she was like the Letitia James lady, she's like, he was saying that Mar-a-Lago was worth this and this. She's like, Mar-a-Lago's only worth like $14 million. Dude, there's a newspaper article of Mar-a-Lago in the year I think it was 1920, and it was sold for $20 million in 1920. I mean, she's saying it's only worth $14 million now. And then the crazy part about that one is they tried him for that in a certain circuit. there was a particular circuit in New York to where if you appeal it, you have to pay the entire fine up front in order to appeal in the first place. So they hit him with that $400 million fine, and they knew he was going to appeal it. But what they were trying to do to him is because they know he's not liquid with $400 million, he's going to have to sell some of his assets in order to even appeal in the first place. And they knew they weren't going to win the appeal, but they didn't care. They tried it in that particular circuit, slapped him with a $400 million fine because he would have to pay it up front, which means he'd have to sell some of his shit. But remember, the fine got knocked down to the 100-something million, so he ended up paying that, and now he's in the appeal. He's going to win the appeal, but they didn't care about that.
Oh, he already won the appeal.
They cared about getting the $400 million from him, which was fucking so fucked up, bro. And remember all the banks? The banks testified. They're like, yeah, we got our money back. We fucking loaned him money again.
Yeah, he already won the appeal. I mean, like, they already killed that whole judgment.
Yeah,
he's
that's what they did. Like the way they went about it. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but but he knew he was guilty of that. But it's a common practice. Normally, they just give him a fine and he moves forward. But it was just egregious with what she tried to do. Fannie Williston, like out there in Atlanta, Georgia, like she just got swiped.
Oh, I forgot about that one.
So the irony is they use testimony of a county clerk, tax assessor, on their website. It says that we are not professionals. We do not determine the value of a property. You should have a professional estimated aerial of a property appraisal done. And the reality was, just down the road, so Mar-a-Lago is river to the sea, so it is water to water. It's 17 point.
Yeah, I've worked there a couple times. I lived like 15 minutes away from it.
Yeah, so it's 17 to 20 acres. It's like some say 17 to 8, some say more. But anyway, the Estee Lauder lot, if you've seen that one, Mike, that was 2.8 acres only on the ocean, not ocean and intercoastal. And that was 2.8 acres, and it was 200 million. Bill Wood hasn't sold yet. Sold for 178 for an empty, no house on it, nothing, no historical property. And people were like, well, they're saying it's only worth this. Is it 6 or is it 12 properties in West Palm Beach that are done the same way as that? It's a business, it's like a club, and they do that. There's historical relevance and there's reason. Now, he can turn that back into a personal residence. It's going to take some doing because he's got some waivers, but he could do it. But the fact is the two top agents in West Palm Beach that would sell that, they both said that one said she would put it on the market for no less than $600 million. The other said it would go up for auction and it would start at $1 billion.
Yeah, it's crazy. Some of the rooms are like made of gold. It's fucking nuts.
Oh, he put a lot of money into
fucking crazy.
Doing it.
And when they show the thing from the aerial view, they're like, oh, Trump shouldn't have a house. He doesn't own the whole thing's not his. He has like a section of it in the side. It's like a little, whatever, quarters. But it's like a ballroom. It's like a clubhouse. It's enormous. It's like, but he lives in a certain area of it. But yeah, bro, like tell me that thing's only worth $14 million. It's so fucking stupid.
I think it was like 19 million, but
or 19, whatever.
That was a mistake. It was the actual taxes on it for something, but.
Yeah, they messed up there because like an empty lot here, just on the intercoastal, an empty lot right here was $19.5 million for an empty lot, and it wasn't a good view. I mean, it was a good view. Don't get me wrong, but it ain't Mar-a-Lago.
Yeah, just go Google Mar-a-Lago and look at the images, bro. Like, get the fuck out of here with 19 million. Got it.
No, but the funny part was when is when they said his disclaimer was no good. Like on every one of his like assessments or whatever. Right, it basically says, hey man, you guys go get your own, like I think it's the application, right, that are given to the bank. They're like, hey, this is our assessment of what we think it is, but we're not professionals, so make sure you guys spend your resources to get your appraisers out there, and we'll wait for you to give us. Oh no, we're good. Here, go ahead and take this money.
Yeah, the bank said that there was nobody harmed and they weren't worried about it because they know.
Yeah, they're like, we got our money back. We loaned to them again.
Yeah, they said that. They know what.
Like, we loaned them again.
Oh, they actually disclosed the correspondence between the bank and like their internal messages at the bank, and they're like, oh, dude, like we really need to land this whale. They're like, fuck that. We'll give him whatever money he wants just so we can promote to everybody. Right. Hey, we have Donald Trump as a client.
Yeah, because up there to be a member of Mar-a-Lago, first of all. You're the cream of the crop up in West Palm, man. And then all those people, they all hang out together. You get Trump, and he's like, yeah, these guys are great. All his other buddies are gonna be like, oh, way, you know. It's like.
Which, by the way, Corey, I don't know if you know, I'm sure you do know, but Epstein wanted to get a house there. Trump was like, yeah, get the fuck out. We didn't get no fucking house. So, like, Epstein, I guess he came down a while ago and he wanted to buy a home in the area. Like, because Mar-a-Lago is kind of like a community in itself kind of thing.
Yeah, yeah.
So, like, there's other houses that get to play on the golf course and shit like that. And Epstein wanted to get a house, and Trump said no. He's like, no, you ain't getting one of these. He wouldn't let Epstein buy a house in there.
Mar-a-Lago is, dude, what a dumb thing for us to have sold. I mean, I know that the maintenance and stuff was high, but shit, dude.
Hell, just to drive past the place, and I mean, the whole fucking place, it's just nuts. And it's like, you can just be driving, it's like, bam, there it is. Like, whoa, holy shit. I don't even realize you're next to it.
I tell people, if you get the chance, go drive around that neighborhood. Just go drive up and down the roads and some of the way the way they're like 20-foot hedges and they're trimmed perfect. It's like you're watching something made out of a movie. There ain't a thing out of place. The trees are perfectly circular and it's flat on the bottom. 5 different types of grass cut at different lengths. It's just like these people spend some money on just having their stuff landscaped. It's so freaking
cool, bro. Like the houses that are facing the ocean and you're driving down the road and then like they have they're not technically on the ocean. It's their front door, there's their gates, obviously driveways, and there's a road. And then on the right side of you, or depending on which way you're going, there's like these little cabins where it's the private beach access, and they walk under the road.
Yeah, they got tunnels.
To get to their private beach access. Like they have their own little private tunnels to get to them. They don't have to cross a street. It's fucking nuts.
Yeah, and it's like you can't just slide down that freaking cliff
so
there and get to the beach.
Like that's like money.
It is. It's crazy. Like there's money down here. And there's a lot of billionaires that live around here. I mean, I'm not going to name them, but I'm going to tell you, like, been in their houses, and it's a different caliber up there, man. It's like here, okay, you got a really cool house and stuff, but yeah, it's okay landscape, but it's not manicured, and it's not the class of West Palm Beach.
Yeah, it really is. It's crazy. And some of it's only their fucking summer homes. It's fucking crazy. It's nuts.
Most of these guys, see these houses they're in, it's like, I'll just say this, one that a friend built, the neighbors were, let's just say, some of the bigger names and some of the big names and some retail stuff. The house to the right, in 2 years, okay, that they built this house, 2 years, I think it was 9 people fully staffed every day on that house, and they had never been to the house. If you're on the water, you don't get access in. They have armed guards on the water in that neighborhood. You can't pass. You got to go out and around. It's that level, and I'm just like, the taxes on that house are $200,000 to $400,000 a year, depending on what it really values at, right?
Easy.
And you haven't been there in 2 years, and you got 9 people fully staffed all the time. I'm like, what kind of people are these?
Bro, just to furnish the fucking house is like fucking $20 million. It's fucking nuts, bro.
Dude, I learned when I got down here, when they say rich people don't pay their fair share, I was like, there's people that got 3 condos in the same building here, and I'm not talking like a $500,000 condo. We're talking a 4.5 million, a 2.9 million, and a 3.2 million. 2 of them have never even been used. They got the plastic on like some of the walls. They have, you know what I mean? Like the stuff comes in as clear on it so they can't scratch it. They still got that on there, and I was like, why did you guys take that? We got to do that one of these days. And I was like, going, your HOA fees are $10,000 a month for each one. You know, and it's like, it's just sick what they got. But you know, they pay the taxes. They don't care. They don't got kids. They don't use the roads. They don't give a shit. You know, they just pay the taxes. Let's just go.
It's crazy. It's fucking wild.
You ever been
on
it?
It's so crazy because like you said, it's like right here. Like they're a 10-minute drive in either direction is a completely different aspect of the area, completely different houses, completely different everything. It's just like there. It's so crazy.
And I'm sure you've gone. Where are you at in West Palm? You said?
Yeah, I'm in West Palm. I'm like 10 minutes from the Palm Beach Airport, which is close. I see Trump's plane all the time. But I used to work there, like I used to work for an event company, like Like they did like parties and stuff, and we would have to set up in the ballroom, Mar-a-Lago and shit. And it's fucking wild. I mean, it was way before Trump was even considering running for president, but he was still living there. But it was crazy, bro. Like just the area is like it's like you're in another world. Like you don't even realize you're still in the same like planet. It's fucking crazy. Everything moves differently. Everything's just like like you said, perfectly manicured. Everything looks like it's out of an oil painting. It's just fucking nuts.
Yeah, I mean, everything's crisp, clean, just like
perfect.
Dude, we were driving by and Trump was pulling out, and we literally stopped and then turned around real quick, and we are like, oh, let's just see where they're going, right? You know? I don't know how those guys turned because they must take different ways, but they took one turn, and I was like, oh, we'll easily catch up to them, you know? Gone. Couldn't find them. I was like, they got themselves some secret ass way out of there.
Yeah.
This is like they don't mess around when they get that motorcade going. They're gone. Like, you ever been down to the boat show down here, the Fort Lauderdale one?
Yeah, I worked like right across from the Galleria Mall. And our office
yeah.
to get on the roof, and you know, like where the restaurants are on the Galleria Mall, like the Seasons 52 and the Martini. Our office was right across the street from that, the yellow building with the Texas Station on the bottom. And we would go on the roof and watch the boat show sometimes. But hell, even the Palm Beach boat show is fucking nuts.
Oh yeah, dude. Down here though, they're getting into the mega yachts and stuff. It's just insane. I mean, you got 50, 60-foot boats on the front of these boats, you know, and then a small tender beside it. That's their tender is a 40-foot boat. You're just like sick.
It is crazy money. Like it's unfathomable money. Like I know it's like wild. Like Bezos. Like I heard that one time Bezos. I know Bezos sold the Amazon shit, but in his heyday, he was making like 60. It was like something like $60,000 a minute.
Yeah.
Every minute he would make $60,000. But like you said, people say they don't pay their fair share. Let's just say every Amazon employee has direct deposit. Every 2 weeks, Bezos would dish out like $80 million in payroll.
Right.
And of course he's paying payroll taxes on it. But it's like, people are like, oh, Bezos should have that much money. I'm like, yo, do you know how many fucking livelihoods these guys are responsible for?
Absolutely.
This dude, you're talking about theft when you're talking about just take the money from the rich. Like, it's nuts. It's nuts. Like, think about that shit, bro. Every 2 weeks, Bezos' payroll, who knows how much he's dishing out.
Yeah, the level of tax that they pay. I mean, I learned a lot. You know, when you look back, okay, so some of these mega yachts, $300 million, right? 10% is the cost of maintenance. That's $30 million a year it's cost him to have it. Now he's paying payroll taxes on that. You know, the dock
property taxes.
You just name all the shit that they've got, and it's all they don't care. You know, that boat just sits there, but he's employing. You know, those you got that's anywhere from 8 to 18 staff, depending on what you know. But they're full time captains, engineers. You know, the deckhands. It's like and they're at a beck and call. I know a lot of these people in this industry, and it's like, wow, the amount of money spent. I know for a fact, a good friend of mine's a captain on one, and that boat in a year and almost 2 years, going on 2 years, I think this end of this year, not once has the owner been on the boat.
We found out. Shut the fuck up, seriously?
Not even kidding. And he bought another boat that's down here. You don't even live here. And we take the boat out because he has to. Like one time they're like, hey, our fuel bill isn't very high. You get it out of it? He goes, yeah, I get out. I just take it for the runs that we got to do to get our hours in for testing. And he's like, take it out a little bit more. You know? And I was like, going,
good God, bro. That's crazy.
But, you know, I mean, I know these guys, when they do want to use it, they want to be able to fly in, land, and then, like, my boat looks like it's in primo shape and ready to go, you know? But, you know, the people that they employ, these boats always have something being fixed on them. The people that they're employing, the stuff that it does and you know this, in West Palm, same thing. Here, the marine industry, the yachts, like Fort Lauderdale, the largest yacht show in the world, you know?
Yeah, the boat storage areas, I mean, everything. The marine, all of it. It's a big industry. It's huge.
Yeah.
The boat shit's nuts. That shit is. You're right. What's that one saying? Like the best days when you, or the second best days when you get the boat. The best days when you sell it or whatever.
Yeah. Yep.
Yeah.
You know. Yeah, there was the biggest one I've ever seen was up in West Palm, and it was by buy a bridge because there was no place big enough to dock it. And they worked with the city. They got to put it by this bridge. And it was like my third year down. And I said to the guys, I was like, that boat's been there every single, and the guy goes, dude, for 5 years, we go in and out this thing every day. And that boat's been there every day. And we're talking, and you know they've got some big spots up there. This boat was that big, Mike. And the side of it was open up with a massive boat parked inside, jet skis, all these weird other water toys. Insane. I think that one, he said they had a staff of 18 full-time on it.
It is wild, right? The money is wild. Even the billions and billions, like, to us, it's like, okay, yeah, we know how much, like, it's like unfathomable money. But then when you think about it, it's like, hell, even the billions we're sending overseas to all these different fucking places, like the $100 billion for Ukraine and stuff, like, you think about, like, in our terms, like, think about this, like, $999 million. That's not even 1 billion.
Right.
Like, they take 999 million, then go to 1 billion, then go to 1,999 million again, then to 2 billion. Like, it's fucking crazy.
Yeah. So you heard about the time when the Ukrainian official's wife was caught crossing the border. She had like 25 million in American cash. I can't remember how many million in euro and then what other currencies. And I'm just like, okay, so do you think that's the only one that was skimming money, or do you think she's just the only one that got caught? Like, we know we should not be sending cash, number one. We'll give you resources, weapons. We'll do that. But we should not be sending the guys cash because you know that money's disappearing.
Well, what's so wild with the Ukraine shit is, like, it's like a known thing that Ukraine is one of the most corrupt governments in the fucking world. Like, everyone knows this. It's not even like a secret. Like, we all know it. And it's like, what are we doing right now? Like, what's going on?
A friend of mine, his family is a very prominent family over there, right? But he's here when all this started. This dude's big, like 6'7", 260s, muscle, just a typical, like, Ivan Drago, and, like, I've never seen a fight go more than one punch when that guy gets into it. And I asked him, I said, you going back over? He's like, fuck no. I was like, why? So proud Ukrainian. He goes, and he told me, the place is so corrupt. He goes, no. He told me a story that Vitaly Klitschko, the boxer, he's the mayor of Kiev. They were having problems with their waste management, right? So they get an American company, agree to come over there. They spend the money, spend the time, the resources, everything, get ready to start business. They're ready to go. And all of a sudden they get told that Vitaly wants $25 million. And they're like, excuse me, what? And they try to explain to him, says, because he was saying, no, I need $25 million before you guys can start. He's like, we've already gotten everything licensed. We're ready to go. I don't know where this is coming from. He goes, no, he wanted it for himself. So he was wanting basically a kickback. And the guy goes, listen, we don't make enough money to pay you $25 million. We're not going to make enough money in 10 years to pay you $25 million. And he's like, then you don't work. And so they had to literally shut down all the operations over there because you either pay Klitschko or you don't do business in Kiev. And I'm like, this is the level of corruption that country has. And we want to know why they're such a shithole.
Yep. Hell, same with California.
Yeah.
Same with, what's that high-speed rail system? It was like, they were like, oh, we'll have this done because like $700 million later, they haven't built a single thing. It's like, wait a second. Where's
like
the $700 fucking million?
Aren't they like 1 point some billion over budget, I thought?
Yeah, it's like nothing's been built. It's fucking crazy.
And you know this, the Bright Line. Okay, help me out here. Is it Branson that owns that?
I don't know. Is it Richard Branson? The dude from Spirit Airlines? He owns that shit?
Virgin.
Or Virgin, yeah. Sorry, Virgin, yeah.
So he built, so when he said we're going to Orlando, right? He built the same distance they were supposed to go. He started after them. He went the same amount of miles, okay, from nothing. So they had already started. He was just talking about it. He talked about it. He planned it. He got it put in, got it done. And you know what they said? You got to run it for a year to make sure there's no issues first. So he had to run that thing up to Orlando how many times before putting a person on it to make sure there weren't any issues. I'm like, you're running that thing every day from Miami to West Palm, I mean, just let it go. He did that, and they came in, I think, it was millions and millions. It wasn't like $7 million under budget. It was drastically under budget. I was like, man did it here in Florida for a fraction of the cost and a fraction of the time. And they're like 1.7 billion over it. This is what happens when you try to do business in California.
Abdiel, you awake?
What's up, Sunday?
Oh, what up, Mike? Abdiel, you awake?
Oh, what's up? What's up, Rich?
No, I don't think Abdiel's awake. Oh, so I just left a Libyan room with a bunch of Libyan Muslims. And Jacobus is so lost that he's hanging out with a bunch of Libyans while they're speaking Arabic half the time. And then I went in there and told them, they're like, are you Mossad? And I was like, yeah, Lucky and I both served it. Jacobus and I both served as Mossad in Israel. And now they're all screaming and yelling and trying to figure out if they should, because I speak Arabic enough. Like, so I'm listening to like them screaming about like, we should kick this fucking Mossad agent. He's a fucking piece of shit. And then one guy's like, oh, but he's African. I was like, that's not really his picture. I said, he's actually Puerto Rican and Jewish. So I said, he doesn't actually look like that. He's like, you fucking demon, Rich. Fuck you, Rich.
Absolutely. So, hey, right before I jumped on here, did you guys hear the quote about what happened? So, first things first, I had to laugh because I saw when Jimmy Kimmel made fun of Tucker Carlson for mutually departing ways, and he's like, let's be real, you got fired, you know, and he started mocking him about, and they called it a beautiful, beautiful something or other. I got the link, I should post it in here, but it's Jimmy mocking the fact that, you know, Tucker said something and got fired. And then Jimmy went as far as to make a skit with his, the Mexican guy that he brings out about Jimmy getting fired. And it's like, so here, the left wants to be angry about Jimmy getting cut because of something he said, but here's Jimmy making fun of Tucker getting cut over something he said. Oh yeah, and then you guys wanted to, impeach Trump over something he tweeted. You know, it's funny, but tonight when I got on, here's what happened. It's finally been out. They told Jimmy to go back on and apologize. And Jimmy said no. They said, you need to apologize. We need to see your monologue. The monologue was called Hot. So hot, they said, we're not putting you on the air. He was not backing down. He was going to double down on the rhetoric. And so they told him, we're not putting you on air. And that's when all of ABC pulled in.
Yep, and I heard they're trying to make him make a donation or some shit too.
Yeah, they wanted to, in order for him to get his job back, he's got to make a donation to Turning Point University or USA.
Dude, what's insane to me is like, A, they're more mad about Jimmy Kimmel getting canceled, getting suspended than they are about Charlie Kirk's death, which is fucking wild. And then secondly, like, this shit is not, like, they all keep saying, oh, it's infringing on our free speech, they're taking away our free speech. No one's fucking arresting anybody. The First Amendment provides you to say whatever you want without being arrested or put in jail. No one's getting fucking arrested. You can say whatever the fuck you want. The people that tweeted out the dumb shit and they got fired, they can still go tweet out shit. They didn't lose their Twitter account. But like to think that you're not that the company has to be beholden to like no matter what you say is crazy. Like if you go cuss your boss out in front of the office, you're gonna get fired. Gina Carano got fired from Disney from the show Star Wars because of fucking her or what she said. Roseanne Barr was fucking killed off that. Remember the reboot of the Roseanne show, The Connors? They kicked her off. They fired her, which was ABC, and then they killed her in the show by a drug overdose. Like they fired them for what they said. You're not like no one's taking away your free speech rights, but the company doesn't have they don't have to employ you. Like this is nuts.
Jimmy's fans, when he announced that Tucker was fired for what he'd said, they all started cheering. So this is the hypocrisy. You guys cheered when somebody else had it done. And this is the funny thing, because it's like, people are like, well, this is just payback. Yeah, you guys played stupid. And you genuinely were a threat to democracy. You genuinely were acting as an authoritarian government by deplatforming a president, by deplatforming doctors who were giving, actually, we find out now, the right information. Yeah. And so much so you had, who? Zuckerberg come out and say, no, they told us take it down, anything. Well, what if it's true? Yeah, we're not going to do that. No, you're going to do that. You know, when he's coming out, and not just in front of Congress, but he talked to Joe Rogan about it. If people are like, well, make fun of Elon for buying Twitter. He could have fought it, and he could have proved a lot of those accounts were bots, but he found out that they were deleting shit, and he says, screw it, I'll pay the $20-some billion to get the extra information. And I was like, guys, look what he did find. Imagine what they were deleting first.
Yep.
But if you knew, all right, the cops are coming to get your computer, and we want to see what you got on it. If you did something wrong, you robbed a bank, and the information they think is on there, well, you're gonna delete all the nastiest stuff that's gonna get you freaking arrested and thrown in jail. You're gonna get it off your computer first, right? You know that's what they were deleting, and so it's like people are just dumb. You know, I mean, look at how many, the Dims were all going to leave, but you still got the Krasenstein bros and all these other people that were paid shills, that JoJo or whoever she is, and they're constantly still bitching. I was like, I told them, they were talking stuff one night, and I was like, you ain't going anywhere. You're irrelevant to anywhere else. You need Twitter, you know?
Right, exactly. That's the irony of the whole fucking thing. It's like they're gonna bitch about it and they gotta go on that stuff. Dude, the shit with the COVID stuff was insane. I mean, doctors were getting discredited. There was military members that were getting dishonorably discharged for something that they ended up being correct about. It was nuts what was going on.
Yeah. We got into it. Marshall was trying to defend it. This other guy was trying to say, that first of all, okay, this guy Ian, I don't know if you know who he is or what, but he was trying to say, I know Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk did a thing called the Black Leadership Summit. He brought 750 some black people to the White House. On that, out of all the people who helped pay for that, one black person donated $20,000, right? And everybody's calling him a racist. So white people paid for 750 some people, so he's not a racist. Let's go there right away, number one. But number two, this guy goes, you can imagine there's 750 some people there. This guy goes, I know Charlie. I talked to Charlie about this, and it keeps going on and on and on. And I was like, so you think you know Charlie because you had probably a 4-minute conversation with him, and now you think you can come on here and start identifying him as whatever you want to identify him as now. And I literally was just like calling him out, and he wouldn't answer. Then he would just start doing his bullshit. But the fact is man, people on this app and stuff trying to say that they know that man, they can get the fuck out of here. You don't know Charlie Kirk if you're on this app.
Yeah, the more I listen to people talk about it in the recent couple of hours, since last Thursday or whatever, when they were talking about it, all I kept thinking in my head is like, wow, you've never listened to a single thing he said. You've legit never listened to Charlie Kirk once with the shit they were saying. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, they take like an excerpt of what he was saying. Okay, I'm gonna agree with one of them when they said that he said that Trayvon Martin was hunted by Zimmerman. Okay, and okay, cool, he did say that, and that was bullshit. Number one, I'll agree with you. However, listen to the whole thing. He later comes out and he goes, I'm just going by what I recall. I was a teenager then. I don't know about that case. I was young. I wasn't into all of this. He's like, I don't remember the details of that. I was a teenager. He goes, but from what I recall, he was acquitted by, the jury of his peers, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, but you were wrong, Charlie, but you admitted that you didn't know the details of the case, right? Get it. The DEI thing about the pilot. Okay, listen to the whole context of what this man says. What he said many, many times already was, hey, if you're hiring somebody and you got these practices that are DEI hires, it makes you start to wonder when you're getting onto the plane, is he qualified, right? That he could have said he or she, could have done that. Didn't have to say black, I get it, but he was using it as a narrative that's saying like, wait a minute, was Kamala the most qualified? Absolutely not. And we know that because we know before he was elected, he says, I'm going to put in a black female as my president. You just downplayed her as being worthy by saying that. Doesn't matter. I'm putting one of those in. Same with the Supreme Court justice.
That was the worst one.
Yeah, don't say it. How about you just say, I'm going to pick the best.
Right. If you had nominated Ketanji Brown Jackson, she still would have been the first black Supreme Court justice, or first black woman on the Supreme Court justice, bro. You didn't have to say, I'm going to nominate a black woman. You could have just nominated her.
You devalued it.
Still would have ended up being the first black woman, bro. Like, get the fuck. They're the ones that do this, and that's what Charlie was saying.
Yeah, you devalued her accomplishment by saying, I'm requiring that it's this. No, just say, it's me. I'm going to pick the best available. It doesn't matter what's in my head. I'm just going to say, I'm going to pick the best available. And now when you pick her, we believe that's who you think is the best available.
Right. I like how he always argued
me off.
He always argued it when, and by the way, everyone's like, why was he talking about black people? It's like, well, if you watch the fucking video, it's a black person asking the question. So, what's he supposed to do there? But the way he always explained it is is that, and again, Charlie was a sports fan, right? He's a Chicago Bears fan, he's a sports fan. So he kind of brought it down to our level where he was like, okay, because remember his stance was like diversity always forced diversity always lessens the product. And he's like, think of it like this. Imagine if basketball, because the country is 60% white, imagine if every basketball team, every NBA team had to have like 6 white guys on the team and 2 white guys had to be on the court at all times. It's like, wouldn't that make the NBA less good? Wouldn't that make the product worse? And everyone's like, well, yeah. It's like, well, okay then. Forced diversity makes the product worse. The best people should be in the job. And if there was never a thing as affirmative action, if there was never a thing as DI, we would never even question it, because if the pilot's there, it doesn't matter what he looks like. He's qualified for the job. The fact that you're telling us it has, remember the flight people? They were like, oh, it's too white. The fuck does that mean? I want the best pilot with the most hours, with the most logged shit, the best pilot flying. I don't give a fuck what he looks like.
Yeah.
It's crazy. The most egregious one, Corey, was I think it was either the New York Post lady or the Wall Street Journal. I think it was Wall Street Journal. But she tweeted out a quote of Charlie Kirk, and she ended up getting fired. And they're like, oh, you're gonna fire her for actually, like, all she did was quote Charlie Kirk. And you go look at the quote she posted. This is the sickest one. I swear to God, it was so disgusting. The quote she posted was this. It said, quote, black women don't have the brain capacity to compete on the level, so they have to steal white jobs. So they have to be forced to steal white jobs, or something like that, right?
Wow.
Black women don't have the brain capacity to compete, so they have to be forced to take white jobs, whatever, right? That was the quote. The main part was black women don't have the brain capacity to compete, and that's where everyone got crazy. Then you go look up the quote, bro, and the actual quote, this was so disgusting. The actual quote was this. Charlie Kirk said this: the problem with affirmative action in DI is that it makes people believe that black women don't have the brain capacity to compete. And she clipped it just at the part where it said black women, and she tweeted out, quote, black women don't have the brain capacity to compete, end quote, Charlie Kirk.
Right.
Like, you fucking liar. And they're like, oh, she shouldn't get fired. Yeah, the fuck she should. She's misquoting someone to make them seem racist. That's 100% a fireable offense for a journalist. 100%.
Yeah. Well, and what I think what needs to happen from now on, though, is whether it's on the news, everything should say, this is an opinion piece. If it's not factual, if it's wrong and you report it, you should be fined for it or removed from your job. And here's why. There's zero accountability. They pass a lot of bullshit. Let's be real. I mean, the Russia stuff, it was a lie. They're saying they didn't say that now. Well, unfortunately, there's a whole montage going around of you guys for like 7 minutes of you guys, and that's not all of them, saying that Russia hacked the election.
No, the impeachment cost $30 million.
Yeah, well, in the Russiagate cost more than that. The Russia thing, they said I heard $45 million, but it was how many years?
The whole thing was a scam. They knew it was a lie.
But get this, the New York case, which only lasted 6 months maybe, was $45 million. And you're gonna tell me one that had the FBI, that had, raids, all the stuff that they did, you're gonna tell me that was only $45 million? Get the fuck out of here. We know that was it. The other one was only six months and cost 45. You know that one was 200 million, and they lost, right? The shit that they do, they need to start holding these people accountable because they purposely clip things, they purposely say things wrong because they have no accountability. I can tell you that the industry I'm in, our lawyers went and talked to CNN, an editor from CNN, and said, hey, this quote's completely wrong. This is a lie. And the response was, I know. I tried to change it when I found out, but my editor told me, no, it'll work great for clickbait.
Wow.
Yep. I was like, and there's zero repercussions. You're literally lying to the American people by putting this false information out to them, causing a panic in the markets. Okay? You could scare somebody into either selling their home or other things because they're in fear of what the media is putting out there. and there's no accountability. I'm sorry, same thing. People panicked. It was all panic about the tariffs, right? It was bullshit. My ex-girlfriend, I don't know, it was probably about 6 months ago. Actually, wait, no, it was, yeah, not even 6 months ago. Maybe it was 3 months ago. We were sitting out, her brother-in-law was going off about Trump because of the tariffs, and he lost 30% or 40% of his retirement, so he pulled out a bunch of stuff, and I told him, I was like, why'd you do that? Like, it's gonna come back. No, they say it's this. I said, listen, they said that before. I said, did you pull out when it dropped under Biden? No, I said there was a bigger drop under Biden, but you didn't pull out because the media didn't panic you. Now you pulled out, and I said, you know what's gonna happen? I said, mark my words, in a matter of months, it's gonna be higher than ever, and guess what? It is. And now, what did you force? If he did it, you know how many millions of Americans did the same thing, panicked. So they took their money out. They lost 30 to 40% of their retirement. They pulled it out, put it somewhere safe, and now they watched it all come back up. And now they're still 30 to 40% down. And who bought that? BlackRock probably. Everybody else out there with money. It was literally just a scam to scare the American people, and it was bullshit. CNBC and MSNBC both had people on talking about it, and a guy on the economy, and told them, you guys got it all wrong. You guys all missed this. You all
They haven't been right about anything.
Right.
Nothing.
I mean, I got into it with Marshall on here about the tariffs. My brother works for the government, this, that. He says it's bullshit. I was like, you're missing the point of what a tariff is. Well, it's a tax to the people. So is a tax on business. If you tax a business, I said, you're taxing the people, because if I have a business and you raise my taxes 30%, I have to raise my prices 30% because I know what I want for my profit margin. I'm carrying risk. If I don't have money, guess what? When I have downtimes, I have to fire my entire staff because I can't work. Now the business closes doors and done. I have to have money to keep employed my people through slow times or a lawsuit or whatever comes up. You have to have profits. If you don't, you're going to go bankrupt the first time there's any kind of dip in the market. So I said, listen, you put tariffs on. It's to balance the field. Yeah, but it just raises the price. Exactly. Because when we send a Jeep Wrangler, now this is when I did the study, the report on this. There's like a Cherokee or Wrangler, I can't remember. It's $43,000 here in America. And it was $96,000 in China. They do that because they want you to buy their car over there, not an American car. And if you're going to buy an American car, you're going to pay us 43% tax. This is the point I told him. We want to make sure when they build you a cheap refrigerator, you're going to pay more in taxes, which makes you lean to want to buy the American-made refrigerator. It's heavier gauge steel. It's got a better motor. It lasts longer. You buy the American-made.
Get what you pay for.
What's that?
And you get what you pay for.
Right. And if anybody knows anything, look into a buy local like the economic impact of buy local. It's like with $1 is a tenfold dollar in a community, because I pay you $1, right? You get your dollar and you go buy your groceries. You go buy a pop. That dollar goes there. That dollar goes to the gas station. The gas station has paid his employee, and he's paid this and he paid that. So now 6 people get a portion of it. But that dollar maybe gets broke up. But that dollar is tenfold. It turns into $10 in the economy. And now, and it's getting, that $10 or that dollar that turns 10 times, it's tax each time. And I was like, I asked him, I said, so do you know what the market share manufacturing is? It's insignificant. I said, no, it's pretty significant. So then he was trying to come up with, it's only 11%. I said, okay. So then I said, look up what the highest industry is. So he looks it up, and whatever he said, services. That's not the way it's broke down. You don't lump everything that's a service industry into one. So I did it. Accounting, legal, this, that, the other, was 20-some%, but there was like 6 or 7 industries in that. But everything else was right around the same as manufacturing. They're all about between 9 and 13%. So you're taking an equal share out of the market. That's significant. It's $3 trillion in the first quarter of 2025. $3 trillion is a significant amount of money in the GDP, right?
Of course.
I said, of that, I can't remember if it's 90-some% of the manufacturers are less than 20 employees. It's a high percentage. It's like that high. I think maybe it's 75% are 20 employees or less in manufacturing in America. Of those, I think it's 93% 93 or 96% give their employees health insurance. I was like, tell me America shouldn't be doing manufacturing.
There you go.
Well, we can't do it here. I said, well, I'm gonna prove you wrong, because BMW America is the largest BMW manufacturing facility in the world, and it's a fraction of the been in business as a fraction of the time as Germany. And now moving their chip, they already got a chip factory here, and they're talking about moving their transmissions here. So tell me again how Germany can manufacture in America, but America can't.
Yeah, that's the part that people I think missed about it. That's why I love Trump. He attacks these things like the country's a business. We have a debt, we have a GDP, right? We have stuff that operate. I know it's not technically a business, but it runs like a business. And I want a businessman running it. And like basically Trump's idea was this, like, if you're going to manufacture overseas, because he can't compete with overseas manufacturing. He can't do it. It's cheaper. It just is what it is. So he's like, well, okay, if you're going to manufacture overseas and then bring it back and sell it to Americans, I'm going to tax the fuck out of you. So you might as well fucking manufacture it here. Hello? And then you manufacture the shit here, and now everything kind of changes. And then it's like, wait a second. Trump was the first one to kind of point out that we don't need these other countries. They need us. As we go, they go. That's how this whole thing works. And the China shit was the best. You saw the videos of the manufacturer in China. They're like, what the fuck am I supposed to do now? They had all this stuff. They didn't know what to do. The employees weren't working. They had all these products. They were selling their shit for like 10 cents on the dollar. It was nuts.
They tried to go to Europe, and Europe said,
right. And it's like, guys, are y'all not understanding this shit? And like you said about the health insurance, this is what people are missing. And that's when everyone's like, oh, the tax cuts to the rich, tax cuts to the rich. Yo, these people are employing people. If you let's say you have 30 workers, and let's say you end up hiring another 30 workers, and every one of those 60 workers now gets health insurance, they should get a tax cut because they're providing their workers with proper health insurance. Why not give them a tax cut? That means that there's 30 more people that are getting proper insurance. Now, if the company wants to hire a bunch of people, like Walmart kind of fucked around with this a lot. You know, there's always a bunch of people working at Walmart because Walmart's whole shtick is that they don't really have any full-time employees. Everyone's a part-time employee.
Yeah.
So there's so many fucking people walking around Walmart because they're all part-time, so Walmart doesn't have to deal with the health insurance thing. They're all like, oh, well, they're just part-time employees. It's like, well, fuck you, Walmart. Start making them full-time, give them all proper health insurance, and we'll give you some tax cuts. That's how this whole thing should work. The people that are providing jobs should get benefits. They're providing jobs. And then you force them to give proper health insurance. When you get money back, build another warehouse. Hire more people. Don't just put it in your pocket and we'll give you a tax break. If you put it in your pocket, go fuck yourself. It's like that's what Trump kind of understands, you know, like he gets it.
yeah, and I'm going to tell you that I didn't understand the costs at all until I'm a GM and I'm sitting down and we're going through the numbers and stuff. And we always would present to our employees, look at this is what we've got. This is the cost. This is your contribution. Here's what we contribute. So before we went to our people, I looked at the owner and I said, what are we doing here? And he goes, what do you mean? I was like, I know for a fact I can buy insurance. Now this was before Obamacare. I said, I can buy insurance for my son and myself. And it was like for $400, right? A month. I was like, I'm contributing 200 and whatever, and you're contributing like 800. And he goes, yeah, I know, it's expensive. He goes, they nail us. And I said, but why don't we just write a bonus check for whatever it is? Because mine, since it was two of us, it was the same as a family, so I could have been married with another kid. The family rate. Now, I didn't have, so I just happened to have to pay the same rate, but that's what it was. So it was like, let's just say it would have been $500 it would have cost me. We've got $1,000 between the two of us that we're paying. I could keep my own $200, not have to contribute. You could pay me half of what you're paying and pay for my health insurance. So send me a check for $400, you save $400, I save $200, we save $600. He looked, he goes, I've already checked into it, I had my attorneys look at it, and it's illegal, I can't do that. I was like,
What the fuck?
yeah, why can't a business owner say, I will write a check for you. Go get your own insurance. Now, it might be different now. I don't know. But to me, that's the kind of shit that we need to change in America, you know? There was companies out in California couldn't afford health insurance anymore, so they were literally like, their employees, I can't remember how long they were there. I think they put in $10,000 to start for the ones who've been there a long time. They couldn't do that for everybody, but then I think it was like $2,000 or $2,500 a year that they added to their HSA account. And then what happened was these guys started to all have a significant amount in their HSA account. So they started raising their deductible, right? And they were showing how great it worked, because if you've got $20,000 in your HSA account, you can have a $5,000 deductible. That doesn't kill you at all. And now you're paying such a small premium that your HSA account's got you, your health insurance is awesome. I loved it. You know, and it's just like, we look at the market, and then the money market. Have you seen these marketplace insurance companies like Liberty and what's the other one? It's a faith-based one. I can't remember the name right now. But you go into a market. So like, let's just say that I don't know. Like, let's just use like Boca. Like, it's a small. We'll just use it. It's not. They don't go by city. But let's just say it's like that. Okay, everybody in Boca's in a market. You all pay in. And you pay it, your name is on the account, but they're also somebody who can write a check from your account, the insurance company, right? So your premiums go into this account, okay? And then all of a sudden, Mike's going to have a surgery. They send a note out to the Christian ones, like they send actually a letter or email out to everybody, and they say, hey, Mike's going to be having knee surgery, say a prayer for him, blah, blah, blah. We will let you know what we're taking out of your account to cover Mike's expenses. Mike gets done with his surgery. They get a bill. The bill says $42,000. They call them up and said, listen, we'll pay cash. We'll give you $26,000 today. Done. Now, they just saved the insurance $18,000, right? And now everybody takes $50 out of their account, and it goes to pay for Mike's surgery. You see? And so it keeps people responsible, saying, I don't want to go in for stupid things, because the less I use it, the lower my premium stays, you know?
Right.
And 93, it's been in business for 30 some years, and they've never failed to pay a bill. And I was like, do you think we have a solution? Why hasn't our government said, wait, why is this working so well? How about we do that with people? You know?
Yeah, it's too logical.
Exactly. If you get the chance, read the book Fair Tax, or even just look it up on the internet. Try to listen to Congressman Linder talk about it, dude. It'll shock you. They eliminate the IRS. There's no need for it, because there's no taxes. And all taxes are at point of sale, so you have the Department of Revenue already doing that, right? So the Department of Revenue is collecting. There's no income tax. There's no April 15th anymore. You take home every dime you get. The entire tax code is 33 pages long. They went to every Fortune 500 company that left the U.S. Every one of them said, enact the fair tax. We cease doing operations overseas, and everything comes back. But the congressman said they'll never vote for it, because it takes power away from congressmen. They can't make money, and they don't have power without tax incentives.
There you go. Yeah, I went to high school in Boca.
In Boca?
Yeah, I went to high school in Boca.
Okay. Nice area too.
What's that?
So that's a nice area too.
Yeah, it's cool. Yeah, it's a little uppity. I mean, I was in West Boca. East Boca is like the richy rich. I was in West Boca.
Yeah, they're a little that area, that West Palm, and they're both a little bit. I mean, we got our areas here too. You need the Las Olas area here, and they're kind of that same thing. But this whole all along the beach here, that.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You get up to Hillsborough Mile, they got like cameras. Like if you drive up there, they got cameras, and as soon as you drive past one of the cameras, it automatically reads your license plates and stuff.
That's crazy. I used to love Hillsborough with the Deerfield, the pier, and over there, Deerfield Beach. I used to love that area.
Yeah,
Deerfield Beach is shit.
Yeah, to me, it's just like, dude, that's getting a little excessive. But it keeps crying out of here. Get out of here,
Yeah, they're just going crazy, overstepping. It's just the spending got crazy, and that's when Trump was getting rid of, when he first got in there, was getting rid of all this shit. and like the USAID and all this stuff and blah blah. People were freaking out. It's like, yo, when the fat gets trimmed, the pigs squeal. And it kind of started realizing, like, whoa, like these motherfuckers are just doing shit, and you didn't realize it, how much money was being wasted. Like, holy fucking shit, bro. Like, you find out about the thing, like they're buying the USB cables, and they're paying $10,000 a cable when you can go on Amazon and get the cable for like $19. The exact same cable for $19, and the government's paying 10 G's, and then you think of like all these government offices. So it's like, wait a second, if they have an office building with like 200 people working it, every single one of those computers needs one of those USB cables, and they were charging 10 grand for it. Like they were still getting it for $19. It's not like they were actually paying for a $10,000 cable.
Right.
They were buying the $19 cable, but they were allocated 10 grand per cable. It's like, wait a second. So who the fuck got all this fucking money? I mean, it's nuts.
Well, that's like the immigration.
Where's it going?
Right. What was that immigration? Wasn't an immigration center in Houston that was been getting how much a month? 60,000. It was more than that. And it wasn't even open. It was like, dude, I completely missed the boat on starting a nonprofit.
Oh, bro, these nonprofits is insane. These government contracts, and then they don't ever do anything. It's like what was Trump saying after the fire in California? He was talking to the mayor, and he's like, let the fucking people go to their house. He's like, they'll get it done in a week. And she's like, well, you gotta talk to these people and blah blah blah. And he's like, yo, the homeowners will get this shit cleared up in a week. Just let them fucking do it. That's why I like him.
Interview.
He just fucking he just says it, and he's kind of like one of us a little bit, and he's unfiltered. You know, like the California with the forest fires.
Yeah.
And he's like, yeah, clean up your fucking forests. He's like, you have zero forest maintenance. You got a bunch of dead fucking debris laying all over the fucking ground, and of course, any spark's gonna spark it up. Clean up your fucking forest, you dumbasses.
Well, and the thing is, okay, we spend when they have one of these, they spend how many freaking millions of dollars, right? Insane amount. Okay, so if you look up, I think it's called the Fire Boss. They're a small plane, and people are like, well, you need a lot more water than that. Per hour, those things drop a significantly more amount of water because they can go and hit a local body of water, fill and get back faster, right? They need a lot less area. Doesn't have to be a big body of water. They on their website, their own personal website, they break down what each fire, like, the big SOBs that drop water, you might need 6 fire bosses to equate to that, right? But the cost is a fraction, for the equal cost, but the water it drops is significantly more. You're dropping more even with the smaller planes, because now imagine that you had 12 of those little planes dropping. Now you can be dropping as you're coming into it, which means you're wetting the forest in front, which slows the progression at least, right? And you're dumping into it. Well, the next one's picking it up and now going a little deeper, and you're literally just following each other. You could have you're in a state, any state that, in my opinion, that has a risk of forest fire should have these. And then you're gonna, in that time, like, okay, there's certain areas that aren't at high risk. We know that, right? Fly your plane out. Get it done. Have the whole freaking country. The plane can go a long ways on tank fuel. Within 6-8 hours, you could have the plane from the East Coast there helping put out a forest fire. And I don't care what it costs for fuel as a taxpayer. Get it out there. It's cheaper than what we're spending, with whatever thing else we're doing. There's ways to do it. They just don't want to do it. They just don't think outside the box.
Yeah, they like keeping the status quo. It's like, if for nothing else, I mean, I actually do like Trump's policies. I actually do like what he's doing. I've proudly voted for him 3 times. So, like, I do actually like it. But if for nothing else, at least he's shaking shit up. Like, we all could agree that the politicians are scumbags. The lifelong politicians are even worse. And so I didn't get what people were so, like, he's not a politician. The lifelong politicians fucking hate his ass. I mean, the second impeachment, remember the second impeachment? He wasn't even president. They were trying to impeach a fucking citizen. That's how terrified they were of him. It's like, wait a second. If the lifelong politicians don't like him, that makes me like him even more. So I don't understand why everyone was so against it. In the same breath, they're like, yeah, we hate politicians. We hate these lifelong politicians. Politicians are corrupt and blah, blah. Well, then why don't you like him? He's not a politician, and all of the lifelong politicians don't like him. That makes me like him even more. It it's just wild the idea that like all of a sudden out of nowhere he was a bad guy. I mean, remember the old clips of The View? Have you seen that shit? And the old clips of The View when he walks up there and Whoopi Goldberg and Joy Behar are like, "We love you. When are you gonna run for president?" They're hugging him and shit, bro.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, what the fuck is wrong with y'all?
Yeah, dude, it's insanity, you know.
It's nuts. It's fucking nuts.
So get this. This is gonna be the comparison, right? So DC-10 flying, max tank capacity 10,800. Availability, I don't know, it says 55,000. I think we know it's more than that for the plane. It must be per trip. So hourly rate $8,200. Fills per hour 1. So you get 10,800 gallons per hour dropped, and cost is 5.85. So it must be 55,000 for each trip. Right now.
How do they put the water in? How do they put the water in?
Those they actually, I don't remember if those actually have a scooper, or if they must have a scooper too, that they fly over a large body of water, or maybe they have to land and fill. I bet you they have to land and fill. The scoopers, now we're gonna go to this little plane, right? It's just a Fireboss, it's called. It only holds 820. Costs 4,500 an hour. So half the cost per hour, right? Yeah. But fills per hour, 20. Gallons per hour, 14,000. So 4,000 more gallons per hour. Cost per gallon, 64 cents compared to $5.85 a gallon.
Jesus, it's like a no-brainer.
Yeah, it's like, why are we not putting 50 of these little fuckers flying back and forth?
Yeah.
Makes 0 sense. Oh, plus, now you just got more jobs, right? You instead of having one pilot dumping 10,000 an hour. Okay, let's see, how many did I say? So it's 10,800. I think they've got a cost comparison. Let me break that down. Advantage, specifications, advantage. Thought they had a picture of how many planes it took for each one.
Yeah, and by the time they get back, that 10,000 gallons is dried up.
Right, so that's my point, yeah. I mean, it just,
instead of like you're saying, it's almost like my idea, like, you know, when people are, back in the old days, they were doing buckets of water, there's like a line of people, they're just handing the water, handing the buckets. You know, it's like the planes could just be in line, like bang, 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 bang.
So to deliver 50,000 gallons, the Fireboss that I'm telling you about takes it 3.5 hours. And it's cost $20,571. To drop the same 50,000 gallons with the DC-10, it takes 4.5 hours and a cost of $92,000, over 4.5 times more.
Why does everything the government touch is ass backwards? Like literally everything.
Yeah, dude, it's just like, to me, this makes, and I know, well, you need a lot more volume to dump. Well, then good, you have 10 of these things flying all together and just start dumping. You know, I mean, if these guys are literally flying on each other's tails and dropping, it's the same. You know,
it's fucking crazy. Like you see a McDonald's wants to remodel, and they'll remodel in like 2 days and never stop. They'll never close. They'll just remodel while they're open. But then they can't get a fucking road done in like 4 months. It's like what is going on?
Remember when Sanibel Island the bridge was taken out in the hurricane? And the news was literally saying this. They may never be able to build this bridge again. I was like, they build a bridge wherever they want now. So what is there that they built in the 1930s? Why is it that we can't build it in 2023 or whatever it was? Oh, and then what happened? DeSantis had that bridge open in a matter of a few weeks. He got it rebuilt. I was like, dude, this guy is amazing when it comes to the hurricanes, man.
It's like I heard this shit in California about like any kind of building or any kind of regulations, or even with the fire people, like before anything can get done, they gotta send like land purveyors to make sure there's no like species there. Then they gotta like test the dirt. And they gotta take all these samples. Then like after that's done, they gotta do it all over again. I think Jon Stewart had the guy. I don't know if you ever saw the interview, but he had the one guy on that was reading off all of the regulations that had to be gone through. And then after all of those lists, like all the steps, it had to be redone from a different like entity. It's like one entity had to do it, and then another entity had to do it. And the guy's like, yeah, the process takes about 3 years. It's like, what the fuck? Like, what the fuck? There's just dumb government agencies that are just getting paid. And then probably taking kickbacks, like you were saying. It's crazy.
Did you see, Some said breaking news, and you're showing Kamala. Hold on. Kamala Harris says Pete Buttigieg would have been an ideal running mate if she were a straight white man.
It's Kamala, you bigot.
Yeah. But have you seen, since they cut USAID, have you seen that the Democrats are struggling to raise funds?
Yeah. I saw something about how they're like trying to say like what's going on here, and people are connecting the two like, maybe you were getting your shit from fucking USAID, you scumbags.
Well, and let's be real, if I'm a donor, I was like, I just gave you $1 billion and you got smoked, not just beat, you got smoked.
Bro, $1 billion in like 3-4 months.
Yeah, dude. And they're like, well, we needed more time. No, the more time she had, the worse it was gonna get.
Yeah, well, and I'm with you too on the other thing. I mean, I don't think Kamala would have been good sitting on her own, regardless.
Bro,
I mean,
no.
remember in the primary against Biden, she got 0 votes. But
right.
I agree with you though. I think Biden ruined her career. Like Biden ruined her career. He's like, you're the border czar. Like, what the fuck are you? What? So Biden, you don't have any. So you're just like, it's her problem. Like what? Like what? Like that's not the vice president. Like what are we doing right now? You're just gonna put her in charge of it, and like he ruined her career, ruined it. But now she's always gonna be affiliated with Biden.
Oh, but the fact is how bad the border was when you told the world there's nobody more qualified. And I'm gonna say this: it didn't take Trump he wasn't even in office yet. In the morning of his impeachment, there was nobody crossing the border. You know, didn't have to build a wall. What we did is just had to enforce the laws we have.
Thank you.
And guess what happens? Now we don't have the problem that we did have.
Yep. It's crazy. When Trump got back in office the second term, like, what's he gonna do for immigration? He's like, he's not gonna do shit. He's gonna just enforce the laws he already had on the fucking books. We already had the laws. Like they were like, what is Biden supposed to do? Because like if Biden lost he lost the House and the Senate or whatever. And they're like, well, Biden's anti-tax. Yo, the laws already exist. Just reinforce the stay in Mexico law and reinforce the fucking the detain and remove law. That's
right.
it. We already had the laws, you fucking idiots.
Right. Listen to this. Democrats' main fundraising committee is losing big donors and so cash-strapped that its officials have discussed borrowing money just to keep the lights on, with one source spilling to the Post that if things don't turn around before 2026 midterms, the party is fucked. We are 6 months in and we're drowning, a source close to the Democratic National Committee told the Post about the current rate of contributions. The RNC was so cash-heavy and hitting us day after day after day when Biden was president. We have no clear path or plan, they added. The midterms are going to be to come before we know it, and then we're going to really be fucked.
Well, that's the part I don't get about the Democrats. I mean, look, in Clubhouse, you know this. Clubhouse is not a barometer of the world at all. Like, not even
right.
And so, like, when you're on here, you're kind of like, you're kind of in your little, you get kind of caught up in it. And then you start, like, actually living in the world, and we can separate the two. But, like, they're so unpopular, it's fucking crazy. And it's like, guys, change your fucking policies, guys. Like, what are y'all gonna do? Like, Trump's not running again. And they're like, Trump's gonna run again, he's a king. But Trump's not running again. Like, sorry guys, I hate to break your bubble. The world's not gonna come to an end, no one's gonna go to a war, and Trump's not gonna run again. So when Trump doesn't run again, what are y'all gonna do? Because all y'all do is talk about Trump.
Dude,
that's their whole basis. It's like, guys, change your fucking policies. How about that?
Right.
It's unpopular.
So if I post stuff on social media, it's me just calling out some bullshit at the left, or I'll put like Bill Maher calling the left a bunch of fucking lunatics or whatever, you know. And I don't put a lot on there. And lately, since the Kirk thing, I have. And there's this kid that we used to go back and forth on politics. And I'm the type of person. My best friend, we'd be playing volleyball. I'd be sitting at the table. We could be out at a bar having a drink afterwards. It doesn't matter. If he saw me pick my phone up and I'm on my phone and I got a smile on my face, his first comment would be like, "Oh shit, who you fucking with now, right?" Because I'm literally doing this. This kid always thought he was funny and thought he was clever. And I'd post stuff and he'd get all triggered. "Oh, are you triggered?" He'd always try to use that. And I was like, I just want you to know. I've never ever once been on your page, but you live on mine. So if you want to talk about who's rent free and who's dead, there we go, right? Anyway, I got off of social media because before the last election, what happened was I got this warning or this notification saying that I had to agree to these new terms and services due to security issues with my account, blah, blah, blah. I was like, I've never been hacked. I've never had an issue. F you. I didn't think it was real. I let it go. And then all of a sudden somebody else said they got that. And everybody started mocking him. And he posts a lot all the time. But good posts. But people were like, dude, you're making shit up. And he showed a screenshot. I popped on one day and I saw this post he had. And I said, no, guys, watch. I'll log out and log back in. And I'll screenshot it. And I showed it to him. I was like, and they're like, why would you guys get that? We didn't get it because nobody else was getting it, right? I agree. I just ignored it. All of a sudden, I jumped on and I couldn't get on Facebook. And I kept tons of pictures on Facebook of me and my son and our vacations and everything. So I only wanted to get my freaking account back to get those pictures back, right? So finally, I was just like, screw it. I started emailing. I'm like, dude, I need to get into my account. I understand what's going on. You know, I've never posted anything wrong. I've never posted anything obscene. This went on and on and on for about a month. I probably sent 4 or 5 emails. And finally, they reached back out and you didn't agree to our new terms and services. We go into this back and forth dialogue. My account, they said, was getting a substantial amount of views. And so it was at higher risk for Russian interference and something else, right? And I was like, I go, hold on. I go, let me get this straight. My account was reaching so many people. I said, do you know? I don't ever accept anybody I don't personally know and have a relationship with. So everybody on my account, I can tell you who they are by looking at their picture in like a fraction of a second. I know them all. So there's no getting, they go, no, then they fire back and they're like, no, but they're liking, sharing your stuff, and then it's going out from them.
You're a Russian asset.
And now I'm just like, so you ban you can start a new account up. And I was like going, so I lost all my pictures.
Yeah, fuck
I
that.
lost everything. Because they didn't like that my right-leaning posts were getting some ground. Because all I did was mock whatever the media was saying, right? So anyway, here it is, like, I don't know. I've been down here 5 years. I don't know the last time me and him had a back and forth, but I just ignore the guy. I don't really like him anyway. I never did. And anyway, I post something and he jumps on with some trigger comments again. And I just was like total smart ass. I was like, look who it is. The Bears fan, because I'm a Dolphins fan. I mock his Bears team and my Dolphins team, but I mock him for being the one who comes, I go, it's like, oh, look who it is. Come creeping in on my page again, and he hasn't responded at all because it's like, who's living in whose head rent free here again? You're creeping around years later, but this is who they are. They get so angry because me, I don't give 2 shits what you put on your page. If I don't like somebody's post, I had a friend. I don't know if you had to have this happen yet. All I did was screenshot something she put, and I posted it. And I went onto AI, and this is exactly what I said. What would it say about somebody if they posted the assassination of Charlie Kirk as a, quote, seriously ironic, end quote? That's all I put. And then I said, use psychologist writings, professional teachings, whatever, right? And holy shit, dude. It was like narcissism, mental illness, this, that, the other. I didn't edit it for niceness or anything. I didn't write it. I'm just telling you what AI is telling me. So I posted, she got this. I'm a piece of shit to write something like that. I was like, yo. I told you right off the top that I didn't write this. AI wrote this. You can dislike AI because you put somebody's assassination as seriously ironic, and she is like far left. She tries denying it, but she is anti anything conservative. And so I held my own. I was just like, I'm not backing down. I do not need to have people in my life like that. A friend of hers, back in Sioux Falls, South Dakota, posted. He's a general manager of a bar, works at 2 other bars, or a bar restaurant, a nice one actually. And he posted, yay, something took too long. Hopefully there will be a lot more. And now it's blowing up. Dude's gonna lose his gig.
Unbelievable. This is how the left does things. Like, it's it's almost kind of like awkwardly genius, right? Like annoyingly ingenious. They don't even think, I don't think they realize they're doing it. But they have this built-in thing where now they're like, oh, what? So I'm not required to mourn somebody. It's like, yeah, you don't have to mourn them, but you're also not required to talk bad about them right after the shit happens. Like, why don't you just not say anything? Like, well, we can have our opinion. It's like, well, yeah, you can have your opinion, but if your company doesn't like it and they fire you, or in that guy's case, you're gonna lose some gigs over it, that they have every right to do that. It's like they don't even understand how this whole thing is working, right? Like oh, well, people are getting canceled now. They should be allowed to say whatever they want to say. It's like, well, yeah. So was Charlie Kirk. Should have been allowed to say whatever he wanted to say too. The dude got killed for opinions, and you guys were celebrating. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you?
You're the last. Oh, Mike Allen.
What's up, Kendo?
Oh, fuck you.
Yeah, fuck you.
I didn't want you to be the last animal. No, I wanted somebody else to be the last animal.
Why the fuck can't I be the last animal?
Because they challenged me tonight. But Corey is an atheist. Corey, are you there?
Yeah, I'm definitely not an atheist.
Alright, but Mike Allen is better than you. So you need to be like Shawn Michaels versus like Eddie Guerrero.
Yeah, who's Eddie Guerrero? I like doing this.
You're Eddie Guerrero. Shut the fuck up, Mike Allen.
Eddie
Shut
Guerrero
the fuck up,
best
bitch.
wrestling match of all time.
Look, you dodged me, and we could have had an incredible, like, WrestleMania, bro.
Who?
And you, bitch. Yeah, you and me, bitch. Hey, bitch. No, bitch.
Eddie Guerrero.
You're fat. Mom debated white logic because you love me, bitch. You didn't want to fight me.
Well, that makes sense.
I'm Shawn Michaels.
What, you gonna give me some Sweet Chin music?
Yeah, bitch. I would have gave you Sweet Chin music, but we love each other. It's all good.
Shawn Michaels wasn't a solid wrestler, though. You gotta admit it.
Marty had somebody else other than Mike that wanted to fight him.
Who's the best pure wrestler?
And Mike Allen, you're not equipped to fight him. You wanna like fuck with him on like some Grand Rapture Godzilla shit. No, bitch. No, bitch. Shut up, bitch. Like, why the fuck you wanna like argue against that?
I'm not sure what.
Alright, well then argue against me. See, this is where we get to fighting. Alright, shut up. Anyway.
That's a good point, actually. Fair enough.
It is.
I just looked up. They had rankings and they had Undertaker.
Alright, bitch. No, that doesn't mean that you get to like fight without a
wrestling skills, not microphone skills, not all that stuff. Just pure wrestling. Bret Hart's number one, no?
He is.
I don't know.
He was terrible on the mic. He was horrible on the mic.
There was a couple that were pretty damn.
But he's not as big as like Heartbreak Sean, the Heartbreak Kid. Alright.
I'm not a huge fan.
Alright. So you're not. Why not?
Because I didn't think Shawn Michaels. I mean, look, first of all, his special was just a kick to the chin, which obviously was ridiculous. And then he was kind of all, think about it. Like, the only memorable match is the one with Bret Hart with the great screw job. But Shawn Michaels kind of, what was he? And then he always tried to get all these different factions. He was playing all these different sides.
Wait a minute. No. Shawn Michaels was with Big Daddy Sexy. And that's Diesel.
I'll give you, is he better than Ravishing Rick Rude? Come on now.
Yes, he is.
Well, we're talking sexy,
Big
bro.
Daddy
There's only
Sexy.
one we're talking about. It's Ravishing Rick Rude.
Excuse me, Kevin Nash.
Remember when Rick Rude?
Stop.
Remember when he had the picture of Miss Elizabeth right on his junk?
Okay, that was Shawn Michaels.
No, it was Ravishing Rick Rude. Remember, he used to go in the middle of the ring and fucking.
No, Shawn Michaels did the same thing.
Well, he stole it from him.
Hey, bitch.
By the way, you know who's the secret genius of the whole 80s and 90s wrestling?
Ravishing Rick Rude or Shawn Michaels?
You know who am I taking? Shawn Michaels.
Okay.
I'll give you that.
So he was a EW champion into the Attitude Era. When The Rock came.
Stone Cold, fuck that. Stone Cold's the Attitude Era.
No, Stone Cold versus The Rock. You said Stone Cold?
The Attitude Era didn't even have a fucking villain. McMahon had to be the villain because there was such.
No.
I like Austin better, but you know.
Stone Cold was the shit, bro.
What's that?
Stone Cold was the shit.
Dude, that was so badass. I mean, like,
bro, Stone Cold was the shit, bro. He cracked the beers and poured beers all over his face. Fuck yeah.
Throw him out in the crowd, you know. Just like.
And you remember The Rock? If y'all remember when The Rock started out, The Rock started out as like this Hawaiian fucking weirdo.
Yeah.
It was like Rocky something. Because his dad was a wrestler. The Rock's dad was a professional wrestler.
Dude, I was just looking at the most wins and like Kofi Kingston is on there. Like I haven't watched that shit for I
haven't seen it. I stopped watching actually with the Attitude Era. The Monday Night Wars when I finally stopped watching. But what I was saying, the whole genius behind the 80s and 90s heyday of WWF and into all that shit was Jake the Snake Roberts. If anyone knows it,
yeah.
Jake the Snake used to write all the matches. He
didn't. Not Jason. Not Jason. Hey.
You know Jake the Snake was married in real life to Miss Elizabeth, but he allowed
Miss Elizabeth. Yes, I knew.
Jake the Snake was married to her in real life, but he allowed her to be with Macho Man because it was better for the story. Jake the Snake was the mastermind behind it all. Remember, Jake the Snake was the guy you had to beat to get to Hogan. Jake the Snake never had the belt, but he was the one you had to beat to get to take on the belt. Because Jake the Snake knew that Hogan and the Ultimate Warrior and all them had better appeal.
Okay.
So Jake was like, I'll be the guy you got.
All the Albion guys. Hey, bitch. I'm finna put on the Archmage hoodie.
What was Snake's name? Do you remember the Snake's name? Bet you don't.
Hot Rod. You gotta love Hot Rod.
Kendo, do you remember the Snake's name? Oh, he left. What a punk. It was Damien.
Hot Rod and Ric Flair. You gotta go back to those guys.
Right. You know, it was the shit. Dude, wrestling was the shit, bro. Like, people don't realize how, like, wrestling was the shit back then.
Dude, I can't believe how big it is still. Like, I don't watch it.
Yeah, there's no wrestling now. Like, I haven't watched it forever. I agree, but there's no, it's all microphones, it's all show. There's, like, barely, the matches take, like, 5-10 minutes. It's all like theatrics.
When you start hearing some of these guys' real stories about how screwed up they were from taking the beatings that they did.
Bro, dude, the one on Netflix about the McMahon one is so good. It's not really, I mean, there's a lot of it about McMahon, but it takes you through the eras of wrestling and shit. So it's like, it kind of trails off. And then each little wrestler, they do a little promo on them, like Cena has one and blah, blah. But man, I've been watching the documentaries for a long time before that. Dude, they would work, it's something that was like 200, it was something nuts. It was like 290 to 320 days out of the year.
Yeah.
It's like, that's fucking crazy.
And everybody's like, oh, you're still landing on plywood.
Oh, dude, that's so nonsense to me. I fucking hate when people say that.
It's like, dude, you go land out there and land on your back. I don't care if it's a mattress doesn't hurt, right? If you land right. We watch these guys land wrong sometimes, right? Even if they're hurt, they gotta let it finish. Even if they're seriously hurt, they gotta suck it up and be like a pin, you know?
Like, dude, go fucking go shadow box. Like, don't even have an opponent. Just stand in front of a mirror and shadow box for 45 seconds and see how fucking tired you are. And now think about like doing a wrestling match for like 45 minutes.
Yeah, my girlfriend, she boxed and stuff, and like she would have some of her videos she put out, and they're not even hitting the bag hard, but it's you're as fast as you can go for how many, like a minute, right? And then it's a break, they get a break, and back at it, and then you see them, everybody in the whole gym is sitting on the ground like exhausted afterwards, and it's like, you just go throw fists, like you say, just throw fists. You don't even gotta get hard.
Against the air. Yeah, against the air.
It's 60 seconds, yeah, you know, I mean.
You're tired as fuck.
Dude,
That's what those guys are doing. And that's why I love Bret Hart, because remember, Bret Hart's thing was that Bret Hart's whole claim, after everything Bret Hart's been through in the career or whatever, his whole thing was that my proudest moment is that I've never hurt a single wrestler that I wrestled against.
Yeah,
I've never hurt anybody. And what's so crazy about that when you think about it, it's like, yeah, so obviously they're like, oh, it's fake. When they do a pile driver, they're not really smashing the guy's head into the ground. Yeah, but you got to know not only how to do it to not hurt somebody, but the guy who's getting pile drived needs to know how to like get his legs up and quote unquote submit to the move, and the guy who's doing it has this guy's life in his fucking hands.
Yeah.
And when you do that, you're not supposed to get hurt. Yeah, it's fucking crazy. It's fucking nuts. And then to remember it all, to fucking put on the show, it's like, yo, like these guys, the outcome's rigged, yeah, for the entertainment, but the fucking shit they're doing is real as fuck.
Right.
Like really.
So how about this? What was the best? What's old school, new, whatever? I don't know, new of course, but what's the best entrance? Which one did you always think was the coolest?
What a great question. I was too young to kind of remember I can only remember really the ones from the Attitude Era. I would say, dude, honestly, I mean, the ones back in the day when I was a kid, I don't remember like the music and shit. But I will say, I like the DX ones when that whole shit started.
Yeah.
The DX motherfuckers, this is the Road Dogg, Jesse James, and all them. But I still think Stone Cold was so good. Like, remember that the glass would break? It was like, oh, bro, it was so cool, bro.
Yeah.
Undertaker was cool too, because it's like, boom.
Those are the two that I think are probably the absolute best. I mean, because it's just like you're sitting there, it's quiet, and then all of a sudden the glass breaks, breaks again, you know, and it's like then he comes just strutting out, you know, and yeah, it was a good one. And then the Undertaker, same thing. You're sitting there, and then all of a sudden the lights go out. Boom.
Yeah.
The theatrics of those two, I think, were hands down the best.
And I used to hate the Undertaker. And then like
really?
I used to hate like back in the day. Remember when he had like the guy that was with him, the weirdo?
Oh yeah, the whatever it is, the
All Bear, I think it was, or whatever the fuck it was. But I don't know, it's kind of weird. I didn't really understand him. I was like, is he a good guy? Is he like am I supposed to root for him? Like what's going on here? So it's weird. But then you get older, you get to the Attitude Era, and then you grow out of it, you start thinking back on it. And now it's like remember like Hulk Hogan was like a terrible wrestler. Like when he was great on the microphone and he had the body for it, he was a company man, and he had the look. But like Hulk Hogan's special was a leg drop.
Right.
Like a leg drop. Like that's literally what his special was, a leg drop.
And that he could pick up Andre
the Giant. He's the only one that body slammed Andre the Giant. Well, I'm not sure. Ultimate Warrior did. You know this story, I'm sure. So yeah, Hulk Hogan was the only one that body slammed Andre the Giant because Andre the Giant had a bad back problem. Like they could have fucked him up. But so the Ultimate Warrior, who was also a bad wrestler, but he was so roided out during his match. You can look this up and watch it. Like you can once you know the story and you go rewatch it, it's wild. So like the Warrior was wrestling Andre the Giant, and no one's supposed to body slam Andre the Giant. Actually, Hulk Hogan wasn't supposed to do it either. But in the match, Andre the Giant tells him, he's like, do it, body slam me. And he's like, are you sure? He's like, yeah, and he does it. But then in the Ultimate Warriors match with Andre the Giant, the Warrior gets so fucking lost in the match, he's fucking roided out. He picks up Andre the Giant and body slams him out of fucking nowhere. And Andre the Giant gets up. You go watch it, bro. Andre the Giant gets up, pushes him back into the corner, and punches him in the face twice. Bam, bam. Hits him as hard as he can right in the fucking face. And he's like, yo, you don't fucking slam me, bro. He gets him up, go look at it, bro. It's so funny. Andre the Giant picks him up, pushes him back, and just hits him. Bam. Sticks him twice, bro. It was fucking awesome. He's like, and the Ultimate Warrior was gonna do. He's like, yeah, I fucked up. I should have body slammed.
Dude, they had I don't remember who it was sitting next to Andre the Giant. It's like a big dude, and they were drinking a beer or something, and the beer looked like a small, like a medicine bottle in his hand, and they were talking about how that guy could drink like 2 cases of beer.
It was something like 20-something beers in an hour or some crazy shit. It was like 12 bottles. He would drink like 12 bottles of wine. like 12 bottles.
What a monster.
Yeah, that shit was so good, man. Back then, man, I was like, you had to call your local cable company to get the pay-per-view, and then like you have to get a bunch of your friends to pitch in, and if you couldn't get it, it fucking sucked. Oh, bro, those guys were larger than life, bro. You want to laugh? Go watch some of the old macho bands like promos.
Yeah.
With BG Okerlund.
Oh, dude, you gotta watch those. Especially if you've ever been out having drinks. The funniest shit to watch are old WWE interviews like that, like you say with Mean Gene.
Oh God, bro.
Ric Flair. I spill more money in drinks than I did here drinking here.
Ric Flair, they do a good spot with Ric Flair in that movie. I'm telling you, you should go watch that McMahon documentary on Netflix, bro. It's really fucking good. Ric Flair was like, if I didn't like Ric Flair, I always thought he was a fucking punk. Like, growing up watching him, I was like, dude, he's a fucking pretty boy. Like, fuck this guy. Like, I thought he was, they played with a rich boy guy. But Ric Flair, because if you know anything about the wrestling, it was like the circus, right? The territories back in the day.
Yeah.
And they had all these territories, and Ric Flair was part of the one territory. And then what they would do is, when WWF started, because McMahon and his father had a certain territory, but they started this WWF thing. And they went around all the territories and they were grabbing all the talent. And they were just paying them more. So they grabbed all the talent, and Ric Flair always stayed true to his territory. He never left. Because if you watch that movie Iron Claw, about that family of wrestling, Iron Claw or whatever, with that dude Zac Efron or whatever, they have Ric Flair in that movie. And because, the dude wrestled Ric Flair, and Ric Flair's thing was that when they did the interviews, like, thing with McMahon, Ric Flair said, I never left my territory. He's like, I wanted to be loyal. And finally, Ric Flair did finally leave when everything was dried up, but he was already old, right? He was kind of like not in his prime. But they said Ric Flair in his prime, bro, he did not like fake wrestle. Like, he punched you. Like, he would like go in there and he would fucking hurt your ass. Like, it was no joke with Ric Flair. Like, he would do, if he put a hold on you, he would fucking put the hold on you and fucking hurt you. Like, Ric Flair was a beast, bro. And that dude was a party fucking animal. But God, dude, the Macho Man fucking interviews with me. Let me tell you, BG, no more questions. So, dude, you gotta go watch the fucking Macho Man once. He's a fucking nut, bro.
Dude, some of them, if you just do Mean Gene, you laugh your ass off. But then that, or watch 80s videos on YouTube. If you've been out you have some friends over, it's late, you've been out at a party, you're out drinking, you're hanging out, put them on, you'll laugh your ass off. Like that song, Same As I Ever Was. What is that? Men Without Hats, is it? The Same As I Ever Was, you know what I'm talking about? Same As I Ever Was. It's like, dude, you'll laugh your ass off at the old 1980s videos. I mean...
Well, yeah, because when we were kids, we were listening to them, we didn't get it. And now, listening back to the shit as adults, the jokes were there, we just weren't picking up on them.
Oh, and how poor the videos are. I mean,
so bad. They were the shit.
Oh, yeah.
But they're vulgar as fuck, bro. Like, the jokes are there. I tell my kids, like, my oldest daughter is now in high school, and my middle daughter is in 8th grade. And, like, I tell them sometimes, like, I'm like, yo, because now my youngest daughter is only 7. So sometimes I'll put Shrek on, right? Or put one of the movies on that my older kids watched when they first came out. And you know how Shrek is like one of those things that's for kids and adults. And the adult jokes are in the movie, the kids don't really pick up on it. But there's also kid jokes. And now, like, when my oldest daughter would watch Shrek, she's like laughing about the adult jokes now because she gets them, like the, wipe your ass and all these other jokes. And like it's like you're saying, like when we watch new things from the 80s now as adults, we pick up on things we weren't picking up on back then. And it's fucking hilarious, bro. Like, the shit was crazy. Crazy. I mean, there was no filter back then. They said whatever the fuck they wanted.
Yeah, you go look at that one. It's Talking Heads, Same As It Ever Was. But just watch that video and tell me that dude wasn't just, like, high as hell on something. But, yeah, and it's so funny because, like, you talk about songs. Californication. Go listen to that one, the lyrics on it.
Yes.
And it's like going, dude, some of these old songs, like, they just nail it,
Well, that's very, just to steer the topic away from fucking wrestling, because I'm sure people are hating this. I'm pretty sure me and you are the only ones that you're talking. Everyone else probably fell asleep. But for the millions around the world, because it's an international show, duh. That Californication song, to get back to a serious topic, when that's like, the story, the whole thing about the lies are in the media, the lies are in the news, the truth is in like the songs and the movies. That was the Chili Peppers like telling us what was going on. Because you remember that one, the one line is like, little girls in Sweden dream of silver screen flirtation or whatever. And that's now you figure out there's that underground bunker in Sweden that cost like $2 billion. And they were building it way back in the day. That dude, Phil Schneider, was talking about the bunker in Sweden was $2 billion in like the 90s. And they were talking about how trafficking, they're taking girls from Sweden and moving them to Hollywood. And he was like, little girls, the Chili Peppers said it, little girls from Sweden dream of silver screen flirtation. Said, whoa, like, what the fuck is going on here?
Yeah.
That Hollywood shit is fucked up, bro.
Dude,
that shit broke my heart and messed up my worldview when I saw all that stuff.
So a friend of mine, when I moved down here, he's the one who got me to move down here. He was a Hollywood person, right? Acted. After acting, he put on.
So he was like in business.
Yeah, and so I come home one day. I was living with him when I first moved down here. We were doing a flip on a house, and home one day, and he's like, "Dude, been waiting for you." I was like, "What's up?" He goes, "So a buddy of his that's still in Hollywood called him up, says, dude, you got to watch," and I don't remember the guy's name right now. He goes, "You got to watch his documentary he did." He's like, "Wow, what is it?" Right? So it's called Out of the Shadows on YouTube. Let me see if I can find it, because it's hard to find sometimes. It was easy, and then it became like impossible. And then the last time I looked, it came out. I could find it, but it's all about Hollywood. What goes on in Hollywood. He left because he was sick of what he was seeing, and then after he left, another person came out and said, "Yo, dude, I'll do this with you, because I can't handle this anymore." It's just and when you watch it, they talk about some of the stuff they were seeing, like with the goat masks and that kind of whole thing. And so we watched this, and I was just like, dude, this shit is crazy. It was like a few weeks later. It was what's the gal? She's Celine Dion or somebody like that. She's married to a bigger bald black guy. Got a beard. Can't remember. It was like one of those types, right? But it was their daughter's birthday, and it was literally like that goat mask. All the kids had the goat masks, and and I was like, so you see this about Hollywood, right? And what it means, and then a few weeks later, you see this for a kid's birthday, and it doesn't look satanic. It's weird, and I was like, who would have that nasty shit as a kid's birthday? But
it's everywhere. It's everywhere.
Absolutely.
When you find out about it all, and then you like know what to look for, it's fucking everywhere.
Well, and then you looked at oh wait, dude, it came up right away on the top. I'm gonna get you a copy of the link, and I'll paste it below. You look at a lot of what's going on here. I mean, I don't know if you've ever seen how big this Church of Scientology thing is down in Miami. It's massive. They use acting to get a lot of their people to jump in, because then they kind of think they can get in, because of Tom Cruise and everything else, right? But when you see some of the shit with the dude's wife, what's her name? Leah Remini or whatever. She was in King of Queens.
Yeah, Leah Remini. Yeah, she was sneaky hot. I always thought.
Yeah. So she said she was good friends with the head of Scientology's wife, like good friends. And she showed up one day, and she had guys escorting her to a vehicle, and she was crying, and she goes, "Oh my God, honey, are you okay?" or whatever. And she wouldn't even wouldn't acknowledge her. They looked at her kind of funny. She's like, "Oh boy, whatever, like what's going on?" She talks about it. And tried checking in with her a few different times, never answered, calls, texts, nothing. Never heard from her again. The FBI was notified by other people too, were concerned because they were nobody ever saw her again. And FBI reached out, and the FBI got a handwritten note that that said, "I'm fine. I just want to be left alone." I'm summarizing, right? But it was a handwritten note saying that she was fine and just wanted to be left alone, and the FBI dropped it. Missing persons report, you don't get a handwritten note saying "leave me alone," and it just pacifies the FBI normally, you know. And it's like, who's in Scientology pulling those strings?
Well, I've always thought about Scientology. Like, why are they permitted to kind of get like, what? Wait. There's this much stuff being said about them, and they're just like, okay, kind of weird. Well, then Tom Cruise's ex-wife, like, what was her name? Katie Holmes or whatever. She's like, it's fucking wild, bro.
Dude, she said, yeah, he's fucking completely lost it, you know.
It's like the government of Ukraine thing, right? Like similar to that. Like everyone in the world knows the government of Ukraine is fucking corrupt. So why are we on the side of Ukraine? It's like everyone knows that Scientology's fucking got some weird shit going on. So why does no one talk about it? It's like, what's going on here?
Yeah, they literally will imprison people in like hot storage, storage units. Have you heard about this? Like so they have like this like military thing inside there. That it's a personal military spy on you. This couple was actually part of that, but then they wanted to get the hell out, right? When they tried, they started bugging their phones. I mean, and following them. They were part of this. So
I heard you can't leave it.
No, you can't. And so when they ended up getting them, and they were scared bad enough to go back. That's how bad it got. They went back, and she was pregnant. She was pregnant, and I can't remember how far along, but they literally put them both in this like hot storage unit out in the sun. You know, I mean, it was like there was no air conditioning. It was hot as hell. They'd give them just enough water, and it was like it was torture. And then this couple was high up originally. They were part of the military part of it or whatever, their police part or the Navy, whatever they call it. I don't remember what they call it. Anyway, they had to wear, it was almost like a prison jumpsuit or something, and serve at the meal hall or whatever they call it, and to show everybody that they screwed up. So they humiliate them basically, and they have to try to work their way back into the group. And I just don't get it, man. Why get involved in something where you have people who are in it and say you can't get out? Why even mess with it?
Well, do you know I mean, so I'm sure you're familiar with it a little bit. I'm not too familiar with it, but I'm familiar with it enough to talk about it. The L. Ron Hubbard dude, the dude who created the whole thing,
right?
So he was like a science fiction writer. So I know he wrote like a lot of crazy science fiction stories. That was like his career or whatever. Then he started Scientology. But have you like looked into like their belief system?
Not a lot, no.
It's fucking crazy. Like it's about aliens, and there's like this planet called it's like something that starts with a Z.
Yeah.
Voltar or some weird shit. And then you start thinking, like, I'm not joking here, like their literal beliefs, like the gods from other planets. They have all the names of all the planets, and all these crazy ass, weird ass names, and all this shit's gonna happen. Like they're the real creators. It's fucking wild. Like they have gods, they worship everything. And then you start thinking about it, you're like, wait a second. So like John Travolta worships this? It's like Tom Cruise worships this? It's like it's like some major movie star came out and was like, yeah, I worship aliens from this other planet. We'd be like, yeah, it's fucking wild. But like everyone's like just okay with this. Like I'm not joking, bro. Like
no, I know.
You know how the Mormons thing is that like the dude walked with God, Joseph Smith, like he met this fucking alien and like this is the promised land and blah blah blah. And the Mormons like that shit's all wild and crazy. Scientology, their belief is nuts. I forget the planet. Some of it is Z. It's like Zataria or Zoro something. I don't know. It's not the Zoroaster stuff, but it's like a planet with a god. They have a deity, and it's like all about this dude that L. Ron Hubbard just like created. It's fucking nuts. And they have such a pool. Like, what's going on here?
Right. No, it's crazy. Like, so the other night I was at the gym and I stepped out. I think I was on here, and I stepped out onto the balcony outside the gym, and I'm up on an 8th floor, right? And this is a good sized building, a big complex, and you got a big pool area. So I would say I'm probably, it's a football field away, probably damn near to where this guy is, right? But I got my earbuds in, so noise canceling plus the people talking. And I thought I'm hearing somebody yell. So I was like, kind of trying to focus, and finally I pull one out. Do you hear me? And I was like, what the hell's going on?
almost reenactment right now. Why are you doing this?
Yeah, right. So anyway, he's doing this.
No,
he's
this
doing
is a
this.
bad story.
But this motherfucker is talking about portals opening in the sky and all this shit, right? And there's ships coming through them. So I go back to lifting. This dude comes up to the gym and asks if he can show me the video. And I'm like, sure, dude, whatever. And he shows me like 3 videos he took out there. And I was like, okay, that's some weird shit. Not even lying. There was some weird shit flying around. And it's not a plane. It wasn't like a helicopter. It was pretty cool. But I'm still like, dude, weird shit. I'm not yelling at people wanting to show off this stuff.
Portals still. They say the Native Americans had portals.
Well, that's the weird thing, right, Megatron? Like, how do we know this crazy dude that Corey talked to is wrong? It's like,
no, that's what I mean. Like, the
just like
Native
the movie,
Americans
right?
had portals, bro. They said we went back into the
Conspiracy
past.
theorists, bro. Yeah, like the crazy conspiracy theorists in the beginning of all the movies, they always end up being right. Right? The Psycho, even that movie Little Nicky with Adam Sandler. You ever seen that movie Little Nicky with Adam Sandler? Where the blind fucking preacher guy, he sees Nicky's like, you make the Lord very, very nervous. And everyone thinks he's a crazy blind guy, but in reality, he's sensing the devil's son. It's like the crazy. How do we know they're not wrong? That dude that was talking to Corey was probably.
You just gotta take the benefit of the doubt. Like, you gotta just take the information in. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't get too crazy about it. Leave it in the back of your mind. You know what I mean? Collect more information, so that when it comes out, you know what I'm saying? You kind of have it. But the portals thing, you know what it is with the portals? Like, honestly, like, it's just so physically impossible. Like, we just can't think of how we can, like, we know what it looks like visually, right? Just something coming from nothing, like a mirror. It's just like, what would we, like, how is anyone going to take anybody serious when they say there's a portal? Like, everyone gets the idea because it's fantasy. Physically, it just seems like too much. It like breaks logic, it breaks reality, it breaks every rule. So it's like, and I tell somebody this without thinking that I'm tripping on how, if, you know, it's one of those things, man. It's just all down.
Well, I mean, I guess I kind of see what you're saying. Maybe it's not quite as similar, but you would agree that like radios are emitting sound waves that can affect stuff, right? Like we see the videos of sound waves moving stuff. If it's a small object, it's a very loud sound, right? But on the grand scheme of things, or even infrared, right? Or whatever the microwave gives off, like infrared exists. We can't see it, but infrared exists.
Oh, I know what you mean. Like the speaker, how different sounds create the different vibrations and different patterns.
What I'm saying is that we can't see the sound waves, but the sound waves are there.
Well, no, the light you're talking about, because the transmitter is the one that it takes the light in and then transmits it into sound.
Oh, right.
Yeah. I always get that wrong, even though I do know what you're saying. Like that too. It is this light transfers the energy 100%. Which that to me even sounds crazy. Right now we're using it, you know, and we kind of just take those things for granted. But yeah, I mean, the portal is something that, I mean, we're using it right now, right? Portal? You think about it. Portal is the invisible light going into the transmitter and then producing the sound. Well, there is kind of a portal. The thing is if we walk through the portal, I don't know how old you are. Remember the original Fly? Remember that movie?
No, not really. What was the name again? The original?
I'll leave. Kurt probably knows me.
What was the name of the movie?
The Fly?
Oh, no, Dragonfly.
Yeah, I remember.
No,
Fly, the original one. No. The original Fly.
Are you talking about Kevin Costner? was one called Dragonfly that dealt with like that kind of weird shit.
Yeah. No. It's not Dragonfly.
I've never heard of Fly. I've never heard of that one.
Yeah, it's basically he made this portal. He's trying to, cause it's for you to go from one place to the next. Like they do with Star Trek. Like they go into a room and then boom, they're like way across the world or some bullshit. But what's weird is that you almost have to die and be brought back to life because all of the physical part of your body, your soul, needs to be transferred into some sort of energy and then brought to the other side.
Yeah, like our physical part is what's holding us back almost.
Yes. But it's weird, right? It goes through this machine. A fly went into the other machine, but it got the machine to work. Then days later, the fly started to infuse in his physical body. They started turning into a fly. It's a bugged out film. It was pretty scary. There was no other movie like it. That movie was like one of the first ones about like the portal type shit that you talk about. Just trying to engage the comment.
Have you ever come across this like theory that there's like this theory that nothing is made up, so like everything comes from some truth, right? So like dragons, like
dragons are real, bro.
That's what I'm saying. It's like dragons never really exist. Dragons might not exist now, but that type of shit did exist at one point. That's how humans thought about it. And so the portal thing, it's kind of like, well, if you apply that to that, it's like maybe we don't know how to get into these portals now. We lost the knowledge, but the idea of them came from some type of truth. So, and yeah, like it is weird, right? Though thinking about it's like how, just logically, how would that be physically? Like just the logistics of the whole thing. Like what are we talking about? So like where we're living right now also exists like from the other whatever side they're on. Can they walk through a portal to get to where we are? Like what's going on? Like, but it must have some truth behind it, I guess, what the theory states.
It's like anything's possible. This is the whole thing. Like you can't, like if we could think it, it could be possible. This is what I mean. Like,
well, yeah. If you believe in creation, then anything can be created.
Anything can be created. The whole thing is that we make things, we don't create them.
Have you ever heard of remote viewing?
Yeah, that shit's wild.
What's that?
So remote viewing is where you can view something. So Stanford did this a long time ago. They could view something without being there. And if you've ever seen the movie Men Who Stare at Goats with, what the hell's his name?
George Clooney.
George Clooney in it. That's that. There's another one called, I think it's called Suspect Zero. That's about it. You see the guy, he goes into this like weird trance type thing where he's doing something. Yeah, and he can remote view at the end of it. So the first time I heard about it was on the radio one night. I was working super late. I worked for myself, so it was like 2 o'clock, 3 o'clock in the morning. I'm listening to this whack out thing about, aliens and blah, blah, blah. But then they were talking about remote viewing, and they have the Stanford University guy. So I'm like, all right, is this real? Whatever. I was going to look into it. I happened to watch the show Suspect Zero, and at the very end, you have the special features. I hit play. It was this Stanford professor, and it's him, and he goes into detail about remote viewing. And he was talking about, and I don't remember if it was on the radio show I was listening to or on the special features, but he would, when they first opened up the Kremlin, he goes, I'm going to be there, because it was a big deal. Like, nobody's ever been in it, right? So he goes over there for the opening. He stopped looking around, and he just, like, visualized everything, and then started walking around. He went back and started looking through his files. They had somebody that they had trained a remote view that had literally remote viewed inside the Kremlin, described the brass tacks on the red leather. I mean, everything. But you can literally remote view something and never leave where you're at. And this is something that the government used. And and I this is crazy. Check it out.
Could it be like little drones? Is it possible that like, we're looking back at stuff now, but we kind of have technology that has it now, right? Could it have been like, how long ago was this?
60s, 70s, maybe?
That's what I mean. So could there have been like the spyware that we have today that we can buy on Amazon? This is what I mean. Like some people have this technology like really early on. We have philosophers like what's his name? Hillary Putnam. Hillary Putnam is one of the greatest philosophers of our time. I mean, I'm talking like just so forward. 1972, 1973, he's talking about AI. He's talking about AI at a level that if you watch this video, it's one of his, he starts talking about, what's it called again? Machine state learning. And he's using the Turing machine as an example. He's saying that you can take one action, a human, and identically use a machine to do that very act. Now just think of welding. We can weld human, that we can train the machine with an articulating arm to do the same weld. Now we're doing this at an uncanny rate. We don't have this machine getting tired. This machine doesn't feel pain. This machine doesn't breathe in any of the welds. So now we have a articulating welding machine doing welding isomorphic in the way a human does it. But now at an uncanny level. This is what he's talking about. Even though he debunked himself. This is the great thing about great philosophers. They set out, they put like their masterpiece out. And as soon as they put the masterpiece out, they're saying it's, they're like a Luke Wittgenstein about logic. And he did this back then. He's talking about AI, 1973. So it's just scary to think that, much has developed since then.
We've almost it's gone. It's like outpaced its logic almost. It's kind of wild.
Yeah,
and I agree with you. I think
we're Android level now. I mean, just we're at comic book level now. It's ridiculous,
Yeah, and I do agree. I think that they've had this shit. Like what the public gets is like the leftovers from what they've been using this whole time, right? Like when we first got iPhones, they had iPhones, but they finally were like, okay, now we got something better. We'll give it to the public and make our money off it. And I'll give you no more evidence than this. Do y'all remember that story recently when AI first got big? And there was that story where the AI was trying to hire humans to get past the CAPTCHA thing. Like on the computers, the whole, prove you're not a robot thing.
Yeah, dude, that was impressive.
Yeah, you remember that story where the AI was trying to hire humans to get past the CAPTCHA?
It did hire.
Well, yeah, right. So, but then think about this. When I heard that story, the first thing I thought about was I go, holy shit. Think about how long that CAPTCHA thing has been on our computers. We've been having to do that since like the early 2000s. And we're kind of like, what is this dumb shit? Like, what the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? It's because the people that were, running this whole fucking thing, they had AI. AI already existed back then. So they had to create this CAPTCHA shit. And now we're finding out that AI is trying to bypass the CAPTCHA. Well, now that makes sense why the CAPTCHA shit was on there in the first place. But it's been on there for fucking over a decade. So that means this AI shit's been able to break into shit and pretend to be humans for over decades. But we're just now finding out about it. Or like the zero gravity shit where planes don't have to take off, they can just lift straight up. Like oil is outdated. Like that shit is outdated as fuck, but we're just so beholden to the industry. But like, dude, the zero gravity stuff and all that stuff.
The oil is a byproduct. The oil is just a byproduct. You look at all the other products that come from it, and so they need to have oil.
Oh, I'm sorry, I should have left oil for transportation.
Yeah. So I mean, but yeah, I know what you're saying, man. Yeah. But go ahead, finish about the capture, because that shit was badass.
Right, isn't that wild? Like, when I thought about that, I was like, holy shit. Capture's been, remember how long? Remember it used to be like the wavy ass fucking letters were like, what the fuck? And like, it's been on there since like the early 2000s. Or the,
but the thing is that motherfucker, and then they said, no, it didn't lie. It just kind of fibbed a little bit. Hey, I'm blind, not a lie. I can't see pictures. Can you help me? And I was like, oh, it didn't lie, I guess, technically. I was like, this is impressive.
Right, and that I never like put two and two together, but in the early days of the internet and stuff, now I'm thinking back and I was like, fuck. They knew that there was AI robots out there that were capable of hacking into stuff, so they had to create the CAPTCHA. We didn't get it. We just thought it was some weird shit that we had to deal with. And now it's coming out that they had to hire humans to break it. So they always had that safe.
Yeah, but think about what you just said about the F-35, right? How it just lifts, right, and then it just goes. And to me, that is an amazing feat, right? Like our best pilots in the world flying F-16s, F-15s, F-18s. So we can't get rid of the fleet of 16s when they are the superior plane that a human can actually fly. We have the most research and development. We have 17, we have 18, we have 16. You know what I mean? Like this is the most, even though it's from the 70s, or it's, it's not what you call like one of those SIGs, right? But it's the one of the most sophisticated like fighter planes. But in other words, even though the F-22, the F-35, you know what I mean, in a dogfight, the F-35 is going to lose. Even though it's the most sophisticated because of the stealthiness. And so the advantage the F-35 had, the F-22, is that he could see you in the F-15 miles away before you even get a chance. So he's going to hit you with missiles before you get a chance to go at it. But if that F-17 gets close to you, they have a dogfight. The F-35 is gone. It just doesn't have the maneuver. It doesn't have that in it to do it. So it's like, the technology gets so advanced, but sometimes it gears off. Do you get what I mean? Like it's going into a place where it's not developing with us. And I thought that was an excellent example because now we don't need these big ass aircraft carriers. But yet, think about it, we still do. Because they need to fly the F-17. You understand? We just need the technology that's in the F-35 and the F-17. It's just, sometimes we get to a point where we're too advanced. We have to catch up to it.
Well, like
the F-22 is a different bird. The F-22 is considered our top dogfighting one, but it's a different plane than the F-35. Drastically different for what they're, like you're saying, it's not a dogfight plane. The 35, the 22 is. Its maneuverability is ridiculous. But you got the Sioux. They'll say that's an unbelievable dogfight plane, but they've got how many of those? 12.
No, you're right. But that's the thing. Like, who's going to be able to? How many people are going to get into an F-22 and take the chance on a dogfight when it costs so much? We're like, they're not going to take that chance. We're still going to be flying F-15s for the next 20 years. You get what I mean? They're still going to train fighters. They're still going to train people. There's only been so many pilots. We don't even have 1 million pilots. Like, we're close if we have 1 million living pilots in America. And this is with commercial airfighter. This is with commercial. Well, that number of people that could actually fly these fighter planes are even smaller. Because think of the G-forces that they have to train for. They're not going to put a commercial flyer into a fucking, that's basically just sitting in the cockpit because the plane's pretty much flying, you know.
Yeah, the F-22 would be better without a pilot. I mean, it's capable of more without a pilot, but it's just we still don't trust letting a computer make decisions, you know, and rightly so, you know. And human mind is still, you know, I'm not going to say superior, but it can make decisions, you know, think differently ahead, you know, than a computer could, per se. But
yeah, it's going to have the feeling to say that if I throw a nuke here, people aren't going to live there for a very long time.
right, yeah. Whereas a computer's just saying,
Yeah.
fuck that, we're taking it out. You know?
Yeah, we used our best bomb, you know. Yeah, that's the crazy part. I mean, a lot of these little smaller ships. If you notice, like even the one that when we shot down the that
balloon.
the boat that was coming in from
Venezuela.
Yeah, that was done with a drone, and a drone is a small, you know, it's like a smaller plane, even though it looks like a small Honda, like, you know, like the size of a small Honda when you're looking at it. Obviously, it's got wings, but you know, it's getting off of these smaller aircraft carriers, right? Kind of like helicopter carriers, and they're using the old technology with the laser, right? The laser stays attached to the target. The missile is going, and then the laser's following it. We used to have to do this with the F-15 and the F-16. You remember, like the F-15 stays on the point, you know, and then they hit the missile. Like, so now it's doing all these things by itself, so they can follow. That's how accurate this thing is. But now it's on a plane where there's a pilot, but he's not on the plane anymore, and he's going off of these smaller aircraft carriers. So it's just becoming more and more efficient as we go along.
Did you see the F-47 literally flies with a flock of drones? It's unbelievable.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, it's like somebody's gonna mess with an F-47, and it's like, dude, he's got 6 drones rolling with him, and they're not small. They're not even the drones like this. They're literally like fighter drones. You know, I'm like, hang on.
Yeah.
And they're using AI. But yet they will use AI so they can actually, instead of just saying, oh, we need to attack, it can strategize for the best way using the 6 of them to attack and then still defend, and it's incredible the technology.
That's the part that's interesting. Because then, like, now AI is basically making warplanes.
Yeah, you know, it's and being able to react in unison to best not only win a situation but establish for another. You know, if there's other planes. And, dude, did you ever see the one that was like, it's like a future weapons thing, and they were showing drones, and they literally have like a C-130, and it opens up the back, and it's like 25,000 of these little drones fly out of it, right? And they're trained. You can train them in different ways, or not train them, but you can have them react in different ways. So you can have them all act independently. So 25,000 little drones who go do a job. If you want to take out people, they say basically when one drone hits the forehead of somebody, like it's like literally just fly right in. When it hits, impacts, it's like a bullet goes into their head, right? Or they can take these things and they swarm them, and they can either use them so as they hit a certain speed, it's like a bunch of bullets to pow its way through, and then more can go through them, the hole, and then continue to look for things, or they can hit as one, and it'd be like a bomb going off. And I was like, dude, warfare is gonna be crazy.
Well, have you seen those
That's going on in the Ukraine, though. Yeah, the Ukrainians is got with the landlines. Do you see that they have like mile-long landlines, like the Ethernet wire, whatever it's called, what is it called again that they're using out there? The wires that they can't be jammed. You know what I'm talking about, right? The Ukraine war.
No, I haven't kept up with it.
Oh my God, they're using these fiber optic cables. You gotta see there's fields of fiber optic cable, like fields of it. Strands. You have to, if you see this video, you're like, what? And they're flying. And they use a landline. And they can't detect the drone. It's hardwired. Hardwired. Like, think of a web. Think of a flying web. It follows a specific route let's just say I'm tracking you, wrap myself around a tree, and don't see that you don't drive over. You know what I mean? And then sneak right behind you. But you're never gonna detect it because it's not on a moat. It's on a hard line.
So
I'm surprised you haven't seen this.
No, so the one story that I have heard, and this is from personal experience, somebody I know very well, met him into a church. He was trying to change his life around and then slipped back up. But he went to a casino, and where he dropped his ball, where he got picked up. He was at a casino, and or actually it was later, but he gets arrested. Bottom line, right? They're in there. They have this big book. They're playing bad cop, good cop, and he's like, "Fuck you, you bullshit, right?" And finally, they were like, "I'm gonna open this book, but I'm gonna tell you, you're gonna tell me everything, right?" And he's like, "Whatever." And all of a sudden, he opens the book and shows him a picture, and he's like, "Holy shit, how'd you get that picture?" Because he goes, "Every time I get out of the car," he told me this. He goes, "Dude, every time I get out of the car, I'm looking everywhere. I'm looking for drones. This is in rural Iowa that this happened, right?" And he's like, "There is nothing." But he goes to this casino. He goes, "They got a picture from me from looks like 5 feet away, not zoom. It's 5 feet away is what it looks like." He goes, I get out of my car. I'm gonna have a cigarette before I go inside, and I hear somebody say, "Hey, you want to see my tits?" So I was like, "Yeah." And then all of a sudden, he goes, this big black guy comes and looks around the corner of the car, the van, and he goes, "Oh, dude, sorry, I thought she was talking to me. I apologize." He goes, "No, you want to see him? Come here, right?" So these two are talking. And so they're like, "Who the fuck is that?" And they're screaming at him about this black guy. "How do you know him?" Or whatever. He knew who he was, but they were trying to get him to spill. He goes, "Listen, dude." And he goes, "You're going to love this." And he goes, "My wife's going to find out now." So he tells her. And then finally, he goes, "I'll tell you everything you want to know. But I need to know how the hell you got these pictures. Just be honest with me." They go, "We'll tell you." He proceeds to tell them everything. His connection was directly one of the kingpins down in Mexico. He rolled. He didn't care. He knows he can never go after him. They aren't going to go after this guy. He's in jail now. But they told him, he goes, "No, that's not a Zoom. We didn't do that with a camera. We did that with a drone." And he's like, "Really? From fucking way up there, you got that picture?" And he goes, that thing was within 15 feet of you." And he's like calling bullshit. And he goes, "That thing's so small." He goes, "That thing was within 15 feet of you and got that picture." He goes, "Dude, that's crystal clear." He goes, "We were that close." And he goes, "I never heard it." And he goes, "You won't hear it." And so if they're using that to catch drug dealers, what do you think our government has?
Lies and insects.
I've heard shit like that.
It's a fact. It's a thing.
Wait, did Barth kill the room again?
No, I'm not gonna kill the room. So
Kill the fucking room every time.
Who is this, sir? Yeah, I'll just leave. I'll just go somewhere else if you guys are stuck in the
My wife wasn't sleeping.
Yeah, this is the
I went to sit in the
Why
fucking
this act?
closet. I fucking cuss you motherfuckers out.
Anyway, so most of it's like
Barth, what shape is the earth?
Bro, you want to see a picture of my dick already, bro? I'll send you a picture of my
Barthology,
dick.
do you believe that thermonuclear weapons exist?
Thermal?
Thermonuclear weapons. Thermonuclear weapons. Do you believe
I don't know what a thermal. I don't know what.
Do you believe in thermonuclear weapons?
I don't know what that is. I don't know what that is.
Do you believe in nukes?
I believe that nukes very expensive to produce and to
Do
upkeep.
you believe they exist?
I believe they did exist at a certain point.
You don't believe they exist today with intercontinental ballistic missiles?
No, I don't think they did. No.
Corey, just remember that every time you
They're too expensive. They're too expensive to maintain.
Barth,
Well, you're just really talking about big ass.
Mike, hold on. Barth, what shape is the earth?
It's round, bro. I don't know why you're always asking these questions, man. This shit gets old, bro.
Ice
Like, it's just the
wall.
same three things.
The
It's all about the ice wall.
The earth is flat.
Yeah, I'm just gonna look for it on the
Because
Google.
remember you said, "Oh, I don't know if the earth is spherical because." Oh, so worth it.
this? Nothing. Did you enjoy that? Listening to Bar throwing, yeah, it's always funny. Oh, it's basically so. What were you saying, Mike? I don't remember. George Michaels. George Michaels. Oh, Solomon, you missed it. What happened? Bartholomew. Who? Barthology. What happened? I asked him if he believes that nuclear weapons are a real thing, and he doesn't want to admit it. And then finally, he's like, "No, I don't believe they exist. I believe they existed at one time."
Wait, what doesn't exist?
Barth doesn't believe in thermonuclear weapons because he said he's never seen them.
Why wouldn't he also believe in thermal?
I know, exactly. And he also doesn't, he believes the earth is flat because he said he doesn't believe it's spherical because he's never seen it.
That's retarded.
Yeah.
Yeah. Flat Earth theory is just.
I only put it out there because some people actually take it to be serious.
Did anybody talk about the new picture that was released? For Tyler Robinson?
What conspiracy are you coming up with now, Solomon?
They had Tyler Robinson at a Dairy Queen in Orem at 6:38 p.m. after the shooting. He's at a Dairy Queen with a different shirt. This is insane. It's blown up. It's going viral. I'm shocked you guys didn't talk about it.
They're charging him.
Hey, what's up, Corey? They have. Did you see it, Corey? They have him at Dairy Queen. They have him at Dairy Queen at 6:38 p.m. Same day.
And what time was the shooting?
Like 11:30.
I know it's same day.
But it would be 10:30 Central. So they didn't arrest him. It was about 2 hours away.
So I just posted.
But they didn't arrest him the day of the shooting. They jumped from 6:30 from Dairy Queen to 8:30.
I posted it in the chat. The new picture that was released by Candace Owens, by the way.
So he would have been there 2 hours early, even if he left right after Dairy. That makes sense. 6:30 p.m.
Because Corey, our whole when the first two suspects got caught and released, that's when all the conspiracy theories started. And so the main one was that, hey, at the very least, whoever this person is, they're not working alone. Because they tried to say, oh no, this is alone, but clearly something strange is going on.
Antifa?
Yeah, that's a possibility. So it is a possibility that but this is
Solomon. Let me ask you a question.
Carousel network.
So there's this
a bunch of trannies and furries.
So there's this conspiracy going around, and if you go on Twitter right now, you'll find it. And it shows this guy. They cut the audio for it, but it shows this guy standing up after Charlie got shot. And he's got like long hair, and he's like giving the thumbs up in front of Charlie.
Yeah,
like, oh my god. Yeah, exactly. So okay,
he made a video.
So yeah, he was recording himself initially when he got shot, and he's like a fucking retard. Bad timing. I get what he was trying to do. He was trying to do the Trump thing, that USA. But he was doing that, and then he stands up and turns to the camera and gives thumbs up, and they're like, look, it's a conspiracy. He's in on it. It's like, no, it's just a fucking weirdo who's screaming USA, USA.
Well, his video was kind of strange.
Yeah, he was just fucking weird. Like this weird video.
His video was strange. Because the thing is, they're coming at the other thing that I saw was a breakdown of the actual gun. So somebody made a very good video of a breakdown of the gun that they're alleging Tyler used. And it's really good because it shows the FBI. Someone's lying. Someone is fucking lying. Oh, I don't know what the fuck is going on, but there's a lot of lying going on right now.
So I like guns. What point did they make?
Oh yeah, so here, let me see if I can find that because I posted Tyler. So I posted Tyler in the chat. So that's him at Dairy Queen at 6:38 p.m.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's 2 hours away.
The shooting didn't happen until 10:30.
At 6:38 p.m., you're at a Dairy Queen? What are you talking about?
Right, you said it was the day of the shooting, right?
Oh, you're talking about nighttime.
The shooting.
Yeah,
he shot him at like
shooting
10:30.
happened during the day. They didn't arrest him the day of the shooting.
Yeah.
No. So you.
They got him like the.
There's an FBI report that he was hiding.
No, well they got him.
No, he's hiding in the sense that he
FBI
didn't turn
report
himself
said
in.
he was hiding.
He went 2 hours away. He was also messaging his friends on Discord saying, "Hey, can somebody go get my gun?" And then he said, "Oh, if somebody."
No,
I know, but like
you know what you're talking about. The FBI reported that this guy was babysitting his fucking gun. It wouldn't be at a fucking Dairy Queen at 6:38 p.m.
No, he had to go back to get his gun.
He put the gun in a box. He wrapped it in a towel. Then he went down to
He
Orange.
would not be at a Dairy Queen.
Then he was asking
fucking food.
You realize that the messages he was sending.
Look at him. He doesn't even look like he's aware of anything.
Bro,
Well, I would say if he was 2 hours away at Dairy Queen, why didn't he go get 6 hours away?
Yeah, no, he went home. 2 hours away is
Dude, what are you talking about?
He went home.
It is absolutely strange that this guy's at a Dairy Queen right after, essentially right after shooting, allegedly shooting Charlie Kirk.
Did you hear? Okay, did you hear when he was laughing with his boyfriend?
8 hours.
Hold on, Mike, hold on. Did you hear about when he was laughing to his boyfriend in the messages saying, "Oh, if somebody sees the fucking shell casing that has the shit about furries," he said, "I'll literally have a fucking stroke, LOL." He said if they see that, because it had some like furry shit engraved on it. That was the up, down, left, right bullshit. And it was about furry shit. And he told his boyfriend, he said, if somebody actually sees that and I see it on the TV, I'll literally have a fucking stroke, LOL. Like he was laughing about it with his boyfriend about like, oh, if they see the shell casing with the furry shit, I'm gonna like fucking bust a nut and laugh my ass off. Like he wasn't like hiding in a fucking cave like
yes, that's what the FBI said.
This was 17 minutes. This was 17 minutes away from the shooting. So.
Yeah. You look, Rich. You're
not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about that
you are in denial, bro.
Yeah, it was Mossad. It's
you're
Jews.
In denial, bro.
You know, Solomon, I had the same conversation when the shit happened in Beirut. And that fucking facility blew up where they were storing all the explosives. And I called my buddies back in Florida and I was like, "Hey man, I know you guys are from Beirut. Is all your family okay?" And the first thing that they were fucking screaming on the phone was, "It's the fucking Jews! The fucking goddamn Jews! They fucking bombed our fucking country! La 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 la!" And then like 2 days or like a day later, whatever, we find out that the fucking Lebanese government had confiscated fucking explosives and was hiding it. Instead of disposing it or putting it in like a facility, they put it in a fucking warehouse because they're secretly working with fucking, what do you call it, Hezbollah. And then they're set it right next to a fucking warehouse facility that caught on fire. Like, okay. That or it was Israel. Israel blew it up with fucking fighter jets is what they said. Like, this is the same shit you're doing.
You done?
Yeah, just tell us how everything's orchestrated by the Jews.
So
my account, Frank's account, Sam Samoa's account, Androgenous' account. We're all Mossad agents. We're all here to get you.
You're not here to get me. Shit.
No, you better watch out. You're spreading the truth about us. We might show up in the middle of the night, you know.
Anyways, like I said, anybody can look at the actual evidence. There's very strange shit going on here. It's clear to see. The FBI is lying to us. The feds are lying to us. Something nefarious is going on. Is that Mossad or this trans terrorism? We'll find out. But I think it's fucking retarded to think this kid acted alone. Something is going on. And it's all going to come out because the thing is, we're no longer in the day and age where you can smoothly do something like this, something so open air, and not have multiple angles that can expose the truth or reality. We just don't live in that day and age anymore. And that's really why the government and so many institutions are trying to implement a full police state or a state in which everyone is monitored, blah blah blah. This so they can once again control the outcomes like once was possible. Right now, it's not possible. So I'm not even sure the text messages that they're releasing to us are real. I'm not even sure about that.
Yo, Corey, I got a question. Hey, Corey, do you remember when the guy ran into the White House when Obama was president?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay. Prior to that, I think everybody in the entire fucking world assumed that there was snipers 24/7 on top of the fucking roof of the White House. There was turrets that would come out of the fucking ground and just fucking gap these motherfuckers as they come running across the fucking field. And the reality is, some dude who's fucking a dumb, crazy fucktard jumped over the fence, ran all the way across the entire lawn, ran in through the front door and went down the fucking hallway before finally somebody fucking seen him. It was like a fucking secretary or shit was walking by and spotted the guy. It's like, who are you? And then had to go and find Secret Service, and it took like 5 minutes for them to find him. Like everybody thought there was like trained snipers sitting on top of the White House the whole fucking time. We realized, like, no, you could just run in the fucking White House if you wanted.
Do you know that on?
And they're like, oh, what about October 7th? Oh, Israel let the Jews.
You don't find it strange that BB Yahoo, bald-headed BB Yahoo, made a video saying, I absolutely have nothing to do with Charlie Kirk.
Yeah, because everybody like you was already fucking saying shit.
You don't find that strange?
No, because he knew that people like you would come out with this narrative.
Very interesting that you don't find it strange that the prime minister,
that the most hated country in the world,
make a video
with the most hated president in the entire world, with the most hated group, the most hated ethnic group of people for 4,784 years.
We don't go around blowing up everybody.
Would predict that somebody like King Solomon and a bunch of other Black Hebrew Israelites and anti-Semites would be like,
you wouldn't be.
It's the Jews.
You can call people all the names. Don't nobody give no fuck about none of that shit no more. You can go around blowing people up, bro. I mean, it is what it is, man. You can call everybody any name. Shit, when we see kids with blown out chests.
If we had a time machine and we could go back to the exact moment.
I've seen videos literally of like piled up body. I thought it was like AI at first. I was like, what the fuck is this?
Hollywood. So, Corey, if we could go back to the exact moment, okay, 5 minutes before Charlie Kirk got shot, and we can't tell him, we can't notify him, but if you and I could sit down and make a bet, and I'd say, hey, Corey, what do you think the odds are that a bunch of conspiracy theory people are going to jump on this and say that it was the Jews and it was Israel and shit that killed Charlie Kirk? What do you think the odds are on that?
Immediately, I knew that we were going to have.
As soon as he was shot, I was like, oh, here we fucking go.
Yeah, that's not true.
Yeah, that's exactly what I said. I actually came in and called,
but that's not. But
so
don't.
I have not watched it.
As soon as
the first suspect came out, nobody was thinking about.
No, I can tell you. I can actually tell you exactly.
Nobody was thinking about the little hats when the first suspect came out. They said it was.
I hope the replays.
Said it was an old. Don't rewrite history. They said They said it was an old Democrat. They said it was an old boomer Democrat that unfortunately took out Charlie. That was
I came in.
Nobody was thinking about the little hats.
I came in the room and actually notified everybody. Nobody knew about Charlie Kirk getting shot.
Two moments that happened made people start thinking about the little hats.
You guys were talking about a bunch of fucking stupid weird shit.
Yeah. I appreciate it. So, two moments made people start questioning the narrative and start implicating the little hats. One, the second suspect that the FBI arrested was let go. That was the first thing that made people go, okay, something is not right here. Something smells fishy. Then it came out that the first suspect that they arrested just so happened, George said, just so happened to be an Ashkenazi Jew. What are the fucking odds? Then, the next ball to drop that made people go, what the fuck? Was Harrison from the Alex Jones show repercussions on Twitter. He tweeted August 13th, 2025, a month before this. He tweeted that someone brought up to him that Charlie feared for his life, that Israel was trying to kill him. Those were the two moments that people used to start questioning if Israel Mossad was implicated in this. And then reports came out that Fox reported, actually it was John Solomon who reported that the FBI was reporting that foreign intelligence may be involved in the assassination of Charlie Kirk. So there's a bunch of things that came out, Rich, whether you like it or not, that had people questioning, yes, is Israel and Mossad, is it possible that they helped out in this? Not even that they directly did it, but could have paid for it, could have known about it. There's all types of ways that could have been facilitated. Doesn't have to be that it was actually them. No, they could have been the ones who funded it or coordinated it. There's all types of possibilities.
Alright, so the old Jewish guy is fucking crazy. He's also been indicted on making terroristic threats after the Boston bombing. He's a fucking batshit crazy person. There's actually people that we're talking about, they're like, oh yeah, that guy George Zed or whatever his name, they're like, yeah, he's like the local fucking crazy guy. They're like, but he's like harmless and shit. So, after a fucking mass shooting, he was probably saying some fucking crazy shit because he's probably fucking schizophrenic or some shit. And then secondly, the guy, let me finish. I was being quiet the whole time. So the second person who was apprehended was because, if you can actually go look at the video, there was a guy who ran out of the back of the auditorium building or whatever, and when he was standing out there, he goes, there's the guy, there's the shooter. And it's a totally different fucking guy. It's just a random fucking dude running across the parking lot wearing similar clothes. And they ended up apprehending that guy on the basis that the person who was videotaping was saying, there's the shooter, that's the guy. In reality, it wasn't. So, yeah, mass fucking confusion. Nobody knows what the fuck's going on. People are going, that's the guy. I just see him fucking running after the parking lot, bro. That's him. And they go pick him up, and they're like, oh, shit, this isn't actually the guy. Didn't have fucking, gunpowder on his fucking hands, none of that kind of shit. And then on top of that, when this all broke, you guys were in here fucking arguing about fucking dumb race politics bullshit. And I came in and said, Charlie Kirk has just been fucking shot. And everybody going, shut the fuck up. Don't be fucking saying that. Who the fuck? Why are you fucking saying that, bro? What the fuck? And then everybody's like, oh my God, I just fucking looked it up. It's fucking real. And then I went on to say that I guarantee this kid grew up in a very fucking conservative household because they're like, it's like 200 yards, bro. Nobody can make that shot. I'm like, you guys don't have fucking guns. Well, the fucking 30-06, I said, I guarantee it's not a 5.56 because the hole that left in his neck was the size of a fucking tangerine. It's a larger caliber rifle, probably 30-30 or 30-06. I said, I guarantee that it's a fucking kid who grew up fucking, hunting and fishing and shooting and shit, and then got fucking radicalized and is probably part of the LGBT shit. They're like, you can't fucking say that. It's probably fucking Republican and fucking dude don't like him. Maybe he's a neo-Nazi. Maybe he's a Nick Fuentes guy. And I said, no, it's guaranteed it's going to be a fucking libtard who got indoctrinated through university. It's probably fucking gay and shit. And they're like, no. Like, I told this shit the second it happened.
Yeah, again, we were saying the same thing. What are you talking about? I even told Coco.
No, you weren't. You were screaming it was Mossad agents. Oh, this is a professional hit. This isn't an amateur hit.
What are you talking about? Before we knew, bro, you don't know what you're talking about.
I'm talking immediately when it happened, 10, 15 minutes afterwards. I'm the one that broke the shit to Chillism.
When we knew, sir, that the first and second suspect was not.
If you want to watch the video of the guy,
I warned Coco. Coco. You know Coco. I warned Coco. You better hope it is not a fucking alphabet that they find, because if they do, this is the beginning of the end for all of
you. Went on a 24-hour rant about how it was Mossad agents and how this was a professional.
That was later, retard.
That wasn't an amateur shit. It was a 200-yard shot. You were the one that people saying a 200-yard shot.
Dummy, that was later. Dummy.
You want me to get the video of the
guy
actually?
That was later, dummy.
You want me to get the? I'm asking. You want me to get
that was later. Do you not know what that means?
Who ran out of the back of the auditorium and said, oh, look, there
was the shooter.
When it
That's it.
first happened, there was an entire maybe 4 or 5 hours where we didn't give no fuck about the little hat.
Solomon,
What the fuck are you talking about? Is when we started when the shit started coming out. Like Harrison's tweet is still up. That's the crazy thing. It's still up. And all of the other strange shit. That's when we started talking about Israel and Mossad. Not the first 4 to 5 hours, dude.
Real quick question. Do you know how many people were initially investigated after the Atlanta bombing? My dad was actually there at the Atlanta bombing.
No, I don't know.
Maybe you'll say that's a Mossad thing, but initially there was like fucking 20 people that were brought in for questioning. And they were all released. And then they tried to pin it on the fucking security guard, who was the police or the security guard. And they tried to make him the Paul Blart. Oh, he tried to save the day and shit. And then they fucking excoriated him for like fucking months. And then they finally caught the fucking real guy. And the actual guy who was a security guard ended up dying of a massive ischemic heart attack. So like the reality is when this shit happens, everybody, including you, would be standing there going, I see a guy running away and he's in all black. That's him. Did you see him with it? He had the mask on. That was the guy. And then they go pick him up and they're like, oh shit, this isn't the guy. Like, they pick up 2 people. I'm amazed that they didn't pick up fucking 30 people.
Okay.
When you're like, two people. And one was a guy who was schizophrenic, crazy guy at the fucking rally. An old Jewish guy that's like 75, 80 years old. Just like fucking schizophrenic, which everybody said, yeah, he's like the simple fucking, crazy guy that just fucking rambles and talks to himself. Like, yeah, a crazy guy talking to himself.
He just so happens to have been there at 9/11 and all the other tragedies, right? You just think that's a coincidence?
He's from New York.
Yeah, he just so happens to be
He's from New York.
He wasn't just
a lot of people from New York.
He was at the other 2. And now he's at this one.
Okay, let me ask you a question. How many people in Chicago? How many people in Chicago and New York live in Arizona?
Wait, what are the odds? No, hold on. Don't try to run away from
that. Like, how many people move out of cold fucking climate shitty areas to move to fucking nice areas?
This guy was at several terrorist attacks.
He wasn't. He called it a fake bomb threat.
Now you're lying.
No, he called it a fake bomb threat after the Boston bombing. Look it up. The Boston bombing happened. And then he made a terroristic threat on something else.
At Charlie Kirk's.
Bro, he lived in New York. He watched
9/11. He was at 9/11.
And my dad was at the Atlanta bombings. My dad was at the fucking Olympic bombings.
The Boston bombing.
Yes.
And Rich wants us to think, oh, that's just a coincidence.
He's from New York, bro.
It's just a coincidence.
He's from New York, and he's crazy. And after the Boston bombing, he called it a fucking bomb threat at another place. He's fucking crazy.
Oh yeah, I'm the crazy one.
No, the old man. I'm saying the old man is crazy. He's schizophrenic.
When we got terrorist attacks, it's just a coincidence.
Okay, Solomon, let me ask you. Let me ask Corey, since she'll be intellectually honest. Corey, what do you think the odds are on a fucking Jewish man being in New York during 9/11? Pretty high odds, you think, Corey?
What?
He's Jewish, the largest Jewish population in fucking New York.
It's not just one event.
Oh my God! Then he called it a terrorist bomb threat after the Boston bombing.
It's 3 or 4 events.
Crazy. And then he showed up to a Charlie Kirk event.
Insanity.
And he's actually a Trump supporter if you look at it.
Fucking insanity. Then on top of that, because he was running cover for whoever is the Tyler, someone else.
I can't wait till this kid comes out and confesses and says, yeah, I did it.
Bro, Tyler has not come out.
Well, I said I can't wait. I can't wait until they make some kind of plea deal where he doesn't get the death penalty.
Rich.
Then he comes out and says,
you are rich.
I'll admit
Kobe right now. Dude, you're Kobe right now.
You're just trying to play
the kid has not confessed.
He did to his dad and to the pastor.
They're claiming he's on suicide watch.
He did to the dad and the pastor.
He has not confessed. They're claiming he's on suicide watch.
Did he confess to his father allegedly?
Hold on, Rich.
Did allegedly confess to his father and the pastor?
Hold on, Rich.
Hold
on, Rich. Now we have new pictures that shows this guy chilling at a Dairy Queen.
He was also laughing about the text messages.
Yeah, that's allegedly. That's you. I don't know.
No, this is the FBI. This is the FBI.
The FBI said that this guy was babysitting his fucking weapons. That's what the FBI said.
They found him
He was
2 hours
trying to loot them,
his
and now
house.
we get a picture of him at a
No,
fucking Dairy
he
Queen.
was messaging his friends on Discord saying, "Can somebody go get my gun?"
let me get a Reese's Blizzard real quick. Yeah,
Yeah, I know.
thank
It's
you.
crazy to think that a
Yeah, let me
fucking
get a Reese's
psychopath
Blizzard.
would do
Let me
something
get
like that.
I'll get two cheeseburgers. Yep, and a hot dog. That's great.
Yeah, a
Thank
guy
you.
who's laughing about furries being engraved on his fucking shell casings and said, "If I see that shit on TV, I'll literally have a fucking stroke." LOL.
Wait, Rich. I need to see if you're actually.
Yes, it was when they did. It was when the fucking governor and them came out and the fucking district attorney. The district attorney.
What am I arguing?
You're talking about a guy who's gloating about.
What am I arguing, Rich? But I just want to see if you're listening. What am I arguing?
You're saying that he was at the fucking Dairy Queen just chilling out.
No, what am I arguing?
And then he was like,
right,
covering
what
his
am I
guns.
arguing overall?
No, you don't know what you're arguing. You're saying it might be Mossad, it might be the fucking tranny.
We don't even need to have this conversation.
Yeah, right.
Because the argument, if you were actually listening, the argument is that the kid didn't work alone. That clearly
Mossad or
something is off. It's not, you don't even need to name Mossad.
Bro, I
Clearly
said Mossad on train T.
Clearly something is off. The feds are not telling us everything. The kid did not work alone. That is the claim. That is
There was
the
like 20
actual
people on
claim.
his Discord.
Now, is it Mossad? Is it a terrorist network of furries and trans?
It was probably
Is
a bunch
it
of
some other
Discord
foreign,
kids running their mouth about how they would love to shoot fucking.
We don't know.
Bro.
We're gonna have to figure that out.
Solid.
Core
It's
claim.
clearly,
Hold on, Rich.
clearly a Discord with 20 fucking weird kids talking shit about how they would love to kill fucking Charlie Kirk.
Rich, stop interrupting.
And then one went
Stop
dead.
interrupting me. Stop interrupting me, bro. The core claim is that
There you go.
Tyler Robinson, unlike what the FBI is currently trying to portray,
Oh, God.
did not work alone. All of the evidence is pointing to the reality that the kid did not work alone. He didn't.
All right,
Now,
Solomon, I have a question. Sam's PTR, is that a white man or a black man?
did not just say stop
Is it
interrupting
a
me.
white man or a black man? I'm not
Stop
a Jewish
interrupting
man.
me.
Just asking a question, bro.
You said what was
In
bro?
Sam's picture, is that a white man, a black man, or a Jewish man?
In what picture?
Sam's picture. His
You said,
profile.
is this a white man?
Is it a white man, a black man, or a Jewish man?
White man.
No, it's a black man.
He's
It's
either
a black
white or
man.
Jew.
No, it's a black man. See how you could be wrong about that, Sam? What is
That's
the
not a black
racial
man.
makeup of
What
that
are you
man,
talking
Sammy?
That's not a black man.
Yeah, his father is African American.
I'm coming so hard.
His father.
I'm busting a huge fucking
I
nut.
would need to see his father.
You can be wrong about that, but you couldn't be wrong about this. I'm busting a giant nut.
Show me his
I
dad.
had that shit stored up for a
Show
month.
me his dad. I don't
I
know.
shot that shit on the ceiling.
Show me his dad.
Well,
Unless you show me his dad, I'm not believing none of that shit. Show me his dad.
You could be wrong about something
That
so
is a
simple
white
like
man.
that.
Show me
can I,
his
can,
dad.
I, can I say something real quick? I'm black and my kid's mom's white, and they look completely white. You wouldn't know that they have any black in them. So.
Yeah, but you're not.
You're not.
Respectfully, James, you look mixed, bro. Come on, man.
Yeah,
You look
that's
mixed,
it.
bro.
My dad's mixed. I'm
And that's the point. You're mixed.
quarter.
PTR.
That's why I said I would need to see. I would need to see his father.
Sam's PTR is a black man. You were wrong on
That
that.
is a white
So
man.
there's a good chance you're
That
wrong.
is not a black man. That is a white man. You can show us the father, and then we can make the assessment.
You
there.
understand,
So we see that though. There's nothing to you have not brought evidence that his father is black.
Well, would that change? Because there was a white couple that had a purely black child, and the husband thought that she cheated on him because she had.
And they had a DNA test, and it wasn't.
And they did a DNA test, and he was actually the father.
You
of the
said
kid.
there was a white couple that had a black kid.
Yep.
Yes.
You never
I
seen
would
that?
have to see that.
Oh yeah. So how would that? So if that's true, how would that change what he's saying?
Just
If a white couple had a black child, it could have, because there has been a case using IVF where eggs get mixed up.
No, it wasn't anything like that. They were biologically the parents. She had a black grandfather that she didn't know about, and he thought she cheated, and
They almost got divorced because of it. So like,
Yep, I seen that one too.
Okay, that's but
It was all like day one.
because if you were saying, two white people, pure white, having a black kid, that's impossible.
Yeah, they look white as fuck. They
both
literally look
But
like
if you're saying,
Mormons
someone
in
down the
fucking
line
Utah.
or someone in the line was black, that's
Yeah, but they literally look like Mormons in Utah, Sullivan. That's the point.
Nah, but look,
Like,
you have
like,
black.
hi, can I tell you
yeah,
about our
it's
Lord
a
and Savior Jesus Christ whites?
But the point is, the gentleman in Sam's picture, we would need to see the
He's
father.
black.
So you can show us the father, bro. Show us the father, show us the mother, and then we'll believe you. Until then, I have no reason to believe his father was black, or at least not black like me.
Oh, you can't tell those high
Mixed like
cheekbones
James?
and the bell pepper
And
nose.
James, I'm not saying you're not black, but
Solomon, did you actually click on the picture?
you look like someone who has white and black.
well,
There's nothing wrong. There's nothing wrong with that.
My dad's black, my mom's white. Yeah.
So
Yeah,
Solomon,
there's
did
nothing
you
wrong
take
with
it?
that.
You are taking a chance. Solomon, hold on.
You
Did
look
you
like
take a
somebody
chance?
who has white in.
Solomon, did you take a chance to click on Sam's PTR and actually zoom in on it? That's a U.S. government considered him black. Yeah, I know. If you actually click on a photo and zoom in, you can see his bell pepper nose. You can see his high cheekbones.
You still haven't showed us the father. What the fuck are you talking about? You keep trying to go off this picture. Show us the father. But yeah, so that's the claim. The claim is that
Sam, wasn't that guy classified as black under Jim Crow?
Tyler did not work alone. That's the claim.
Samuel, wasn't that guy
That's
classified as
wild.
black? Oh, he was. He was classified as black under Jim Crow because his father is black.
Oh my god.
Busted nuts. Have you seen that?
Right.
Yeah, exactly. Have you guys seen Frank's dad? Frank's dad looks like a little bit lighter complexion than Solomon.
Yeah.
Frank's dad is black as fuck, but his mom is white as fuck.
So I'm coming in a little
You
bit
get a
late.
fucking white man.
I'm coming in a little bit late, so I'm just wondering why we are talking about race in the first place.
Solomon believes that the Charlie Kirk shooter didn't work alone, and it's probably Trantifa, probably not Trantifa, more likely Mossad and Bibi Netanyahu, because supposedly Charlie Kirk threw like six fucking how did they say, like 6-person relayed information that a friend of a friend of a friend who knows Charlie Kirk's fucking hairdresser said that Charlie Kirk's fucking was worried that Mossad was trying to kill him.
Mossad, who's known to do assassinations across the world, who's known to run pedophile rings.
So James, my point of showing
why
this
are you running
showing Solomon that Sam's PTR, which I knew was a black man.
For Mossad?
If Solomon could be wrong and say that's a white man, it's actually a black man.
Very weird.
He could be wrong about that.
Very
He
weird.
could also be wrong
When
about
I
this.
hear apparently Americans run interference for known terrorists who do abhorrent things around the world. Abhorrent. Absolutely
Abhorrent.
disgusting things around the world. And you are running interference for them.
Abhorrent with a B.
That is
not abhorrent.
crazy. That is insane. That you are literally defending.
Hey, I also corrected Sam. And
That
Sam,
is insane.
Sam is a Jew, and I corrected him in the other room when he used the
I
word
don't care.
racially
That has
unambiguous.
nothing to do.
It's actually
I don't
racially
care. That
ambiguous.
means nothing to me. That literally means nothing to me. I care.
Racially unambiguous
Why are you
means
running?
what
Why
you are.
defending
Because
Mossad?
you're a dark-skinned, bell-peppered Nigerian.
Why are you
with a
running
high forehead
interference for Mossad? That's
you're
what I
bald,
care about. I don't care about
which means you're unambiguous, meaning we can all look at you and tell that you're Nigerian, or at least black.
Anyway, so yeah, that's James.
So I corrected Sam, and Sam's another Jew.
Nobody cares about Rick. I don't know why he brought up Rick.
See, you're saying I'm defending Mossad, but I also corrected him.
Yes, you're defending Mossad, which is as an American, it's weird. Why are you?
That I don't attribute everything to Mossad like you.
I don't attribute.
You said Donald Trump's shooter was clearly and obviously working with Mossad, that it was a Mossad shit, and that Trump turned his back on Bibi Netanyahu. And now it's this guy turned his back. Charlie Kirk turned his back on Bibi
Isn't it
Netanyahu.
weird that we don't know any more information
You
about
also
what happened to Donald
You
Trump?
also said that Charlie Kirk was shot in the neck. He wasn't shot in the neck. He was shot in the chest, and it bounced off of his Kevlar vest and then went up into his neck.
That's what they're saying.
You can clearly watch, you can see when Charlie Kirk's leaning forward, you can see the outline of the Kevlar vest.
I'm seeing a lot of other stuff.
You can see the level 3A. You can see the 3A fucking Kevlar vest underneath his t-shirt when he's leaning forward and it's printing. And then you can see when the Kevlar vest actually jumps upwards where it's hit. You can actually see the indentation.
Anyway, this has nothing to do with. This has nothing.
So you're wrong about that too. So
this has nothing to do with what Tyler was working alone with other people. That's all I
He
give a fuck
didn't miss.
about.
He hit him directly in the fucking heart.
I don't care about none of the details.
He hit him directly in the fucking heart.
We need to figure out who the fuck
and it did a thing what they call spalding. Spalding is where
nobody cares about any of this other shit.
But
clearly Tyler wasn't working alone. That's all that meant. Tyler was not working alone.
Yeah, I know.
That's what matters. People are quick.
Yeah, turrets come up out of the White House.
People want.
Yeah, people want to make a conspiracy out of everything about people they hate.
They want to sweep this under the rug like it's
You're not an Israelite, Solomon.
Like it's happened throughout history. People want to sweep this under the rug like it's a lone shooter, but we know that that's not the case. I'm sorry, Rich.
I'm sorry that you have to make conspiracies.
I'm sorry that your beloved Mossad might actually.
You have so much hatred for Jews that you have to attribute everything to Mossad.
So you're saying Mossad represents Jews?
No, you just hate Jews.
Wow.
Look at Jews. Ashkenazi Jews.
Are you arguing that Mossad represents Jews?
Yes, they do. Of course they do.
So you're tying the Jews' representation to an intel agency?
No, they represent Jews in Israel and they represent the state of Israel and the protection of Jews.
So an intel institution.
Yeah, the CIA represents you too.
Pedophile rings that's known
like the CIA.
You're tying
like the NSA, like the FBI.
You're doing. That's what you're doing.
Yeah, like the CIA, the NSA, the FBI. The Legionnaires, all these fucking groups do shit.
Very interested, and you know what's so crazy? Now I understand why actual Jews shy away from you. Because what you just did is highly destructive and toxic. Why would you ever tie
saying that Mossad has done bad things
to Mossad? That makes
Mossad does bad things.
Sense.
Your team Mossad's done terrible things.
The fuck? Why would you
just like what?
That's like
okay, let me ask you a question. Do you believe that the CIA has done bad things?
That's like me saying the CIA represents what fucking retard.
The CIA does represent you on a global fucking they do represent you globally.
This is insanity, bro.
Wait, you don't like the Chinese controlling all the cobalt in Africa? You don't think that there's fucking agents over there working on that? You don't like that?
What are you talking about, fucking Chinese?
Oh, okay.
What are you talking about? You think I like CCP?
No, the CIA is actively the Central Intelligence Agency is actively fucking working against the fucking CCP. You fucking piece of shit. Did you not fucking hear what I said?
No, I didn't. You're fucking.
Yeah, I know. The CIA is actively working against the Central Intelligence. The CIA is actively working against the fucking CCP.
Okay.
How the fuck is that me equating saying, oh, well, I don't like the CCP. Obviously, you like the fucking CIA when they go over and disrupt
the
fucking
CCP. You said I like the CIA?
Oh, of course you do.
No, I don't. Why you? Oh my god. Rich, we're done.
You don't like when the CIA works in our best interest?
You're just a retard, bro. You get too emotional
about
these conversations.
I know.
You get way too emotional.
Because you don't listen, that's your problem. You don't know anything about what the fuck you're talking about.
You're way too emotional.
You're conspiratorial and dumb.
You're way too emotional. It's 2025. People don't care about none of those labels, man. We just care about the truth.
Well, no, the truth is that you're fucking retarded. Don't know what you're talking about.
Okay, Rich. We did a poll in here. Come on, bro. You know who would win.
All the black-centric and the black-adjacent people would
literally win for the biggest retard, bro.
I know, right?
You know that, Rich. Come on, now. You don't gotta come on, bro. You know you're the biggest retard in here. There's nothing wrong with that. Just own that shit. Just own it.
Yeah, absolutely.
So I'm just trying to understand
understand. So are we saying that people believe the CIA isn't working against the CCP?
So that's what. No, they are working.
Yeah.
They are working.
But he doesn't like it when they do that.
Obviously, the CIA is working against the CCP, but the CIA itself is also nefarious, and we know that for a fact.
Yeah,
the CIA
which is exactly what I said about Mossad.
No, you said Mossad represents Jews, which is highly. That is retarded, bro. That is
the whole point of Mossad is to protect fucking Jews in Israel around the world.
That is literally retarded to tie the representation and identity to an agency like Mossad.
That's not what I did.
That is exactly what you.
No, I said that they represent. They represent their stated goal and objection.
No,
objective.
You know
objective.
You said
is
they
to represent
Jews.
Jews. Yes.
If you
protect
criticize Mossad, you are.
No, that's not what the fuck I said. Representation just means that you're like standing for it. You're protecting. You're doing something for it.
Let me ask you.
God,
If one criticizes Mossad, are they criticizing Jews?
Yeah. No. That's not what I'm saying. I said that you hate Jews and you attribute everything to Mossad because you try to fill it. No, and that's not double talk. It's not double talk. It's exactly what I said. I said you fucking hate little hat Jews and you attribute everything bad to Mossad. You said, do you think that Mossad represents Jews? Of course they do. That's their stated goal.
This is why.
Their stated goal is to protect Jews.
Rich, this is
Sam, do you not agree?
Rich. This is why you all have lost so much, much clout, so much support over the last.
Yeah, we're still winning the war. Doesn't matter.
And it's only gonna get worse because you don't realize these sneaky.
Oh, Sam, you didn't realize it in Solomon's raving anti-Semite.
Yeah, that doesn't work anymore. I'm still gonna criticize Mossad.
And those little hat fucking Jews, that orchestrate all the global events and cause all the fucking bad things in the world. It's those fucking evil synagogue of Satan, demon worshiping, baby sucking, dick fucking Jews. Those fucking little hat Jews. That's Solomon.
Okay.
Does that sound accurate?
So you think just yelling
anti-Semite
you just
stop somebody
from being
that was my whole point. Foreign Jews
of a foreign government? You think that's what's gonna happen?
No, it's not. You're not separating it out like, oh, I have a problem with the state of Israel or Mossad. You have stated yourself
now you're
that
lying.
you hate little hat Jews. You call them the synagogue of Satan. You call them demon worshippers, and you say that they're the fucking worst fucking scum on earth. That's what you say. You call them the little hat Jews. When I say, hey, Solomon, this guy's Ashkenazi, you go, oh, he's a little hat Jew? Oh, fucking demons.
Yeah, you're just lying now, which is okay.
Solomon, do you think that little hat Jews are the synagogue of Satan, the ones that don't accept Christ?
No, what are you talking about?
Do you think that little hat Ashkenazi rabbinic Jews are part of the synagogue of Satan?
No.
You're a fucking liar. You said this so many times on stage that the ones, Rich, I'm not saying that the Jews who believe in Jesus aren't this. I'm not saying they're part of the synagogue of Satan, but the ones, the rabbinic fucking Jews, the rabbinic fucking Talmudic fucking Jews, those are the synagogue of Satan.
Bro, I can't hear things in your head.
If Ryan was here, he would want to disagree with me, but he would agree with me and say, yes, it's those fucking kikes, those little hat fucking Jews.
Okay, so
and that's exactly what Solomon says. He would agree 100% with what I'm saying.
Why are you lying on me, though?
I'm not lying on you.
Yes, you are.
You've said this a million times on stage.
You're a liar.
Okay.
I didn't say it a million times. What are you talking about? You're just lying. And that's my problem. Like I said, that's
such a lying fucking piece of shit.
So much support over the last 5 years.
Such a dirty
like these tactics they're terrible. You guys are so toxic. I didn't realize you guys are fucking toxic. And now you're saying Mossad represents Jews. This is insanity.
Let's ask Sam. Let's ask Sam if he thinks Mossad represents Jews in the sense that they defend them.
Sam, do you think Mossad represents the Jewish people? Sam, you there? I don't know if he's there.
Nah, I probably fell asleep because you were boring.
Nah, you've been the one talking, bro. So you clearly the bored one. Look, Rich. You just gotta realize it's 2025, bro.
Oh, he said he's in the store right now.
All that shit from 40 years ago doesn't work anymore, man. Separation of synagogue and state is coming. The United States and Israel's relationship is toxic. It's not working for Americans, and there needs to be a breakup. Sorry, it is what it is. It's coming. Can't stop it. It is what it is. You don't have a right to American resources. Israel has a right to exist, but they gotta exist by their own accord. They have to exist by their own,
it's like that.
ways and resources, which they can.
How much money do you want to put in escrow that'll never happen?
What do you mean by never happen?
It's not gonna happen. Not in our lifetime.
What do you mean by that, though?
There's not going to be a separation where the United States turns their back completely on Israel.
I didn't say turn.
That's what you're saying. You're saying that they're not going to stop funding Israel.
Yeah, the funding will stop.
No,
it's definitely going to stop. The next generation will make sure of it. You're clearly not paying attention.
Yeah, the 80 million people that follow Charlie Kirk that are going to be voters someday. 80 million globally, 30 million in the United States.
Were you not paying attention to the shift that was happening?
Yes, I can.
You do not know what's coming, bro. It's bad. It's bad. You are, look, Rich, I can't lie to you, bro. You got your head dug in the sand, and you do not realize what's coming. You really don't, bro. Israel has like 5 to 7 years max. Before the political winds completely changes the relationship between our two countries.
How much you want to lock in escrow?
Americans want.
How much you want to lock in escrow for 7 years?
Americans, bro. And it is what it is. Israel is a rich state. They have a lot of money and resources. They should be able to defend themselves.
Dodging that question, aren't you, Solomon?
Dodge one question.
I said, how much you want to lock in escrow on the 7 years?
I'm not locking any.
Come on, let's lock that bet in. Don't cause it.
I'm not locking anyone.
Yeah, you ain't locking shit
like that. I'm not locking anyone in a bet like that. The reality is, Rich, you have to come to grips.
I got 1.96 million. I can actually prove
America is changing, bro.
I'm just saying, we can lock some money in escrow for 7 years. I can come back here.
You can't
2032.
All people
collect my motherfucking money
for wanting their own country and their own resources to go to their own country, man.
Okay, we'll see.
Like none of that stuff works anymore, bro.
We'll see, Kazi.
It is what it is, bro. None of that stuff works anymore, man.
So
don't be mad. Don't be mad about it. Just embrace it. Israel is a rich country.
Now you're just trying to hide and cover because you don't want everybody to realize.
Yeah, I was just going to say, like, do you think a two-state solution would actually work?
No, I don't. I don't think Israel and this retard. Don't listen to this retard. So James, I don't think a two-state solution would work. If I'm being honest, I think either Israel needs to be Israel, which is fine to me. It's just don't ship your problems to Western countries, which they're known to do. They do support NGOs that ship Muslims and others to Western countries. So that needs to stop. Or if Israel cannot, because the reality, James, is that unlike the claim, Israel has not made the world safer for Jews. That country has objectively not made the world safer for Jews. They've made it even more dangerous. So the only other solution that I would be okay with is if Israel is not going to control the areas around the Holy Land, then it should go back to Christians. It should not go to the Muslims. I'm sorry, it shouldn't. That's just how I feel. I do not believe that Holy Land should be controlled by Muslims.
Well, I don't think it will, according to the Bible, right? So, like,
correct. And that's exactly right, James. So if the Jews cannot properly run that country without, leaning on our resources for everything, then they shouldn't be running the country. So it's either they figure it out independently on their own, which I'm okay with. I have no problem with that. Survive as a country on your own. If you cannot do it and you rely on our resources, then we as Americans and as Christians, we should be in control of the Holy Land, as we were before the fucking retards in England, made all that shit happen. But it is what it is. It happened. We're here. So it's either the Jews control it. If they can't do it by themselves, then Americans and Christians or Christendom in general should come in and control it ourselves. That's what I feel about it, James.
Well, I think part of the problem though is a lot of Christians don't pay attention to the Bible, and they don't understand that we're supposed to be protecting Jerusalem, the land, but they look at the Jewish people and still think that Jews are still chosen people. But the Bible says this very specific. It says there's no Jew outwardly, only Jew inwardly.
Correct.
So, right. So all those who believe in Jesus are
Amen. James,
so they don't understand that. And even Charlie Kirk said that he thinks that the Jews are going to ethnically cleanse Gaza. Right?
Yes.
So
and that's exactly what they're doing. That's exactly and look, James, like I'm an honest person, man. Israel has a right to exist. They do. And they're no different than any other country that has come into existence. All countries have fought bloody wars and bloody back and forth to be established. So my parents came from Nigeria. I consider myself American, and I would fight for this country to be here. I'm not originally from here, but now that this is my country, I'll fight for, So I would be a hypocrite if I said, the Jews in the Middle East, whether you believe they're originally from there or not, they can't fight for their country or fight to be there. That is not my business, if I'm being honest with you, Jay. It's not. But, like you rightly pointed out, we as Christians, we kind of messed up because, and it's really because of the heresy, which I think you were sort of alluded to, which is dispensationalism, which is overtaken, well, not anymore, but I grew up in a time when dispensationalism was the name of the game, where you even hear politicians like Ted Cruz, and I'm glad Tucker Carlson called him out. He embarrassed him. Ted Cruz embarrassed himself in that interview with Tucker Carlson, where he was trying to espouse a lot of dispensationalist views. And so, I'm glad more and more of us are waking up, because I'm still an evangelical, but I'm a reformed evangelical. I've reformed away from dispensationalism, and many evangelicals are reforming away from dispensation, especially the younger kids. The younger kids, none of them believe in any of this dispensationalist stuff, where modern day Israel is the quote unquote Israel in the Bible. They've thrown that out. That doesn't mean anything to them. So that's a very good thing. But it still has a presence in the older generation. Although it is dying out there too, we can see movements away. And that's what I was trying to say to Rich, because I don't think a lot of people are paying attention to the changes in American Christianity. American Christianity is moving away from dispensationalism, where we look at modern day Israel as the Israel of the Bible. People are moving away from that view,
which is a bloodline, and then there's spiritual Israel.
No, Israel is not a bloodline.
Oh my God. Fucking dumb.
Israel is not a bloodline. And if it was a bloodline, it's not your people's bloodline. I can tell you that for sure.
The Khazar theory.
It's definitely not your people's bloodline. I can tell you that for sure.
Well, to be honest with you, it doesn't really matter whose blood.
I agree with you, Jay.
Right?
Yeah.
So, James, that's not the argument. The ideal is that there is a physical Israel. The promise that was given that he who blesses Israel shall be blessed, and he who curses Israel shall be accursed.
Christ. That is
That
not
was a
about
promise
Israel.
From God to physical Israel.
That is about Christ. That scripture was about Christ, not about a physical Israel or about
God. That's spiritual Israel. There's a difference between physical and
spiritual Israel are Christ
followers. Is a group of people that still exist today that was given a promise by Hashem.
And that was not your people. Even if that was the case, that is not your people.
A promise
saying, anyone who curses you shall be accursed, and anyone who blesses you shall be a blessed.
Again, Israel is not stated in
Did he give a fucking timeline for that? Did he say, oh, next 2,000 years? Or next 500 years? No, it is an eternal promise that anyone who comes against Israel shall be accursed.
Israel is
That
not
does
stated.
not
Why are you
mean,
making shit
that
up?
does not mean.
Why are you making shit up, Rich?
That,
Why are you
I'm
making shit
not
up?
saying that
You're
Jews
adding
do
to
not
the
accept
scripture
Christ.
that which is not
I
there.
am not saying that Jews who do not accept Christ will enter the kingdom of heaven. I'm not saying that. I'm saying that every Jew must come to Christ and confess their sins, turn away from their sins, and accept Christ. And that it is by faith alone. I'm accepting that and saying that, but I'm also saying
Yes, and that's all Christians.
But there is also a physical promise given to Israel that anyone who curses Israel shall be accursed. So remember that, Solomon, when you curse the fucking Israelites.
You have yet to bring up the scripture. Now wait, you've yet, because I know that scripture. I know Israel is not there. I know it's not there. It's a misinterpretation. You know it. That's why it's dying out. That's why it's dying out, James. For 2,000 years, Christendom. That's the beauty of this. Christendom. We have 2,000 years of history. We have 2,000 years of history. You telling me this modern day Pharisee that only has less than 200 years?
I'm not saying that. I'm saying that if they do not accept Christ, they will not enter the kingdom of heaven. That's why me, as a physical Jew, halakhically Jewish, who accept Christ, that's the only way I enter the kingdom of heaven. It had nothing to do with halakha. It had nothing to do with fucking keeping,
all that halakha, shalakha, all that halakha, shalakha, that shit means nothing.
Everything to do with accepting Christ.
The halakha, shalakha, all that shit means nothing, bro. That shit means
I know.
Damn,
you're a West African Nigerian and you're the real Israelite, right, Solomon?
Biblically accurate, I would say.
Yeah, there you go, James. That's all you need to know. You're stealing from the Igbos, from the fucking Igbos. The Igbos who claim that they're Israelites and have not been brought to Israel because they've found there's no DNA evidence, there's no historical or archaeological evidence that shows that the fucking Igbos.
You know what's so crazy, James? The scriptures, the Old Testament.
Yeah, but you know what they
literally.
did?
Hold on, Rich. I'm not Rich.
Oh, wow.
Talking.
Let's bring these people to Israel because they have.
Anyways, so you know what's so interesting, James? When it comes to the Old Testament clearly lays out that the Israelites who went into slavery mixed with Hamites for more than 400 years. More than 400 years. And the interesting thing about Egypt back then is that Egypt didn't have the borders that it has today. You know, the state of Egypt has its modern day borders. But the ancient Egypt borders extended into Sudan, further west of Sudan, and down towards Ethiopia. That was the ancient borders for Egypt back then. And so when you look at that map, clearly it bleeds into Western Africa, and then it bleeds down towards Southern Africa. So it's very interesting that, and then, the Israelites were slaves, so if they were mixing, which we know they were, they would be mixing with the lowest class of Hamites, which all were, African black, and then other colors also. And the scripture says it, they came out a mixed multitude, which is okay. Not all Israelites were black, but the main ones, yes, they were. And so when they, it is what it is. People can go read their scriptures and they'll see that the scriptures clearly lays out that they were mixing with Hamites. There's a reason why Solomon called himself black in the Songs of Solomon. So, yeah. Yeah, but outside of that, James, all of that doesn't matter. I agree with you. All of that doesn't matter. Yeah. Christ's followers are God's chosen people alone. There's no physical claim to any of the promises made to Abraham. It is only through Christ that you get that promise. So I don't know if you believe that, but that's what I believe.
Yeah, I mean, like, so I believe that the promise made to Abraham was made before Israel existed, right? So, but
that's why I said it's not. Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, no. So, and then I understand that his offsprings, became kind of like they became Israel. So, like, I can kind of see where they get the idea, but like, I think the promise was not really. I don't think the promise was meant for the land, but I see where one could argue that, but that's just my belief.
Yeah. Like I said, James, to be honest, I don't care about the land. I wish I did. I don't. It's just I'm American. I care about what's going on here, bro. If I'm being honest with you. But I understand that there's significance to it, right? It's got our holy sites, blah blah blah. I hear all of that. But I am of the persuasion that Christ and Christ alone is what people should focus on